Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 302, Live Seed. That's strange. The psychology alchemists are supposed to have very strict vetting standards. Plus, the upper ranks of Loan wouldn't normally allow them to reach this far. Edward voiced the doubts in his heart, then added, "Oh, and from now on, whenever you attend a gathering hosted by the psychology alchemists, or meet with any of their members, you can pray to Mr. Fool in advance. Ask him to grant you protection." Audrey's eyes lit up. Has Mr. Fool's power recovered further? Yes, Edward nodded. It has. I understand, she said happily, feeling a sense of pride. By the way, Lilith mentioned you were going to help me with something. What is it? Have you heard of the Sea of Collective Subconscious? Audrey blinked, momentarily confused. I think I read about it once. Oh, yes, it was in a book recommended by the psychology alchemists. Only then did Edward recall, Audrey was only introduced to the concept after she joined the alchemists. That's a bit of a problem. He was familiar with the term, Sea of Collective Subconscious, but had no idea how to actually enter it. He vaguely remembered it involved inducing a lucid dream through psychological suggestion, and then what? Still, he did his best to share what he remembered. The so-called Sea of Collective Subconscious is the mental world of all living beings. It has a subtle and wondrous connection with the spirit world. Audrey's eyes lit up with understanding. So, you want to enter this world to set a final special coordinate? Exactly. But, I'm not entirely sure if it even qualifies as a world. Edward frowned. Reality and the spirit world are already counted as one, and the mental world. I don't have much confidence in it. And if it doesn't work, what then? Edward was silent for a long moment. The abyss. That was a backup plan he had only recently considered. The abyss. Audrey's voice jumped an octave, drawing glances from Lilith and Susie. In the world of the Lord of the Mysteries, the abyss was known as the origin of all evil, the land of corruption, the home of demons, utterly chaotic, utterly polluted. Even angels and gods risked losing control there. But it was independent of the real world. The original novel had identified two known entrances, one in the Fog Sea, and the other in Aman's tomb. That said, the latter may have already been destroyed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, in the original, by Oromik with the machinery hive mind. But the abyss was full of unknowns and danger. The great emperor had once attempted to explore its edge and fled in defeat. Though his transformation later was attributed to the primordial moon, who's to say the abyss didn't have a hand in it as well? Don't worry, Edward said. It's only a last resort. I don't think my luck is that bad. And the moment the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. Why the hell would you say something like that? Audrey frowned deeply. I'll try to figure out how to enter the Sea of Collective Subconscious as soon as possible. Thank you. Oh, by the way. Edward's eyes lit up as he remembered something. Since you came back, have you contacted that fire dragon, Anna? Anna was still in Heartlark Village, where the mind dragon named Arihog slumbered. In the original, it was right there that Audrey entered the subconscious sea via psychological cues. Could it be possible to reach the sea through that dragon instead? Too risky. Arihog remained a mystery. All that was known was that it was an enemy of the Russian priest, and someone had speculated that based on its last words, it might be a contingency for the resurrection of Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, much like Azek was for Salinger. I forgot, Audrey said, startled. After we got back, it's just been one thing after another, I completely forgot about Anna. Ah. I've been so irresponsible. Susie, Lilith, you two forgot too. Both little ones shook their heads. No way, I have to go tomorrow. Don't worry, Edward said. It's only been about a week and a bit for her. It just feels long because we spent nearly a month at Hogwarts. Audrey looked a little calmer. Still, a week is still long. Fine, I'll go with you tomorrow. Lilith immediately raised her little paw. Miss Lilith is going too. Yes, Edward ruffled her hair, then asked, how are things with your father? Any progress with the aftermath of the poisoning? Audrey frowned slightly. Not going well. On the surface, everything looks resolved, but the wedge is still there. Why? Anyone can see that someone was clearly stirring the pot. Your father was a victim too. It's the Conservatives, Audrey said. The new party is made up of people from different social classes, joined by mutual interest. It looks solid, but it's actually fragile. If the Conservatives really collapse one day, the new party will be the first to break apart internally. She added with a sigh, anyway, my father's been under a lot of stress lately. Thankfully, it's still within manageable bounds. Situations like this, we can only see the surface. Even if we wanted to help, we wouldn't know where to start. Exactly. Still, I wonder what that Russian priest is thinking. The Sonia Sea. The night ocean was far more terrifying than the sky. Under the crimson moonlight, massive waves reflected a blood-like gleam. Two gigantic pirate ships tossed like leaves in the tide. Boom. 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 Cannonballs erupted from portholes, mixed with the flashes of steam rifles and the extraordinary radiance of beyonders in battle. Whoa. Suddenly, a deep horn echoed across the waters. One of the pirate ships abruptly turned and fled into the distance, while the other gave chase for several nautical miles before jubilant cries rang out across the deck. We won. We won. Vice Admiral Dusk ran away. Victory. Woohoo. Edwina's figure flashed and returned to the golden dream. Facing the crew's thunderous cheers, she allowed herself a faint smile. At that moment, First Mate Brew Walls was directing the sailors to slowly turn the winch of a salvage rope, pulling up the wreckage of a shattered ship from the sea. There's someone inside. A sailor suddenly shouted in alarm. Everyone hurried to haul the wreckage closer. Inside the half-sunken cabin lay a woman, her face completely devoid of color, yet the gentle rise and fall of her chest showed that she was still alive. In her arms, she clutched a massive iron-black key, roughly the size of a 7-string harp. Its form was ancient, its sheen dull. Cough. 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 The woman began to cough violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of seawater. Moments later, she opened her dazed eyes and was immediately startled to see herself surrounded by a group of men. What do you want? Edwina stepped forward and asked calmly, who are you? Why were you in the wreckage at the bottom of the sea? And how are you still alive down there? The woman was silent for a moment before replying hoarsely, my name is Christine. I didn't survive, I just can't die. The next morning, Edward and Audrey arrived in Heartlark Village, located in East Chester County. Just as Audrey had said, the entire village was filled with folk traditions centered around dragon worship. Dragon-themed statues and carvings could be seen everywhere. And yet, the villagers themselves were all ordinary people. Their reverence for dragons was purely cultural, with no ties to the supernatural. After wandering through the village, they made their way into the forest where the fire dragon Anna had been resting. Previously, Audrey had buried a suitcase there for Anna to use as a hiding spot in case of danger, but when they arrived, the suitcase was empty. The big lizard isn't here, Lilith said, leaning over the rim to peer inside. Audrey looked up and glanced around. Where could she have gone? Edward pulled out his broomstick. Let's take to the skies and have a look. Both cast disillusionment charms on themselves and took off. From the sky, the vast forest stretched out beneath them, but there was no sign of the fire dragon. Did she leave the area? They continued flying around the region. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from the distance. Edward quickly pulled Lilith, who had popped her little head out to look around, into his arms and gripped the broom tighter, accelerating toward the sound. They flew deeper into the mountains. The trees grew denser and taller, seemingly forming a wild, untouched primeval forest. Roar. Another roar. Still ahead. The two continued forward, swiftly soaring above the ancient forest canopy. Rustle, rustle. Startled birds burst into flight, and shadows of beasts darted among the trees. What had been a quiet woodland suddenly came alive with movement and sound. Suddenly, the forest gave way, and a small mountain village appeared before them. Both slowed down, hovering with uncertainty. This was Heartlark Village. They'd flown in a giant circle. Some kind of spatial maze. No. Edward immediately rejected that idea. Then, what was going on? Just then, a massive stone pillar dozens of meters tall rapidly rose from the village ahead. Perched atop it was a long, slender gray-white dragon. It squatted atop the stone pillar like a small mountain. Its body was covered in massive, stone-like scales of dull gray and white, and its vertical pupils gleamed a pale gold. With a sudden sweep, its enormous wings spread wide, nearly blanketing the sky. Roar! It let out another earth-shaking roar. Moments later, another huge figure emerged from the woods behind it, huge only in comparison to Edward and Audrey. Compared to the gray-white dragon, it was far smaller. It was the fire dragon, Anna. Anna. Audrey called out in delight. Another pillar rose, and Anna landed heavily on it. In a deep, slightly feminine voice, she said, "Hello, Audrey." "Hello, Edward." Lilith peeked out again. "And me." "Big, Anna." She glanced nervously at the enormous gray-white dragon and tactfully avoided calling her a lizard. Edward, catching his breath, suddenly frowned. "This is a dream, isn't it? When did it start?" The gray-white dragon replied, from the moment you entered this place. Its voice was in the dragon tongue, yet Edward, who had never studied it, could understand every word. His guard went up immediately. What do you want? Anna answered, he means no harm. Meeting here is simply safer. Why? The gray-white dragon's voice was calm. Someone is looking for me. It paused, then its golden vertical pupils flickered faintly. You carry a certain scent. Edward's heart skipped a beat. What scent? Live seed. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, the ritual is complete. Live seed. Edward quickly reacted, wasn't that the so-called City of Miracles, the one from Griselle's travels? But before coming here, out of caution, he deliberately left that book at home, yet this dragon could still smell live seed on him. Shaking his head, Edward said, I'm sorry, I don't know what live seed is. May I ask who you are? And what exactly happened to Anna? The massive, gray-white dragon rumbled. I am Arihog, one of the last 3 surviving ancient dragons. Liveseed is a floating city of miracles, first discovered by the dragon race, later vanishing after the fall of the Dragon King. It really was him. As for Anna, I merely guided her in recovering the power that should have been hers from the start. Arihog continued, she's a strange one. Her blood clearly carries the essence of a mind dragon, yet she's incredibly fragile, nothing like what a dragon should be. Both Edward and Audrey were stunned. A fire dragon from the Harry Potter world has the bloodline of a mind dragon. How is that even possible? I tried to trace the source of this power, to find out why her state was so abnormal, but I failed, Arihog said as he turned to them. You brought her here. Do you know her origin? Edward was surprised. She didn't tell you? No. Arihog shook his head. Part of her memory has been concealed. Good job, goddess. Audrey silently berated herself, Audrey, you almost messed up again. You knew Anna came from another world, and you still thoughtlessly agreed to let her stay here. What if someone found out Edward's secret? I could have gotten him killed. Edward paused, then said, we found Anna on an unknown mysterious island, an island filled with various extraordinary creatures. She was just one of them. Oh, there was also a chapel made entirely of bones. He was referring to that nameless island, the one associated with the Russian priest. Arihog didn't question his story. Instead, he muttered, so it was him that explains it. Explains what? Edward was utterly confused, desperate to know what conclusions Arihog had just jumped to. Moments later, the great dragon rumbled again, I need your help with something. Edward quickly said, Your Excellency, we're just 2 mid-sequence nobodies, we couldn't possibly. The reward is the formulas for sequence 6 through sequence 4 of the spectator pathway. Edward immediately bowed. Please, speak. Arihog's nostrils flared slightly. If you ever gain the chance to enter Liveseed, bring Anna with you. What? Edward was stunned. He hesitated before asking, may I ask why? I don't know. The dragon's golden slit pupils flickered with confusion. It's a premonition. One that tells me it will benefit me. Shit. If Arihog really was, as many online speculated, a contingency plan for the Dragon of Imagination's resurrection, what's beneficial for him might be bad news for the Russian priest. Even though the priest had done some shady and repulsive things in his quest for godhood, once ascended, he genuinely wanted to help Earth resist the outer gods. He really showed up when needed. If bringing Anna to Liveseed ruins his plan, Earth might lose a major defender in the future. Edward asked, but, if the City of Miracles has vanished, how are we supposed to even find it? Arihog glanced at him. Once you bring her there, I'll provide you with the formulas for sequence 3 through sequence 1. Right. Lying in front of a sequence 2 spectator pathway angel was just dumb. Edward could only nod and agree. So far, this dragon, likely a sequence 2 angel, had been polite and cooperative. No reason to pick a fight. Thank you. At that moment, Arihog spread his wings, summoning a powerful gale, though neither Edward nor Audrey felt even a breeze. He took to the sky, golden eyes gazing down on them. I look forward to our next meeting. Wait. Edward called out, is this place part of the sea of collective subconscious? Yes. Would you consider it a world of its own, distinct from reality and the spirit world? Arihog calmly replied, it counts. Great. One moment. Edward dove down on his broomstick, heading for the subconscious version of Heartlark Village. There, he activated his spirituality to set a new coordinate point. Minutes later, he felt the feedback ripple through his senses, and a wide grin spread across his face. Success. The final coordinate is in place. How did it go? Audrey asked with concern. Done. She lit up. That's wonderful. High above, Arihog suddenly called, "Time to leave." In the next moment, the world around them began to blur and peel away like paper. Then, a flicker of light flashed across their vision. The next thing they knew, all three, Edward, Audrey, and Lilith, were awake again, back in the forest, standing beside the suitcase. At the same time, everything in the sea of collective subconscious began to collapse. And within that collapse, an old man appeared out of nowhere, his hair pure white, yet thick, with a wrinkle-light face and utterly unremarkable features. He looked around at the disintegrating dream world and sighed helplessly. Ah, missed them again. Forest Edge, near Heartlark Village. The two were still reeling from what had just happened. Especially Edward. He'd gone in overthinking the last coordinate, was even preparing to risk the abyss, only to have it resolved just like that. So now, all he needed for Sequence 5 was a shepherd's beyonder characteristic and some shadowless demonic wolf's blood. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. By the way. At that moment, Edward suddenly recalled something and said, "Wait, didn't that mind dragon say they'd give us the formulas?" Audrey's emerald eyes shimmered. He already left them in my mind. Sequence 6, Hypnotist. Main ingredients, pituitary gland of an adolescent mind dragon, or 60 milliliters of a black hunting giant lizard spinal fluid, the fruit of an illusory chime tree. Auxiliary ingredients, 50 milliliters of blood from either an adolescent mind dragon or a black hunting giant lizard, 20 g of sap from an illusory chime tree, 15 g of mind crystal. Sequence 5, Dreamwalker. Main ingredients, 1 heart of a dream catcher, 1 mind illusion crystal, or the entire brain of an adult mind dragon. Auxiliary ingredients, 70 milliliters of adult mind dragon blood, 30 milliliters of bodily fluid from a dream catcher. Ritual, seek out a harpy in the spirit world and sign a contract with it. Then, holding 1 tail feather, consume the potion amidst intense feelings of either joy or anger. Sequence 4, Manipulator. Main ingredients, entire brain of an elderly mind dragon, or the crystalline heart of a tree mentor, or the beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 4 manipulator. Auxiliary ingredients, 80 milliliters of elderly mind dragon blood, 3 golden leaves from a tree mentor, 7 different drops of tears from different humans or non-human creatures that were shed due to intense emotion. Ritual, in the middle of a grand event with at least 10,000 people, resonate with their emotions, then take the potion. After reciting the formulas, Audrey looked slightly dazed. Edward asked, "What's wrong? You got the formulas, why don't you look happy?" "It's just, too sudden." She furrowed her brows and said, "Have you noticed? Every formula from Sequence 6 to Sequence 4 involves mind dragons. But these formulas came from a mind dragon. It's as if he doesn't care in the slightest," she said, voice chilling. "If a human behaved like this, it'd be terrifying." Edward froze. Pituitary gland of an adolescent mind dragon, blood of an adult mind dragon, entire brain of an elderly mind dragon, yeah, that was disturbing. Maybe it was because Arihog was from the age of the ancient gods, an era steeped in madness and brutality. Cannibalism and fratricide were just part of life. So maybe that's why he was indifferent to using mind dragons as ingredients. But if so, then why was he so fixated on Anna? Why does he want me to bring her to Liveseed? Could he have planted some backdoor trigger on her, waiting for the moment she enters Liveseed to take her place? And then, use her as a vessel to resurrect the dragon of imagination Ankwelt? If so, then Anna is the backup plan's backup plan. This world really is just a giant matryoshka doll of schemes. Just then, Lilith whispered, "Edward, let's go back. Miss Lilith doesn't like this place." "All right." Empress Burrow, Edward's rented villa. Reality twisted sharply. Edward and Audrey reappeared in the living room. Lilith immediately jumped from Edward's arms. Miss Lilith was scared to death just now. "What happened?" Audrey asked. Lilith whispered, "That big gray dragon just now was so scary. I felt like it could gobble me up any second." She shook her head, ears twitching from the memory. Audrey asked, "That mind dragon mentioned Liveseed, did you really not know about it?" "I did," Edward admitted. "And I also know how to get there." "Huh." Edward lifted the couch cushion and pulled out a small leather pouch, from which he took out Griselle's travels. "It's this. This book contains a world conjured entirely from imagination, and Liveseed, the city of miracles, is inside it." Audrey's eyes lit up. "So that's why he said you carried Liveseed's scent." "Exactly. You've already entered it." "Not yet. There are still some issues I haven't resolved." Edward then gave her a full rundown on Griselle's travels. Audrey's face softened with sympathy. "That's cruel. They've been trapped inside for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, and just when they finally have a chance to escape, time itself threatens to erase them. But since you've set all 4 unique coordinates now, you don't have to enter it just yet." Edward shook his head. "Not necessarily." "Why not?" "There are 2 ways to enter the book. One is active, by smearing blood or bodily fluid onto it. The other is passive, if you possess it long enough, you'll eventually be dragged in against your will. He spread his hands. And you know my bookworm consumes abilities every 2 days. Even though he now had the Black Emperor and Red Priest's cards of blasphemy, the two abilities he used the most, theft and prohibition, were both tied to Griselle's travels. So if I disappear one day, chances are I got pulled into the book. In that case, gather 2 or 3 people, smear your blood on the cover, and come find me. Remember, you need enough people. Without them, you'll never reach the end. Audrey nodded seriously. Understood. Then, if it comes to that, should I really bring Anna with me? That. Edward said, I'll need to consult someone. Like the Evernight goddess. Or Adam. Adam, what do you think? Should I bring Anna into the book world? He tilted his head back, gazing up at the ceiling. Moments later, he chuckled softly. No objections. Then I'll take that as a yes. By the way, don't forget to pray to Mr. Fool to help you acquire the materials for Sequence 6. I'll also commission a few people I know. Okay, Audrey nodded. Oh. Then should I even keep trying to join the psychology alchemists? Edward thought for a few seconds. Don't rule it out yet. They have deep knowledge and experience in the spectator pathway. Infiltrating them will be more of an asset than a risk. She gave a charming smile. All right, I'll follow your lead. Note, 170 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 304, Chapter 304, Bernie. The trio, Edward, Audrey, and Lilith, shared a pleasant lunch together. Afterwards, Audrey took Lilith home, while Edward headed once again to the Scarlet Bar, the well-known haunt of the vampires. Yes, even though the progenitor of vampires, Lilith, seemed to hold a favorable attitude toward him, Edward still didn't dare to bring Lilith to vampire territory. Well. Some things, if others choose not to pursue them, it's grace. But if you insist on waving them in their faces, that's just asking to die. Probably because vampires preferred to operate at night, the bar was nearly empty during the afternoon. Most of the customers were unsuspecting regular folk. Judging by the decor alone, the Scarlet Bar was leagues ahead of the Brave Bar in ambience, which made it a favored dating spot among young men and women. At the bar counter, Edward lightly knocked on the polished surface. Is Viscount Arlda or Countess Akasha in? They're not here, the bartender answered lazily. They only come in at night. Would it be possible for you to share their address? Oh. The bartender's eyes lifted slightly, then widened a bit. Ah, it's you. He bent down, rummaged through the drawer behind the counter, and handed over a folded note. This is something the Countess left for you. Edward unfolded the note. An address was written on it. 132 Lombardy Street, Hillston Borough. So, she already predicted I'd come crawling back, huh? Thanks. As Edward walked away, the bartender grumbled behind him, stingy bastard, digging for info and didn't even order a drink. About 10 minutes later, Edward arrived at the address. Actually, apparating to the Hilton district only took a few seconds, the rest of the time was spent locating Lombardy Street among the maze of roads. This was a commercial street, but compared to those in the Cherwood or East Borough, this area was clearly much cleaner and more upscale. After all, this neighborhood was home to the rich and powerful. The roads were spotless, planters lined the sidewalks, and the architecture had a uniform charm, a bit like the preserved tourist towns of the future. This is a bathhouse. Edward stared at the feminine-looking storefront, the heavy scent of perfume wafting out from afar. All the clientele going in and out were women. A woman's bathhouse. Just then, a passing noblewoman said proudly, "This is a private bath, something Emperor Roselle invented over a century ago." Private bath. Edward was instantly suspicious. I bet Roselle had some sketchy reason behind inventing this. Wait, didn't private bath just mean private hot spring? There are hot springs in Backlund. His thoughts drifted for a few seconds as he stared at the shop. He found himself struggling to move forward, especially when the sign on the door clearly read in multiple languages, "No men allowed." Maybe I should have Phoenix help me get Akasha. Just as he was thinking that, the ornate wooden door swung open. A short-haired, strikingly handsome Akasha stood in the doorway, waving at him with a smile. "Come on in." "Ah, better not." Edward pointed to the sign. She strode over, grabbed his arm, and began pulling him inside. "It's fine. I'm the owner. If I say you can come in, you can." As they approached the door, she flipped the sign to its reverse side, "Full for today." Inside, the decor was comfortable and elegant. Around 7 or 8 casually dressed women were chatting and lounging. When they saw Aman walk in, they blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Oh my, Akasha, is this your little brother? Introduce him to us." "Hey there, handsome guy, wanna join us in the bath?" Akasha chuckled. Don't get weird, ladies. This one's a VIP. She led Edward to a private room connected to a large pool about 10 square meters in size. Gentle steam rose from the sulfur-scented water. She plopped herself into a chair, crossed her legs confidently, and grinned. Well. What do you think? About what? My private bath club. Akasha gestured grandly. Every day, beautiful women of all kinds come here to soak, lounge around in barely anything, and drink fresh blood. Ugh, this life, absolute heaven. Okay. It was pretty clear now. This vampire countess, Akasha, had one obvious passion, women. Though she herself was female, she seemed much more mentally sound than either Emlyn or her brother. Such a pity, she sighed. Life was so good, until I inherited their beyonder characteristics and suddenly had a bloody vendetta to deal with. Well, guess I'll just avenge them then. She looked over with a smirk. So. You came here, meaning you've decided to sign the contract. Edward took out the document, already bearing his signature, and handed it over. Signed and done. Oh. Akasha skimmed it and laughed. One last reminder, this contract is notarized by a Sequence 3 arbiter. That means even if you ascend to Sequence 3, it's still binding. Of course, if you reach angel status, then yeah, it won't hold anymore. No problem. Akasha tucked the contract away. All right then, we're officially partners now. She leaned back with her hands on her waist. So, where's that marauder demigod hiding? Let's go kill her tonight. Not exactly sure yet, Edward admitted. Huh. Akasha frowned. I'm telling you now, I'm not good at tracking people. Edward began explaining. The last confirmed location was in the northern borough, on Buckland Street. She was severely wounded and sealed in the sewers. If she wanted to escape, she'd either need help digging through the walls or abandon her body and possess another creature. She had been grooming a student on the marauder pathway, though clearly with ulterior motives. I suspect she was planning to parasitize her student for rebirth. From what I know, she's so heavily injured that she probably only has one chance left to possess a new host. What I'm certain of is, she hasn't possessed her student yet. After that night, I didn't return to Buckland Street, in case I spooked her. So I don't know if she's still down there. Akasha rubbed her chin. From what I know, people on the marauder pathway are very alert. She's most likely already abandoned her body and escaped the sewers. I think so too. What I'm unsure about is what she possessed. Marauders are getting rarer. Since she taught her student herself, I doubt she'd give that up unless she had no other option. Akasha nodded thoughtfully. Give me the student's information. I'll do some digging. Her name is Hazel Mocked. She lives at 39 Buckland Street, Northern District. I'll swing by there tonight. Edward added, oh, and you might want to check out rats, stray cats, or stray dogs. Given the situation that night, if she didn't choose her student, then she didn't have many options. It was late, there weren't any other people around. Akasha's eyes lit up. Smart. In the original story, the marauder demigod of the Jacob family did exactly that. Only, in that case, Klein had ambushed her and blown up the sewer with explosives, forcing her to hurriedly possess a rat. But that night shouldn't have been that urgent. Then again, maybe it was. Edward realized, I didn't see it as urgent, but she might have. Once her presence was exposed, even if no one came to kill her, just getting reported to the church would be enough to screw her over. So, it's entirely possible she did the exact same thing as in the original story. After all, she doesn't know others are working off spoilers. That's the problem with ignorance bias, you assume what you know, everyone else knows too. Akasha smiled slyly. Well then, now that business is done, want me to show you around? Plenty of beautiful women here today. No thanks. Don't tell me you're into men. Absolutely not. She raised an eyebrow. Even Arlda, that idiot obsessed with suits, finds excuses to swing by here all the time. And you aren't interested? I already have a girlfriend. Oh, a pure-hearted, devoted lover. She laughed. Just like my dad. Too bad, because of that, he had a chance to run, but he chose to die with my mom instead. If it were me, I'd run for sure. Die for love. Sure, but only after I got my revenge. Edward nodded solemnly. I agree with that mindset. Akasha smirked. Not bad. If I were a guy, I'd probably like you. What the hell kind of conversation is this? Come on, I'll walk you out. The two strolled down a long wooden corridor. On either side were private bathrooms, and the sound of women splashing in water could occasionally be heard. Edward kept his eyes straight ahead, resolutely minding his own business. Then, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Bernardet. She had changed into a light, flowing dress, perfect for a hot spring soak. Her long hair cascaded loosely down her back, her usual sharpness replaced with a languid ease. The moment they locked eyes, both paused in surprise. Edward instinctively wanted to hide. It felt like getting caught at a nightclub by his daughter. But then he quickly came to his senses. 1. I'm not Roselle, the cheater, Gustav. 2. I'm here on official business. Why the hell should I feel guilty? Bernadette curled her lips into a faint smile. What a coincidence. Edward kept a calm expression. Mem, I'm here to meet with the owner. Smack. Akasha slapped him on the butt and leaned in with a playful grin. Hey, this one's unfamiliar. Your friend. Introduce us. Akasha's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, don't tell me she's your. She's not, Edward interrupted. She's a friend. Her name is. Bernadette narrowed her eyes and said calmly, Bernie Huang. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Soaking in a Hot Spring with Bernadette. Akasha clicked her tongue. Bernie Huang. That's a strange name. Edward was just as surprised. Wasn't Bernie Huang her modern-day side history counterpart's name? Had the Emperor truly used that name as a pet name for Bernadette? At that moment, Bernadette pushed open a nearby door. Since you're already here, why not join me? I still have. Tell me a story while you're at it. Edward let out a long sigh. All right. Audrey's 3 potion formulas were still missing a number of ingredients. He might as well use this opportunity to ask Bernadette for help in acquiring them. The two of them entered the room one after the other. From behind them came Akasha's teasing voice. She leaned against the doorway, gazing at Bernadette with a smile. Would you like me to provide personal service? No need, Bernadette replied, her tone flat and calm. Ah, all right then. Akasha chuckled. You two enjoy yourselves. The wooden door closed without a sound. Bernadette removed her shoes, walked over to the hot spring pool, and sat down at the edge. Her pale, smooth feet slipped into the warm water, gently stirring up soft splashing sounds. She looked just like a carefree neighborhood girl, one who'd somehow lived over 100 years. Edward sat down on a nearby sofa, watching her back as he asked, What kind of story would you like to hear? Supporting herself with both arms behind her, Bernadette played with the water and said, Tell me a story about water. About water. The crow drinking water. Water babies. A nixie in a pond. Why don't you just pick one yourself? Bernadette turned her head, eyes narrowing in quiet scrutiny. If I choose one, will you actually tell it? Edward forced a smile and replied with a non-answer, If it's one I know, of course I will. Then tell me, the woodcutter and the river god. That's related to water, oh, right. The axe fell into the river. A woodcutter was chopping wood near a river when he accidentally dropped his axe into the water. He tried many ways to retrieve it but failed, so he could only sit on the riverbank and sigh. The river god, moved by his sorrow, appeared and conjured a golden axe. He asked the woodcutter, Is this golden axe the one you dropped? The woodcutter shook his head and said no. Then the river god conjured a silver axe and asked again, Is this silver axe the one you dropped? The woodcutter once again shook his head. Finally, the river god retrieved the woodcutter's original iron axe and handed it to him with a smile. The woodcutter was overjoyed and said, This is my axe. The river god, impressed by his honesty, gifted him the golden and silver axes as well. Later, someone else heard the story. The tale was brief. Even though Edward deliberately slowed his narration, he finished it in under 10 minutes. That's the end of the story. Bernadette asked, What would you have done if it were you? Edward pondered for a moment, then replied, I'd try my best to avoid chopping wood near a river in the first place. That way, I wouldn't drop my axe. Bernadette was stunned. Fairy tales are fairy tales because they depict a world that's simple and pure. Good is good. Evil is evil. But in reality, it's never that straightforward. The river god asked, Is this golden axe the one you dropped? He only asked if it was the one I dropped. He never said he'd give it to me. For all I know, if I chose the golden one, he might have used it to split my skull open. If I picked the silver one, he might have done the same with that. Edward shrugged. Isn't that exactly what the Beyonder world is like? You're talking about the hidden sage. That question momentarily threw Edward off. What does this have to do with the hidden sage? Then he quickly remembered. That suspected sentient hermit uniqueness, the hidden sage, was indeed just as he described. When one prayed to him for knowledge, he would cheerfully respond, and then drown you in an overwhelming flood of knowledge. Drive you mad. Lead you to lose control. Bernadette smiled. Don't worry about him. After Father advanced to Knowledge Emperor, I no longer have to worry about the hidden sage's influence. I can continue walking this path while adhering to the creed, do as you will, but harm none. She paused for a few seconds. Even though Father later switched to another pathway, the influence of the hidden sage on me remained minimal. So, rest assured. I wasn't particularly worried in the first place, Edward thought silently. But aloud, he said, Your Majesty, I have a batch of materials I'd like to trouble you to help acquire. As before, I'm willing to pay a certain level of premium. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Edward wrote down the materials required for Audrey's 3 potion sequences. After all, she was wealthy, and these materials would have to be acquired sooner or later anyway. Bernardet glanced at the list and raised her brows in surprise. These are all for high sequences on the spectator pathway. Are you gathering them for that little girlfriend of yours? Yes. It didn't surprise her that she recognized the pathway. After all, the list clearly mentioned things like the pituitary gland and brain of a mind dragon. Where did you get this? From the psychology alchemists. Edward thought about it, then decided not to hide it. He briefly recounted what had happened that morning. Bernadette's brows furrowed immediately. A mind dragon from ancient times. Beings like that do not show kindness without reason. Besides, Father once told me something, beware of the spectator. Edward nodded. I understand that. But in that situation, if I didn't accept his kindness, I might have had to face his malice instead. It wasn't a question of choice. Bernadette fell silent. After a moment, she spoke seriously. Since he gave you the reward in advance, then he must believe that there's a high chance you'll do as he wishes, or perhaps he's already implanted an extremely subtle hypnosis into you. Edward froze, a sudden thudding in his chest. Hypnosis. Psychological cues. These were signature abilities of the spectator pathway. And yet, neither he nor Audrey had even considered the possibility at the time. That alone was a glaring red flag. But then, something occurred to him. He quickly described the circumstances under which they had neglected to think of hypnosis or suggestion, then followed with a logical doubt, but couldn't we just recount what happened to someone familiar with the spectator pathway? Wouldn't they immediately realize something's wrong? Mental plague, Bernadette replied. In general, a mental plague quietly plants a seed of contagious madness within the target's mind island, which then spreads to those around them, driving everyone mad. But in the same way, it can plant a seed of selective blindness to hypnosis, a form of suggestion that spreads to others. He is a sequence 2 angel. In a situation where the attacker is prepared and the defender isn't, even a sequence 2 could be affected. I only avoided it because of a sealed artifact my father left me. A chill ran through Edward's heart. So now that I've realized this, does it mean I'm no longer under its influence? No. You've only re-realized that hypnosis and cues might have occurred. You mean, even if I know I've been hypnotized, I might still end up doing certain things uncontrollably. Edward's expression darkened. Can you lift it for me? Bernadette shook her head. I can't. Perhaps when I advance to sequence 2, I might be able to give it a try. I see. Edward nodded. Truthfully, he wasn't too panicked. After all, this kind of situation was something he could always bring to Mr. Fool. In the original novel, Klein's paper angels had proven remarkably effective against the hypnosis and suggestion of spectator pathway beyonders. The only real concern was whether the current paper angel had the strength to counter a sequence 2 level hypnosis. If it really comes to that, I could always ask the goddess for help, she'd probably, hopefully, maybe be willing. Bernadette added, but there's likely no need to worry in the short term. That ancient dragon still needs you to complete something for him. Before that's done, your safety is likely guaranteed. Edward turned serious. Thank you, Your Majesty. Without your insight, I might not even have known how I met my end. She offered a faint smile. Just tell me a few more stories next time. By the way, I have a sealed artifact here. Could I trouble you to help me test its capabilities? Edward took out the frame. Bernadette blinked. A picture frame? What does it do? Well, just a little thing. It can create a space separate from reality, sort of like your peach blossom spring. But I haven't figured out its limits yet. Splash. She lifted her pale feet from the water and stood barefoot. Go ahead. Pardon me. Edward channeled a bit of spirituality and activated the frame's power. A film-like haze, like frosted glass, enveloped them. They were now inside the world of the painting. Bernadette showed a trace of surprise. I didn't feel a thing before it pulled me in. This object doesn't seem like such a little thing. Edward's mind stirred. He immediately deactivated the painting realm. What is it? I want to try again, this time, you try to avoid getting pulled in. Bernadette understood his intent and nodded. Here we go. Edward activated, world within the painting, once more. Almost simultaneously, Bernardet dissolved into a flurry of iridescent bubbles and vanished. She dodged it. No, came her voice from behind. The bubbles rapidly gathered and reformed into her figure. Bernardet frowned. Even knowing you were going to activate it, and taking action in advance, I still couldn't escape. This sealed artifact seems rather extraordinary. Then let's test its durability. A flash of light crossed Bernadette's deep blue eyes. A dark red, ancient spear appeared in her hand out of thin air. In the next instant, Edward felt as if he were caught in the heart of a storm. His spirituality surged in alarm, screaming danger. This was on a completely different level from the spear of Longinus he had documented. It was far more powerful. With overwhelming force, the spear hurtled toward the edge of the space. Crack! The unmistakable sound of shattering glass rang out. Edward knew that was the prelude to the collapse of the painting world. In the same moment, the spear of Longinus dissipated into nothingness. Bernadette spoke calmly. It can't withstand a full-powered strike from my spear. Seeing Edward's slight disappointment, she added, but most demigods probably wouldn't be able to break it. And considering how difficult it is to evade, this sealed artifact is already very powerful. Fair enough. After all, this frame was one of the few pleasant surprises in that pile of trash. Edward quickly composed himself. Thank you, Your Majesty. No need to thank me. Just lend it to me if I ever need it. Of course. Bernadette returned to sit by the hot spring, dipping her feet back in. Casually, she said, Bornova left for Intis yesterday. So soon. He only lives for the Church of Steam and Machinery and his God. The only reason he came to Backlund at all was because the Archbishop here had something to ask of him. He simply went along with it. A hint of disappointment laced her voice. I should have realized it sooner. My brother, Bornova Gustav, died a long time ago. What remains now is merely an angel with his face and no humanity. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 306, Chapter 306, Hunt for the Thief. Splash. Bernadette stepped into the pool and sat down, letting the steaming water rise until it submerged her shoulders. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'd like to rest for a while. Care to join me? Edward quickly shook his head. No need, I still have things to take care of. She let out a soft hum, saying nothing more. Farewell, Edward said gently as he pulled the door open and stepped outside. Bernadette raised her slender, pale neck and murmured to herself. Father, if it were you, what would you do? Number 39, Backlund Street. When Hazel returned to her room, a gray-white rat suddenly darted out from who knew where, scampering right up to her feet. It comically squatted there and then, with a ripple in the air, opened its mouth to speak human language. I suddenly have a very bad feeling. Hazel quickly asked, What's wrong, teacher? These past few days had been a roller coaster for Hazel. First, her teacher, the one who'd led her into the world of the Beyonders, suddenly vanished without a trace. Then, during a dinner banquet at the Hall family estate, her father was poisoned. That incident had nearly scared her half to death. Fortunately, both situations had quickly turned around for the better. I'm not sure, said the gray-white rat warily, casting sharp glances around. It's just a sudden premonition. I want you to arrange for me to relocate immediately. Flora Jacob had not been having a smooth time lately. After finally locating the long-lost treasure of the Jacob family, she had suffered severe injuries in the process and had been sealed inside the sewers, unable to move. After accumulating power over a period of time, she had successfully lured a naive noble girl, Hazel, into becoming her student through dream infiltration. Step by step, she had guided her into the marauder pathway. Once it was confirmed that her original body was beyond recovery, Flora planned to abandon it and parasitize Hazel, taking over her body completely. Everything had been proceeding in an orderly fashion, until that night, when an extraordinary black cat entered her view. Through her astrological powers, Flora had sensed an overwhelming omen. If she could parasitize that cat and use it as a medium, she would be able to find a host far stronger than Hazel. Note, in the original novel, Flora is stated to possess astrology, either as a marauder with relevant abilities or originally from another pathway like Apprentice. In fact, this was the second time she had encountered that cat. The first time, while partially possessing a rat, she had come across a being so terrifying that she had mistaken it for an evil god. All she could do then was flee. Parasitism. She wouldn't have dared. But upon encountering it again that night, she knew she couldn't let the opportunity pass her by. Just as she was about to succeed, however, someone had interrupted her parasitism. The effort had completely depleted the power she had built up, returning her to square one. Fortunately, it seemed the other party hadn't fully figured out what she was. After rescuing that cat, they had quickly left. But Flora could sense the hostility the individual had toward her. She knew she couldn't remain in the sewers any longer. Parasitize Hazel now. Impossible. If someone investigated, they would surely start with Hazel and her family. Right now, what she needed was not to find a better host, but to escape the notice of whoever might come looking for revenge. Her attention turned to the rats in the sewer. At that moment, Hazel spoke. "We have an estate outside Backlund. Would you like to go there first?" "Perfect." Flora responded decisively. "Send me there immediately." Hazel hesitated. "Teacher, what exactly happened that night?" The gray-white rat looked up, its pupils gleaming crimson. "The black cat you encountered was an extraordinary creature. It may have looked like a cute little kitten, but in truth it was a monster. If I hadn't stopped you from bringing it home, your entire family would have been eaten alive." Hazel's face instantly turned pale. Flora continued coldly, and the person who showed up afterwards was its owner, an extremely dangerous and wicked individual. I may have driven him off that night, but my injuries relapsed because of it. To avoid retaliation, I had no choice but to hide in the body of this rat. "So, the ominous premonition you just had, is it because of that person?" "Probably." She waved her paw irritably. "Enough talking. I need to leave right away, before he really does come after me, and drags you and your family down with me." "All right, I'll make the arrangements right away." Hazel quickly left the room, her mind involuntarily flashing back to the men she'd seen that weekend at the Hall family banquet. Wasn't he the escort of the Hall family's eldest daughter? Could someone like that really be the dangerous, evil-being teacher described? And that silly, spoiled, freeloading cat, could it truly be a monster that devoured people? Hazel shook her head hard. How could you doubt your teacher? If not for her teacher guiding her into the world of mysticism, she would still be a clueless noble girl. How could she have seen the wonders of the Beyonder realm? Teacher had told her before, when the wicked disguise themselves, they often look like good people. That must be it. As dusk approached, a bat no larger than a human palm tore through the air and appeared before Edward. It dropped a small slip of paper before hovering midair, waiting for Edward's response. It was Akasha's messenger. Edward unfolded the note and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Akasha had already pinpointed the whereabouts of the demigod from the marauder pathway. As expected, the woman had chosen to parasitic a rat and was now hiding in a manor on the outskirts of Backlund. "Please inform Countess Akasha, we move tonight." Whoosh. The small bat vanished in a flicker of shadow. Edward turned to Lilith, who was curled up with a book in her hands, and said, "Lilith, I'm off to avenge you." "Eh?" She looked up. "Is it that bad guy from the sewers?" "That's right. I want to go too." "No can do, it's too dangerous." Lilith pouted. "All right, I'll stay home and wait for you then, but don't take too long." Edward gave her head a gentle pat before his figure distorted and disappeared into the air. A few minutes later, Lilith stretched lazily, got up, hopped onto the windowsill, and leapt into the shadows. Northborough, Pinster Street. Disguised with an ordinary face, Edward knocked on the door of townhouse number 7. A few moments later, Leonard opened the door, his expression puzzled at the sight of an unfamiliar visitor. "Who are you here to see?" The response came not from Edward, but from inside Leonard's mind. Palez said calmly. "He's here for me." "What?" Leonard froze in disbelief. Ordinarily, anyone who knew the old man would certainly have to go through him first, right? How could someone skip over him entirely and go straight to knowing that guy? His face darkened. "Old man, did you take control of my body while I was asleep?" "What do you think?" Palez replied blandly, "Relax. I always tell you when I'm taking control. As for this gentleman, he's the student of an old friend of mine. He's come to join forces in hunting down a demigod from the marauder pathway." Leonard spoke inwardly. Why didn't I know about this at all? Because we didn't meet in the real world. Naturally, you wouldn't have known. Now, are you planning to just stand in the doorway all night? Leonard exhaled and calmed down. Although he had never fully trusted the entity parasiticing his body, their long-term companionship and the many ways it had helped him over the years had gradually changed his attitude. He was beginning to regard Palez more and more like an overly strict grandfather. "Come in, then." "No need," Edward shook his head. "Old man, I've already contacted a vampire demigod. The hunt begins tonight. Are you available now?" "Tell him, I'm available," Palez responded. "But I've already told him last time what I can and cannot do. If he's okay with that, we can head out now." Leonard relayed the message. "No problem. All I need you to do is make sure she doesn't escape." "Understood." Palez smiled faintly. "Then, it's time for me to take over again." Leonard drew in a deep breath. "Do it." 8:30 p.m., Elk Manor, northwestern suburbs of Backlund. This manor originally belonged to a viscount and had stood for over a century. After marrying, Member of Parliament Mock purchased it, spending a substantial sum each year to renovate and maintain the property. It was the perfect weekend retreat during autumn and winter, where he could host gatherings with friends. But due to recent events, it was unlikely MP Mocht would return anytime soon. Nevertheless, the manor was still staffed with maids and servants to keep it in pristine condition, always ready for a visit. Deep within the wine cellar, Flora Jacob had relocated here at noon, but unease had gnawed at her ever since. She had the distinct feeling that someone was watching her every move from the shadows. But no matter how many rats she commanded to scour the grounds, she couldn't detect any trace of beyonders. She tried to convince herself it was just paranoia, but the anxiety wouldn't go away. Impossible. There's no way they could have found me so quickly. It must be the rat, the parasitic influence making me paranoid and fearful of everything. Yes. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Once I get through this period, I'll be safe. The grey-white rat squeaked and screeched as it gnawed frantically on a wooden barrel in the cellar, trying to soothe the growing terror in its heart. Suddenly, a crimson radiance bloomed in the dark, spreading rapidly and bathing the entire cellar in the glow of a blood-colored moon. The moon? No. How could there be a moon visible in a basement? Flora instantly understood. Her dark red pupils flared with light as she activated her ability and stole the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, darkness reclaimed the room. Then, pairs upon pairs of blood-red eyes lit up across the cellar. They belonged to countless mad rats, twisted and deranged, Flora's minions, meticulously arranged in advance for this exact moment. She had only one thought. Escape. She didn't care who her enemy was, fighting was absolutely out of the question. But in the very next second, Flora felt something terrible, those rats around her were rapidly slipping beyond her control. The sensation was all too familiar. Another marauder is here. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 340 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Midnight, Woman and Cat. Who was it? Flora had no time to think. In an instant, everything around her blurred. Before she realized what had happened, she found herself in an entirely different space. It was Edward's world within the painting. Crimson moonlight bloomed again. A powerful sense of danger struck Flora. She watched as the moonlight condensed into a humanoid figure, its claws laced with crimson runes, slashing straight at her. Steal. She instantly stole a few seconds of her opponent's thoughts and then rapidly followed up by stealing distance in an attempt to escape. Magnify, theft is forbidden in this space. Shrouded in the invisibility cloak, Edward immediately banned her use of the theft ability. At the same time, he distorted her path to send the grey-white rat back along its original route and amplified its susceptibility to rodent instinct. But Flora swiftly shook off the distortions. Within her dark red eyes, a flurry of strange symbols began to surface. It was the decrypting ability unique to the marauder pathway, capable of unraveling illusions, dreams, and enigmas, and even tracing an enemy's location. At higher sequences, it could dissect others' abilities and uncover weaknesses, then use those findings to bypass or neutralize them. Sure enough, she quickly identified the flaw in Edward's prohibition. The next second, her claw swept out, steal. She stole Edward's invisibility cloak, cloaking herself in stealth. But Akasha was unfazed. As a vampire, she possessed an extraordinary sense of smell. Even with her eyes closed, she could track Flora by scent alone. She slashed her claws through the air, forming 5 enormous gouges, dozens of meters long, from which moonlight-like flames spewed out, scorching everything in sight. Flora, however, was no longer within the range of those strikes. Magnify, invisibility is forbidden in this space. Edward immediately patched the loophole. The invisibility cloak clattered to the ground, now fully visible, but the rat was nowhere to be seen. Oh. Hiding just because I shouted. Akasha clicked her tongue. Her illusory bat wings fluttered slightly, and in the next instant, her body dissolved into scattered crimson moonlight. A heartbeat later, the moonlight coalesced into a sea of blood. Suddenly, a shrill rodent screech echoed out. From the blood sea, the grey-white rat expanded more than tenfold, its fur slick with wriggling, living blood. Got you. The writhing blood abruptly tightened into claws, gripping the rat. At the same time, flames of crimson moonlight erupted. Boom. Even though Flora tried to steal her way to another location again, the flames still scorched her fur to a crisp, leaving her blackened and charred. Magnify, Sectum Sempra. Avada Kedavra. Fiendfire. Cull. Wearing the Ravenclaw diadem, Edward went all out, launching a barrage of overwhelming spells at the massive rat. Flora responded by frantically stealing position after position, narrowly evading the onslaught. Chains twisted into serpentine shapes, lunging at her. Though none successfully bound her, they created enough pressure to severely disrupt her movement. Magnify, Flavitus. Edward seized an opportunity and cast a large-scale, high-spirituality transformation spell. It struck the giant rat, briefly turning it into a block of wood. It only lasted a second, but it was all Akasha needed. Swish. A blood-red arrow appeared out of thin air, as if it pierced through space itself, flying straight at Flora. She instinctively prepared to steal once more. Distortion. Edward twisted her intent at that critical moment. Slash. The arrow of the blood moon pierced straight through her neck, emerging from the other side and leaving behind a wound burning with crimson moonlight. Magnify, distortion. Edward immediately followed up, magnifying the wound and distorting it into a fatal injury. No. Flora let out a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly, from the wounds on her body, strange segmented worms began to squirm out, each with 7 or 8 transparent segments. In their translucent flesh floated 3-dimensional runes, while time itself seemed to drip across their bodies. Edward's mind went blank. By the time he regained clarity, his belt, his clothes, even a large chunk of his abilities, had vanished. He hastily activated Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, invoking 41 simultaneous thought processes to resist the demigod's cognitive theft. Akasha fared worse. She collapsed, naked and limp, her crimson eyes vacant and hollow. Edward knew she had entered her mythical creature form. She was going all in. At that moment, the world within the painting began to collapse, fading into nothing. The three of them returned to the pitch-black wine cellar. Flora had gone mad. She no longer wanted to escape. She no longer tried to resist the loss of control that came with the mythical creature state. She acted purely on instinct, to steal, to destroy, to annihilate everything around her. And just then, a clock tolled. Leonard appeared. Reflected in his green eyes were 2 dimly glowing, 12-segmented translucent worms of time. The 2 worm of time looped into identical vertical circles, their tails connecting to their heads. Flora seemed drawn to them. She stopped stealing from her surroundings and instead targeted Leonard. Why are you forcing me? Why are you doing this to me? Why? She unleashed a powerful theft against Leonard. And failed. This was the crushing suppression of high sequence over low. At that moment, behind Leonard appeared a phantasmal, ancient stone-carved wall clock. The monstrous, insectoid Flora rapidly withered, her life essence draining away. She was then pulled uncontrollably into the stone-carved clock. And vanished. A demigod who had entered a mythological form, just like that, was dead. Go. Leave immediately. It was Palez's aged voice from Leonard's mouth. In a blink, they vanished using stolen distance. Edward scrambled to retrieve everything that had just been stolen from him. Akasha's voice rang out, "Ugh, demigods really are a pain. I was this close to killing her, and still almost got taken out by her mythological backlash." Her form fluttered midair, wavering between reality and illusion, a massive bat. "Help clean up my clothes, would you? I'm off." She dissolved into moonlight and disappeared. Edward casually incinerated her discarded garments with fiend fire, then used apparition to vanish from the cellar. Silence returned to the place, leaving behind nothing but wreckage and spilt wine. No one would have imagined that, moments earlier, a demigod had died here. Meanwhile, in the city of Backlund, a man dressed as a postal courier rode leisurely down a pitch-dark street. He wore a crystal monocle over his right eye. Suddenly, the monocle flashed with light. He curled his lips into a subtle smile. Why do I feel like I just missed a great show? A moment later, his smile widened. Interesting. 39 Backlund Street. Hazel sat bolt upright in bed. Her heart was racing, as though something horrifying had just occurred. But what could have happened? She swallowed, looked out the window, and noticed the moonlight tonight was especially red, almost like blood. Above the gray fog. For briefly recounted her encounter with a member of the Abraham family, including the strange notebook, the will of Mr. Lawrence, and the beyonder characteristics he left behind. She had genuinely liked that kind Mr. Lawrence, it was a pity his time had come. While she trusted his goodwill, she still hesitated to visit a stranger just because of his will. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what should I do?" she asked timidly. Sigh. As expected, Miss Magician was also a chosen one. Clearly, hers was the encounter-type cheat. Now, when would Mr. Hangman give me a surprise? Klein chuckled. "Follow your truest desire," he replied. Forsey bowed her head, thoughtful. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fool." She resolved to buy a steam train ticket the next morning. Traveling from Backlund to Pritz Harbor would take just over an hour. Maybe even less. Klein thought for a moment and added, "If you're really unsure, perhaps you could pay one of the Tarot Club members to accompany you." Forsey's expression stiffened. She instinctively touched her empty pockets. Better not. Klein, of course, noticed her little gesture and almost laughed aloud. "Looks like I'm no longer the poorest member of the Tarot Club." Pritz Harbor. Under the cover of night, One-Eyed Cage led his group of 5 along a winding path outside the city, several kilometers from the port, toward a slope that led to an abandoned dock. Boss Cage, are we really going to help that guy transport his cargo? Yeah, didn't we already turn over a new leaf? Smack. Cage slapped the back of the speaker's head. We're not some pansy actresses from the Red Theater. What do you mean, turned over a new leaf? This is called reforming through virtue, correcting past mistakes. The beaten man looked aggrieved. Then why are we still doing shady runs like this? We don't even know what kind of cargo it is, but it's definitely not something good. We don't have a choice, do we? Cage growled. Didn't we try anonymously tipping off the church? And it got us nowhere. After a pause, his tone darkened. You think if we turn this down, someone won't drag us off the next day and string us up from the gallows? Cage sighed. Let's figure out how to get in touch with Mr. Sparrow first. Survival comes first. And besides, we're not moving cargo tonight. We're just meeting someone, leading them in. Oh. The younger men still looked unhappy. They had once been the lowest rung aboard the Iron Hook, mere cannon fodder who risked their lives daily. It had taken a lot for them to finally settle down and earn honest wages. They really didn't want to go back to the way things were. Wait. One of them squinted ahead and nudged Cage. Boss, look over there. Cage instantly froze, hand slipping under his coat to rest on his revolver, eyes locked on the silhouette slowly approaching from the end of the trail. 30 seconds later, a woman in a black dress appeared, cradling a black cat as she strolled toward them like she was on a midnight walk. A woman. Alone. In the middle of nowhere. At night. Even thinking with your knees, you'd know this wasn't normal. The woman in black finally seemed to notice them. She raised an eyebrow slightly. In that instant, Cage and his men felt as if their bodies turned to stone. A wave of icy dread swept from their heads to their toes, and they suddenly couldn't breathe. We're going to die. So this is how it ends. In that moment, one-eyed Cage finally understood the true terror of the Beyonder world. Just one encounter, just one look, and they were crushed like bugs. Then the black cat on the woman's shoulder climbed to her ear, as if whispering something. The next second, that soul-crushing sensation vanished. All 5 men collapsed to the ground, gasping for air like drowning men. Let us go. One-eyed Cage tried to speak, to say thank you, but when he looked up, the woman in black had already vanished. As if she had never been there at all. Boss Cage, do we still keep going? One of the younger men asked in a trembling voice after a long silence. Yes. Cage staggered to his feet, and with grim resolve, continued forward. The rest exchanged looks and hurried after him. About 10 minutes later, they reached the end of the trail, arriving at the abandoned dock Baron had told them about. From a distance, they could see a large ship anchored just off the beach, its silhouette barely visible in the dark. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The only sound was the crashing of waves. Is that the ship? Yeah. As they approached, a strong stench of blood suddenly hit them, carried on the sea breeze. Cage's expression changed. He rushed forward, quickly climbing aboard the vessel, only to see corpses strewn across the deck and streams of blood flowing like a river. Before he even gave the order, the 4 younger men spread out instinctively, circling the ship to check. When they regrouped a few minutes later, they all shook their heads. Dead. All of them. Same over here. Was it that woman from before? Cage knelt beside 2 corpses. Their faces were still frozen in expressions of rage and hatred. Judging by the wounds, they had killed each other with their own weapons. He glanced around. The others had met similar ends, clearly died by mutual slaughter. It doesn't matter anymore, Cage said coldly. What matters now is, will Baron, or the people behind him, blame us for this? His face hardened. We can't go back to the pub. What? But that's our livelihood now. What's more important, the pub or your life? Both. Motherf. Cage raised his hand to smack him again, but just then, a scratching sound came from below deck, like fingernails scraping against wood. Mixed with it were faint, almost imperceptible whimpers. All 5 men immediately tensed, revolvers drawn. That sound, it's coming from below the deck. Boss, there's a trapdoor here. Should we open it? Cage hesitated for a moment. Then he gave a heavy nod. Do it. Creak. The hidden wooden hatch opened, revealing a pitch-black stairway leading below. No one rushed in. They waited a few long minutes, but nothing happened. Finally, guns raised, they cautiously approached the entrance. Just then, the clouds overhead shifted, revealing the crimson moon. Its eerie light bathed the deck, and illuminated the crowded figures below. The 5 men saw dozens of people packed tightly in the ship's hold. Men, women, even children. Some had the distinctive features of the southern continent. Others were natives from Byam. Still others had the pale faces of Ruanese folk. They were all dressed in rags, faces filled with fear, covered in dirt and grime. Slaves. So that was it. The cargo the Iron Hook used to transport for the big shots had always been slaves. One-eyed Cage wasn't surprised. Out at sea, there wasn't a single profitable trade that wasn't illegal. But what puzzled him was, why were these slaves being shipped all the way to Lone? Did that mean the big shots behind this were Loanese nobles? But hadn't Lone abolished slavery a long time ago? Sure, some vestiges of slavery remained in the shadows. Some rich folks kept secret slaves. But this, an entire shipload, was way too much. Then Cage paused, remembering something. Back in the dockside district, he often heard bar patrons talk about people disappearing. So-and-so's son went missing, so-and-so's maid vanished. Could it all be connected? Boss Cage, what do we do now? Lower the gangplank. The rest isn't our business anymore. With a wave, Cage turned. Let's get out of here, now. The 5 men made a swift retreat. A long time passed. Eventually, the first slave emerged from the ship's hold, trembling. When he saw the deck, the corpses, the blood, he froze in terror. Then his eyes lit up. They're dead. They're all dead. He cried out in joy. The second person climbed out, dazed. Are we free? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 308, Chapter 308, Sirius Lilith. By the time Edward returned to number 7 Pinster Street, having waited for the negative side effects of the Ravenclaw diadem to subside, Leonard had already regained control of his body. Even then, he was still in a state of shock, and when he saw Edward, his gaze was filled with cautious disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, his mentor, the old man, had actually helped Edward kill a demigod from the marauder pathway. For someone like Leonard, who was currently only at sequence 7, a sequence 4 demigod was an incomprehensible and terrifying existence. He knew the old man was once a true angel-level entity, but since that being had always been gravely wounded and never directly acted, Leonard had no real sense of how powerful his parasitic companion truly was. But demigods, no, even someone like Sesamir, the goddess's sword from the Church of the Evernight, just sequence 5, Leonard was all too aware of how terrifying that kind of power could be. Edward gave a wry smile. If Old Man Palez hadn't made a move at the last moment, things might not have gone as well as they did. A demigod entering mythical creature form in a state of complete derangement was not something 2 or 3 ordinary demigods would dare to engage head-on. In the original story, there was even an instance where an old man in mythical form had frightened off his pursuers and barely managed to survive long enough to meet Klein. Palez spoke calmly in Leonard's mind, "Help me thank him, and ask what he wants in return." Leonard relayed this almost mechanically. "The old man says thank you. He wants to know what you'd like in return." Edward was momentarily stunned. "Wasn't this whole hunt tonight something I initiated for my own revenge?" Leonard continued, "That marauder pathway demigod didn't carry any sealed artifacts, and the only valuable beyonder characteristic was absorbed by the old man. You might not care about the gains or losses, but what about the helper you brought in tonight? You can't just let her go home empty-handed, right?" Wise old man, Edward thought. Truly a treasure at home. "That helper," Edward explained, "is someone I've entered into a partnership with. She helped me tonight, and when it's her turn to seek revenge, I'll return the favor." Leonard passed it along. "The old man wants to know, whom is she seeking revenge against?" "A sequence 4 shaman king protected by an evil god. That so-called Klarman might only be sequence 4, but he could use the powers of a high summoner. He could summon a spawn of a true god like Sua." Leonard clenched his fists. "Another demigod. How did I suddenly end up in the high-tier league? I'm just sequence 7. A wave of pressure crushed down on him. If only I could use that silver armor, 1 to 42, whenever I wanted." Palez let out a hoarse chuckle. "Ah, so now you feel the pressure. This is just the beginning." Leonard took a deep breath. "Old man, you still haven't told me, who exactly was it that hunted you down and wounded you so badly?" Palez responded slowly, "Let's put it this way, someone like the demigod we killed tonight wouldn't last even a single second against my enemy. Ha ha ha. Don't overthink it. I've long given up on revenge. Just surviving is enough." Palez chuckled again. "Tell him, if they do go after that shaman king in the future, and if my condition has recovered well enough, I can assist." Leonard passed the message along word for word. Edward was briefly surprised, but then understood. Clearly, Palez is also trying to build a rapport with the Sanguines. After all, no one in this world ever says no to more allies, except for Aman. Got it. I'll let her know. That's it for tonight, see you. With that, Edward used door opening to phase through the wall and vanished. Moments later, he materialized inside Akasha's private bathhouse. She had already changed outfits. As soon as he stepped in, Akasha stretched out a hand expectantly. "My clothes. Ah. I burned them." You burned them. You told me to take care of it. Akasha looked exasperated. I meant take care of it, as in bring it back with you. I was but naked back there. Was I supposed to walk up and put them on in front of you? She squinted at him suspiciously. You didn't sneak it home to collect, did you? Edward rolled his eyes. Sorry, not my kink. Also, my friend said if you're planning to go after Klarman in the future, and if his injuries improve, he might be willing to help. Akasha's eyes lit up. Oh ho, a bonus reward. She clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. Nice, not a wasted effort tonight. That friend of yours must be at least sequence 3, right? Then she paused. Wait, he's injured. You should have come to us, sanguines. Just a few potions, and he'd be back to full power. Yeah, with a dash of mummy powder. Edward held back a grimace. Back to full power, you make it sound like you're selling performance enhancers. Your potions probably won't help his kind of injury. Akasha pinched her chin thoughtfully. Ah, so it's a soul-level wound. That's trickier. Edward pulled out a slip of paper. I'm looking to purchase these materials. If your clan has any, I'd like to buy them. Akasha scanned it quickly. Whoa, this many. What are you, opening a Beyonder material shop? She didn't press further, though. All right, I'll see what I can dig up. The list included not just ingredients needed by Audrey and himself, but a whole array of low-sequence materials, perfect for when he returned to the Harry Potter world to teach potion making. Lastly, Edward produced a sleek briefcase and opened it. This is a mystical expanded storage box. Interested? It has a cubic meter of interior space, plenty of room. How much? Special price for friends, £10,000. She narrowed her eyes. That's your idea of a friend discount? Fine. Final offer, £8,888. Akasha tapped her chin. I'll think about it. That's no small sum. You can also trade in equivalent value materials. She waved him off like shooing a fly. Yeah, I said I'd think about it. Then, good night. Edward placed a hand on his chest and gave a shallow bow, then vanished. Ugh. Akasha ruffled her hair, muttering to herself. I really want that case. But I'm flat broke, should I just sell off that Marquise Beyonder characteristic? No way. Great-grandpa would rise from the underworld and bash my head in. Then her eyes sparkled with sudden inspiration. Wait a minute, didn't Arlda have a bunch of suits he hasn't worn in decades? Hehehe. In a small villa in Empress Borough. When Edward entered the bedroom, he found Lilith already fast asleep on the bed. Just like always, she'd burrowed her head under the covers, leaving only her fluffy little backside sticking out. Sometimes, he truly couldn't figure this little creature out. Some nights she was full of energy, parkouring all over the house in the dead of night. Other times, she conked out earlier than he did. More than once, Edward had asked her about it, and she would always respond with a serious expression, cats are just like that. Edward tiptoed into the bathroom and cast a silencing charm so he could wash up without disturbing her. But by the time he returned to the bedroom, he saw Lilith sitting sleepily at the head of the bed, eyes half closed and on the verge of nodding off. You're back, Edward, she murmured through a yawn. It's so late. Edward walked over and gently scooped her into his arms. Lilith, I avenged you just now. Her eyes opened a little wider. She slowly climbed onto Edward's shoulder and patted his head with a soft paw, whispering, thank you for your hard work. Oh. Why so sweet tonight? Miss Lilith is always sweet, thank you very much. She added seriously, everything Edward does for me, Miss Lilith remembers it all, forever and ever, never forgetting. Edward turned his head slightly and gently touched his forehead to hers. Then I truly thank you, Miss Lilith. Indeed. She bumped her head softly against his. Edward has always protected me. So from now on, Miss Lilith will protect Edward. Let's start with you advancing to sequence 7 first. Lilith grinned proudly. Hee, that's soon enough. All right, I'll be waiting. After coaxing the little one for a while longer, Edward sat down on the bed, still fully dressed, and began mentally tallying the night's gains. First and foremost, he had avenged Lilith. No matter what that marauder pathway demigod had intended by parasiticing her, just the fact that she had harbored harm toward Lilith meant she had chosen the path of death. Although there were no tangible spoils, no Beyonder characteristics or sealed artifacts, tonight's biggest gain was the experience of once again confronting the slippery tricks of the marauder pathway. That woman from the Jacob family had been trying to escape the entire time, never truly fighting to the death until the very end. And even so, Edward had found the battle exhausting. And that was a severely injured marauder pathway demigod. If it had been Aman, who had turned theft into an art form, the three of them would have been toast. But reality was, sooner or later, Edward would have to face Aman. he couldn't just rely on Klein to handle things like in the original plot. What if something went wrong? No, not what if. With the way this story was unfolding, the original canon was becoming less and less useful as reference. Who knew if Aman would jump into the picture early? But Edward rubbed his hair in frustration. Dealing with someone like Aman feels like the only solution is brute force suppression through a much higher sequence. But that guy is already the king of angels. How do I go higher than that? With that depressing thought, Edward threw off the covers and collapsed into bed. Screw it. Sleep. As sleep gradually overtook him, his final thought was, if the rest of those materials and the shepherd characteristic don't show up soon, I'm going to use Madman to the right and forcibly twist fate. The next morning, Edward first met up with Audrey for breakfast. Of course, the main reason was to tell her about what had happened the night before, just in case she was still worried about it. After several days, the incident at the Hall family last weekend was starting to fade from public memory. The headlines in the newspapers had shifted to the ghost ship incident in Pritz Harbor, where a mysteriously abandoned port suddenly hosted a new vessel, its entire crew mysteriously dead. Some eyewitnesses also claimed that many unfamiliar faces had recently appeared around Pritz Harbor. The authorities had intervened immediately, seemingly trying to apprehend these illegal immigrants. Audrey, meanwhile, had returned to the leisurely life of a wealthy heiress, rich, idle, modestly bored, and faintly irritable. Thankfully, after acquiring the hypnotist potion formula, she now had something to look forward to every day, when she could collect all the ingredients and advance to sequence 6. At noon, Edward was hit with not one but two pieces of good news. First, Miss Rainette Tyneker had delivered the entire corpse of a shadowless demonic wolf. Its bodily fluids were required for the sequence 5 potion, and the pituitary gland would also be used for auxiliary ingredients at sequence 4, Secret Sorcerer. Second, Mr. A sent a message. The organization had dispatched a helper named Miss D, who would be arriving in Backlund by train today. As for the shepherd's beyonder characteristic, it was secured. Edward strongly suspected that by secured, A meant eliminate Miss D and extract her characteristic. Frankly, he didn't mind. There weren't exactly many good people in the Aurora Order. After lunch, just as he was about to go find Mr. A, he received a message from Bernardet's messenger, regarding the list of materials he mentioned yesterday. She had asked around among her subordinates and confirmed that some of them could be acquired, including the shepherd's characteristic. However, it would take a little longer. Edward felt even more delighted. Having lots of friends really is a blessing. If the east doesn't shine, the west will. Then he had a sudden thought. Wait a second, this streak of good luck, could it be that little snake secretly tweaked my fate a little? Lilith, he called out, later, go ask Audrey to send another batch of ice cream to Dr. Aaron's house. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, Miss D arrives. Lilith thought for a moment. Oh, is the ice cream for that limping kid from the other day? That's right. Miss Lilith quite likes that kid. He gave me his ice cream. As she spoke, she suddenly exclaimed, ah. I haven't seen Priscilla in so long. I'll take you to see her after I get back. Okay then. I'm heading out now. Bye-bye. In the next instant, Edward had already arrived at Mr. A's residence. You're a bit later than I expected, said Mr. A, who was in the middle of a meal. He held a fork in one hand and used a knife in the other to slice through a blood-red steak, stuffing the still-bleeding meat into his mouth. Wasn't Miss D scheduled to arrive in Backlund tonight? Mr. A set down his utensils. I've decided to meet her halfway. What's the plan? He brought his hands together and said calmly, I need to determine whether she'll interfere with my plans. If not, then I'll simply go greet her. But if she will, well, it wouldn't be unusual for a train to derail during transit, causing mass casualties. Miss D tragically perishing in the accident sounds entirely plausible, don't you think? Edward frowned. Must you always drag innocent people into it when you act? There is no such thing as innocence among those who do not believe in our Lord. Mr. A's tone was icy. For the sake of the world, the Lord bore sin and pain and hanged himself upside down. Yet not only do these people fail to be grateful for his salvation, they even label him an evil god. You don't think they deserve to die? Edward tried to reason with him. Is it possible that people feel this way about the Lord, because of how the Aurora Order has acted all these years? Mr. A shot him a cold glance and didn't respond. Let's go. Sigh. Trying to reason with a religious fanatic, what was I even thinking? At least he still had his frame, which could carve out its own space when needed. But Edward was beginning to feel that his friendship with Mr. A might not last much longer. East Tuck County, outskirts of the Western District, Mr. A said, leaving behind a location before switching over to his Shepherd Pathways grazed traveler spirit. With one step, he vanished into the spirit world. Wait, what? I've never even been to East Tuck County. Edward let out a sigh and summoned Phoenix. Phoenix, do you know where East Tuck County in Backland is? The bird shook its head. Nope. Can you sense Mr. A's location? I can. Take me there. Okay. Phoenix spread its wings and grabbed Edward by the clothes. The world around them blurred into intense color, thick, dreamy hues, signaling their entry into the spirit world. Unlike the long journey to Calderon City last time, this time they only flew through the spirit world for about 10 seconds before the air tore open again. They emerged just a few meters from a railway track, Mr. A already standing there. Thanks. You can return now. East Tuck County was located west of Backland. Its latitude was roughly the same, and it also sat near the coastline, so the climate wasn't too different. However, the local environment was notably better. With less industrial development, the region had significantly more vegetation coverage. Edward walked up, grumbling, Mr. A, if my messenger couldn't traverse the spirit world, I wouldn't have made it in time. Mr. A stared toward the distant end of the tracks. Don't you already have some kind of teleportation ability? Yeah, but apparition only works for places I've already been to, Edward thought but didn't say aloud. Can you at least tell me something about Miss D? Her sequence. Pathway. Any sealed artifacts? If things go sideways, I need to be ready. Mr. A shook his head. I don't know. You don't know. Because the previous divine emissary codenamed D was a Miss D, a shepherd like me. He frowned slightly. Normally, unless a divine emissary dies, their codename doesn't change. But this Miss D appeared out of nowhere and directly replaced the previous one. What happened to the original Miss D? Mr. A gave a cold laugh. She was killed. Defied an order, clashed with the new Miss D, and lost. The shepherd trait I mentioned to you. It came from her. Goddamn lunatic cult. They really do kill each other at the drop of a hat. That divine emissary had been a mid-ranking figure in the Aurora Order, and they still just offed her. Edward silently mourned the deceased Miss D for 3 seconds, and then sincerely thanked her from the bottom of his heart for her contribution to his Sequence 5 advancement. Mr. A's voice lowered. Which is why, in truth, I don't want to fight this new Miss D. A pause. If I can help it. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling about this, Edward thought. Half an hour later. A distant whistle echoed through the air. The ground beneath the tracks began to shake. The rumbling grew louder and louder until a steam locomotive, belching thick smoke, slowly rolled into view. Mr. A turned toward Edward. Come on. Let's head to the East Tuck County platform. He handed Edward a train ticket. Edward blinked. What's this for? Mr. A smirked. What, were you planning to board without a ticket? Edward found himself struggling to keep up with Mr. A's train of thought. His way of doing things really was all over the place. Clang-clang, clang-clang, clang-clang. A few minutes later, the steam locomotive slowly pulled into the platform at East Tuck County. This was Edward's second time riding a train. Although trains in this era were still old-fashioned steam locomotives, perhaps thanks to Roselle's inventions, the interior layout was oddly similar to the trains of the later generations. Soon after boarding, the train let out a few long whistles and began chugging away from East Tuck County Station. Edward turned to Mr. A, so what's really going through your head? Mr. A replied blandly, Emperor Roselle once said, civility before force. He paused. Ah, forgot to tell you. The exact train number, car, and compartment Miss D is in. She told me that in advance. Edward's eyes widened. So she wanted you to come. As they spoke, the two left the bustling class cars and entered the quieter, more refined first-class section. Here, each car had only 3 private compartments, and the price of one ticket was dozens, sometimes hundreds, of times higher than a regular one. It was a space reserved for the wealthy elite. This is the one. Just as Mr. A was about to knock, the door creaked open on its own. From inside came a hoarse and unsettling voice, Come in, Mr. A. The private compartment was about 3 to 4 meters in length and richly decorated. There were leather couches, thick carpet, and even a small built-in stove gently burning. A short figure, entirely shrouded in a black robe with a hood covering their face, was seated on the couch, extending gloved hands toward the stove's warmth. Edward blinked in surprise. So this is the Miss D who took down the previous emissary. Doesn't really fit the image I had in mind. Without ceremony, Mr. A sat down opposite her. Edward hesitated a moment, then stood silently behind him. Crossing one leg over the other, Mr. A spoke calmly, Let's get to the point, Miss D. What do you want from me? Miss D chuckled hoarsely. I simply informed you of my train and compartment number in advance. I never asked you to come. Weren't you the one who came looking for me? Mr. A rubbed his clasped hands slowly. Fine. Then tell me, what's your mission in Backlund this time? That's not something you need to know, she replied. Just follow my lead. And what exactly does that entail? From now on, all Aurora Order operations in Backlund are to cease. Await further instructions. Mr. A was silent for a few seconds. All operations. Are you including the Lord's Descent? Of course. And if I refuse? Miss D said coldly, the last person who refused me is already dead. Mr. A's eyes narrowed. You threatening me? You're free to see it that way. Silence. Edward stood to the side, absolutely floored. Should I even be surprised? It's the Aurora Order, after all. No tests, no mind games, no subtlety, straight to the jugular. 2 sentences in and they're already about to throw hands. But in the end, Mr. A swallowed his rage. You're abandoning the Lord's Descent plan. That's your plan, Miss D said coldly. Not mine. The Aurora Order seeks to bring the Lord back into this world, to spread his light upon all once again. Not some half-baked descent of limited power, just to make a splash in the headlines. All you're doing is helping others get what they want while you get betrayed and tossed aside. What a joke. Mr. A's expression twisted. That was not some half-baked. I know you're desperate, Miss D interrupted, her tone mocking and provocative. But don't be in such a rush, Mr. A. You don't even know what's happening in Backlund. You don't know what's about to happen. And you certainly don't know that the one behind all of this is the Lord's greatest enemy. Yes, that's right. You know nothing. So be a good little mascot, will you? As she spoke, she tugged her sleeves up slightly. If you're still not convinced, I can kill you right now. Just a friendly reminder, the portion of the Lord's power parasiting your body. It won't intervene. The veins on Mr. A's beautiful and demonic face bulged. His pupils burned with fury. Without the Lord's power, he was nothing more than a Sequence 5 shepherd, and if a shepherd like the former Misty could be killed and turned into a beyonder characteristic, who knew what this one was capable of? He slowly turned to look at Edward. The message was clear. Edward stared back. Wait, what? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Misty burst into raucous laughter. No way. No way. Don't tell me your last trump card is this guy standing behind you. Was that an insult? Why do I feel like this Miss D really needs a good slap? She kept laughing. Wanna bet? If a fight did break out, your little backup here would probably side with me. Mr. A's face froze. You betrayed me. That expression, that gaze, it was like he just caught Edward cheating on him. Edward felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly raised his hands in protest. I don't know anything, okay? I don't even know her. She's clearly trying to stir things up, you can't see that. You sure you don't know me, kid? Misty pulled back her hood. Underneath was a short head of jet black hair, a youthful face lifted in smug defiance. Her smile was wild, provocative, and utterly at odds with her youthful features. Priscilla. Note, though we missed our Power Stone goal by 10, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy 510 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 310, ready to advance to Sequence 5. No. This wasn't just Priscilla. It was Priscilla, possessed by Medici. Edward was completely dumbfounded. Miss D was actually Priscilla. Although he'd had a moment of doubt earlier when he saw her small frame, it never crossed his mind that it could be Priscilla. These two identities belonged to completely separate worlds, how could they possibly overlap? But now Edward finally understood where Priscilla had sleepwalked to the last time Medici took control of her body. This guy really didn't know how to sit still. Even under these circumstances, he managed to stir up a storm in silence. Priscilla, Medici, beamed at Edward with a gleeful, amused look, clearly enjoying the show. Mr. A, meanwhile, was even more stunned that Miss D turned out to be a child. Ah. Edward sighed deeply, then quietly took a few steps and stood behind Priscilla. Mr. A immediately clenched his fingers tightly. Edward said helplessly, I haven't betrayed you. I don't know Miss D either. This child is my younger sister. She was possessed by one of your Aurora Order's evil spirits. I didn't have a choice. Wait, why am I explaining anything? I was never Mr. A's subordinate to begin with, we just had a bit of cooperation. Where's the betrayal in that? But his explanation actually made Mr. A pause in realization, and the fury in his eyes quickly faded. A few seconds later, he stood up, lowered his once proud chin, and looked calmly at Priscilla. From today onward, the Aurora Order's activities in Backlund are yours to command. TCH, giving in already. How boring. Medici leaned lazily back against the seat. Sigh, you're the kind of poisonous snake that could bite at any moment. Keeping you around is a disaster waiting to happen. I actually came here today planning to provoke you, make you strike at me, and then crush you. Didn't expect you to bring this kid along. His expression sobered as he said flatly, let me remind you one last time, the Aurora Order's goal is the return of the Lord to this world. It's not about your petty little tricks and schemes. He paused. Of course, I won't completely dismiss the descent plan. Obey, and there will still be opportunities. Mr. A nodded. I understand. Man, you really do look like a pretty lady. Medici squinted at Mr. A's face. How about I assign you to cozy up with some noblemen who fancy men? I'm sure you'll be quite popular. Ha 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 ha. Edward, you're still trying to provoke him just to kill him, aren't you? Yet Mr. A simply nodded calmly. Sure. Tisk. Medici clicked his tongue and turned to Edward. All right, the little rascal's done making a fuss. As soon as the words left his mouth, Priscilla's expression returned to its usual innocence and delight. Big brother Edward. What are you doing here? Edward glanced at Mr. A, shrugged, and said, wasn't planning on it. This was a surprise. He sat beside Priscilla and tugged gently at her cheek. And you? Something this big happened, and you didn't even tell me. Silently becoming an oracle of the Aurora Order. Aren't you the capable one? Medici's voice echoed again, hey, kid, was that a roundabout insult directed at me? Me? I wouldn't dare, Lord Medici. Priscilla scratched her head with an innocent look. I was kinda foggy the whole time, I still don't know what really happened. Aurora Order. Divine Emissary. It's all a blur. At this moment, Mr. A finally spoke again, Miss D, and the esteemed one who just spoke, I'll return to Backlund first. See you later. Medici's voice chuckled darkly, if you really have the guts, feel free to prepare ambushes and traps for me. Who knows? Maybe you'll actually kill me one day. Mr. A gave Edward one last, long look before vanishing into the spirit world. TCH. Why the hell are you looking at me like that? I already told you, I'm just as confused as you are. Why does it suddenly feel like I'm the mastermind behind everything, although, if I can coax Priscilla into listening to me, and she ends up controlling the Medici TRO, then maybe I would be the mastermind. No, forget it. Better not play mind games with someone like Medici. Edward took a deep breath and said seriously, Lord Medici, what exactly are you trying to accomplish with this stunt? The mark of the underworld on Priscilla's forehead shimmered, and the wraith form of Medici, clad in black armor, materialized again. Arms folded, he leaned against the window. Didn't I say last time? I'm simply trying to survive. But what does becoming an oracle of the Aurora Order have to do with your survival? If someone like you could easily see through everything I do, wouldn't that make me an utter failure? Edward nodded. Fair point. But just because I can't see it, doesn't mean he can't. And if he does, aren't you afraid that everything you're doing now is exactly what he's allowed you to do? Medici fell silent. Then, mouths appeared on both his cheeks once again. Ha ha ha. I told you, even this kid can see it. You'll never beat him. Forget the Lord. Once we ascend to sequence 0, we won't need to fear anyone. Exactly, exactly. Priscilla covered her ears with a pout. You two are so loud every time you show up. Medici sneered. If it were so easy to become a red priest, would the three of us be in this mess? And how do you even know I'm not working towards sequence 0 right now? Do you know where the remaining 2 conqueror characteristics are? Do you know where the red priest's uniqueness is? The mouths opened and closed, but said nothing more. They had no clue. Edward thought for a moment, then raised his hand. I do. Medici, for once, looked genuinely surprised. Kid, are you serious? But I'm not telling you. Medici's eyes narrowed. I remember saying you had great potential to become a hunter. Now I'm more convinced than ever. Need any help with that? Edward grinned with a fake innocent look. Heh, I only act tough at home. I'm a total coward around strangers. At home. Medici curled his lips slightly. So, don't you want your own kind, someone like me, to grow stronger and protect you better? You're absolutely right. Edward nodded vigorously. But, Lord Medici, don't you already know where one of the Conqueror's characteristics is? And why do you think that? It's something you just said, when you reminded us, how do you know what I'm doing isn't for advancing to sequence 0? That phrasing, it got me thinking. Medici chuckled. Looks like you really do know something. He lowered his crossed arms and murmured, never expected this. What a pleasant surprise. The 2 mouths on his cheeks immediately started yelling. Hey! What are you two whispering about? Kid! If you know where it is, just say it. Stop playing riddles. Medici. Medici. With an exasperated swipe across his face, Medici silenced the mouths. So. Do you think I have a chance at getting this conqueror characteristic? No idea. Edward grinned. But if you do get it, I'll tell you where I believe the other one is. Ha 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 ha. Medici suddenly burst out laughing. So after all this circling around, you're just trying to protect that brat, huh? Priscilla blinked in confusion. Eh? What? Protect me from what? Wow. She's already accepted being called brat this casually. To be honest, I prefer working with people like you. Medici said calmly. Your weaknesses are far too obvious, unlike certain others who only care about themselves. All right then, it's a deal. We'll take it step by step, one move at a time. Medici's figure dissolved into a lingering shadow and returned to the mark on Priscilla's forehead. Edward suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. A said you people killed the shepherd, Miss D. That's right. What about it? Did you retrieve her beyonder characteristic? Medici's voice sounded surprised. What do you want that for? I want to use it to create a mystical item. At that moment, Priscilla pulled a tin box from her pocket and handed it over. Is this the one you're looking for, Big Brother Edward? Medici snapped, hey. That's my spoils of war. I can pay for it. Priscilla giggled, no need for money. You little brat. That's my spoils. Edward opened the box and saw a pitch-black crystal shimmering with iridescent hues. The moment his spirituality resonated with it, a sense of certainty filled his heart. This is it. At long last, I can advance to Sequence 5. Pritz Harbor. Furs arrived early in the morning via steam train at the kingdom's largest and most important seaport. She had already booked a ticket for the inland waterway ferry back, it was far more affordable that way. But the moment she got off the train, she sensed that something was off. The air felt tense. She could clearly see several beyonders moving around the area, some openly. And the only reason so many beyonders would show up at once could only mean one thing, they were official beyonders. What happened here? Should I cancel my meeting with Mr. Dorian today? Should I just take the earliest train back to Backlund? I should have spent a little more to hire someone from the Tarot Club to accompany me. Is it too late to pray to Mr. Fool now? While Furs was hesitating over what to do next, a familiar figure walked past up ahead, that posture, that expression, that unruly hair, and most importantly, that height. No doubt about it, Zio. Furs. Zio noticed her too and quickly walked over. You said you were heading out early for some field inspiration. What are you doing here? What about you? Weren't you commissioned for a job? Zio nodded, yeah, I'm in the middle of it right now, assisting in locating suspicious individuals around Pritz Harbor. Furs shrank her head back a bit. What kind of suspicious individuals? Zio looked her over from head to toe. Honestly, you're already looking pretty suspicious like this. Pfft. Zio chuckled. All right, fine, no more teasing. I heard a group of people from the southern continent and Biome snuck into Lone illegally via the port near Pritz Harbor. Supposedly, a lot of them are pirates and thieves with criminal records. The authorities are taking it very seriously and sent people to track them down. This kind of operation needs beyonders. Zio lowered her voice, you didn't read this morning's paper. The ship that brought these stowaways here, everyone on board was dead. What? Furs was shocked. I had no idea. Well, things in Pritz Harbor won't be peaceful for a while. If you've got nothing urgent, you'd better head back to Backlund. After all, you're a wild beyonder. I get it. Furs hesitated, then whispered, actually, I didn't come here for inspiration. She quickly explained Mr. Lawrence's matter and his will. So, I'm here to return his belongings to a Mr. Dorian Gray. Would you come with me? Zio immediately frowned. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Didn't want you to worry. Wait here, I'll go ask for leave. Love you. Not long after, Zio came back, having successfully taken leave. The two of them followed the main coastal road toward White Oak Street, eventually arriving at a weathered old building, the local Fishermen's Association. After asking around, they were directed to the office where Dorian Gray worked. Knock, knock, knock. Furs gently tapped on the wooden door. Excuse me, is Mr. Dorian Gray here? No reply came from inside. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 311, Advancement, the Moon. After waiting for half a minute, Furs knocked on the door again, still no response. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should use door opening to take a peek inside, when a young man poked his head out from the room next door. Mr. Gray stopped by the office this morning but then left in a hurry. Ah. Do you know where he went? No idea. Maybe he went home. Firs quickly pleaded, would it be possible to share Mr. Gray's home address? I'm a relative of his, and I came here specifically to visit him. The young man gave the two girls a once-over. Deciding they didn't look like troublemakers, he replied, Mr. Gray lives 2 streets over, 112 Skyfire Avenue. Thank you, kind sir. Firs turned to Zio. Looks like we have to make another trip. Let's go. I've already taken leave anyway, lost half a day's pay either way. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at 112 Skyfire Avenue. But as they approached, they saw a sign on the door indicating the resident was away. After asking the neighbors, they learned that Dorian Gray had returned from his brief visit to the office, hastily packed a bag, and left on a trip. As for where he went, no one knew. Firs stood frozen, dazed. Seriously? I come all the way here and you just happen to leave town. What are the odds? Zio frowned, deep in thought. Is it possible that this Dorian you're looking for got spooked by the official Beyonders? Huh? Why wow. Firs stopped herself mid-sentence as the realization hit her, the Abraham family had always lived in seclusion. If someone had gone to such lengths to hide their identity, they certainly wouldn't want to be noticed. Could it be that Dorian thought the increased security in Pritz Harbor was directed at him? Ugh, what do I do now? Who am I supposed to give Mr. Lawrence's will and belongings to? Zio offered a suggestion. Why don't you open the letter? Maybe it contains useful information. No way. That would be too unethical. Firs rejected the idea immediately. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out her idea journal, the one she used to jot down inspiration, and scribbled a short note explaining the purpose of her visit. She also included Mrs. Elisa's address, then tore out the page and tucked it into the doorframe. That'll have to do for now. I still think you could have just opened the letter. Firs tugged on her arm. All right. Since you came all this way with me, let me treat you to dinner. I looked it up beforehand. Pritz Harbor's most famous restaurant is the Four-Winged Bird, and it's got quite a few specialties. The two turned to leave, only to be met head-on by a group of men walking their way. One of them had red-brown skin and clearly southern continent features, along with a missing tooth that was noticeable when he spoke. Firs froze, staring at the men in shock. That face, she'd seen it somewhere before, not in person, but in a description. Right. The Tarot Club. Mr. Hangman had issued a bounty request. Anyone who found this man's whereabouts could earn at least £100. Her eyes sparkled. £100. That probably meant there could be more, 200, 300, maybe even 1,000. No time to lose. I need to find an excuse to sneak off to the washroom. I can't let this money walk away. Backlund, 13 Minsk Street. Klein was organizing the intelligence he'd obtained yesterday from old Kohler about the maid named Cynthia. Honestly, the information was pretty sparse. All they knew was that before she started working at Prince Edisak's estate, she had vanished for a period of time. Her family thought she'd been kidnapped or something terrible had happened. But then, out of the blue, she returned, and became a maid at the Red Rose Manor. So maybe the key lies in her disappearance. Klein muttered. Just then, he heard a woman's voice in prayer. Miss Magician. Oh right, she went to Pritz Harbor today to meet someone from the Abraham family. I hope nothing's gone wrong. Klein immediately drew the curtains, walked backwards 4 steps, and arrived above the grey fog. After listening to Firs's prayer, Klein was speechless. So nothing bad happened. She's just trying to earn some quick cash on the side. But wait, hadn't he already told the hangman about that guy Baron a few days ago? If someone else spotted him now in a different place, would it still count? Could they still get paid? If it does count, does that mean I could double dip on Baron's bounty? Forget it. The hangman still owes Edward a huge sum anyway. Still, Klein passed the vision of Miss Magician onto the hangman, then fell into deep thought. This Baron guy is connected to the missing slaves case, and from what Miss Firs said, Pritz Harbor is currently on alert because of smugglers. Smugglers. Slaves. Why do I feel like there might be some link between the two? The disappearing slaves. Klein's gaze sharpened. He manifested the intel he had just read. Could there be a connection between the two events? 7:30 p.m. The steam train pulled into Backlund station. The moment they exited the station, they spotted Mr. A waiting nearby, personally driving a carriage, as if he'd been there for a while. As they walked over, Medici's voice suddenly rang out. Guess what? I took the long route today, purposely riding a train from Southwell County to Backlund. Can you guess why? Edward. You're not seriously thinking I went through all the trouble just to lure someone out so I could kill him, are you? Mr. A. Bingo. Edward pressed a hand to his forehead. My lord, aren't you a bit past the age for playing the role of a petty provoker? He helped Priscilla up into the carriage and then stepped back. Well, I'll be heading back now. Priscilla waved her little hand. Bye-bye, big brother Edward. See you. Edward turned and disappeared into the crowd. Inside the carriage, Priscilla leaned against the window, resting her chin in one hand, and yawned. I'm sleepy. Just wait a little longer, Medici replied impatiently. Then he turned to Mr. A. By now, I assume all those people you contacted earlier already know the Aurora Order in Backlund has a new leader, yes? Mr. A., seated outside and driving the carriage, replied calmly, I believe so. Then start arranging meetings with their leaders. Sooner the better. Understood. Medici suddenly let out a chuckle. Do you know why the true creator agreed to your descent plan back then? No. You didn't actually think he was just bored and looking to drop in for fun, did you? Medici laughed again but didn't elaborate further. The surface narrative of the true creator's descent was that Mr. A was initiating a terrifying catastrophe. But in reality, it was meant to cooperate with the lone royal family and the witch sect to divert the attention of the three Orthodox churches. Why cooperate? Obviously, to seek allies, to oppose the seven gods, and Adam. The true creator's intentions weren't bad. The problem was, he was mad. Whatever came to his mind, he would act on, without any long-term strategy. As for his fanatical believers, even less reliable. But now, he, Medici, had returned. A new day had dawned, not really. Just a little brainwork was enough to see how wrong things had gotten. And once you realize that, of course you have to start making changes. Medici sneered. You let me out, so you'd better be ready for me to ruin your grand plans. He lifted his head and gazed at the red moon in the sky. What a shame. Even now, I still have no idea what you're really thinking. Late at night. A quiet villa in Empress Borough. All four members of the family gathered in the upstairs bedroom. Audrey, Lilith, and Susie sat together, watching as Edward carefully added ingredients to the cauldron. The beyonder characteristic of a traveler. 80 milliliters of shadowless demonic wolf's blood. 10 grams of lemon balm powder. 1 star chart drawn with spirit blood. And 10 grams of trapped ghost residue powder. Soon, the materials dissolved in the cauldron, fusing into the traveler's potion. The liquid had a whitish transparency, like half-melted snow water, occasionally bubbling with faint green orbs. Once the potion settled, Edward carefully added the shepherd's beyonder characteristic. The next second, the potion began to boil again. Its color grew ever more transparent. The green bubbles vanished. When everything finally calmed, what remained was a liquid as clear as purified water. Yet when he poured the potion into a vial and held it to the gaslight, he saw faint glimmers of light dancing within. Ding! He flipped a gold coin to confirm the potion's safety, then looked up at the 3 pairs of eyes watching him with concern. He smiled. I'm going to drink it now. If anything goes wrong, I'll be counting on Audrey and Susie to keep things under control. Got it. Lilith declared earnestly, Miss Lilith will protect you too. Edward exhaled slowly, then raised the vial and downed the potion in one gulp. In that instant, he felt pulses of light surging through his body and mind. They crashed into one another, flinging open illusory doors. His consciousness was irresistibly pulled into one of them. His body became translucent, but unlike when first advanced, he didn't disappear. Instead, it felt like an out-of-body experience, just like when he used the resurrection stone. His soul had left his body. Everything around him grew hazy. In a blur, he found himself once more in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Then he was in Calderon City. Then the sea of collective subconsciousness of the Heartlark village. And finally, the starry expanse of the astral plane. There, not far away, stood the Evernight goddess, clad in a dark gown adorned with countless shimmering stars, gazing at him with a gentle smile. But he didn't linger. His sight was yanked back, retreating rapidly until he returned to the starry skies from his last advancement, the same colorful, glimmering void. This time, Edward could clearly feel the presence of 4 special coordinates. Faintly, he sensed that in this spirit form, he could instantly travel to any of them. Yes, but only in his spirit form. And currently, he had only one method to enter this state, using the Wraith ability of his resurrection stone ring. But that came with a major drawback. Once he strayed too far from his body, his spirituality would rapidly drain, and once exhausted, he'd become a vengeful spirit. Crossing worlds to reach one of these coordinates would definitely drain him dry in an instant, leaving him as a wandering ghost forever. So, what were these coordinates even for? A last resort. A means of escape in a life-or-death situation. As he pondered this, a flicker of light appeared ahead, and once again, a door emerged. Edward took a step forward. Though floating in the void, it felt like solid ground beneath his feet as he walked to the door and muttered, "Last time, I could only open it a crack, does that mean this time I can push it a third of the way? Maybe next time, half." He pressed his hand against the door and shoved. Creak. The door opened. Fully. Before he could even be surprised, Edward saw the rushing river once more. He saw the translucent, phantom figures floating above it. He saw the silhouette of Hogwarts castle. He saw, far in the distance, a vast, endless ocean. He hesitated briefly, then took a deep breath and stepped through the door. In that moment, the river, the figures, the castle, and the ocean, all disappeared. He was surrounded again by a star-filled sky. But now, before his eyes, was a blood-red planet. Its surface was covered in what looked like masses of pulsating red flesh, breathing rhythmically like some giant, living organ. Edward's pupils constricted. That's the moon. Note, 635 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 312, Chapter 312, Mr. Door. You've got to be kidding me. In the world of Lord of the Mysteries, the moon represents an outer god, primordial moon, or more accurately, the fallen pillar, mother goddess of depravity. And me? I'm just trying to get promoted to Sequence 5. Why the hell am I being sent here? Me. Sequence 5. Soloing the fallen mother goddess. The sovereign of the physical world. Fortunately, the blood-red moon before him appeared to be no more than an illusion. After a brief moment, it vanished, replaced by a faint, misty light emerging from the void. In the next second, the mist collapsed layer by layer, condensing into a shape, one that looked like a figure constructed from overlapping doors, formed by light spheres on the verge of transformation. Its robe flowed like a tide of blood, and its body continuously shifted, flickering with visions of different planets and landscapes. Even though this was Edward's first time seeing such a thing, he immediately knew. This was Mr. Door. Bethel Abraham. A man with only a few appearances in the original novel, yet one who had earned the respect of nearly every reader. But the problem was, the man who garnered that respect had been corrupted by the fallen mother goddess. A terrifying source of contamination. One that could explode at any moment. The two simply stared at each other. Neither spoke. Edward didn't know what to say, he didn't even understand the current situation. As for Mr. Door, he was clearly struggling, resisting the invasion of the mother goddess's power, trying to hold on to what sanity he had left. Another 10 or so minutes passed. The distorted figure of Mr. Door gradually stabilized. He took the form of a middle-aged man, rigid features, hair the color of void speckled with white, and eyes of deep blue layered with ripples. Draped in a blood-colored robe, he looked just like a vampire from old folklore. Ah. It's not him. That was the first thing he said. Edward blinked. Not him. Did Mr. Door think someone else was coming? Mr. Door fixed his eyes on Edward. I thought it was finally him. His tone was lucid, strangely lucid for someone meant to be hopelessly mad from corruption. But that might just be a facade. After all, in the original story, the true Mr. Door was the mad one. The sane version was, ironically, the contaminated one. Edward hesitated, then asked, You're Bethel Abraham. The ancestor of the Abraham family. Also known as Mr. Door. The men gave a slight nod. Yes. That's me. You just said it's not him. So you thought someone else was coming? Yes, Mr. Door said. Can I ask who you were expecting? He fell silent for a few seconds, then replied, the true creator, or Adam. Back then, I was still in a state of madness. I couldn't tell who was coming to see me. The true creator? Adam. Edward was stunned. Those two, they were the remnants of the ancient sun god, one the divine aspect, the other the human aspect. If Mr. Door was completely mad, it made some sense he couldn't tell the difference. But still, why would either of them come see Mr. Door? One's an insane Sequence 0. The other isn't even at Sequence 0 yet. How could they dare face someone corrupted by the fallen mother goddess? Also, Mr. Door had said back then he was mad, implying that now, he wasn't. Suddenly, Mr. Door asked, Who are you? What is your relationship to Adam, or the true creator? Ah, I have no connection to Adam. As for the true creator, well, I'm loosely considered one of his favored ones. Just a favored one? Mr. Door frowned slightly. His gaze drifted past Edward and fell on the faintly glowing door floating behind him. Then why is that with you? That. Edward turned to look. What is it? You don't know. Then why is it engraved into your body? And why did it lead you to me? Engraved in my body? Edward froze, then suddenly thought of something. He looked down at the tattoo on his arm. That doorway-like mark, could Mr. Door be talking about the cheat that let him travel between worlds? What exactly is it? Mr. Door answered plainly. The uniqueness of the door pathway. An unnatural chill poured over Edward like ice water dumped on his head. Goosebumps exploded over his arms and neck. Impossible. That was just supposed to be a standard cheat for a transmigrator. Asterisk. No way. No way it was the uniqueness of the door pathway. Edward's first instinct was to call bullshit. But his spirituality screamed that Mr. Door was telling the truth. Suddenly, a flash of memory surfaced in Edward's mind. It all started to make sense. That's what it was all about. He remembered the night he drank the apprentice potion for the first time. It wasn't a full moon. It wasn't a blood moon. He had no Abraham bloodline. And yet, that night, he heard Mr. Door's rambling whispers. He nearly lost control because of it. If the door's uniqueness was inside him, wouldn't that explain everything? Originally, it belonged to Mr. Door. But for unknown reasons, it became his cheat. And when he became an apprentice, the uniqueness somehow reconnected to Mr. Door, triggering that horrific night. Then there was his strange encounter with Furs upon arriving in this world. Then Klein. Then Sapphira Castle. Then Christine, Bodhi's the Saint of Secrets, Verdot, the marauder demigod. Weren't these all part of the Beyonder characteristic convergence law? In that moment, Edward felt as if a fog had lifted. So that's why everything happened the way it did. So that's why all this chaos kept coming for me. So that's why even the Rose School of Thought took an interest in me. So that's why I keep being targeted everywhere I go. All because, directly or indirectly, he was affected by the law of Beyonder convergence. Wait a second. If the uniqueness of the door pathway was with him, then Mr. Door only had 3 out of 4 Beyonder characteristics. He couldn't become a sequence 0 true god. And that meant Aman also couldn't replace him to ascend. Which also meant Klein couldn't become the Lord of the Mysteries. Holy sh*t. This was a huge problem. In another world, Edward might have started thinking, why shouldn't I become Lord of the Mysteries? But in this world, becoming Lord of the Mysteries meant facing the revival of his consciousness. It meant fighting the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for control of his body. It meant fusing with the indestructible psyche of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, even if he somehow won. And Edward knew damn well he did not have what it took for that. Let Klein handle it. He's the chosen one, not me. At worst, he'd just hand over the door's uniqueness when the time came. But wait, if I've already fully integrated the uniqueness into myself, how am I supposed to extract it? Mr. Door simply stood there, gazing quietly at Edward. His layered, ripple-like blue eyes revealed nothing of his thoughts. After a long pause, Edward finally calmed himself and asked in a soft voice, Mr. Door, based on what you just said, you handed over the door pathway's uniqueness to either the true creator or Adam, is that right? Mr. Door nodded. Yes. Edward asked again, but why? His tone was still flat. In exchange for removing the madness and loss of control brought about by the outer god's corruption, I gave up the uniqueness. Edward was stunned. Then, you've broken free of the outer gods. No. I'm still deeply corrupted, Mr. Door replied calmly. But I no longer suffer madness, loss of control, or the risk of having my personality consumed by the evil influence. That explained it. No wonder the whispers he had heard before were all, don't save me, not the frantic, save me, from the original story. Edward hesitated, then asked, did Adam or the true creator say what they planned to do with the door's uniqueness? Mr. Door shook his head. I don't know. Maybe they said, maybe they didn't. I was still lost in madness at the time, I can't remember clearly. Then, how exactly did they cleanse the corruption of the pillar that had invaded you? Even if Adam and the true creator had fused into one, even with the added power of the Chaos Sea, did they really have that kind of power? Mr. Door seemed to think for a moment. They extracted part of the corruption from my body, along with the uniqueness. That allowed the outer god's influence to remain at a level I could endure. Edward froze. So the uniqueness of the door pathway, tainted by the fallen mother goddess, was passed on to me. Is that why I've been able to endure the higher level corruption without going mad? But he quickly shook his head. No, if that were true, the limit of what I could endure should still cap at the level of the fallen mother goddess's corruption. But I've been chatting face to face with Mr. Door, who's literally soaked in that corruption, and I still feel fine. Be careful of the pollution. Once again, Edward recalled the cryptic warning left by the version of himself that had emerged from the mirror of Erist. What exactly was I supposed to be careful of? He thought a moment and asked, do you remember what state Adam, or the true creator, was in when they came to see you? Even though you've been trapped in the star realm, you should have some awareness of the current world, right? After the Four Emperors' War, the true creator lost most of his anchor points. Right now, he's basically insane. Mr. Door fell silent for a few seconds. I'm certain they were sane when they came to see me. So, it was Adam who came. But the strange kindness the true creator showed me when I met his son the first time, that seemed more in line with someone linked to the Door's uniqueness. And that response from the Twilight Hermit Order, could that have been a token of goodwill from Adam? Right now, the real question was, why did the Door's uniqueness end up with me? If this was yet another arrangement, then what was the goal? Also, how could the uniqueness of the Door pathway enable me to travel between two worlds? If he remembered correctly, even the pre-split oldest one, a being on the level of a solo universe god, couldn't just break through the barriers between worlds and travel to other universes. Wait, if my cheat came from Adam or the true creator, that must mean they already know I came from another world. Edward's heart suddenly filled with chaotic emotions. Ah. Just then, Mr. Door let out a sigh. When he took the uniqueness, he said the next time we met, he'd be able to cleanse the outer god's corruption completely, so I could finally return home. He looked directly at Edward. Can you do that for me? Edward slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Door. I don't think I have that power. I see. Mr. Door muttered to himself, yes, he must have run into some kind of unexpected delay. Otherwise, it shouldn't have been you who came today. Never mind. I've already waited long enough. At most, it'll be another decade or two before everything is decided. A faint smile crossed Mr. Door's face. But, as a certain little fellow who once chatted with me put it, I think I'm still salvageable. If possible, when we meet again, I hope you'll help me return home. Was he talking about Emperor Roselle? By the way, do you know the current state of the uniqueness inside me? I'm only sequence 6, or, well, sequence 5 now. There's no way I should be able to accommodate a uniqueness. If I want to expel it, how do I do that? Mr. Door thought for a moment. When you truly master and integrate the uniqueness, you'll naturally know how to separate it. Of course, you can ask someone else to help extract it, but at your current sequence, you'll die. So in other words, I haven't really integrated the uniqueness. It was just forcibly implanted in me by someone. And its primary function is to allow me to travel between worlds. But could the Door's uniqueness really be that powerful? Or could it be that everything Mr. Door just told me is total nonsense? What if he's been lying since the moment we met? What if he's still under the fallen Mother Goddess's control, and this version of him is just the mad, corrupted one? After all, if I really had the uniqueness of the Door pathway, wouldn't someone have noticed by now? Surely the Evernight Goddess would have noticed. Or did she see it, and simply chose not to say anything? So many unanswered questions. All right, little one, I can't hold on much longer. If fate permits, we'll meet again. As he spoke, Mr. Door's figure began to blur and twist again, transforming into a light and shadow silhouette of overlapping doors. And then, he vanished. Edward suddenly snapped out of his daze. Ah, wait. Mr. Door, could you give me the formulas for sequence 3 to sequence 0 of the Door pathway? His voice echoed into the boundless starry void. A few seconds later, Mr. Door's reply came faintly. Seek out the descendants of Abraham family. Before Edward could say another word, an overwhelming force pushed in from all sides. His body was yanked backwards, thrown through the faintly glowing door and back into the previous starry sky. In the next instant, the door shattered into countless stars, scattering toward him and merging into his body. His consciousness blurred, and he once again experienced that feeling where time and space ceased to exist. Suddenly, he knew. He felt it. A new power had awakened, one that allowed him to shatter spatial barriers, to go anywhere, anytime. Then, as his awareness again, he realized he had successfully advanced to sequence 5. Asterisk, do not read if you don't want spoilers. Author's note, the protagonist wasn't sent here by Adam or anyone else, nor is he a puppet being manipulated. Full truth to be revealed later. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 313, Chapter 313, The Gains of Sequence. A moment later, new information surged into Edward's mind. Sequence 5, Wandering Mentor. Your body and soul have no home. Thus, you roam the world like a stranger. You were meant to be an unbound bard, bringing stories to every corner of the world, but instead, you chose to spread knowledge in place of tales. Remember, spreading knowledge is not your end goal. Leaving behind proof of your existence is. Abilities. Traveler's Door allows you to traverse the spirit world, using external perception and self-positioning to determine your destination. Depending on the sequence and strength of the user's spiritual body, the time and range of spirit world travel varies greatly. Dash, blink, a short-distance spatial leap. You can instantly move to anywhere within your line of sight. Dash, invisible hand, creates an invisible hand that can assist with anything your physical hands are capable of doing. Dash, converging paths, any new knowledge or abilities you pass on to others will eventually return to you as feedback. Dash, hearth, instantly returns your spirit form to a preset coordinate, unimpeded by any obstacle. Sequence 4, Spirit Caster. Formula materials, secret sorcerer potion plus a beyonder characteristic from an undying. Advancement ritual, in a battle, your physical body must be destroyed while your spirit remains intact. Then, you must consume the potion. That was all the knowledge Edward gained from his advancement to Sequence 5, Wandering Mentor. Compared to the bookworm ability from Sequence 6, the new ability seemed somewhat underwhelming. Apart from his spirituality doubling, there was no significant immediate boost in combat strength. Traveler's Door now allowed him to freely traverse the spirit world, choosing his destinations at will. But aside from having a longer range than Apparition, it didn't seem especially useful. Blink was solid, nearly instantaneous activation with no cast time or delay. In battle, it would definitely be more reliable than Apparition. Invisible Hand felt like a budget version of telekinesis. It could enhance combat utility, but likely in a limited capacity. Converging paths wasn't something he could count on anytime soon. Sharing knowledge and watching it take root wasn't something that could happen overnight. And finally, Hearth, just as he'd suspected, was essentially a last resort escape tool. Of course, with the rank up to Sequence 5, the number of abilities he could record with record had also increased. He could now store up to 5 demigod-level abilities. And once he further digested the potion, he would be able to store even more. His range of mid and low sequence abilities had also expanded, and their power had been fine-tuned to nearly match their original strength. Beyond that, the second doubling of his spirituality meant his bookworm ability could now sustain some Sequence 3 level powers. After finishing his review of the Sequence 5 gains, Edward didn't forget to once again use Delusion to overdraft a Sequence 4 Spirit Caster ability. Rebuke. When you are afflicted by corruption, you can nullify its harmful effects and return it, amplified, to the source. This ability is subject to some weakening. Edward blinked in surprise. Why does this feel like an upgraded version of dullness? If dullness allowed him to be immune to corruption, rebuke not only negated the effect but also reflected it, doubled, back at the source. At first glance, it didn't seem like a direct combat ability. But corruption was something that even ancient deities like the ancient sun god feared. It was everywhere in the mysteries world, but using it as a deliberate offensive tool. That was almost exclusively the domain of outer gods, evil gods, and completely deranged monsters. Other forms of corruption were more often side effects, like being tainted by beyonder characteristics. Wait a second. After demigods transform into mythical creatures, doesn't corruption become part of their attack methods, too? That made things very interesting. Next time I'm fighting a demigod-level enemy at full power, I could just use Rebuke to bounce their own pollution back and kill them with it. After analyzing his new abilities, Edward turned his attention to the advancement ritual for Sequence 4, Spirit Caster. In a battle, your physical body must be destroyed while your soul remains intact. Then, consume the potion. The first half clearly illustrated the spirit nature of the Spirit Caster. But did this mean that after becoming a Spirit Caster, he'd have to remain in a soul state permanently? Or, could he switch between spirit and physical forms at will, like a wraith? But the ritual explicitly required physical destruction. Could he really restore his body after it was obliterated? Also, once he became a disembodied spirit, how the hell was he supposed to drink the potion? One question after another piled into his mind, leaving Edward momentarily lost in thought. Edward. Edward, Edward. Just then, Lilith and Audrey's voices pulled him back to reality. Edward slowly opened his eyes and saw their worried faces leaning over him. He quickly said, "Don't worry." The advancement went smoothly. I'm now officially Sequence 5, Wandering Mentor. Audrey gently patted her chest in relief. Thank goodness, I thought you were going to lose control again like last time. No, nothing like that. Truth be told, the revelations this time were even more mind-blowing than his last promotion. But perhaps because he'd already experienced it once before, his mental state this time remained stable. There were no signs of losing control. Lilith gently leapt into his arms. Edward, why do your advancements always take so long? Audrey chimed in, and yeah, whenever I take a potion, the advancement finishes really fast. Maybe, it's because I receive more information than most people. Edward smiled. I not only get all the data from the Traveler's Pathway, but also the details of the Wandering Mentor sequence, as well as the materials and ritual for the next sequence. It takes time to process all that. That makes sense. You really are different from us. Audrey nodded in realization. By the way, what's sequence 4 called? What characteristic do you need for it? Sequence 4 is called Spiritcaster, Edward replied. It requires the beyonder characteristic of an undying. An undying. And what's the ritual? Edward replied calmly, you have to experience your physical body being destroyed in battle, while your soul remains intact. Then, you drink the potion. Audrey's face paled. That's just suicide, isn't it? Edward froze for a second before realizing. Yeah, this did sound a lot like suicide. In the original novel, there were 22 pathways, and among them was one with a similarly extreme advancement ritual. To advance to sequence 0, Tyrant, one had to challenge a true god alone and survive. The point wasn't necessarily to win, but to experience the overwhelming atmosphere of fear and submission before drinking the potion to ascend. In comparison, the Spiritcaster's ritual only specified that one's body be destroyed in battle. It didn't demand victory, survival, or even any specific enlightenment from the experience. At first glance, it really did seem suicidal. Maybe the true focus was, the soul must endure. That would explain why the potion required the beyonder characteristic of an undying. If that's the case, then maybe the undying's trait could help regenerate the physical body after the ritual. Edward looked at Audrey's anxious face and let out a quiet sigh. I really don't want to become some drifting wraith for the rest of my life. Don't worry. I'm sure the ritual has its logic, he said softly. I'll probably understand when the time comes. Audrey nodded. Then she asked, so, how's the digestion progress on your 2 potions? Edward turned his focus inward. As expected, the traveler potion had been completely digested. The traveler's persona was one of journeying, of experiencing the world's diverse landscapes and people. Honestly, there probably weren't many people on this planet with more traveler experience than Edward at this point. What surprised him, though, was that Wandering Mentor had already digested nearly 1/3. Weird, the only thing I've really done is pass on some potion knowledge in the Harry Potter world. No, wait. Passing on knowledge was only one aspect. As someone who'd traversed 2 worlds, Edward had always essentially been a wanderer. From the moment he arrived in the Mysteries world and even during his time in the Harry Potter world, he'd never really had a fixed home. He was always on the move. He chuckled to himself. Maybe if I keep drifting like this for a few more years, the potion will finish digesting on its own. But of course, he didn't have the luxury of waiting that long. So, what's your plan for playing the role of a wandering mentor? Audrey asked, a little worried. Mentors pass on knowledge, right? Maybe you could teach at a school. That might be worth trying. The ability, Converging Paths, required him to spread new knowledge in order to receive feedback. But the persona of a wandering mentor didn't necessarily require that he teach new knowledge specifically. Wait a second. Those books and technologies I brought back from the Harry Potter world and handed over to the goddess. Did that count as teaching? If so, then once God of Steam internalizes them, wouldn't that count as having played the mentor role fully? If not, maybe I could still retrieve those materials and teach the God of Steam myself. As for how to teach, just read straight from the books, word for word. It's not like he can read English or Chinese anyway. Definitely worth a try. But what about the wandering part? Audrey asked. Edward frowned slightly, thinking. The wandering mentor's self-definition was one who was meant to spread stories like a bard, but instead chose to spread knowledge. Yet the true goal was never the knowledge itself, but to leave a mark on the world. In other words, it wanted him to travel from place to place like a bard, sharing knowledge and leaving behind traces of his existence. Basically, the mystical world's version of Venti. Audrey gasped in surprise. So that means, you'll be running around the whole world from now on. You can come with me, Edward said with a smile. We've got port keys and teleportation spells, distance doesn't really matter. Worst case, I go out during the day to play my role and come back to rest at night. Audrey shook her head, frowning. No, that's not really wandering, is it? Fair point. So I really do need to travel from place to place, with no fixed home, until the potion is completely digested. Well, it would be a new kind of experience. Just then, Susie, who had been silent until now, spoke up. It's fine. Edward's the one who needs to wander. He might not be able to come visit you all the time, but with the vanishing cabinet, you can go find him whenever you want. Audrey gently rubbed her forehead. Ah, that was stupid of me. Susie said innocently, that's not stupidity. That's just what love does to people. Audrey promptly pinched Susie's mouth shut. Susie, you've got a mandrake leaf in your mouth. Maybe don't speak so freely, yeah. If it falls out or you swallow it, those last few days of effort will have been for nothing. Lilith quickly chimed in, Susie says she's used to talking with the leaf in her mouth now. It's fine. Audrey let go. Is that so, Susie? Susie blinked her innocent, watery eyes. I'm just a dog. Please don't make things harder for me. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 314, Edward, you deserve to die. Edward couldn't help but laugh aloud. Audrey immediately puffed out her cheeks and shot him a glare. So, when are you planning to set off on your wandering journey? Her question made Edward hesitate. When it came to playing a role, the sooner the better. But according to Bernardet, the disaster looming over Backlund was drawing closer by the day. He was worried that if he left to play the role, the catastrophe might strike unexpectedly. Even with the traveler's door in the port keys, there was still a slight delay involved. And who knew? Even a few minutes of delay could prove fatal. Maybe I should consult Bernardet about this. So instead, he said, I'll plan it out first. Then after a pause, he added, oh, by the way, the Queen Mystic sent word earlier this afternoon. She's found several of the ingredients for your potion. Audrey's eyes lit up. Which ones? The spinal fluid and blood of the black hunting giant lizard, and the mind crystals needed for Sequence 6 hypnotist. Also, the heart of a dream catcher for Sequence 5 dreamwalker. I haven't even finished collecting the materials for Sequence 6 yet. Edward replied, you've got the money anyway. Why not get them early and be done with it? She nodded. True. What about the fruit and sap of the illusory chime tree? No updates yet. According to her, the illusory chime tree usually grows on remote, uninhabited islands, but those are getting rarer by the day. Audrey let out a sigh. I'll write to Alfred and ask. Maybe he'll find one in the southern continent. She stretched, clenching her fists with a yawn. Her increasingly mature figure was on full display before Edward, who reflexively glanced over. But the moment Audrey looked his way, he quickly played it off, scooping up Lilith and starting to tickle her with his fingers. Let go of Miss Lilith, Edward, you're so annoying. Edward, I'm sleepy. I'm heading back to bed. Audrey rubbed her eyes and said softly, good night. Good night. Crack. The girl and the dog vanished together. Lilith squirmed out of Edward's arms and scampered up to his shoulder. Without warning, she bit his ear. Ouch, ow wow. Lilith quickly eased up her bite and mumbled, serves you right for tickling me just now. I was just playing around with you. Liar. She snorted. Your heart rate sped up just now. You clearly did something guilty. Edward's voice pitched up in protest. No, I didn't. Miss Lilith's ears don't lie. He plucked her off his shoulder and narrowed his eyes. Lilith, when's the last time I checked your academic progress? Lilith. Forsaken land of the gods. Derek had long lost track of how many bolts of lightning had torn through the dark sky. Ever since they left the depths of the temple, the team had marched non-stop, rushing back toward the City of Silver. Except for him, the others moved like tireless machines. They never paused to rest. When they got hungry or tired, they'd simply pull out a tasty mushroom, take a few bites, and instantly regain their energy. All throughout, they continued trying to tempt Derek into eating the mushrooms. But he refused every time. Still, he could feel it, their patience was wearing thin. If it weren't for Elder Lovia standing in the way, they probably would have force-fed him long ago. Just as even Elder Lovia began struggling to restrain them, City of Silver finally appeared on the horizon. The moment it came into view, the whole squad abruptly snapped back to normal. Other than the occasional creepy smile that sent chills down Derek's spine, they looked no different than usual. They passed through the City of Silver's main gate and arrived at the edge of the city, at the training grounds. This was a tradition stretching back thousands of years. Every returning exploration team was required to rest here temporarily. It gave them a place to debrief and share the strange encounters they'd faced in the depths of the darkness. But more importantly, it served as a kind of quarantine to prevent any eerie contaminations or entities from slipping in unnoticed and erupting later. When Derek finally laid eyes on Chief Colin Iliad and the other elders, the tension coiled in his chest loosened at last. He couldn't wait to rush forward and tell the chief that everyone, except for himself and Elder Lovia, had been corrupted in the temple. But just as he took a step forward, Lovia stopped him and whispered, if you speak up now, you'll only make the chief suspicious of you. If the inspection reveals anything, the chief will know how to handle it himself. But if nothing's found, how will you prove your claims? And if they accuse you of being the infected one, how will you explain all the food you're carrying? Derek froze, caught off guard. Doubt began creeping in. His hesitation didn't go unnoticed. Chief Colin Iliad glanced over and asked gently, is something wrong, Derek? And no, sir. Derek quickly lowered his head. Colin's gaze lingered on him for a second, then turned away toward the others. Lovia, watching Derek's tall figure silently, sighed inwardly. Until we're certain whether the mysterious being you revere is friend or foe to the City of Silver, it's best that the chief doesn't know of their existence, just like how I've never disclosed anything about my lord either. Yes, Lovia hadn't stopped Derek for the reasons she claimed. The City of Silver has waited thousands of years. A few more won't hurt. Better to be cautious. The next morning, Edward once again arrived at the St. Samuel Cathedral. In the same familiar reading room, he lit candles, scattered essential oil, and began praying to the goddess. Your Grace, Evernight Goddess, may I ask if I'm allowed to offer the books and technologies I handed to you, to the god of steam and machinery as well? He didn't ask whether the goddess had already passed them on. He didn't explain why he wanted to offer them again. He simply expressed his desire. A moment later, the goddess responded once more through the dust on the ground. The books have been given to Stiano. Edward was stunned, then realized that the goddess had already delivered them to the god of steam. A tinge of disappointment settled in his heart, but he still drew the sign of Crimson Moon reverently across his chest. I understand. Thank you, goddess. Then, a question echoed back from the dust. Why did you want to deliver them personally? The goddess asked again. Edward didn't try to be clever or evasive. He simply admitted honestly, my acting method requires me to pass on knowledge. I see. She was clearly referring to the incident in the astral world when Edward had planned to teach her magic. The dust on the ground reformed into words once more. You still have a chance. Edward blinked in surprise. A chance? For what? But the Evernight Goddess gave no further reply. He waited, hoping it was just a delay. 10 minutes passed, then more, but there was no response. Sigh, why do all these high-ranking beings love to speak in riddles? Why can't they just say everything directly? Thank you, goddess. Praise the lady. Edward drew the sign of Crimson Moon on his chest once more, packed up his things, and left the cathedral. Just as he stepped outside, a sudden idea struck him. Even if I can't teach the god of steam himself, isn't the church of the god of steam and machinery still full of saints and angels? Surely they need that knowledge too, right? But, how would that count as wandering? Should I travel from place to place and summon them to attend my lectures? That's asking a bit too much, isn't it? Not even Roselle Gustave, Steam's so-called beloved pet, ever had such treatment. If I really go down that route, I'll end up owing some massive favors. At noon, Audrey brought good news. She'd helped Edward acquire a new identity. He was now a professor at the Backlund University of Technology and Industry. Me? A professor? Audrey replied matter-of-factly. Well, you were a professor at Hogwarts, weren't you? Hey, this feels like using the Holy Grail to serve instant coffee. Taking a title from Harry Potter and scamming people in Lord of the Mysteries. Brilliant. But wait, with a confusion charm, do I even need a new identity? Audrey said seriously, it's still better to be safe. How can you be sure you'll never interact with other Beyonders again? Fair point. Have you decided how you're going to begin your journey? For now, I'm thinking of heading west from Lone, through Fainapotter, to Lenberg, with the Republic of Intis as the final stop. She looked at him in surprise. Huh? You're not going to the Faceac Empire? Nope. As someone who now worked for the Evernight Goddess, heading to Faceac, which had always had tense relations with the Lone Kingdom, felt far too risky. Fainapotter was the domain of the Earth Mother, also known as Lilith, the progenitor of the vampires. Given his current ties with the Sanguines, there shouldn't be any issues there. Lenberg was under Dragon of Wisdom, but Edward hadn't had much contact with that one, so the risks were minimal. As for Intis, Edward strongly suspected that the moment he stepped onto Intis soil, he'd coincidentally bump into Bernardet, who'd then drag him off to roleplay her weird fetish. He continued, if I finish that entire route and the potion still isn't fully digested, I'll switch to a maritime path. Okay. Audrey nodded, then asked, so have you figured out how you're going to play your role specifically? Not yet. I'll take it one step at a time. Leaning back, Edward sighed. The biggest problem now is time. I've got less than 3 weeks left before I return to Hogwarts. If I travel on foot, I might not even make it out of Lone in time. He picked up Lilith with a grin. But Lilith will definitely be happy. Lilith blinked in confusion. Why's that? Because along the way, you'll never run out of rats to eat. Miss Lilith never runs out of rats to eat. She proudly tapped the pendant around her neck with her little paw. I've already stocked up a lot. But you're right. Rats taste different in different places. The ones at Hogwarts are especially tender and juicy, while most of the ones in Backlund are thin and dry. The flavor varies by region too. Like in Empress Burrow and East Burrow. Seeing her get all serious about rat cuisine, Edward and Audrey didn't have the heart to interrupt her. They just sat there, heads pounding, as she gave a comprehensive breakdown of rat-eating techniques, covering everything from skin, meat, bone, and tendon in painstaking detail. Knock, knock, knock. Thankfully, someone knocked on the door just in time. Edward quickly got up. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, an image appeared in his mind. Standing outside with an uncertain look on his face was Klein. Huh. He usually contacts me through Mr. Fool. Why did he come in person today? Good afternoon, Klein. Edward opened the door and greeted him. Come in. Good afternoon. Klein took off his hat and stepped inside, only to immediately spot Audrey coming out of the bedroom with Lilith in her arms. In that moment, Klein knew. The most beautiful girl he had ever seen in either of his lives was standing right before him. This was Miss Justice. A few days ago, after accepting her commission, Klein had gone to the area near Earl Hall's villa to investigate. But he hadn't had the chance to actually go inside. This was their first meeting. Her family was one of the wealthiest in Lone, owners of banks overflowing with gold pounds. She was known as the brightest jewel of Backlund. Wait a minute. She just came out of the bedroom. And she's carrying the cat that took the assassin potion. Oh. Edward, you absolute bastard. You deserve to die. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 840 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 315, Chapter 315, A Rhodes finally meets its great master. Of course, Audrey had no idea that this seemingly well-mannered young man, Klein, was internally going through a drama fest. She took a step closer and smiled warmly. Hello there, Mr. World. Klein's mouth twitched. I worked so hard during tarot meetings to craft a cold, brooding persona, and now it's all gone in a puff. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have told Edward the First was the world on impulse. Hello, Miss Justice. Klein responded awkwardly, unsure whether he should continue playing the world persona or just let it drop. Have a seat, Klein, Edward gestured casually, then sat down across from him with Audrey. What brings you here? Klein hesitated for a moment. A few days ago, you said I could resurrect and go back to see Benson and Melissa. You went to visit them already. They must have been thrilled, right? No. He shook his head. I haven't made up my mind yet. Edward frowned. Why not? I just have a feeling that, going back to see them, isn't the right decision. Edward raised a brow. He could ignore other people's feelings, but not a seer's. And especially not one who had the grey fog and the Sapphira Castle above it. If he said something felt wrong, then it really needed to be taken seriously. But what could possibly be bad about Klein seeing his siblings again? That kind of deep familial bond would only strengthen his resolve to grow stronger, to resist the outer gods. Could it be, Aman? Could the emotional attachment become a weakness for Aman to exploit? Klein continued, I tried divination, but the question might have been too vague. I couldn't get a clear answer. Edward's eyes lit up. Perfect. I know of a mirror that claims to be omniscient and capable of answering any question. You could try asking it. Oh, and it's an activated sealed artifact. In the original timeline, Klein met a Rhodes while investigating the Desire Apostle, the one who owned the devil dog. But judging from a Rhodes' last reaction, it seemed they hadn't actually interacted yet. Sure enough, Klein was intrigued. There's such a sealed artifact. Sounds like something straight out of Snow White, the magic mirror. Audrey pursed her lips and said, it's way worse than that. Every time you ask it a question, it has to ask you one back. And the questions it asks are usually deeply personal and uncomfortably sharp. When Edward had told her about a Rhodes before, she had been shocked. What kind of shameless sealed artifact behaves like that? No wonder some Beyonders would rather be electrocuted than answer its questions. Then again, many times, a Rhodes already answers your question by the time it asks you one of its own. You're just left choosing between two equally embarrassing answers. Klein, not knowing all that yet, didn't seem to mind. He stood up and said, let's go. Hopefully this sealed artifact will help. Where is it kept? It's at the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Klein sat back down silently. Church of a True God. After more than a month of being a freelance Beyonder, he developed a bit of a natural aversion to the official churches. Relax, Edward said. I go there like it's my second home. He turned to Audrey. Want to come along and see it too? Sure. She pinched her chin and smiled mischievously. Perfect. I can ask it if you've been keeping any little secrets from me. Edward raised his hands in mock defense. I wouldn't dare. Hee. I don't believe you. Standing off to the side, Klein thought, thank you both so much. It's not even lunchtime and I'm already full, from all this dog food. St. Hireland Cathedral, a Rhodes private room. The moment the three of them stepped inside, the ancient silver mirror began emitting bursts of colorful spark-like light. Across its surface appeared a series of playful, almost gleeful sentences. "Welcome, my dear gentleman and lady. How may I be of assistance today? TCH, shameless dog energy. So this is how a Rhodes behaves around Klein, huh? Mr. Rhodes," Edward said, "my friend here has some questions he'd like to ask." "No problem at all." Under Edward's gesture, Klein stepped forward. But before he could say a word, the old silver mirror gave a slight tremble. A line of white words flashed across its surface. "Your loyal and humble servant Rhodes, at your service." Klein froze. Wait. Why is this mirror being so polite? This isn't what Edward described. He immediately became wary, stepped back, and looked at Edward. "Did you see what the mirror just wrote?" "Huh." Edward blinked, then glanced at the mirror's blank surface. "Nope. Didn't see anything." Audrey also shook her head. "I don't see anything on it either. So only I can see it." Klein hesitated. He didn't trust any unexplained benevolence. If this sealed artifact named Rhodes was acting like this, it definitely had an agenda. Should I just abandon the idea of asking it? As he deliberated, new text appeared on the mirror's surface. "Apologies. Are you hesitant about something?" Accompanied by an animated emoji of a teary-eyed, nervous expression. Edward noticed Klein's reaction and instantly guessed the problem. Ah. Rhodes must be in full fanboy mode again. Well, that's not my problem. I've done my part, I brought its dearest and greatest master right to it. Whether it earns his trust or not is on it now. In the original story, Rhodes licked his way into Klein's inner circle just fine. After a long pause, Klein finally spoke, "Respected Mr. Rhodes, do you think I should return to see my brother and sister?" The lights in the room dimmed, becoming deeper and more mysterious. The mirror's surface shimmered with a strange, watery gleam. A few lines of text emerged. "You can go see your brother and sister, but it's best not to get too close." Klein reflexively asked, "Why not?" But Rhodes didn't respond to that. Instead, blood-red words etched themselves onto the glass. "By the law of reciprocity, it is now my turn to ask you a question. If you lie or cannot answer, you must accept a task from me or suffer punishment." Then, the question appeared. "Your current name, Sherlock Moriarty, isn't your real name, is it?" Klein froze. "That's correct. It is now your turn to ask a question." Klein. He whipped his head around to stare at Edward. "This is the kind of deeply personal question you warned me about." Even Audrey looked stunned. This sealed artifact didn't quite match how Edward had described it. Then a sudden thought struck Klein. Could it be related to the gray fog? If there was one thing that separated him from everyone else, it was the mysterious space above the gray fog. Maybe the reason this mirror was treating him differently was because it sensed that aura. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. If that's true, then it means the secret of the gray fog isn't really a secret to certain people or certain entities. "Respected Mr. Rhodes, I'd like to know why you said what you did just now." The surface of the mirror shimmered again with watery light as Rhodes responded. "All that I know comes from what has already happened or is happening. I do not possess the ability to foresee the future. Therefore, my suggestion just now was a response based solely on the information I currently have. Truthfully, I don't know why I said it either. So I cannot answer your question. You may ask another instead." Klein frowned. "I don't have any more questions." A pitiful emoji immediately appeared on the mirror's surface, as if begging for attention. Klein returned to stand beside Edward. "I'm done asking." Edward turned to Audrey. "Anything you want to ask?" She thought for a moment, then stepped forward. "Respected Mr. Rhodes, I'd like to know where I can find the fruit and sap of the illusory chime tree." Klein was visibly startled. "You can ask about that? Then doesn't that mean I could ask about the deep-sea naga hair I still need? Or even Cynthia, the maid Prince Edisac commissioned me to find?" "Ah, I gave up asking way too early." The mirror's surface shimmered, then conjured an image. An island surrounded by vast ocean on all sides. In the distance stood a tree laden with fruit shaped like little wind chimes. The view zoomed in, showing the tree up close. Around it grew a variety of rare plants, with strange and magical creatures roaming nearby. The vision faded. Then came Rhodes' question, spelled out in bright red text. "Of the two gentlemen present, if you had to choose one to spend the rest of your life with, who would it be?" Audrey blinked in stunned silence, her cheeks quickly flushing red. Why? Why was Mr. World's question so simple, but mine has to be like this? This is so unfair. Klein stood frozen, face stiff. Was bringing me along really necessary? "You must answer honestly, or be punished," Rhodes prompted. Audrey answered solemnly, of course I would choose Edward. After all, this is the first time I've truly met Mr. World today. How could I choose a stranger to spend the rest of my life with? The mirror flickered for a few seconds, then replied, that explanation was a bit excessive. Audrey. She glanced at Edward and saw him grinning cheerfully at her. She couldn't help but puff up her cheeks. Any more questions? Rhodes asked. Edward stepped forward. I need an undying beyonder characteristic from the death pathway. Where can I find one? The mirror shimmered, and a series of people flashed quickly across its surface, leading with none other than Mr. Azek. No surprise there. These were all demigods and above from the death pathway. Most likely high-ranking members of the secret order. Then came images of various sealed artifacts. And finally, several feathered serpents appeared, white feathers tinged with yellowish grease. So that's it. No readily available characteristics. Either I have to kill someone to get one, or break open a sealed artifact to extract it. Edward frowned. Neither option was easy. The images of the feathered serpents faded, and a new question appeared on the mirror. Would you like to know the location of the feathered serpents? Klein and Audrey. Hey. Isn't that question a bit more helpful than Klein's was? Edward couldn't help feeling a bit smug. All these perks, UST because Klein's here. I'm loving it. Yes, he replied. The mirror displayed an emblem, the crest of the Eggers family, descendants of death in the southern continent. A caption clarified that the feathered serpents were raised by Death's descendants. Then the image shifted to a pirate ship sailing across the ocean, with a line of text beside it. Due to unknown interference, I am unable to directly reveal the other place where feathered serpents reside. However, this location may offer you clues. Edward's eyes narrowed. Isn't that the Blue Avenger, the pirate ship under the Hangman? He understood immediately. The place Rhodes couldn't reveal was the nameless island belonging to that Russian priest. Another question appeared on the mirror. You've already figured out which location I meant, haven't you? Edward nodded. Yes. Any more questions? Edward and Audrey both shook their heads. Klein, seeing this, could only shrug as well. Fine. I only came to ask whether I should see Benson and Melissa anyway. Just then, a line of text appeared on the mirror, visible only to Edward. Thank you, Lord Edward. As a token of gratitude, I shall consult you first for any questions involving you in the future. TCH, sounds nice. But I bet the moment Klein asks you something, you'll spill everything without blinking. The three of them left the cathedral. Outside, Audrey immediately asked, Edward, why were your questions so outrageous? Klein also turned to look, visibly curious. He had originally thought that the mirror's over-the-top enthusiasm was reserved for him, but now, seeing Rhodes treat Edward with just as much bootlicking energy, he couldn't help but feel strangely betrayed. Like he'd just been emotionally NTR'd in front of his face. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 316, Disappearance. Edward said, it's probably related to our participation in the Tarot Club. All of us have been tainted, in a sense, by that mysterious grey fog, and perhaps that mirror is somehow connected to the fog. So rather than saying it treats me kindly, it's more accurate to say it's being respectful because of Mr. Fool. Klein's heart stirred. So it really is related to the space above the grey fog. Audrey, however, grumbled with dissatisfaction. Then, why is it that even though I'm also a member of the Tarot Club, I had to answer that kind of question? That said, she knew full well that Rhodes' question wasn't truly invasive. At most, it was just embarrassing. She turned to Klein and asked, Mr. World, what are you planning to do next? I'm a bit lost right now. I don't know what I should be doing. Edward thought for a moment before saying, no matter what, you should at least go and see them. As for whether or not you want to reveal your identity to them, decide that when the time comes. Klein nodded. I'll be heading to Tingen next. Edward hesitated, then offered, if you want, I can go with you. All right. Do you remember what I told you back when I was in Tingen? Edward said, his voice serious. The future of this world may not be peaceful. You really should consider letting your brother and sister become Beyonders. I understand. Klein left, weighed down by heavy thoughts. Edward sighed softly. Of course he didn't want Klein to end up like in the original story, always alone, burdened with the immense responsibility of resisting the resurrection of Celestial Worthy in the end of the world. He hoped Klein could enjoy the warmth of family, the closeness of his bond with Benson and Melissa. Edward. Yes. Audrey suddenly said, I feel like the way you treat Mr. World, it's not the same as how you treat other people. I am a spectator, you know. The way you look at him, it's complicated. But I can't quite figure out what you're actually thinking. She paused, then asked softly, in the future you've seen, did something happen to Mr. World? Edward considered for a moment, then answered, as the Fool's blessed, Klein will receive more favor from Mr. Fool. But in exchange, he'll also bear more responsibility. In the future I saw, Klein was always alone, moving forward quietly. No one could help him. The only person he could rely on was himself. In the end, it was him and Mr. Fool together who stopped the apocalypse. Audrey was stunned. No wonder, then what can we do to help him? Edward replied softly. When the time truly comes, just don't let him face it all alone. After parting ways with Edward and Audrey, Klein didn't return home. Instead, he boarded a public carriage and headed to the East Borough. Soon, he arrived at the old meeting spot and found old Kohler waiting for him. The former worker was in much better spirits than before. With stable income from his new job and Klein's payments for informant work, he had finally started to save a bit. His living conditions had improved, no longer was he scraping every coin for food and shelter. Wrapped in a thick coat, old Kohler approached and said in a low voice, "Detective, things have been uneasy in both the East Borough and the docks these past few days." "What happened?" He lowered his voice further. "Remember that tavern where we had drinks last time? Since yesterday morning, some people have been searching for it, asking around. The place has shut down. Now folks have nowhere to drink, and everyone's getting restless." Klein didn't ask for details. Events like this were common in both the East Borough and the Docklands. "Old Kohler, I'd like your help investigating something." "Say the word." "According to the intel you gave me, Cynthia went missing for a time before she ended up at the Red Rose Manor. She might have been kidnapped or trafficked." "That's right. I've gathered other clues suggesting there may be people engaged in kidnapping and human trafficking here in the East Borough and the docks." He went on to describe Baron's appearance. To his surprise, old Kohler gave a bitter laugh. "Actually, that kind of thing has been around for a long time. Everyone's used to it. Slavery may have been abolished on paper, but many nobles still enjoy keeping slaves." He shook his head. "So, you want me to dig up info on this person?" "No," Klein shook his head. "That would be too dangerous for you." After a pause, he added, "What I need you to do is find out whether, during the same period Cynthia went missing, there were any other disappearances." Old Kohler nodded quickly. "Understood." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Speaking of disappearances, there was just another one last night." Klein's expression shifted. "What happened?" "You remember that laundry woman who was arguing with someone, the one you and that reporter saw last time?" "Yes. She always worked from home with her 2 daughters. But yesterday, when they were out delivering clothes, one of them, the younger girl, went missing." Old Kohler sighed. They were already struggling to survive. Now this, life is just so damn unfair sometimes. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "Take me to them. This might be related to the case I'm investigating. Even if it's not, maybe I can still help." "They don't have money," old Kohler reminded him softly. Klein picked up his hat and cane. "I do volunteer work sometimes." In order to advance to Sequence 4, Edward needed the beyonder characteristic of an undying. While he'd already learned from Rhodes that no such trait was readily available at present, he still passed on the request to everyone he knew, Bernardet, Oramic, the Sanguines, Edwina, Sharon, and Miss Executor, and so on. Who knows? Maybe while he was digesting the potion, a few demigods might just die off, leaving behind the traits he needed. That said, Edward wasn't particularly anxious. After all, he still had one last resort, Alger's mysterious island. The guy owed him £7,500 and was also involved in the undetectable extension charm business. Asking him for help when the time came shouldn't be an issue. For now, the top priority was fulfilling the role of the wandering mentor and digesting the potion. But before setting off on his journey, Edward wanted to try his hand at playing the mentor part locally. In a place like Backlund, the so-called city of opportunity, where would a mentor be needed most? The answer was obvious, the East Borough and Bridge District. People born into those impoverished areas were destined from the start to have no real access to learning or knowledge. Of course, some far-sighted parents would still do everything they could to send their children to night schools offering free education. After all, that was often the only hope for changing their children's fates. These free night schools were established by the 3 major churches or certain charitable organizations. They charged no tuition or fees of any kind. Because there was no profit involved, they couldn't offer decent salaries to teachers, so most of the instructors were volunteers, and fewer came with each passing year. So, when Edward, claiming to be a graduate of the Backlund University of Technology and Industry, showed up at one of the East Borough's free schools offering to volunteer, the school naturally welcomed him with open arms. School might have been a generous word for it. Aside from the principal, there were only 2 teachers total, handling 6 or 7 different classes between them. This had led to a unique teaching model. Teachers would arrive early to train the few most capable students on the day's lesson material. These students would then go on to teach the rest of the classes themselves, while the official teachers moved between classrooms to correct errors and supervise. This system was known as the student mentor method, and it was particularly suited for onboarding new volunteers. The principal was a woman in her 60s. After losing both her husband and child in an accident, she had discovered the school by chance as a way to escape her grief. Not only did she work without pay, she even poured all her remaining savings into funding the school. As for the two teachers, their meager pay only just covered rent and food. Truly, they were working out of love and faith. When the principal learned that Edward might only be able to volunteer for a few days, she looked visibly disappointed. But she quickly forced a smile and said, "That's already wonderful. We haven't had a new teacher in a very long time. What subjects would you like to teach?" "Loanese and mathematics, I suppose." Edward asked curiously, "Principal, since this school is sponsored by the churches or charity groups, shouldn't its finances be at least somewhat better?" The principal sighed. Back when these schools were first created, the funding was much more generous. The scale was far bigger, too. But unfortunately, the management at the time was a mess. Many administrators were hired through shady connections, and some were even gang members. They forced people to send their children to school, regardless of whether they wanted to, whether they could afford food, whether they had the time. Why? Because the more students they had, the more funding they could request. And that money, she gave a bitter smile, went straight into their pockets. In the end, when everything fell apart, they blamed the teachers and the schools. And since then, all funding for free schools has been kept just barely enough to prevent them from shutting down. Edward could only sigh. Corruption, it seemed unavoidable, no matter the world. After showing him around the classrooms, the principal said, "Mr. Edward, it's almost dinner time. Would you care to join us for a bite?" She smiled. "We cook for ourselves, so it's not anything fancy, but it tastes pretty good." "Of course. We also occasionally provide a simple dinner for the students, usually once a month." Just as they stepped out of the classroom, one of the teachers hurried over with a worried look. "Principal, the police are here." "What happened?" "Apparently, a student went missing last night on their way home after class." The principal froze. "Oh, heavens, which child?" "I think it's Daisy. From the Leaf family. Take me there, quickly." She turned to Edward after a few steps. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Edward, It's all right. A missing child is far more important. Thank you." As the two left in a rush, Edward's heart stirred. Could it be, this is the same missing girl from the original story? The one kidnapped by that tycoon, Capim. In the original timeline, this incident had exposed a piece of George III's human trafficking operation used to build his tomb. It eventually triggered the deadly smog incident that killed tens of thousands. I wonder, did Klein also get involved in this event like in the original? Not long after, the principal returned with an anxious expression. "Mr. Edward, we're heading out to help search for the poor child. I'm afraid we won't be able to host you for dinner." "No worries. The child's safety comes first." With that, the principal and two teachers hurried out of the school. Edward, meanwhile, returned home to pick up Lilith, then came back to the school. Lilith curiously looked around. "What's this place, Edward?" "It's a free school, a place that offers education for free." "Oh. So why are you here?" "I'm going to teach. Because these kinds of schools are short on money, there aren't many willing teachers. So volunteers like me are needed to help." Lilith's eyes lit up. "Can Miss Lilith do it too?" "You can, if you turn into a human first." "Oh." Her eyes spun with mischief, and she said sweetly, "Then I'll be able to teach here very soon." Edward was taken aback. "You've digested your potion already?" "Yep." "How did you manage that?" Lilith pouted. "You said you'd take me to go instigate some pirates, but you never did. So I had to go find some bad guys on my own." Edward looked a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Lilith. That was my fault, I shouldn't have gotten so busy and neglected you. How about we go to sea together tomorrow? I forgive you." She perched on his shoulder, patting his head lightly. "But Miss Lilith doesn't need to go to sea anymore." She lifted her chin proudly. "Because I'm just one tiny step away from full digestion." Chris Mona had said that if those pirates the other night had been instigated entirely by Lilith on her own, she would have completed her potion digestion instantly. Unfortunately, it had been Chris Mona's intervention that had driven them to self-destruction, so her progress had stalled right at the finish line. Luckily, the last step just required Lilith to stir up a few more human fights or arguments to push her digestion over the edge. Edward patted her head. "Lilith, you're amazing." "Of course I am. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 317, The Fool Delivers Justice, The Tower Prophets. By 7 p.m., students began arriving one after another at the free school. Most were in their early teens, and all were dressed in plain, modest clothing. As soon as they entered the classroom, each took their seat without being told and pulled out their school-issued notebooks, quietly reciting from their notes. The absence of teachers didn't seem to affect them in the slightest. These children had all come voluntarily and cherished every opportunity to learn. Soon, all the small classrooms were filled. The two teachers who had gone out to search for the missing child returned in a rush. Each entered a separate classroom, starting their usual routine of instructing the top-performing students in the day's lessons. These student mentors would then teach the rest of the class, while the teachers circulated to provide corrections and guidance. Edward accompanied the male teacher the entire time, familiarizing himself with the flow of the school's instructional system. Lilith lay curled on his shoulder, wide-eyed as she observed all these little big cats, students. She noticed something different about them compared to the children she'd met before. Normally, kids would be fascinated by her at first sight. But these ones seemed more interested in Edward. Mr. Lyle, why isn't Daisy here tonight? A girl with an empty seat beside her raised her hand and asked. Oh, her family had something come up and asked for leave, replied Mr. Lyle, his expression a little strained. He was clearly unused to lying. Ah. But she was just about to become a student mentor. Why would she take leave now? He was left speechless. At that moment, Edward interjected calmly, Daisy is feeling unwell. She should be back tomorrow. Oh. The girl nodded slowly, half convinced. She then turned her attention back to Edward. Are you the school's new teacher? Something like that. Whisper, whisper. The students immediately began murmuring among themselves in excitement. Mr. Lyle cleared his throat and said, This is Mr. Edward. He's a top graduate from the Backlund University of Technology and Industry. He'll be teaching Loanese and math for the next few days. Wow. Their eyes sparkled, and they looked at Edward like he was some kind of treasure. Hello, everyone, Edward greeted them with a wave. Mr. Lyle added, Mr. Edward and I will be making rounds through the classrooms. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. The two of them stepped out of the room, and Mr. Lyle began introducing Edward to the school's daily routines, who the student mentors were, each class's academic progress, and how to supervise and answer students' questions during rounds. This style of education placed a heavy burden on the student mentors, but given their situation, there wasn't much choice. Soon after, Edward began circulating between classrooms, observing the mentors' lessons, correcting mistakes, and answering questions where needed. Time passed quietly. Meanwhile, at the villa of the wealthy tycoon Capim. Earlier that day, after meeting the mother and daughter involved in the disappearance, Klein had followed the trail all the way to Capim. He confirmed that multiple kidnapping cases in the East Borough and Dock District were linked to the tycoon. So when night fell, he made his move. After a series of fierce skirmishes, Klein, disguised as the Black Emperor, eliminated Capim's 2 bodyguards and infiltrated the villa's underground dungeon. Guided by insights from his earlier divination, he found the cell where Daisy was held. Of course, Daisy wasn't the only prisoner there. Every girl Capim had abducted was confined in this dungeon. Klein phased through the iron doors, made them incorporeal, and opened every cell, setting them all free. He returned to the dining room, retrieved the Beyonder characteristics that had separated from the dead bodyguards, then hesitated for a moment before scattering a deck of tarot cards over Capim's corpse. But it wasn't over yet. After all, Klein's real motive had been to investigate the disappearance of Cynthia, the maid from Prince Edisac's household. That trail had led him here. He knew the gas explosion earlier would definitely attract the attention of official Beyonders. He couldn't help but regret not contacting Miss Daly. He would have had more time to perform spiritual communication properly. Sigh, I've been acting like a lone rogue Beyonder for too long. My first instinct now is to rush in solo. Thankfully, I have the mysterious space above the grey fog. Still, Klein didn't rush to take Capim's spirit into the fog. His performance for tonight wasn't over. There was still the final act to be played. A few dozen seconds later, a phantom-like door tore open in midair outside the villa. Covered in mysterious symbols, the door opened silently. A sharply dressed, handsome man in his 40s stepped through, mature, elegant, and dignified. He was one of the men who had previously worked with the Saint of Secrets to stop Edward. Immediately after, a fierce gust of wind heralded the arrival of another figure at high speed. Before either of them could speak, their eyes were drawn to a black figure standing in the shadows, not far away, a regal figure clad in obsidian armor and wearing a pitch-black crown. Both men surged forward. At that moment, the cloaked figure's cape fluttered slightly, then vanished completely, right before their eyes. A member of the Rose School. No. Not a wraith. And not a true undead either. Could it be? As they spoke, both suddenly turned toward the second floor of the villa and leapt up. There, the same ominous figure stood again, black crown and armor intact, arms folded, waiting silently in front of an open and emptied safe. He still said nothing. After a moment of tense silence, the figure calmly extended one hand and flipped them off. Boom. A bolt of lightning ripped down from the sky, crashing through the villa's ceiling and aiming straight for the dark figure. But it missed. It struck the ground just a meter away, an impossible error for a demigod. Distortion. Ace Snake immediately realized something was wrong. His eyes lit up with arcs of electricity as a massive lightning storm began to form around him. Beside him, the dashing man clenched a pocket watch and tossed 3 coins into the air, preparing to speak. This location. But before he could finish, his mind blanked. By the time he regained awareness, the room was filled with fluttering tarot cards, and the dark figure had long since vanished. Ace Snake frowned. Why didn't you block his teleportation? The dashing man's expression was grim. It was theft. He stole the thought I was preparing to cast prohibition on. A creature like a wraith, with teleportation, distortion, and thought theft. The cardinal snake surveyed the scene. And he left behind a spread of tarot cards, as if deliberately suggesting a connection to a tarot-themed organization. He narrowed his eyes. There was a similar event at the docks the other day, tarot cards were left behind there, too. The other man nodded. Perhaps a newly emerged secret organization. One that marks its operations with a ritual involving tarot cards. Let's see what exactly happened here. Only then did the first wave of Beyonders finally arrive at Capham's villa. After returning above the grey fog, Klein first verified that the rescued girls were able to safely escape. Only then did he begin his seance on the soul of Capham, whom he had brought up with him. Do you know Cynthia? Capham's spirit replied expressionlessly, yes. Klein was visibly surprised. By all accounts, someone like Capham shouldn't remember every individual he had abducted. Tell me everything you know about her. Capham, I only know she was one of the girls my men brought back about a month ago. The reason I remember her is because, after I handed her off, she escaped. Where did you send her? To Baron. Klein's heart skipped a beat. Who is Baron? He's a man who specializes in human trafficking. Every person I abduct gets sent to him for handling. And what does he do with them? I don't know. Where does he take them? I don't know. Klein rubbed his chin in thought. After Cynthia escaped, did any of you try to track her down? Yes, but we never found her. Though, Baron seems to have picked up her trail recently. He didn't tell me the specifics, though. So this is the truth behind Talum Dumont's death. Baron must have found Cynthia hiding in the Red Rose Manor and tried to recapture her, only to be caught in the act by Talum. So he killed Talum to silence him and then fabricated the story of an elopement between Talum and Cynthia. That sounds plausible. Bullshit. That manor belonged to the third prince, the one favored by the king himself. You're telling me a human trafficker just strolled into the prince's estate, kidnapped a maid, killed his close friend, and even managed to fake an elopement? If you were that capable, why the hell are you still in the slave trade? And why go through all the trouble just to recapture one escaped maid? Klein's fingers tapped rapidly against the surface of the bronze table. Maybe I should just report this directly to the prince. With his resources, he should be able to uncover the truth from here on. Sigh, if I had known I'd circle back to Baron again, I should have just taken him down the last time I saw him. Where can I find Baron? He's been frequenting the Lime Bar in the Dock District. Of course, it's the same place Klein first discovered him. Klein tapped the table with a finger. Roughly how many people have you handed over to Baron? I've never counted, but it should be several thousand by now. Several thousand. Klein's fingers clenched. All of them kidnapped from the East Borough and Dock District. Not all. Many were taken from villages around Backlund. Have you ever seen any of the ones you sent to him again? No. I imagine most are already dead. Otherwise, Baron wouldn't need a steady supply of new slaves. Dead, all dead. So, beneath the seemingly peaceful and civilized surface of the so-called Land of Hope that is Backlund, a hidden industry of kidnapping and human trafficking has been running rampant all along. This world really is much darker than I thought. Or maybe I'm just thinking too much. After all, I'm just a passerby in this other world. What does it matter to me how many people die? Yet the faces of the girls in Capham's dungeon flashed before his eyes, their eyes filled with fear, clinging to hope as they looked at him. He remembered the faces of the struggling, impoverished lower classes. Frustrated, he raked a hand through his hair. TCH, I was just investigating a missing maid. Should have taken the money and closed the case. Why am I getting myself worked up over this? Shaking his head, Klein disintegrated Capham's soul completely, erasing the filthy tycoon from existence. He then examined the two Beyonder characteristics he'd harvested, and afterwards, took a moment to reflect on the acting principles of the magician pathway. Challenging the impossible, isn't that just a fancy way of saying court death? With everything wrapped up, Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the real world. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt it. The digestion rate of the magician potion had surged forward dramatically, as if he were on the verge of complete assimilation. Klein was dumbfounded. Why is it progressing this fast? I mean, sure, I put on a bit of a show in front of two high-sequence powerhouses. But this result is a little too exaggerated, isn't it? He couldn't help but think back to when Edward performed magic tricks for him above the grey fog. An idea struck him. What if, as the world, I performed magic tricks for the fool? Would that accelerate digestion? Late into the night, Edward returned to his small villa in Empress Borough, carrying nearly 10,000 gold pounds taken from Capham's safe. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 1010 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 318, The Tower and Justice. After his rounds at the free night school, Edward paid a quick visit to Capham's villa, just in time to witness the hero bandit Black Emperor finishing his dramatic performance in front of two demigods before making a flawless retreat. Just like in the original plot, Klein overlooked Capham's safe. So, naturally, Edward had no problem helping himself to it. To express his heartfelt gratitude for the generosity of Mr. Fool, he even transformed into the Black Emperor again and gave those two demigods another dose of theatrics on Klein's behalf. From their point of view, the Black Emperor, who had vanished into thin air, now suddenly reappeared inside the villa's second-floor study, looted the emptied safe, flipped them the bird, and then strolled off under their very noses, again. In other words, the Black Emperor had vanished right in front of them, only to pop up inside the villa, loot the goods, provoke them, and then walk off unfazed after weathering their attacks. This wasn't just a double dose of flair, it was a triple combo special layered atop Klein's original act. Surely, it would help with his potion digestion, right? Edward sighed with mock envy. Man, I wish I had a friend and believer like me to help digest my potions. Unlike Klein, I spent an entire night at a free school, didn't gain any noticeable progress, and can only find solace in the 10,000 gold pounds now sitting in my drawer. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Edward sat down at his writing desk, pulling out his notebook and a fountain pen. Lilith immediately leapt onto the desk and stared at the notebook, her eyes wide with curiosity. Edward, what are you writing? She asked, reaching out a tiny paw for the pen. Lilith wants to help write. Sure, go ahead. Raising children is all about not stifling their enthusiasm for learning. After tonight's fieldwork, Edward began slowly. I can now confirm that trying to digest the potion by teaching at a free school will be an extremely slow process. Lilith cried out, say it slower. Lilith can't keep up. How do you write slow? How do you write process? I can write potion, though. But it's really hard. If you don't know how to write a word, just draw a circle for now. Oh. She nodded enthusiastically. I was just thinking that. Of course, that's what all kids do. As Edward looked at the scribbles on the page, crooked characters scattered between dozens of little circles, he was genuinely surprised. This little one's picked up more words than I expected. I'm done, she declared proudly, staring up at him with bright, eager blue eyes. Edward slowed down his speech. It might be because I haven't done any real wandering yet, or maybe because I didn't teach enough tonight. I'll test the latter over the next couple of days, but the former needs a hands-on approach. Still, when exactly I should depart, that depends on Bernardet's update. Lilith frowned. Ugh. Another difficult word again. No cursing, Edward warned. He cleared his throat and looked at her. Lilith, you done? All done. She lifted the notebook with her paw and handed it over. Take a look. Edward flipped it open to find pages covered in doodled circles and the occasional badly misshapen character. If he hadn't just spoken the content himself, he wouldn't have been able to tell what any of it was. Well. How is it? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sigh, I guess I'll never be cut out to be a strict father. He gently patted her head. Lilith, you're amazing. You've learned so many new words in such a short time. Her eyes lit up like stars. I know, right? And if Lilith can learn all the words behind those little circles, she'll be even more amazing. Yup. Well then, that deserves a red flower sticker, he said, pulling out a small red paper flower and pinning it to her. Wow. Lilith spun around in delight. Edward is the best. Edward laughed. Yes, I am. Thursday morning. Inside the luxurious estate of Earl Hall in Empress Borough. Audrey was resting her chin on one hand, lost in thought as she absent-mindedly ate her breakfast. Just then, she heard her father, the Earl, chuckle while flipping through his morning paper. Capham is dead. Audrey asked offhandedly, who's that? The Earl, clearly thinner and more refined after the past week's political scrambling, looked up and replied, a wealthy man, allegedly involved in human trafficking. Had connections with certain people. He gave a light chuckle. Last night, someone killed him. The scene bore clear signs of justice being served. The newspapers are calling the killer a hero bandit Black Emperor. Apparently, the alias comes from the rulers of the ancient Solomon Empire. But here's the kicker, his corpse was covered in tarot cards. They say it might be a newly emerged secret organization. Tarot cards? Audrey's eyes lit up. Was this another one of our tarot club's missions? Daddy, were any specific tarot cards left behind at the scene? The Earl paused, confused by the oddly specific question. Oh, there were 2 inside his looted safe. What were they? The Tower and Justice. Audrey froze. Huh. Heh. Apparently, the Church of the Storm is now searching the entire city for anyone connected to those 2 cards, the Earl said jokingly. You wouldn't happen to have any leads, would you? No, Father, I have no leads at all. Because, I am the lead. Audrey sipped her tea calmly. By the way, where's Hibbert? He hasn't come to breakfast in days. He's been spending his time with the other nobles, trying to minimize the damage from last weekend's mess. Left early again this morning, said he had to attend some salon or another. Poor thing. Is there anything I can do to help, Daddy? The Earl smiled. No need. Just stay safe at home. All right then. After finishing breakfast, Audrey wasted no time and headed straight for Edward's place. She arrived with the newspaper in hand, eyes gleaming with excitement. Edward, was this your doing? Edward glanced at the front page photo and grinned. Yup. Why'd you leave behind my tarot cards? So you'd feel more involved. She puffed up her cheeks. You should have taken me with you. Humph. A scumbag who pretends to be a saint while trafficking people deserves to be punished by my own hands. Lilith chimed in indignantly. Edward didn't take Miss Lilith either. So mean. That's right. Audrey picked Lilith up, both of them puffing their cheeks as they glared at Edward. Edward shrugged. Actually, I wasn't the one who killed Capim. Last night, I was originally at the free school in Eastborough. Edward recounted everything that had happened the night before. By the time he finished, Audrey's eyes were wide in astonishment. So, it was Mr. Fool's Blessed who took down Capim and freed all the kidnapped girls. And you just went in after the act to clean out his safe. Yup. To think she'd imagined a whole dramatic fantasy of Edward donning the mask of the righteous Black Emperor, only for him to be the guy who loots the treasure chest after the final boss is downed. That Blessed, was it Mr. World? No idea. But when I arrived, he was already confronting 2 demigods head-on. Oh, then it probably wasn't Mr. World. Audrey grew concerned. Wouldn't that be unfair to the Blessed, though? Not at all, Edward replied firmly. I'm certain that such a noble individual couldn't care less about the money. He was acting to uphold justice and protect the innocent, giving him money would be an insult to his ideals. He spoke with absolute conviction. That's what it means to be a Blessed of Mr. Fool. Audrey nodded in sudden realization. Right. At the next tarot meeting, I must ask Mr. Fool to pass on my deepest respect to that Blessed. 15 Minsk Street. Achoo. Klein sneezed, then stared blankly at the morning paper in his hand. What the hell? A safe. I don't know anything about that. Wait, there was over £10,000 inside. My heart, it hurts. Hold on. They said 2 tarot cards were left behind. The Tower and Justice. Back then, I just tossed a handful of tarot cards onto Capim's body, I didn't even see the safe, let alone leave specific cards behind. This has to be a frame job by whoever actually took the money. Still, it's kind of poetic, isn't it? The Tower and Justice. Klein raised a brow. Could it have been Edward and Miss Justice? I've gotta ask them later. He put the newspaper down, staring at the bolded headlines. Hero Bandit Black Emperor, Hero and Beacon of Hope in Backlund. No thanks. I can't carry that title. He downed the rest of his Cybe red tea, stood up, and said to himself. Time to head to the Lime Bar. If I can't find Baron or get any leads, I'll have no choice but to report everything I've found to Prince Edisac. As for the rest. Klein put on his hat, slipped his palm-sized mirror into his coat, and walked out the door. One step at a time. Sherwood Borough, in the small apartment shared by Furs and Zio. Furs sat at her writing desk, head propped on one hand, looking half asleep. A fountain pen dangled from her fingers, hovering over a sheet of manuscript paper where only the first line had been written before trailing off into nothing. Hey, you're drooling on the desk, Zio's voice called out teasingly. Startled, Furs quickly snorted awake and wiped at her mouth, only to realize she'd been tricked. I wasn't drooling. Zio, who was now standing by the couch, finished putting on her boots and tucked her triangular dagger behind her waist. She bounced lightly in place before saying, "You said you'd get up early and work on your manuscript, but the moment you sat down, you started dozing off. Would have been better to just sleep in." Furs yawned. I had a burst of inspiration last night and ended up finishing off the last of my cigarettes. I'm exhausted now because I've got nothing left to smoke. Zio gasped. Didn't you just buy a huge stash of smokes the other day? You're already out. Furs stood up. What do you expect? People think writing novels is mental labor, but really, it's physical labor. If you want to write fast, you've got to push yourself. Ugh, don't even mention the new editor at the Backlund Daily. Total sadist. I miss the old guy. Anyway, I'm heading out to buy more cigarettes. Wait, Furs, Zio called out. I really think you should open that letter from Mr. Lawrence. Furs crossed her arms with a grin. Leaving aside whether it's moral or not, why are you so invested in this, Zio? Zio immediately turned serious. Didn't you say that Mr. Lawrence and that Dorian fellow might be Abraham bloodline members? The family that holds the sequence formulas for the apprentice pathway. If you could connect with them, you might be able to advance to a higher sequence, and be freed from the nightmares of the full moon. I don't need to worry about full moon dreams anymore, Furs thought to herself. And with Mr. Tower around, I can get those higher sequence formulas whenever I need, if I have the money, that is. Furs smiled. Thank you, Zio. You really do look out for me. Of course I do. All right, I'll think about it while I'm out buying cigarettes. Zio waved her off. Fine, I'll stay here and wait. Hurry back, you chain smoker. Hee hee shorty. Who are you calling short? Zio erupted in fury as Furs bolted out the door, cackling all the way. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 319, Bernardet's advice. The Capim murder only stayed on the front page of Backlund's newspapers for half a day before the heat began to fade. Unless the full extent of the human trafficking behind him was exposed, this would just become one of many East Borough murder cases that happened each year. The only reason it even drew attention in the first place was because the victim happened to be a wealthy man. But of course, the military wouldn't allow the incident to keep fermenting. By the afternoon, the headline had been replaced with a far more palatable version, East Borough tycoon killed in home invasion. And taking its place on the front page was a tabloid-worthy piece titled, Noble Caught Sleeping with Friend's Wife, Chased Naked Through the Streets. Edward set the paper down with a helpless smile. As expected, controlling public opinion was just a matter of controlling the media. What the general public knew would always be limited to what the media allowed them to know. For once, it was a rare quiet day. Bernardet hadn't replied with any updates yet, Audrey had a psychology class today, and no one else came looking for him. Edward and Lilith ended up wasting the entire day at home. When it was finally 7 p.m., and after Lilith had slipped out for a secret performance, Edward made his way to the free school to give that night's lesson to the children. Daisy, the girl who'd been kidnapped, was there tonight too. As one of the class leaders, she was among the first to receive Edward's lecture. Throughout the lesson, she listened intently and took notes diligently. Not a hint of trauma or fear could be seen on her face. Then again, kids like her, born into the harshest corners of society, didn't have the luxury to be afraid. If they could survive this kind of life, what else was there to be afraid of? After the half-hour crash course, Daisy and the other top students left to teach the other classes. Edward, like the other two instructors, was supposed to rotate among the classrooms to observe. But tonight, he slipped away for a moment. At 8 p.m. sharp, a rich and fragrant aroma began to drift through the air, causing the students, focused as they were, to collectively gulp and glance toward the windows. Many of them had come on empty stomachs, and even those who had eaten only had rough black bread. Just then, the principal stepped into each classroom and called the students out, "Children, this dinner is something Mr. Edward has prepared especially for all of you. Please line up in order." Outside on the open grounds were stacks of bread and a huge pot of stewed lamb. The two teachers were standing nearby, distributing food to the students. All the children's eyes lit up at once. They turned to Edward in unison and shouted their thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Edward." "No need for thanks, now come get in line." Immediately, the kids lined up in 2 orderly rows. Each one received 2 or 3 pieces of bread and a bowl of lamb stew. The school had occasionally provided meals before, but never anything this rich. For many of the children, this might have been the most sumptuous dinner they'd ever had in their lives. Edward walked over to the principal and said, "From now on, I'll give you a sum of money every month. Use it to hire more teachers and offer meals like this regularly for the children." Thank you so much." She grabbed Edward's hand with both of hers and thanked him repeatedly. Edward looked slightly embarrassed. Compared to the wealth he currently possessed, this amount of money wasn't even a drop in the bucket. That said, he didn't plan on going full-blown philanthropist either. He wasn't that saintly. Just like that time he treated those vagrants to a meal at the cafe, if he saw something, he'd lend a hand. Even Klein, who was a genuinely good person, could only help the small handful of people he personally encountered or learned about. Of course, he was also the kind of person who'd fly into a righteous fury over the death of an innocent caught in a schemer's plot, and he'd seek vengeance for them. Edward figured that Klein could be his moral compass. If he could strive to be even 70 or 80% like him, that'd already put him above the moral standard of most people. The principal asked, "Mr. Edward, does this mean you won't be coming any more after tonight?" Edward smiled. "I just won't be coming as often." She said no more. Over the years, countless teachers had come and gone through this little free school. Even among former students from poor backgrounds, few ever chose to return. Still, the monthly donation Edward promised would do far more for the school than any single teacher could. "Well then, I'll be heading out." Edward waved and left the school behind. He'd only come here to test out the role of mentor. Now that the experiment was complete, there was no longer any reason to stay. Just as he stepped outside the school gates, vines suddenly descended from above. A moment later, Bernardet appeared soundlessly, dressed like an adventurer. Her expression carried a hint of curiosity. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Edward shrugged. "Doing good deeds, of course. I taught classes here for 2 days and promised the principal a monthly donation." Bernardet folded her arms, her tone calm and even. For a Beyonder, any action that defies logic or seems out of character can be considered part of a performance. Among the 22 pathways, the one that requires teaching and imparting knowledge is the reader pathway, isn't it? Edward replied, "But I'm a traveler from the apprentice pathway." "Has nothing to do with the reader." Bernardet arched a brow. "Did you forget that the scholar's Beyonder characteristic was given to you by me?" "Ah, I only picked it up for someone else." Edward tried to bluff. She didn't press further. "So, what did you want to see me about?" "Oh, I'm thinking of leaving Backlund to start acting as a traveler," Edward said. "But didn't you mention before that the disaster in Backlund is coming soon?" "I also said," Bernardet replied calmly, "that I couldn't give a precise time frame for that disaster." As she spoke, her deep blue eyes suddenly became distant and hollow, as if trying to pierce the veil of night and glimpse into the future. After a moment, her breath hitched, and she staggered sideways. Edward instinctively caught her by the arm. "Are you all right?" She shook her head. "Still unclear. But one thing I'm certain of, it's very close now." "So, your suggestion is that I should stay in Backlund?" "Or," Bernardet countered, "are you planning to try and stop the disaster yourself?" "That's not really the idea," Edward admitted. "I'm more concerned that the disaster you mentioned might harm my friends. If I stay in Backlund, I can act in time to help." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Of course, if you need help when the time comes, I'll do everything I can." Then, after a few seconds of hesitation, he said, "I've heard that the Demoness sect might have a Sequence 4 which planning to advance to Sequence 3 here in Backlund, and her advancement ritual apparently involves triggering a large-scale catastrophe. Could that be the disaster you foresaw?" Bernadette's eyes flickered. "So that's it." She nodded slowly, then glanced at Edward's hand still holding her arm. He quickly released her and took a step back. "I'll come with you," Bernardet said suddenly. Edward blinked. "Huh. You're planning to act as a traveler, right?" "I'll go with you." "Why?" She fixed her gaze on him. "You still owe me 2 stories. You can tell them on the road." Then she paused, and a faint, beautiful smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. "And while we're at it, you can teach me Rosaline. My father left behind so many journals and notes. I can't rely on you to translate them forever. Besides," she narrowed her eyes slightly, "you've been keeping some things from me, haven't you?" "Oh no, Emperor. I've really been trying to protect your glorious image. But if your daughter actually learns Chinese, I'm doomed. I've got to find an excuse to stall, maybe say I need to stabilize my potion digestion first before I can teach. Teaching Chinese while traveling sounds so. Wait, hold on." Edward suddenly froze. Bernadette was a Sequence 3. Teaching her Chinese would count as imparting knowledge. Combined with the fact that they'd be traveling together, wouldn't that perfectly line up with several key elements for performing the role of a wandering mentor? His gaze grew suspicious as he stared at Bernadette. Could this century-old daughter of Roselle have deduced from the clues of the traveler and scholar pathways that he needed to teach while wandering? Seriously? Did she have to be this absurdly clever? Ever since arriving in the world of the mysteries, Edward felt like his IQ had been getting left in the dust. After a long moment, he muttered, "Are you really okay with leaving Backlund right now? Even with a messenger and the ability to travel through the spirit world, what if you're delayed?" She remained calm. Then it just means this disaster isn't my opportunity for advancement. If you're worried about your friends being hurt in the disaster, instead of staying in Backlund to protect them, wouldn't it be more effective to convince them to leave? You've probably got more than 1 or 2 friends. Are you sure you'll be able to protect them all when the time comes? Edward suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn. You're right. Leaving Backlund is an option. Because during the original Great Smog event in the novel, everyone happened to be in Backlund, he'd subconsciously assumed they all had to be here. He'd completely forgotten that he could evacuate them early. Thanks, Your Majesty. Without wasting another second, Edward summoned Phoenix. In a lavishly decorated room. The sealed artifact 0-08, Quill of Alzahad was scratching away across the page. Klein Moretti, through a spirit channeling with Capim, learned that the second disappearance of the maid Cynthia might be connected to Baron. The matter should have ended there, but out of a sense of responsibility, Klein decided to pursue Baron a little further. Meanwhile, Baron is already en route to the tomb. After receiving a reminder from Queen Mystic, Bernardet, Edward realized a possibility that had long been overlooked. To have his friends leave Backlund before the disaster strikes. Although Edward and Klein aren't indispensable pieces in my plan, due to their unique and unpredictable natures, it's best to drag them in as much as possible. Just then, a slender hand gripped the quill and wrote the final line. So, everything must be accelerated. The owner of the hand looked up and gazed through the window toward the garden outside. Though winter was fast approaching, the flowers here were still in full bloom, defiantly unaffected by the cold. A soft sigh drifted through the room. I just want to live, that's all. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 320, Klein is missing. In the small Backlund villa, Audrey stared at Edward in surprise. You want me to convince Father to leave Backlund? That's right. Don't you all usually go on vacation around this time of year? But something major just happened last week. How could we go on vacation so soon after that? She looked troubled. Didn't you say before that the disaster wouldn't affect us? That was the situation back then, Edward said seriously. But the future may already have changed. No one can guarantee how a disaster involving cults, the authorities, demigods, and possibly even the gods, might evolve now. He looked at her. Have you forgotten what happened last weekend? Audrey still hesitated. Can't we report this to the church in advance? I already did. Edward rubbed his brow. But I don't believe they can stop it. Everything George III did to ascend godhood was done with the tacit approval of the 7 churches. Even the gods themselves gave silent consent, so what can the churches beneath them actually prevent? In the original timeline, during the Great Smog, the official Beyonders were busy running around on the surface, but the strongest among those who actually did something was only the goddess Sword, Sesamir. As for all the demigods and saints, it was as if they vanished overnight. When the smog finally hit and everyone, innocent or guilty, was dead, only then did the goddess descend through 0 to 17 and instantly obliterate both Aman's avatar and the demoness. And that descent was most likely just a transactional deal to help George III clean up the aftermath. If it weren't for the fool casting a dissenting vote, George III might have truly succeeded in becoming the Black Emperor. So, even though Edward was now tied to the goddess in terms of interests, it didn't stop him from quietly grumbling in his heart, none of these great figures are soft-hearted, they're all ruthless bastards. Sure, his relationship with the goddess was practically dripping with warmth now, but who's to say she wouldn't toss him aside without hesitation one day? In the end, it always came down to the same truth. You want to survive? Forge yourself stronger. Audrey returned home frowning. She knew that if Edward was already saying this much, it was definitely the right decision to listen. But with the weekend incident still unresolved, if the Hall family were to suddenly go on vacation now, what would the other new party members think? Would her father even agree? As it turned out, Earl Hall agreed without much hesitation. As one of the leading figures of the new party, he naturally understood that this was a critical time. He was fully aware that disappearing for a vacation now would send the wrong message. He also knew the Conservatives would seize the chance to stir up trouble. But all that said, was any of it more important than staying alive? Earl Hall had always seen himself as a master of wealth, not a fool enslaved by it. No matter the size of the choice before him, his mind remained clear. Father, maybe I should stay in Backlund, said Hibbert seriously. I've almost wrapped up the matters I've been handling. How long will it take? 2 to 3 days. Earl Hall nodded slightly. Good. That gives us time to prepare for departure. Once everything's in place, no matter your progress, suspend what you're doing and leave. Hibbert hesitated, then nodded. Understood. He turned to Audrey. Audrey, is it true that even the church can't stop this? I don't know, she said, shaking her head. But whether they can or not shouldn't be the reason we risk staying. Hibbert sighed. Sigh, how did things end up like this? Friday. Overcast skies. From the moment Edward got up, the sky was dim and heavy. A thin haze hung over the city, and even Empress Borough wasn't spared. Edward had a moment of genuine panic. He thought the great smog was breaking out right now. Achoo. Lilith sneezed, blinking at the window. Ugh. It smells awful, Edward. Don't worry. We'll be out of Backlund in another day or two. Okay. Edward conjured 2 masks, one big and one small, and helped her put hers on before adjusting his own. Come on, let's stop by Minsk Street to look for Klein. A few minutes later, man and cat emerged from a deserted alley and stepped onto Minsk Street. It was early morning, and the street wasn't very crowded. As a residential street, most early risers had already caught public carriages to work, so very few lingered. They hadn't gone far when Lilith stirred in his arms. Ahead, a hunched old woman in a dark dress approached, wearing a black woolen hat. A black cat followed her closely, glancing around warily and matching her slow steps. Lilith's eyes widened the moment she spotted the black cat. Her sudden motion startled the other feline, which arched its back and let out a low, warning hiss. Humph, stupid kitty. Lilith snorted to herself with disdain. Edward came to a stop at number 15 Minsk Street, just about to approach the door when Lilith whispered, "Someone's watching us." Where? The corner of the house to the left. Edward paused, casually removed his hat and gave it a gentle tap, using the motion to quickly glance in the direction Lilith indicated. Just as he did, he caught the brief glimpse of a round, bowler-hatted head ducking back out of sight. Ah. That's a child. He paused for a moment, then put his hat back on and continued walking away from number 15. Meanwhile, not far away, a boy in an old, worn coat and a rounded bowler hat leaned back against the wall and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Was that man really just passing by? The boy frowned with suspicion, but he knew he wouldn't get an answer. I'll check again at noon, he muttered, preparing to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he froze. There was now someone standing a short distance behind him. It was the same man who had just been standing outside Detective Sherlock's house. The man held his hat in one hand and gave him a courteous nod. The boy didn't hesitate. He turned and bolted. Or at least, he tried to, only to find, to his horror, that his legs had lost control. He was tap dancing. Yes, tap dancing. His limbs moved comically, but in his mind it felt like plummeting into an abyss. His pupils shrank in sheer terror. Oh. It's you. Edward walked a little closer, his expression turning slightly surprised. The boy before him was someone Edward had seen before. The second time he'd arrived in the world of the mysteries, he'd gone to Brave Bar to buy a revolver and purification bullets. He'd hired a local kid to guide him, and now, he was seeing that same kid again. A spark lit in Edward's mind. He cancelled the tap dance curse and asked, "Are you Ian?" The boy's gaze dropped, clearly considering escape options. Edward continued, "I'm a friend of the detective who lives at 15 Minsk Street. He's mentioned you before." Ian looked up at that, still suspicious. "But when we first met, I didn't even know Detective Sherlock. So where did you hear my name?" Edward answered evenly, "Back then, I'd only heard there was a boy named Ian who often took small jobs adults couldn't do. So I asked around. I came here today just to find Sherlock. How about we go in together?" Ian shook his head. "Detective Sherlock isn't home. He hasn't returned since yesterday afternoon. He's missing." Edward's expression shifted in surprise. He brushed past Ian and walked quickly to the door of number 15, rapping on it several times. Only silence answered. Ian stepped up beside him. "I've been watching since yesterday afternoon. He hasn't come back." Edward muttered an unlocking spell and opened the door. The two of them stepped inside and looked around, but found nothing useful. "What did you want to see Sherlock for?" Edward asked. Ian hesitated for a few seconds, then replied, "He asked me to investigate something for him. I got the results yesterday, so I came looking for him." "What was it?" Ian paused, then began explaining from the beginning. The whole thing started when he first met Klein during the £5 ambassador incident. The events mirrored the original timeline closely. After that first job, they kept in touch sporadically. Klein would occasionally pay him to find people or gather clues. Then, not long ago, Detective Sherlock asked him about an earlier case handled by Detectives Real Victor Lee, the investigation into a missing maid at the Red Rose Manor. Edward's eyes lit up with recognition. He recalled that long ago, it was either Audrey or Princess Helena who had mentioned Detectives Real. He'd been sent to the Edisacks estate to look into a maid's disappearance. "Do you know why he had you look into that?" Ian answered, "It seems Detective Sherlock himself had recently started investigating a similar maid disappearance at Red Rose Manor." Since I'd mentioned to him that Detectives Real had looked into a similar case, he asked me to dig into it. Edward was full of question marks. In the original timeline, Klein had accepted a commission from Prince Edisac, but wasn't that to investigate the death of a writing instructor? How did this become a missing maid case? Wasn't that maid's disappearance the work of Trissy? But she's already escaped long ago. What did your investigation find? Ian said, Detectives Real had indeed investigated a missing maid named Cynthia, who just so happens to be the same person Sherlock was now tracking. And? Well, Sherlock's intelligence said the girl went missing about 2 weeks ago, but Zerial's case dates back over a month. Edward blinked. So the timeline in Sherlock's intel was wrong. Ian nodded. Exactly. Edward thought for a few moments. Got it. You can head back for now, I'll try to locate Detective Sherlock myself. Ian nodded and quickly took off. Edward immediately summoned Phoenix. Phoenix, do you remember Klein Moretti? You helped me locate him once before. I remember. Can you find where he is now? Phoenix puffed up confidently. There's no place in this world I can't find. Good. Then go look for him, see what's going on. Understood. Half a minute later. Phoenix looked like it had just taken a punch to the gut. Its pupils were lifeless, its expression devastated. I can't find him. He's not in the spirit world, not in the real world. He's in some place that's completely blocking my senses, there's actually a place in this world I can't reach. Note, enjoy the extra chapter and as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from voting. Chapter 321, Erode's Strange Questions. This guy's emotions are getting more and more expressive. At that moment, Phoenix spoke again. If I can evolve one more time, I should be able to locate him. I believe you. Sensing Edward's perfunctory tone, Phoenix quickly added in a serious voice, I'll try again. I'll do my best to help you find that person. All right, thanks. You can head back for now. Once Phoenix flew back into the spirit world, Edward returned immediately to the small villa in Empress Borough. He pulled the curtains shut, lit a candle, and prepared to pray to Mr. Fool. Lilith, sensitive to Edward's emotional state, obediently sat nearby without interrupting. Edward sat on the sofa, fingers interlaced and forehead resting against them, and began praying devoutly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your gaze. I pray for your attention. I wish to contact Mr. World, but he seems to have gone missing since yesterday. Even my messenger cannot locate him. I am truly worried for his safety. The great fool, please grant me enlightenment. After finishing the prayer, he maintained his reverent posture. But no response came. Did something really happen? Edward's nerves tightened. He got up and began pacing the room. 10 more minutes passed. Still no reply from the fool. This can't go on. I have to do something. He took out the strand of Klein's hair that he'd received last time and wrote on a piece of parchment, Klein's current location. Then, leaning back into the sofa, he closed his eyes and began his meditation. After silently repeating the divination incantation 7 times, he slipped into slumber. His vision turned hazy, vague, and fragmented. He felt as though he were gazing down from the clouds. In the distance, he saw a figure walking out of Backlund. It was Klein. Then, snap. Everything vanished in an instant. Edward jolted awake from the dream. The divination didn't fail. So why did it end so abruptly? He tried again, altering the divination phrasing in multiple ways. But every single time, it would stop as soon as he saw Klein leaving Backlund. I don't believe this. He flicked a coin. Can I divine Klein's current location? The coin landed with the yes side up. Edward immediately prepared to use Madman to the right to reverse the answer, but at the last moment, he paused and pinched the coin between his fingers. Wait, wouldn't it be more reliable to ask Rhodes about something like this? The moment this thought occurred to him, Edward's vision blurred, and he saw that vast and misty domain, the boundless grey fog. At the deepest part of the fog sat a blurry figure, seated as though upon a lofty throne. A deep and calm voice echoed out. He's safe, for now. After a pause, Mr. Fool added. From this moment on, pray to me every 4 hours. Edward blinked, stunned. What kind of strange request is that? He resisted the urge to question further and simply bowed his head. Understood, Mr. Fool. The grey fog disappeared, and Edward found himself back in his room. Pray every 4 hours, no purpose, no task, just a regular prayer. That's basically turning me into a walking alarm clock, set to ring every 4 hours. But ring for what? There wasn't enough information to speculate further. But one thing was certain, Klein had definitely run into some kind of trouble. With that thought in mind, Edward reached out to Lilith. Lilith, want to go with me to find that mirror? Yes. She leapt forward, wrapped herself around Edward's arm, and let him rest his hand on her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside St. Hireland Cathedral. Sorry again, Mr. Odom, I'm back. As Dirac Odom came out to greet them, Edward apologized first. He was starting to feel a bit embarrassed by how often he'd been dropping by lately. I'd like to ask Rhodes a few more questions. No need to apologize, Dirac said quickly. It's just that, Rhodes was taken out earlier by Deacon Cancer to assist in investigating that bandit, the one who goes by Black Emperor. Ah, do you know when they'll be back? I'm afraid I don't. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Leading the group was none other than a Cancer, his hair as disheveled as ever. He rushed in, holding a silver mirror reverently in both hands. He's back. Deacon Cancer looked particularly upset. He'd just been working with the mandated punishers to track that bandit who scattered tarot cards as MO, when Rhodes suddenly went haywire. Everyone knew Rhodes was a living sealed artifact, but normally it behaved like a fairy tale magic mirror, answering questions, maybe being a little mischievous. But today, it had gone berserk without being asked anything, even zapping a Cancer with lightning. It was the first time such a thing had happened under his watch. Deacon Cancer, you've come at the perfect time, Dirac Odom said. Mr. Edward wishes to consult Rhodes. Cancer forced a smile. Sorry, Mr. Edward, but Rhodes seems to be malfunctioning today. It might not be able to answer your questions normally. Huh. Edward frowned and looked toward the silver mirror, only to see white words forming across its surface. I can see where my great master is. This line of glowing white text seemed to be visible only to those Rhodes allowed to see it. Deacon, a friend of mine has suddenly gone missing. I'm very worried. I'd like to try asking anyway. Another disappearance? Cancer muttered, rubbing his temples. Then he nodded. All right. But we'll be monitoring the whole time. If anything seems wrong, I'll call the Archbishop in. After all, Edward was someone Archbishop Orimic personally valued. If Rhodes zapped him to death, that would be a serious problem. Fair enough. A group of people followed Edward to the private chamber where Rhodes was usually kept. Cancer placed the mirror carefully onto the stand on the table, then turned to Edward and said, please be cautious. Edward stepped forward, gently brushed the surface of the mirror 3 times with his right hand, and then spoke. Respected Rhodes, my question is, where is my friend, Detective Sherlock, right now? The lighting in the room suddenly took on a deep hue, as if it had been soaked in post-rain haze. Strange ripples of watery light shimmered across the surface of the silver mirror. Cancer immediately tensed, ready to intervene and, if needed, save Edward. But the expected frenzy never came. Instead, a scene gradually emerged on the surface of the mirror. Snow. Thick, blizzard-like snow. The earth was vast and white, stretching out in all directions without end. In the middle of that white expanse, a small town could be vaguely seen. The camera zoomed in swiftly, revealing that the town within was completely untouched by the harsh wind and snow. It zoomed in again. Klein stood in the center of that small town, speaking to someone beside him. Just as Edward tried to focus and see more clearly, a sudden gust of wind roared through, shifting the snowfall's direction and sweeping straight toward the viewer's gaze. The next second, the scene in the mirror vanished. The mirror returned to its normal reflective surface, shimmering faintly, along with a line of text. This is all I can see. Everyone, including Cancer, looked at each other in confusion. Had Rhodes gone back to normal? But hadn't it just zapped him again a few minutes ago? Edward was astonished. That's strange, it's only November. There's no way it would be snowing like that anywhere near Backlund. He quickly asked, where is that place? Instead of answering, Rhodes wrote in blood-red script. According to the principle of equivalence, it's now my turn to ask a question. Cancer's heart skipped a beat. Normally he was the one getting publicly embarrassed by Rhodes. Now, finally getting to see someone else get humiliated, he couldn't help but feel, oddly excited. My question is. Cancer's eyes widened. Do you intend to marry Miss Audrey Hall? Edward nodded. Yes. Cancer was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? That's not how this works. You're supposed to ask the kind of deeply private, shameful questions that make people want to die from embarrassment. Audrey Hall. The daughter of the Hall family. Backlund's most dazzling gem. Of course anyone would want to marry her. That's perfectly normal. Why? Why is this happening? Cancer felt like his entire worldview had just crumbled. Edward continued calmly, the place you just showed, where was that? The mirror shimmered for a few seconds, then displayed a few words, I don't know. Then how can I find my friend? I don't know. Edward thought for a few seconds. Then, where did he go missing? This time, a Rhodes did respond. On the mirror's surface, Klein was shown leaving the city of Backlund. He walked along a forest path, and then abruptly vanished. New crimson text appeared. According to the principle of equivalence, it's my turn again. Ecancer perked up again, hopeful. What are Audrey Hall's two brothers' names? Ecancer stumbled back a step, he was broken beyond repair. Deacon Ecancer. Deacon Ecancer. 2 Heart of Machinery members rushed to support him. Edward glanced back. Why don't you take Deacon Ecancer outside to rest for a bit? But what about you? Edward patted Lilith, who sat on his shoulder. Last time, I had a cat as my audience too. It's fine. All right then. Once the others had exited, Edward answered, Hibbert Hall and Alfred Hall. A Rhodes replied, it's your turn to ask, sir. Edward asked, did Klein go missing while investigating the maid named Cynthia? Yes. Then came another line in bloody text. Would you like to know why my great master went to the outskirts of Backlund? Edward smirked. Yup, just as I expected. Once there's no one around, this bootlicking mirror goes back to its usual ways. Yes, I would. The image flickered, and a man's face appeared, reddish-brown skin, clearly from the southern continent. When he opened his mouth to speak, it was evident that his third tooth on the left side was missing. Then a line of text appeared. His name is Baron. He's connected to the slave trade. My great master discovered that he may be related to Cynthia's case, and so he followed him to the outskirts. However, I do not know where Baron intended to go, nor do I know where he is now. Baron. Wasn't that the guy Alger wanted to find at the last tarot meeting? Wait, didn't this person also show up during the Great Smog incident? Wasn't he the one helping George III build the mausoleum and trafficking people? So Baron left Backlund for the countryside, and Klein followed him, and then vanished. But then, what was with the snow-covered town? Your turn to ask. Edward thought carefully. Do you know if there are any Tudor ruins or a mausoleum near Backlund? And, is Klein there? The mirror shimmered violently for a few seconds. Then a line of broken, flickering text slowly emerged. Yes, but I cannot see, clearly, however, the Great Master is not there. Not there. Blood-red text slowly unfurled. Would you like to? Suddenly, the mirror glitched, then resumed with an entirely unrelated question. Would you mind if your child was born with astonishing intelligence? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 322, Chapter 322, The Mysteries Can't Exist Without Klein. Edward was stunned. What kind of question is that? So abrupt. Incredible intelligence. Did that mean his child would be born a genius? Why would he mind that? Wouldn't that be a good thing? But then, a sudden thought struck him, and he asked in alarm, you don't mean, astonishing intelligence as in some big shot being reincarnated, do you? No way. I definitely mind. Why would you suddenly ask something like that? A Rhodes fell silent for a few seconds, then responded. It was just a question. Your turn to ask. Edward frowned. Where do you think I should begin my search to find Klein? Sorry, I don't know. A sad and dejected emoji appeared on the mirror's surface, but quickly switched to a cheerful and encouraging one. But I won't give up trying to find my master's location. As soon as I have news, I'll tell you immediately. How do you plan to contact me? I'll summon your messenger. A sealed artifact summoning a messenger. That was new. All right then. I'll start my own investigation in the meantime. Thank you, dear friend of my master. Edward left the room with Lilith in tow, his expression darkening. Even a Rhodes doesn't know. Could Klein's disappearance involve an angel-level entity? Not impossible. If Baron really had gone to the mausoleum being excavated for George III's ascension to the Black Emperor, then getting caught up in something at the angel level would be quite normal. But a Rhodes had also said Klein wasn't in the mausoleum. So what's really going on? Klein, where the hell are you now? Klein stepped out of the washroom, passed through the old-fashioned living room, and walked outside. Looking at the unfamiliar little town before him, a chill crept up his spine. I've been in this bizarre place for 4 days now, but if it weren't for Edward's prayer just now that let me return to the mysterious place above grey fog and recall everything, I fear I would have forgotten more and more as time passed, even the grey fog itself. 4 days, that means the new tarot meeting didn't happen as scheduled. Miss Justice and the others must think something happened to Mr. Fool. He took a deep breath, calming the ripple of panic in his heart. But Edward just said I only went missing a day ago, is time flowing differently here? From what Klein remembered, 4 days ago, from his own perception, he had gone to the Lime Bar in Backlund's Bridge district looking for Baron. But when he arrived, he found the bar had closed 2 days earlier. There were people, Baron's subordinates, searching for the bar's owner. From them, he learned that Baron had left for the outskirts that morning. Klein had followed his trail. And then suddenly, he found himself in this snow-filled world. He knew full well it was impossible for it to be snowing in Backlund during this season. So either he had unknowingly been transported to some far northern region, or he had been trapped in a dream. He tried using the gray fog to divine his location, but the vague clues yielded no useful results. Then he tried divining a way out, but only caught a fleeting glimpse of a blurred, genderless face. And the dream collapsed. With no better options, he had followed the snow-covered road forward. Eventually, he arrived at this strange little town. Despite the freezing blizzard outside the town, within its borders, it was as warm as spring, lush greenery everywhere. A single step in either direction, and it was like stepping between two different worlds. No need to guess, it was obviously supernatural in nature. But with no other path, he had no choice but to enter this mysterious town. And then. Klein slapped his forehead hard, his pupils trembling. I can't remember. Everything that happened after I entered this town, I can't remember any of it. Impossible. He had already restored his memories after returning to the gray fog, so why couldn't he recall anything that had happened inside the town? He rubbed his temples, trying to force the lost memories to the surface. Suddenly, he noticed something written on the back of his hand. He quickly brought it closer to read. Whatever you do, don't die. Don't trust anyone, including yourself. You'll need someone else's help. The handwriting was unmistakably his own, probably written with the fountain pen he carried. Did I really write this? The first line seems like a throwaway warning, the second one is vague, and the third? Why would I need someone else's help? What could others help me with? Suddenly, a vision flashed across his mind. A cleaver came swinging down at him, striking squarely in the forehead. Red and white burst forth in a grotesque mix. Then the scene twisted and vanished into nothing. Huff, huff. Klein was gasping for air, his breath ragged and uneven. He instinctively reached for his forehead in panic. I died once. How was that even possible? If he truly had died, then, what exactly was he now? Hey, hello. A voice greeted him just then. Klein looked up and saw a girl walking over. She had loosely curled chestnut hair draped over her shoulders, looked to be in her early 20s, and wore a beige high-collared dress with ruffled trim. She was average in height, exuding an air of laziness and decay. A cigarette, unlit, was loosely held between her fingers. Her expression was one of confused irritation. I'd like to ask, where exactly is this place? I just went out to the store to buy a pack of cigarettes, and then, bam, next thing I know, I'm here. I don't know either, Klein replied, quickly calming himself. I came here for no clear reason myself. Wait a minute. This girl, she looked vaguely familiar. Where had he seen her before? Right, Miss Magician. Klein began to suspect her identity, but said nothing. Instead, he looked around at the bustling street and suggested, should we ask someone for directions? The girl shook her head. No use. I already walked a loop around this place. So far, you're the only normal person I've seen. What do you mean? I mean. She turned around and called out to a couple walking past, hello. Whoosh. The couple turned their heads in perfect sync and responded in unison. Hello there, Miss Furswall. In that instant, a chill shot up Klein's spine. The couple's faces bore a strange smile, one that defied explanation. From the unnaturally curled lips, to the taut skin around their cheeks, to the eerie sparkle in their eyes. It was a smile bright and sunny in appearance, yet disturbingly unnatural. Then, to Klein's mounting horror, the couple turned to him, also in perfect sync, and spoke with familiar warmth. Hello there, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Before the echo of their voices faded, another passerby turned and said. Hello there, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Then another. Hello there, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. And another. Hello there, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Every single passerby wore the same eerie smile, like porcelain dolls painted with joy that didn't reach the soul. Hello there, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. After lunch. Edward checked the time. Exactly 4 hours had passed, so he offered another prayer to Mr. Fool. This time, the response came quickly. Understood. Mr. Fool sat atop the dense, pale gray fog, his chin resting lazily in his palm, looking as composed and unbothered as ever. There was no trace of someone facing a crisis. Moments later, the gray fog receded, and Edward returned to his room. Klein had lingered in the vision a few seconds after replying. Was he hesitating, thinking about asking for help? But in the end, he chose not to. Edward pondered this, then had a sudden theory. Could it be, Klein didn't know where he was or how he got there? And if he asked for help while still clueless, and Mr. Fool also turned out to know nothing, then the powerful and mysterious image Mr. Fool had painstakingly built up might start to unravel. Edward let out a sigh. Klein's still too green. If this were the later version of Klein, he'd absolutely keep a straight face and say, "This is a test from Mr. Fool. You must resolve this crisis on your own." Or, "The reason I cannot intervene is because I'm currently blocking an evil god's descent." As long as your skin was thick enough, excuses were never in short supply. Edward walked toward the location Klein had last appeared in his dream divination, and performed another round of divination. After searching the surroundings, he still came up empty-handed. He frowned. The biggest problem now was having no starting point at all. The last thing Klein did before vanishing was chase after Baron out of Backlund. On the surface, this looked like it might be connected to the tomb excavation linked to George III's attempt to ascend. But then again, a Rhodes confirmed Klein wasn't there. If only he could find Baron, maybe there'd be a clue. But a Rhodes couldn't find him. Divination didn't work either. That meant he could only rely on traditional, manual investigation. Edward wrote down all known information surrounding Klein's disappearance, then summoned Phoenix and had it deliver the message to Captain Dunn. Through Miss Daly, the Church of the Evernight Goddess might be able to help investigate. As for the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, he had already requested their assistance through a cancer before leaving. Then there was the Sanguines. Edward sent a letter to Akasha as well. These vampires had lurked in Backlund for thousands of years. Their underground intelligence network must be formidable. Lilith lay curled up on Edward's chest, lightly pawing at his furrowed brow with her little paw pad. "Edward, don't frown, you look like you've aged 10 years. Edward sighed. "It's not that I want to frown, it's just. The world of the mysteries can't exist without Klein Moretti, just like Konoha can't lose Naruto, or the Survey Corps can't go on without Levi, cough, cough. Note, 180 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote." Chapter 323, Chapter 323, Hey, Human Nature. All along, Edward's general stance toward Klein had been, help him if possible, but don't revolve your entire life around him, let alone become his babysitter. He and the goddess shared the same desire. They needed a lord of the mysteries who could carry his own weight, not a half-baked ornamental puppet cultivated through overprotection. But this time, it was different. First, Klein's disappearance didn't exist in the original story. Second, it likely involved angel-level powers. Third, the disaster Bernardet had prophesied was just around the corner. If they didn't intervene now, who knew whether it might spiral into something truly irreversible? You couldn't seriously count on Klein's Evernight mommy to swoop in at the critical moment, could you? Now, who are the big shots that might be able to help? Bernardet, Oramic, Mr. Azik, and maybe Medici. Wait a minute. The reason Klein had gone after Baron in the first place was to investigate the missing maid from Prince Edisac's manor. And Prince Edisac was deeply tied to the Demonist sect. That meant Klein's disappearance might also be related to the witches. In that case, could they perhaps uncover something through the collaboration between the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect? As Edward was thinking this, whoosh! Phoenix tore through the air and flew in, clutching a letter in its claws. Is it from the captain? Or Akasha? Edward took the letter, unfolded it, and saw, it was from Admiral of Ailment Tracy, relayed through the hanged man Alger. To Mr. Sparrow. Greetings. Yesterday, I happened to learn that my mother is heading to Backlund, though her purpose there remains unclear. That said, I've heard rumors that the Demonist sect is cooperating with certain factions in Backlund. I hope this intel is useful to you. Also, I'd like to ask if there's any alternative way, any at all, for me to obtain the method to become male again. I am willing to pay any price. After reading the letter, Edward was momentarily stunned. He had just been thinking about the Demonist sect, and a witch's letter had arrived. So, the Demoness of White, Katarina, had come to Backlund. In the original plot, she collaborated with the lone royal family to obtain one of the Sequence 1B under characteristics from the Hunter pathway, Conqueror. But that only happened around the time of George III's apotheosis. The Great Smog incident, if he remembered correctly, was orchestrated by the Demoness of Despair, Panatia. Oh right, she had been gravely injured in an internal power struggle within the Demonist sect. Her current state remained unknown. But the high-ranking Demoness who wounded Panatia was currently in Backlund. Could it be that Katarina had come to deal with her? One possible speculation. Panatia had recovered and was preparing to cooperate with the royal family in triggering the Great Smog, just like in the original timeline. Katarina's arrival was to prevent the high-ranking Demoness behind Trissy from interfering again. Misfortune never comes alone, does it? When it rains, it pours. Edward quickly scribbled a single sentence on parchment in reply. Deal. One undying beyonder characteristic in exchange. He handed the note to Phoenix. Please help me deliver it back. got it. Phoenix had just flapped into the spirit world when Edward, carrying Lilith, stepped in right after, traveling through the traveler's door to the Aurora Order's headquarters. As he exited the spirit world, he saw Priscilla sitting at the head seat with her chin propped up in boredom, muttering to herself. Said they'd help me digest my potion faster, it's been days and I haven't acted even once. What's the rush? Medici was sprawled lazily on the couch nearby, one leg crossed over the other. A glance around told Edward, Mr. A wasn't here. Well, you were just a sequence 7 the first time we met. And now you're sequence 5 already. Medici flashed a wide grin. You'd better watch your back. You never know when a little raven might jump out of nowhere and gobble you up. Right, Aman has a taste for marauder pathway characteristics, but he's interested in the apprentice pathway too. Priscilla instantly perked up when she saw Edward. Big brother Edward. They're being mean to me again, forcing me to stay here every day. So boring. Then she noticed the cat. Ah. Lilith. You're here too. She ran up and scooped Lilith from Edward's arms. Medici's eyes widened. Then he slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Buffed, you've got guts, kid. Even if Lilith's been dead for thousands of years, her vampire descendants are still very much alive. Giving your cat that name? That's some bold provocation. Ha 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 ha. I like you even more now. Once I ascend to sequence 0, I'll make you my pope. Thank you for the honor, Lord Medici. Edward offered a polite bow. He glanced at Priscilla, now cuddling Lilith. But, why are you keeping Priscilla here? Medici folded his arms and huffed. To keep her from attracting that damned demoness from the Cheeks family. What else? So Medici knew Caterina had come to Backlund too. But in the original, he had intimidated her into submission with pure bluffing. Now he was hiding. Medici suddenly slapped the table and stood up. Hey, what's with that look on your face? If it weren't for this brat, I wouldn't need to be holed up here. Edward asked, has the demoness sect reached out to the Aurora Order? Of course. Medici raised an eyebrow. Heh. Same old demands as before, asking the Aurora Order to create some big commotion in Backlund. Including, but not limited to, the descent of my lord. You refused. Not exactly. Medici snorted. Depends on what they offer. He let out a scornful laugh, as if recalling something ridiculous. You know what those idiots offered Mr. A as payment last time? Dropping the wanted status on the Aurora Order and writing up articles in the newspaper praising our great contributions. Fucking morons. He couldn't help swearing under his breath. Edward asked, then what do you want? Whatever Cheek wants, Medici replied smoothly. I want that. They agree. Not a chance. Medici's tone suddenly cooled. But those dimwits can't get anything done without the Aurora Order's help. It's the bargaining phase now. Negotiation, after all, is always about give and take. Edward took the opportunity to ask, I've always been curious, you've only recently escaped your seal, right? How do you know so much about what's happening in the outside world? Did your lord tell you? The lord. He's gone even more mad than he was before I escaped, Medici replied casually. As for me, I have my own channels and connections, you don't need to worry about that, kid. He paused. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed sharply. But you, on the other hand, you knowing so much is far more suspicious, isn't it? Edward gave it a moment of serious thought, then replied frankly, me. I also have my own channels and connections. You don't need to worry about it either. Medici burst out laughing again. Good, good. Absolutely delightful. Someday, I must introduce you to Lil Raven. I'll pass, thank you. Medici waved a hand. Enough chatter. Out with it, what did you come here for? I have a friend who's gone missing, Edward explained. He's a detective who got caught up in an investigation. I suspect the case is tied to the royal family and the demoness sect. Heh. Then he's as good as dead. Edward shook his head. He's not dead. He's just trapped in a place that can't be divined, located, or even sensed using high-grade sealed items. I came here to ask, who do you think has the power to pull something like that off? Medici scoffed. Isn't it just creating a space outside of reality, and tossing in some anti-divination? That's nothing special. Besides, with how the lone royal family operates, people disappearing is practically routine. He added lazily, and this is Everknight's territory. If she wants to hide something, you think she'd send you a memo? Edward froze. Could it be, Klein was preemptively taken to that church by the goddess? That didn't make sense. All he was doing was chasing after Baron, wasn't he? Wait, unless Klein really did discover the tomb George III was digging to ascend, and the goddess, in an act of protection, threw him into hiding. If that were the case, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. But, from what he recalled, there shouldn't be snow there. Sigh. No use hoping for more intel from Medici. Edward rubbed his temples. Lord Medici, if the demoness sect agrees to your terms, do you really plan to bring the Lord down? I mean, whatever's left of the Lord today, he's already gone mad because he lost his anchor in the War of the Four Emperors. If the Aurora Order keeps pushing this, he'll only deteriorate faster. Medici shot him a glance. What a noble-sounding speech. But let's be real, you just don't want innocents to die, do you? Yes. Medici gave a light scoff. And if I say no, you planning to fight me over it? Edward chuckled. Now how could I dare? We're all one big family, aren't we? Whatever issue comes up, surely we can talk it out peacefully. TCH. Medici snorted. Pathetic human morality. He stretched. Besides, the Aurora Order's target this time is the Church's Beyonders. Frankly, I'd rather not see ordinary folks die meaninglessly either. He smiled maliciously. They're much more useful alive, don't you think? Makes for good cannon fodder in future wars. Efficient recycling, I'd say. Then, with a twisted grin, he added, hey. If you really care that much, why don't you go babysit the witches under Cheek's command instead? They're the ones really planning a bloodbath. You care about civilian lives. Let's see you stop them. Edward answered seriously. I'll do what I can. That's all one can do. Now then, I'll be going. Come on, Lilith. Coming. Pfft. Medici burst into laughter again. Once all this is over, let's take your cat for a visit to the vampires. That'll be fun. Oh, my relationship with the vampires is great right now. Priscilla pouted. Leaving so soon? Edward hesitated, stepped forward to ruffle her hair, then took a step back, entering the spirit world and vanishing. Medici turned his gaze toward a crucifix hanging upside down on the wall and chuckled quietly. Hey, human nature. Back in the city of Backlund, in the rented flat shared by Zio and Furs. Zio sat anxiously on the sofa, glancing out the window again and again. But with each passing look, the unease in her chest only grew heavier. Furs had been missing for nearly a full day. The day before, Furs had experienced a burst of inspiration late at night and pulled an all-nighter, making huge progress on her novel. The price? Her cigarettes barely had a chance to cool. Early the next morning, she'd told Zio she was heading out to buy more smokes. They were supposed to discuss a letter afterwards. But Furs had never returned. At the time, Zio assumed it was just Furs being Furs, finding some excuse to delay their discussion. So she didn't think much of it and left as usual. But when she came home at 8 p.m. that evening, the apartment was pitch black. Furs hadn't come back since leaving that morning. For most adults, disappearing overnight might not be that alarming. But Furs was different. She was the kind of person who would rather lie down than sit than stand, and stay indoors than set foot outside. Ever since they'd met, Furs had never vanished without a word. By the time midnight came and went, Zio finally gave up on denial. Ignoring her own exhaustion from the day's work, she plunged into the shadows, seeking help from the agents of MI9. Furs, where the hell did you go? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 324, Dunn's investigation results. Frozen Town. Beyond the town's border, the howling wind swept up flurries of snow, painting the entire world a stark silvery white. But within the town itself, trees stood lush and blooming flowers filled the air, forming a jarring contrast to the desolate cold outside. Grumble. Klein clutched his stomach. The gnawing hunger was growing unbearable. He hadn't eaten in a long time. Had it not been for his enhanced physical resilience after becoming a magician, his old body from when he'd first transmigrated would have likely collapsed by now. He forced himself to look away from the lavish dinner spread just a dozen meters away, an entire table laid out as if awaiting guests. But he didn't dare touch it. Because the yellow crystal dangling from his finger was spinning rapidly in a clockwise direction, each turn silently screaming the same thing. Danger. Furs held a cigarette between her fingers, taking a deep sniff beneath her nose before reluctantly tucking it back into her cigarette case. It was her last one. As long as it stayed in the case, at least she still had hope. It's almost sundown. We'll have to call it for today. She glanced up at the reddening sunset on the horizon, annoyed and restless. How she missed her old life, lounging around on the sofa, spacing out in peace. These past few days, she'd gotten more exercise than she had in months. This eerie little town. Though every resident wore a disturbingly forced smile during the day, it still looked like a peaceful, idyllic place. But once night fell, those residents would transform into scaled beasts that began hunting them. Some of the monsters resembled hyenas covered in scales. Others looked like fish demons crawling out of the abyss. Some were piles of scaled sludge, while others were like giant lizards. The first night, the two of them were torn to shreds within 30 minutes of the chase. In other words, they died. But in this strange place, death didn't mean the end. It simply meant losing part of your memories. Furs had only lost some blurry childhood memories. But Klein. He'd already begun to forget details from before his transmigration. That thought alone chilled him to the bone. He immediately tried to summon Mr. Azek's messenger for help. No response. Then he tried summoning Edward's messenger. Still nothing. He thought of praying to himself, reaching out through the tarot club. But even after countless divinations atop the grey fog, he still couldn't pinpoint where he was. If the blessed Klein didn't know, fine. But if even the fool didn't know, that would completely shatter the mysterious and omniscient image he had built. So he had to hold back, for now. On the second day, using his divination abilities, they figured out a survival method. If they could infiltrate a house before sundown, kill the resident and replace them, they could safely stay the night. Of course, the next morning, the resident they killed would rise again, completely unharmed. With the same grotesque smile. Warmly welcoming them as if nothing had happened. On the third day, they scoured every corner of the town. Still nothing. Now it was day 4. Still nothing. But after enduring life and death scenarios together several times, the two had developed a strong synergy. Klein swallowed hard, trying to trick his body into feeling full. If this keeps up, we won't last much longer. He pulled out a map they had found in one of the houses and laid it flat on the floor. Have you noticed? The area shown on this map is bigger than what we've actually seen. First pointed to a location marked church on the map. Right. But up until now, we haven't seen any sign of a church in the entire town. I think that church is the key to getting out of here. But how are we supposed to find a place that doesn't exist? Klein shook his head. Maybe it only doesn't exist during the day. We've never searched the town after nightfall. But those monsters. Furs froze mid-sentence. Realization dawned. You're saying the monsters exist to keep people from reaching the church. Let's start by heading to the spot on the map closest to it. As the final ray of sunlight dipped below the horizon, darkness swallowed the town. Shrill howls echoed from every direction. All over the streets, strange, scaly monsters dripped with viscous water and came in all shapes and sizes. Their dull yellow vertical pupils lacked clarity, relying mostly on scent and sound to locate prey. Furs crouched at the window, watching the beast stalk past in the streets below. Behind her, a man and woman lay in a pool of blood on the floor, dead for some time. Even in their final moments, they had worn smiling faces. How's it looking? Ironically, Furs was more alert now than before. Her thoughts were razor-sharp. This always happened. When she procrastinated to the deadline on her novels, her focus would skyrocket in the final stretch, and she would write like the wind. Klein leaned back in the chair, eyes closed as he divined. After several fragmented visions, he opened his eyes. The location of the church has changed. To get there, we'll have to cross most of the town. TCH. Of course it wouldn't be easy. So what now? Klein pulled out the dowsing crystal and began murmuring rapidly. The house on the left is empty. The house on the left is empty. After the 7th repetition, the yellow crystal began spinning clockwise. Let's go. Use your door opening ability. Furs grabbed his arm and sprinted toward the wall on the left. Just before impact, she muttered. Open. Their bodies turned ethereal and phased through the wall, landing in the neighboring house. It was empty, just as Klein had predicted. He explained. Those monsters are the townsfolk transformed. Since most of them are wandering outside, their houses should be empty. He laid out the map. Plus, this town is laid out in a perfect grid. The houses are side by side. I'll divine which ones are empty, and you phase us through, bit by bit, we close in on the church. And if all the nearby houses are occupied by monsters. Klein shrugged. Though exhaustion dulled his eyes, his gaze remained resolute. Then we fight. Truthfully, with his current power, killing a few monsters wouldn't be hard. The problem was. Making too much noise would draw the entire horde. He traced the symbol of the Evernight goddess over his chest and whispered. Let's hope our luck doesn't run out. After wandering around the whole day, it was already 8 p.m. when Edward finally returned to the small villa. When it came to Klein, he truly had gone above and beyond. To settle dinner quickly, he boiled a pack of instant noodles he had brought from the Harry Potter world. Lilith joined in for a few bites and began seriously considering the idea of creating instant mouse. By around 10 p.m., Audrey arrived. Ugh, I'm so exhausted. She flopped face first onto Edward's bed without the slightest concern for ladylike manners, looking as if she'd been utterly drained. What happened? Edward asked. Audrey stared blankly at the ceiling. I spent the entire morning packing, she said lifelessly. Huh? Don't you have maids for that? Some things, I can't let them see, she said, wrinkling her nose. Don't interrupt. By the time I was finally done in the afternoon and ready to relax, the psychology alchemists called for a salon. She propped herself up with her arms behind her and sat up. Today's topic was, witnessing the magic of hypnosis. But didn't you tell me before, Edward asked, that whenever you attend anything from the psychology alchemists, I should pray to the fool for a blessing? Audrey's eyes lit up. Yes. And the fool actually sent down a blessing through an angel. An angel, Edward. I've only ever read about them in books. She looked like she was still starstruck by the experience. And then? Edward prompted. And then, they had all of us experience what it's like to be hypnotized. She sighed helplessly. But with an angel of the fool protecting me, obviously I couldn't be hypnotized. So I had to pretend I was. And when they snapped their fingers to lift the hypnosis, I had to act like I didn't remember anything. I had to pretend to be amazed, shocked, full of wonder. Thank the gods I've had some training for this kind of thing. You know, like how noble ladies are taught to faint gracefully when faced with social embarrassment. Edward burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I really don't want to go through that again. Audrey then looked at him and asked. What about you? What did you do today? Edward's expression turned serious. Mr. World has gone missing. I spent the whole day investigating it. Huh. 10 minutes later, after hearing the full story, Audrey frowned. And what did Mr. Fool say? He said Klein is fine. Audrey immediately smiled in relief. If Mr. Fool says he's fine, then he definitely is. Edward, maybe you're overthinking things a bit too much. Sigh, Miss Justice, even Mr. Fool himself isn't as confident in himself as you are in him. The next morning. In the small villa in Backlund's Empress Borough. Edward prayed to the Fool again at the designated time, then sat on the sofa in deep thought. Lilith lay nearby, crunching on her dried mouse snack. The smell was so enticing that Edward couldn't help glancing at her a few more times. She suddenly tilted her head with a playful sparkle in her eyes and asked sweetly. Why are you staring at Miss Lilith? Want half my mouse? Thanks, but I'll pass. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Done. The captain's voice was as calm and composed as ever. Edward opened the door. In stepped a man in a grey wool coat, a gentleman's hat on his head, and a pipe in his mouth, classic detective attire. He removed the hat and took out his pipe, getting straight to the point with a serious expression. I followed up on the leads you gave me yesterday. With his pipe still in hand, Dunn continued. I found that Klein isn't the only one looking into the missing maid, there's at least one more group involved. They appear to be from MI9, Lone's Military Intelligence Service. Edward's eyes widened in surprise. Why is MI9 involved in this too? Dunn went on, also, when I expanded the search to include recent missing persons in Backlund, I discovered something quite interesting. Excluding cases related to gang violence or kidnapping, there have been dozens of people who simply vanished without a trace, just like Klein. The church has already taken notice of this. But due to lack of clues, and deliberate suppression by the church and the government, it hasn't caused any public panic. All of those missing people disappeared shortly after leaving Backlund, except for one case. He paused. That one person is a fairly well-known novelist. Her name is Furswall. Edward blinked, unsure if he had misheard or if it was a coincidence. Furswall. Miss Salted Fish. She disappeared yesterday morning after going out to buy cigarettes. According to the shop owner, she took a pack of smokes without paying. If they hadn't known each other for so long, the owner would have thought she was trying to sneak a freebie. A novelist. Chain smoker. No doubt about it. It's her. Note, 320 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, A Rhodes, it's time you tried harder. Dunn concluded thoughtfully. So, either this Miss Furswall is special in some way, or, her disappearance has nothing to do with the others. Captain. Edward raised his hand. This Furs you mentioned is actually a friend of mine. Dunn finally showed a flicker of surprise. After thinking for a moment, he asked. Then do you know what might be special about her? As far as I know, Furs is a very lazy lady. Her usual routine consists of writing novels or lying around on the sofa. If it weren't for her friends dragging her out, she'd skip socializing altogether. Oh, right, she's also a beyonder. Meaning her social circle is clean, and she's unlikely to have made any enemies. Exactly. Dunn clamped the pipe back in his mouth, sinking into thought. Edward quickly added, of course, it's also possible that I don't know her well enough, and she might have done something in private that I'm unaware of. All right. I'll continue looking into her. If I find anything new, I'll let you know immediately. Be careful, Captain. Dunn tipped his gentleman's hat back onto his head, then smiled and tapped the brim with 2 fingers as he turned to leave. If it weren't for that thick beard on his face, the whole motion would have been extremely suave. How much does Zio know about Fur's disappearance? Not wasting any time, Edward immediately prepared to leave. Lilith, having just finished a hearty meal, was now contentedly grooming herself. But when she noticed Edward getting ready to head out again, she leapt up to his shoulder with 2 quick hops and chirped. Edward. Where are you going? I'm coming too. Sherwood Burrow, Fur's and Zio's shared apartment. Edward found the place empty. Not surprising. Given the close bond between Fur's and Zio, it made sense that if one of them disappeared, the other wouldn't just sit around at home. Murmuring a quiet apology in his heart, Edward slipped into the apartment. Lilith immediately sprang from his arms and began curiously exploring every corner. Ah. Edward, this place is so messy. The living room was a chaotic mess. The couch cushions were all tangled into a nest, and there was a clearly visible dent formed by someone lying there for far too long. The trash can was overflowing with crumpled manuscripts, likely drafts Fur's had tossed. The desk was covered with manuscript pages, the topmost one half-written. A fountain pen lay beside it, capless, clearly, Fur's hadn't expected to vanish so suddenly. The ashtray was full to the brim with cigarette butts, evidence of her nicotine frenzy the previous night. Frankly, if she weren't a beyonder, smoking like this would have ruined her lungs long ago. Technically, 2 girls live here. But the mess had nothing to do with gender. It was all about work and personality. Zio was brash, always out and about working as an arbiter. Expecting her to keep house was unrealistic. Fur's? She was either lying on the sofa smoking, writing while smoking, or asleep, pretending to be dead. She was the true source of this chaos. Honestly, being a writer is the worst career choice. Edward walked over to the desk and, after glancing at the ashtray filled with chewed-up cigarette butts, hesitated, then turned into the bedroom. Sure enough, he found a few long strands of hair near the pillow. Definitely Fur's. He wrote, current location of Fur's, on a piece of parchment, then pulled over a chair and sat down to begin his divination. After a swirl of hazy, fragmented images, he saw Fur standing at a shop counter, holding a pack of cigarettes. Just as the shop owner turned around to grab something, she suddenly stumbled, like stepping off the edge of reality, and vanished into thin air. A second later, snap, everything shattered into darkness. The dream broke. Exactly the same result as when he had tried divining Klein. Edward flipped a coin. Klein and Fur's are currently together. The coin slipped from his hand and rolled far away, divination failed. He frowned and thought for a moment, then made up his mind. Time to go see a Rhodes. A Rhodes' personal chamber. As soon as Edward entered, shimmering words filled the mirror with a distinctly sycophantic tone. Mr. Edward, have you brought news of my dearest, greatest master? The sentence ended with an overly eager emoji of sparkling eyes. More or less. The mirror gleamed as if lighting up. Where is he? Edward replied. Someone told me he's likely in some kind of anti-divination or hidden space. Then paused, frowning. Wait a second. Which of us is the magic mirror again? Why are you the one asking me all the questions? A Rhodes flickered once or twice. You may now ask 2 questions in a row. Edward held up one of Fur's hairs. I want to know where the owner of this hair is. The mirror rippled, and the image changed. A blizzard filled the screen. Beneath the thick snow, a small town came into view. The lens zoomed in quickly. Fur's was standing outside, a cigarette in her mouth, unlit, saying something. The screen flashed again, now Klein was beside her. They were walking together through the snowy streets of the strange town, chatting. She's in the same independent space as my master. If Fur's truly had ended up in the same place as Klein, then her case was different from the others. But what exactly made her different? Edward thought for a moment. What about the other people who went missing in Backlund? Are they in the same situation? Yes. Actually, that question was asked by Machinery Hivemind earlier. Back then, I couldn't sense any of the missing people at all. But now that my master is in that space, I can detect it indirectly, through something on him. After a pause, a Rhodes asked. Anything else you'd like to ask? What makes Fur's different from the others who went missing? She disappeared in a different location. All the others vanished outside Backlund. She did not. Edward rolled his eyes. What I meant was, why was her disappearance location different? Is there something special about her? The mirror's surface turned blood red, and glowing letters appeared. According to the principle of equivalence, it is now my turn to ask. Edward. Apologies. As a mystical item, while I can sometimes break the rules, I cannot fully override them. It gave a quick explanation, then immediately followed up with its question. So, you want to know why Furza's disappearance occurred in a different location than the others, yes? The surface of the mirror flickered briefly, and then it responded. Based on the information I can access, there are a few possible explanations. First, Fur's occupation is different from the other missing people, she's the only one who's an author. Second, she may be the only one afflicted by a certain unknown curse. Third, she's also the only one among them on the apprentice pathway. Edward thought for a moment. What else do you think I should ask you? Apologies. At the moment, I am unable to provide further assistance in rescuing my master. Useless piece of junk. Rhodes. Edward's tone suddenly turned earnest. At this rate, you're never going to be of real help to your master in the future. It's time you seriously considered growing stronger. I'll do my best, Mr. Edward. Serious face. Catch you later. Edward didn't linger to chit-chat. He turned and left the room, soon finding Akasha again. Deacon Akasha, I've finished questioning Rhodes. Any progress on your friend's disappearance? Edward shook his head. Not much. After a pause, he added. But, Mr. Akasha, I have reason to believe my friend's disappearance is not an isolated incident. As far as I know, there have already been dozens of such missing persons cases in Backlund, likely all connected. Akasha's expression grew solemn. In fact, we've been investigating this matter for some time already. Yeah, I heard. But I'm beginning to suspect that it may involve a high-sequence beyonder, or even a sealed artifact. Akasha acted without hesitation. I'll report this to the higher-ups immediately. Thanks for your hard work. After leaving the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, Edward went straight to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, where he swiftly submitted a formal triple report combo. This time, he even included a conjecture that the Demonist sect might be planning a Sequence 3 advancement attempt. As for the final place, the Church of the Lord of Storms, Edward hesitated. He had serious doubts that if he walked in to report something, those old brutes might just turn around and arrest him as a suspect. So instead, he had one of the Nighthawks from the Evernight Church pass along the message to the Punishers on his behalf. Lone Kingdom, Military Intelligence 9th Bureau Headquarters. Deputy Director Conas Kilgore lounged in a luxurious wide-backed leather chair. This brigadier general had an exceptionally broad frame, his white dress shirt and black vest looked like they were about to burst at the seams. He had a tall, straight nose, deep navy eyes bordering on black, and a face that never showed any strong emotions, like a still pond. Some claimed this was the result of years of spy training. After all, a spy who couldn't hide their emotions wouldn't live long. He toyed with a finely crafted pocket watch in his hand and asked in a flat tone. So, you're saying the three major churches are now all looking into this incident? The subordinate standing before him was visibly tense. Why yes, sir. It's been over a month, and not only have you failed to locate a maid, you've managed to alert everyone. Do you really think you're still fit to serve in military intelligence? The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to speak. Kilgore flipped the pocket watch between his fingers. After a long silence, he waved his hand casually. If you find the girl before the three churches do, this matter can be dropped. If not, transfer to Site No. 1. Understood. Kilgore then turned his head slightly and looked toward the empty single-seater sofa nearby. Mr. Rambies, any thoughts? The air distorted slightly. What had been an empty seat was now occupied by an elderly gentleman. He wore a shirt, waistcoat, and a dark red bow tie. His hair was fully white yet thick and well kept. He carried an aura of gentle sophistication, and his blue eyes seemed filled with wisdom and knowledge. Apologies. I can only tell you that the person you're looking for is at the boundary between reality and illusion. I don't know where it is, and I don't know how to get there. But the place is man-made. If you find that person, you'll find what you're looking for. TCH. Could you be any more cryptic? The old man smiled gently. Then let me put it plainly, the person you're searching for is probably an author. Got it. So it all comes down to finding people again. Kilgore rose to his feet. Sigh, that damn hero bandit, and the group connected to the tarot cards, still no progress. Now this. Having completed all his reports, Edward finally made it back home and was ready to rest. But no sooner had he sat down than Phoenix came flying out of the spirit world, bearing a message from vampire Countess Akasha. Lilith, I'm going to meet with the vampires. You'll stay home, there's no point dragging you around for this. Edward gently set Lilith on the sofa. Although his current relationship with the vampires was good, out of caution and respect, he still didn't think it was wise to bring Lilith along. Lilith yawned and curled up, covering her head with her tail. Okay, Miss Lilith will wait right here for you to come back. He opened the traveler's gate and stepped into the spirit world. A few seconds later, he re-emerged in the same chamber where he had previously met with Akasha. As soon as she saw him step out of the spirit world, Akasha smiled approvingly. That fast? You've advanced already. Heh, now I'm feeling more confident about teaming up with you to take down Klarman. Today, she wore another of those infuriating outfits, clearly conservative with no skin exposed, yet somehow still making her figure stand out like a flame. You've got a lead. Akasha replied smugly. Of course. You think we sanguines have survived for thousands of years doing nothing? Tracking a few missing persons. Child's play. Edward's eyes lit up. So, where's my friend? No idea. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, Can the toilet inspire you? She answered without the slightest hesitation. Then what was all that confident talk just now? Was she just bluffing? Hey. What's with that look in your eyes? Akasha sat up straight, looking thoroughly annoyed. I may not know his exact location, but based on all the clues I've gathered, and after consulting some of the old folks in the clan, I can basically confirm one thing: he's inside a book right now. A book. Yep. A self-contained space, immune to divination and perception, a self-sustaining book world. Edward's first thought was Griselle's travels. But that book was currently in his own hands, and it had been created by none other than the former dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. So he asked, cautiously. Isn't something like that only achievable by a sequence 0 of the spectator pathway? Not necessarily. Akasha crossed her arms. Creating a complex and almost real book world might require a sequence 0, yes. But a simpler version? Not always. She paused, then explained. So-called book worlds are often linked to the sea of collective subconscious, they're a kind of projection of reality. What a high-sequence spectator does is extract and isolate a portion of the sea of collective subconscious, turning it into a self-contained world. At that, Edward immediately thought of the psychology alchemist's headquarters, Garden of Eden. Could Klein's disappearance be connected to them? No. It might also be the work of 0-08. His head started to ache. Damn it, why is it always that thing? So then, how do we find this book? Akasha threw up her hands. How would I know? Edward dropped his head in thought. Book world, a book, Griselle's travels, novel, Suddenly, he remembered what Rhodes had said. One of the things that set Furs apart from the other missing persons was that she was the only author among them. A book world, and an author, could there be a connection? Could it be that one of Furs' novels had, by some coincidence, turned into a mystical item, and dragged a bunch of people, including herself, into it? Wait. Now that he thought about it, Furs' breakout hit was called Stormwind Mountain Villa. But no. The town they were in was surrounded by snowstorms. A snowstorm and a Stormwind Mountain Villa weren't quite the same. Could it be that after Stormwind Mountain Villa became a hit, she tried to ride her own coattails with a follow-up novel? Ding. He flicked a coin for divination, only for it to fail. Edward was stunned. What? How could such a simple divination fail? Is it because Furs is inside a book world that blocks all divinations related to her? TSK. No choice then, he'd just ask her directly. I need to use the washroom. Akasha waved her hand. Out the door, turn right, walk straight. Edward stepped outside and cast a disillusionment spell on himself right away. He didn't want any misunderstandings in this house full of women. He kept walking until he reached the end of the hall, then slid the door open with a swoosh. And immediately froze. In front of him was a large hot spring bath, filled with more than a dozen girls giggling and splashing around. All he saw was a sea of glistening white. His retinas almost burned. The girls turned to the sound of the sliding door, but saw nothing, thanks to the disillusionment spell. Bahahaha. Behind him came Akasha's uncontrollable laughter. Edward yanked the door shut in a panic and spun around. You. She waved it off with a smirk. No need to thank me. We're brothers, aren't we? Share the blessings. Is this vampire woman brain damaged? Akasha pointed lazily to the side. The real washroom's over there. Edward hurried off. Thanks. Send my regards to your family. Oh, they're most grateful, in a decomposing sort of way. This time, he double-checked that it was the correct washroom. He knocked to make sure it was empty, then entered and relaxed. Taking a breath, he began praying to Mr. Fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I wish to trouble you with a question for Miss Magician. Has she ever written a novel related to snowstorms? He hesitated, then added. Also, I've discovered that Klein's disappearance may be related to a high-sequence spectator pathway beyonder, or a mystical item. Please have him be extremely careful. Inside the book world, the snowy town. Klein and Furs were working together with increasing fluency. Each time Klein confirmed a direction via divination, Furs would immediately grab him and activate, door opening, phasing them through walls. Most of the monsters were still out patrolling the town, so their plan was proceeding relatively smoothly. If they ever ran into monsters in both adjacent buildings, they would retreat to a previous safe house and choose another route. The journey was longer, but they were steadily closing in on the church. Left. The two of them became incorporeal again and passed through the wall into the next house. Ahead. First took a breath and activated, door opening, again. Left. Hold on. Furs raised her hand, face weary. My spirituality's draining too fast. I need a short break. Okay. Klein's own spirituality wasn't much better. He collapsed onto a nearby sofa, using the time to recover. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the house swung open. Klein shot up from the couch, summoning a paper dagger midair. But just as he was about to throw it, he froze. Standing in the doorway was a child, about 5 or 6 years old. A pair of innocent, confused eyes stared blankly at the two of them, as if asking why there were suddenly two strangers in the house. Don't be fooled by its appearance. Furs didn't hesitate at all. She poured what little spirituality she had left into casting burning and electric shock in quick succession. The next second, the seemingly harmless child's body violently swelled and transformed into a scaly, giant insectoid creature. Its sharp mandibles split apart, launching a flurry of barbed spikes. Klein narrowly dodged. There was no time to curse, he immediately flung several paper daggers. Though they pierced the monster's head cleanly, none were fatal. Rolling to the side to evade another strike, he snapped his fingers to launch an air bullet, then sprinted toward the creature. Furs. Electrocute it. Blue lightning arced across the monster's body, stunning it, but only for 2 or 3 seconds. Still, it was enough for Klein to close the distance. The cylinder of his revolver spun rapidly, and several orange-yellow exorcism bullets lit up the air. In a blaze of fire, the monster's head was blown into pieces. Bang. The headless creature collapsed, spilling pungent green blood that quickly soaked into the floor. Both of them wore grim expressions. There was no time to catch their breath. Furs braced herself and activated, door opening, again, leaving the scene. But it was already too late. The thunderous gunshots and the stench of blood had drawn in all the nearby monsters. They howled and roared, converging from all directions. Under the hazy moonlight, they surged together like a beast tide. Everything in their path, whether walls or homes, was flattened. Charge through them. Klein made a snap decision. He grabbed Furs by the wrist and sprinted with all his might toward the church. The beast tide thundered behind them, gaining ground. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. The church loomed ever closer, and so did the beasts. Furs could already feel the scorching, foul-smelling breath behind her, hot enough to lift her hair and brush against her skin. That meant the monsters were just inches away. It's over. She could already picture them both being torn apart in the next second. She shouted quickly. Leave me. Use flaming jump and escape. Klein said nothing. He simply pulled out his sun brooch, gripped it tightly, and channeled his spirituality into it. A holy beam of light descended from the sky and slammed into the oncoming tide. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Just then, Klein heard a prayer in his ear. Seriously? I'm barely surviving and someone's praying to me right now. Dong, 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 dong. Suddenly, the church bell rang, echoing through the entire town. The beast tide halted. All the monsters suddenly became restless, as if sensing something terrifying. They froze, clearly afraid. Get over here. Up in the church bell tower, a girl wearing a grayish-brown trench coat and a hood waved at them frantically. Go. The two of them pushed themselves to their limits for one final sprint. As they reached the heavy black church doors, they creaked open with a hum, welcoming them in. It was a relatively small church. Judging by the number of seats, it could only accommodate 30 to 50 people for prayer. Inside, the walls were cracked and peeling, and the wooden benches were full of splinters and fractures, showing the wear of age. The Evernight goddess' sacred emblem hung on the wall opposite the entrance, tilted and half-broken. Dozens of candles flickered from all directions, their warm light driving away the gloom. Once their eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness, Klein and Furs were startled to see more than 10 people already sitting scattered throughout the chapel. Strangely, aside from their frightened expressions, they all seemed to carry a hint of hope. Hope that was directed at Klein. Only the person seated beneath the goddess symbol, a man dressed like a priest, remained silent, head down as he scribbled something into a thick black tome. You're back. The one who spoke was the hooded girl from the bell tower. But the moment she opened her mouth, Klein's heart dropped, something felt terribly off. She continued. Did you find a way out? Is she a survivor you rescued out there? Feeling Fur's astonishment beside him, Klein pursed his cracked lips and rasped out in a hoarse voice. You all know me. Of course. The girl replied matter-of-factly. Did you forget? You're the one who brought us all here to hide. Klein froze. Back in Backlund, Akasha's private hot spring washroom. Edward waited 5 minutes, but still received no reply from Klein. Eventually, he flushed, washed his hands, and stepped out of the room. Back in the lounge, Akasha was lounging on the sofa, legs crossed. She glanced at him and mumbled. That was a weird amount of time to spend in the washroom. Huh. If it was a number 2, you were too fast. If it was a number 1, I've got an exclusive secret method, want to hear it? Edward's face immediately darkened. I just went in there to think through some problems, that's all. She gave a sudden oh of realization and nodded. Ah, I see. The toilet inspires your thoughts and creativity. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 327, Determining the Target. Edward had no intention of continuing such a pointless conversation. He simply pretended not to hear and said, I have a theory I'd like to verify. Thanks for the intel today, I owe you one. Akasha raised 2 fingers. You owe me 2. As she spoke, she stood up and stretched. I'll tag along too. I've got a feeling this whole thing's going to be a lot of fun. There were dozens of newspapers and publishing houses across Backlund, big and small, but only a few were truly well known. The Backlund Daily was one of the larger ones in terms of scale. Edward had once asked Furs to help publish the story about Insangwil and the Quill of Alzahad in the Backlund Daily. But before he could follow up, he was swept into a whirlwind, returning to Tingen, dealing with the Meteor, Numinous Episcopate, Lenivus, and the Aurora Order's saints. Then he was dragged into the spirit world by a messenger for days, and after that, he returned to the Harry Potter world, so the newspaper article had long slipped his mind. The reason he came here now was because the fool still hadn't replied. If he couldn't get an answer from Furs directly, then the publishing house she submitted her work to might provide some clues. However, what he saw left him stunned. Only ruins remained, charred debris from a fire. Apparently, the publishing house had caught fire late one night a while ago. The blaze quickly spread, engulfing the entire building, including the offices and the nearby printing workshop. The fire resulted in 7 deaths, 1 being the chief editor of the publishing house, and 6 more from the night shift print workers. All the printed materials, newspapers, novels, magazines, and even the printing templates were reduced to ashes. Investigation concluded that the cause was due to old gas lamp piping, which leaked gas that ignited, an accidental fire, they claimed. The new Backlund Daily had since relocated and reorganized, leaving the wreckage untouched. An accident. A coincidence. That was never a good word. Edward then asked nearby residents for the exact timing of the fire. It seemed to have occurred shortly after the Tingen incident, coincidentally, right after the quill went missing. That was suspicious. If this so-called accident was caused by the quill, then why would it do that? Lady Akasha. Just call me Akasha. Edward went along with it. All right, Akasha, do you usually read the newspaper? She puffed up her chest with pride. Nope. What's there to be proud of? But if something important or interesting appears in the paper, someone always tells me about it. Then do you remember if, about a month ago, the Backlund Daily ran a report on someone called Insangwil? Akasha shook her head. More clues, please. It was written like a short story, a report about a beyonder and a sealed artifact. The artifact's trait was, if you know about it, it knows about you. Her eyes widened. If you know about it, it knows about you. That's crazy. She pinched her smooth chin, thinking hard. Nope. If something like that had been published, someone definitely would have told me. She paused, then added. Is this important? I can help you verify. Before Edward could even answer, she summoned a bat messenger and sent it out with a letter. Edward trusted a demigod's memory. Which meant, before the article could be published in the Backlund Daily, the entire publishing house had burned down, and everything related to the report had been destroyed. That made sense. To prevent another Tingen disaster, the quill had wiped out the Backlund threat in advance. And Furs was someone who had read that article. That was likely her unique trait. Just then, Akasha received a response. Yup, confirmed. That short story you mentioned. It was never published. Not just in the Backlund Daily, but not in any newspaper. Got it. Thanks. Edward took a step forward. I'm going to the new Backlund Daily office. Akasha followed him lazily, hands behind her head. I think you're looking in the wrong direction. A normal book becoming a mystical item. That's not something that just happens. Well, I don't have any better leads right now anyway. Truth was, if the psychology alchemists or the quill were behind this, it wouldn't be difficult for them to deliberately turn a novel into a mystical object. A few minutes later, they located the newspaper's new office a few blocks away. With a simple confusion spell, they easily got in to meet the new editor-in-chief, a stern, balding middle-aged man. Hello. I'd like to ask, did Furs used to submit her works here? The editor frowned, clearly annoyed. Yes. Why? Yesterday was the manuscript deadline, and she's completely disappeared. Utterly irresponsible. These damn fiction writers, each one worse than the last. They'll come up with any excuse to dodge deadlines. Yeah, you really misunderstood Furs this time. Did Furs ever write a follow-up novel after Stormwind Mountain Villa? Something like Blizzard Mountain Villa or Snowstorm Town? The editor scoffed. I might dislike Furs' laziness, but she'd never write something as low quality as that. Not even a knockoff of her own work. Edward nodded. Understood. However, the man continued, someone did submit a piece related to a blizzard town. Let me see. He bent down and rummaged under his desk, digging through a pile of clutter. After a moment, he pulled out a crumpled handwritten manuscript. Here, the blizzard mystery. It was submitted by some talentless woman. Rejected multiple times. She revised it over and over, but it still didn't cut it. He paused, then added. That was back when we were still in the old building. I was just the assistant editor then, but I remember the chief bringing it up more than once. He got so annoyed that eventually he agreed to keep it temporarily and asked Furs to take a look, see if it could be salvaged. I remember, Furs's reply was something like, the plot is passable, but the characters are too flat. Fixing it would be the same as rewriting the whole thing. That got her cursed out by the author. Eh? That description. It sounded oddly familiar. Right, back then, after Furs had helped him contact the publishing house and returned, a woman had followed her back and launched into a bitter rant. She accused Furs of disparaging her manuscript in front of the chief editor, leading to her work being rejected. The woman had shown intense hatred and resentment, and even sworn that she would return the favor 100-fold. No way. Could it really be that much of a coincidence? Oh right, said the editor, during that fire, almost everything was burned to ash, except for this manuscript. It wasn't damaged at all. So I brought it back with me. After all, it's the last thing tied to the old publishing house. Goddamn. That, basically confirmed it. So the person who created the book world and caused the disappearances, was that woman. But wait. Wasn't she just an ordinary person? Not necessarily. Most Beyonders don't display obvious traits before they use their abilities. It's entirely possible she was used by the psychology alchemists or by the quill. Or worse. The missing quill might have fallen into her hands. Which would mean, Furs, the only uniquely targeted missing person, was chosen because that woman wanted revenge. Editor-in-chief, Edward asked, do you know this manuscript author's name or where she lives? Oh, her name's Jessica. Inside the book world, snow-covered town. Klein had no memory of what the girl had said, but the hopeful glint in the dozen or so people's eyes confirmed her words. She wasn't lying. This wasn't his first time in the church. But since he had chosen to leave before losing his memory, it meant there had been no way out from here. All that effort, wasted. Klein rubbed his forehead, thinking. Then he asked, before I left, did I say what I was going to do? The girl raised an eyebrow, her tan face full of curiosity. You said you wanted to find the source of the monster's resurrection, to uncover who's really controlling all this. And then I just didn't come back until now. Exactly. She stepped a little closer, lowered her voice, and said, I told you back then it was a waste of time. This church is the root of everything. The monsters won't approach it, the bell drives them away. The key is, that woman claiming to be a priest. She swore up and down that if we stayed, we'd be safe. She cast a quick glance at the woman dressed in priestly robes, sitting under the sacred emblem of the Evernight. But why should we believe her? She was already here when we arrived. That means she's involved in everything. Sorry, I really don't remember any of that. Klein knew better than to say too much. He stayed silent and turned to look at the woman, mind racing through possibilities. But just then, Furs seemed to recognize something. She walked over quickly and stared at the robed woman. Jessica. You came in here too. Under the sacred emblem, the woman finally lifted her head. She looked as if she were greeting an old friend, and smiled faintly, long time no see, Furs. With Jessica's manuscript in hand, Edward had no trouble finding her residence. She lived in a rented apartment in the East Borough. Her life wasn't poor, but far from well off. She rarely interacted with others, but when she did, she greeted neighbors with a polite smile. Overall, she perfectly fit the image of a quiet, reclusive writer. However, when Edward and Akasha arrived at the apartment, they found the place in chaos. It had clearly already been searched thoroughly. Looks like someone else got here way ahead of me. Edward wasn't surprised. If groups like MI9, the Nighthawks, or the machinery hive minds were working on this, it would be strange if they were slower than him, who was basically poking around blind. Akasha strolled casually through the apartment, taking light sniffs as she circled the room. This smell, it's familiar. She scratched her cheek and turned to him. I think I encountered this apartment's owner yesterday, when I was helping you look for your missing friend. Edward raised 3 question marks in surprise. To be precise, I smelled her scent. Lifting her chin thoughtfully, she explained. I went to the area where your friend disappeared, searched the vicinity carefully, and found a small hidden chapel. Inside was a high-sequence demigod. And the reason I remember the scent is because it had the strange quality you only find in beyonders who've lost control. Out of control. A demigod. Are you saying Jessica is a demigod? Nope. She grinned. That demigod is actually quite a big name in Backlund's mystical world, the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight. Anthony Stevenson. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 520 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 328, Chapter 328, Saint Anthony. Edward was confused. He would rather believe there was something wrong with his ears than believe that Saint Anthony had any connection to this situation. Wasn't he supposed to be preaching somewhere near Backlund? Then again. Come to think of it, this archbishop had been gone an awfully long time on this particular missionary trip. Wait, hold on. What did Anthony's appearance have to do with Jessica? Akasha continued, the strange aura I sensed was coming from that small chapel. I originally wanted to go in and check it out, but then I sensed the presence of that archbishop. You know how it is. We sanguines don't really have any bad blood with the Church of the Evernight, but we're not exactly on good terms either. Once I confirmed your friend wasn't inside, I chose to retreat. Edward still couldn't wrap his head around it. But why would an archbishop of the Church of the Evernight goddess be involved in this? Akasha grinned wide, why don't we go take a look and find out? Haha, I have a feeling the real show is just about to begin, can't wait. Outskirts of Backlund, more than 10 kilometers away. This used to be a rather prosperous village, Nofel village. At its center stood a chapel belonging to the Church of the Evernight goddess, Nofel Chapel. But after the early implementation of the Grain Act, wealthy officials and merchants had hoarded the farmland, forcing many farmers off their land. The village gradually fell into decline. If not for the existence of the church, the entire area might have been bulldozed and turned into farmland long ago. Inside the dilapidated chapel, St. Anthony sat in the last row near the main doors, holding a copy of the church's black-bound Bible. He recited with deep emotion. Take and eat, this is my flesh. Drink, this is my blood. Whoever forsakes me shall be forsaken by God. Whoever loves me shall be loved by him. Suddenly, he stopped mid-recitation and turned to look outside. I had been wondering who would be the first to arrive, but I never expected it to be you, Mr. Edward. Akasha gave a cheerful wave. Yo, we meet again. The two walked side by side into the chapel. Your Excellency, mind telling us what exactly is going on here? If Edward had to pick a single word to describe what he saw inside the chapel, it would undoubtedly be twisted. From floor to ceiling, and all along the surrounding walls, the entire place was covered in thick, sticky webs of fluid. Huge, writhing tentacles filled the space. Each one varied in shape, but all shared the same sickening, visceral presence, a pollution that assaulted both body and mind. At the center of it all was the source of the tentacles. A massive, indescribable creature. Upper body vaguely humanoid, lower half like a lizard, covered in scales, and several meters tall. Its humanoid torso clutched a book in one hand, and a quill in the other. Its drooping head, barely attached to its neck, stared blankly at the pages. From time to time, it would write a few lines with the quill. A novel, book. A quill. Everything checked out. Anthony gently closed his Bible and said in a calm voice. By the time I discovered her, she had already lost control, but strangely enough, she retained most of her rationality, and held an obsessive attachment to what she was working on. Do you know what it's doing? Edward asked. The saint nodded slightly. She used a sealed artifact to construct a book world. And then pulled nearly 100 people into it, to complete her story. Then why didn't you stop her? And why are you? Edward's brow furrowed. Protecting her. Not protecting, Anthony replied. I'm containing her, keeping her locked in this chapel, to prevent the situation from escalating further. I also borrowed a bit of power from my lord to conceal this place. Why? Anthony sighed. Because she threatened to destroy the book, along with everyone inside it, if I made any move against her. She's using the lives of nearly 100 people as hostages. Edward was speechless. He hadn't expected that development. If you're here to try and save the people inside, then you'd better act quickly, Anthony said. There are others who don't want them to come back out. Just as he spoke, the air tore open with a sharp rip. Phoenix flew out from the rift. It dropped a letter at Edward's feet, preparing to return to the spirit world, but suddenly froze, gaze locked on the book held in the monster's hand. I think I've found him. Edward's heart leapt. Is it Klein Moretti? Yes. Can you reach him? Bring him back. Phoenix thought for a moment, then shook its head. That place is too strange, even I might not be able to enter it, let alone bring someone else out. Then try to find Klein first. If you succeed. Edward pulled out a notebook, scribbled a few lines, tore out the page, folded it, and handed it over. Give this letter to him. Then stay there, help however you can. Understood. Phoenix grabbed the letter, turned into a blur of flames, and dove into the rift. Only then did Edward open the envelope Phoenix had delivered just now. It was from Captain Dunn. MI9 operatives are en route to the outskirts of Backlund. They seem to have made a major discovery. Their team is led by a powerful high-sequence beyonder. I can't follow them any further. MI9 is on the move. Edward looked up at Anthony. When you said there are people who don't want the ones inside to come out, did you mean them? Anthony fell silent for a few seconds. But that was an answer in itself. Is there still a chance to rescue the people trapped inside? There is. But whether they come out or not, that's not something we can control from the outside. Then is there nothing we can do? Anthony shook his head. There is one thing, until they escape, you must ensure that the book isn't destroyed. He said you. Which meant, he himself, would not be taking action. Why? After a moment of confusion, Edward gradually came to a realization. The ones trying to destroy the book and prevent certain people from escaping were MI9, the official hounds loyal to George III. They were behind most of the shady dealings, human trafficking, ruin excavation, and so on. For MI9 to go so far as to dispatch a high-sequence powerhouse, Edward had good reason to suspect this was connected to George III's godhood plan. And George III's apotheosis had the tacit approval of the 7 churches. If even the goddess had turned a blind eye, what could a mere archbishop like Anthony, even as a demigod, possibly do? Damn it all. I'm just a sequence 5, and I'm already being pulled into this kind of high-stakes game. Is there a restroom nearby, Archbishop Anthony? Anthony shook his head. It's inside the chapel. Akasha teased brightly, we're surrounded by wilderness. You're a man, just pick a spot and let loose. Edward silently activated apparition, disappearing into a secluded area nearby. There, he prayed to the fool, reporting everything from the letter he had written earlier, and requested another blessing. Just as he returned to the chapel. Boom. A tremendous rumble split the air from the sky above. The figure hadn't arrived yet, but the sound had. Flashes of lightning and sweeping gales surged together. Unexpectedly, the first to arrive was the old dove from the Church of Storms, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. Inside the snowy town, Jessica, clad in priest robes, looked calmly at Furs and said, "If you remain here, I can guarantee your safety." With that, she lowered her head again. "Do you know that woman?" It was the bell-ringing girl who spoke. "Who is she?" Furs thought for a moment and replied, "Honestly, I wouldn't say we're close. She's a novelist." Klein stepped up and pulled her aside, lowering his voice. "Is she a beyonder?" "I'm not sure. But based on what I heard about her at the publishing house, it's unlikely." "That's what's strange." Klein looked toward Jessica. "Her behavior is too abnormal. I could feel how confident she was when she said that just now, that staying here really is safe. And in truth, it has been." He paused, then added seriously, "Did you notice? Since we entered this church, I haven't felt hungry or thirsty at all." "You're right." Furs patted her stomach in surprise. "Even my cigarette cravings are gone." Should we test it out?" "Yeah." After days of facing life and death together, the two had built up quite the mutual understanding. Just one look was enough to grasp each other's thoughts. Furs had just taken a step forward when Klein grabbed her arm. "Wait, let me do a divination first." He unhooked the chain and let the citron pendulum swing freely. Suddenly, the light in the chapel dimmed slightly. A cold wind blew from somewhere unseen, sending a chill down Klein's neck. He instinctively turned toward the source and clicked his teeth, activating spirit vision. He saw a tiny black bird, wings outstretched like arms, awkwardly trying to squeeze through a narrow rift. It was Edward's messenger. Klein was overwhelmed with joy and quickly turned to rush over. At the same time, Furs also darted toward the bird in excitement. They both blurted out at once. Did Edward, Mr. Edward, send you here? You know Edward too. You're his friend. Me too. The two of them stared at each other, completely in sync and slightly bewildered by how in tune they were. Klein quickly caught on. Right, Furs is Miss Magician. She joined the Tarot Club through Edward's recommendation, of course they know each other. Heave-ho. Phoenix finally squeezed through the rift, circling twice in the air to vent its frustration. Then landed before Klein and dropped the letter. Klein unfolded the note as Furs eagerly leaned in to read over his shoulder. Klein, if you're reading this, it means my messenger has successfully entered the book world. That's right. What you're currently in is a world created within a book. The author is a woman named Jessica. She likely stumbled upon the sealed artifact once held by Insanguil and used it to build this world. Unfortunately, my messenger might not be able to extract you. Which means, you'll have to rely on yourself. But, I can offer you a possible solution: find the main plotline of the book and complete its ending. Once the story concludes, you might be able to escape. Oh, and if you come across a woman named Furs Wall, please pass along this message: among all those trapped in the book, she is the most unique one. My investigation shows this was done intentionally by Jessica, perhaps that fact can offer you a clue. Stay in touch. That was the end of the message. Klein suddenly understood why, every time he had the urge to ask for help, he'd quickly suppress the thought. As for Furs, she stood there stunned. As a novelist herself, she'd never imagined that one day, a fictional world could actually come to life, and she would be trapped inside it. But on second thought, wasn't this the secret dream of every author? Did that Jessica woman have a grudge against you? Klein asked. Kind of. She recounted how they had clashed. I really wasn't trying to belittle her work, and I don't think I was being arrogant either. I simply offered suggestions from one author to another. Klein couldn't help but think. No. If it were me, I'd probably hold a grudge against you too. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, The Saints of Three Major Churches. Klein thought for a moment and asked, as a novelist yourself, what do you think the main storyline of her book might be? First spread her hands. To figure out the main storyline, the first step is knowing who the protagonist is, right? Who do you think it is? You. No way. Klein shook the letter in his hand. But Edward said you're the special one. No. In the candlelight, Furs's face appeared somewhat hazy, but her eyes were firm. She didn't pull me into this world to make me the main character. She just wanted me to witness this world she's built with my own eyes. She wants to prove that my evaluation of her work was wrong. Klein blinked. Your critique of her novel was, what again? That the characters were poorly developed? Like emotionless puppets that only exist to tell the story. Exactly. Klein looked confused. But isn't that exactly what this snow-covered town feels like? All the townspeople wear smiles like puppets by day and turn into monsters at night. Even outsiders end up becoming puppets after dying multiple times. Doesn't that confirm your critique? Which is why she never intended to build a vibrant world full of flesh and blood characters. Because she knew that was beyond her capabilities from the start. First step toward Jessica. So, who's the main character of this book? Isn't it obvious? Let me talk to her. Klein sat down on the nearest bench, eyes locked on Furs, prepared to act the moment anything went wrong. The bell-ringing girl came over and sat beside him. In a hushed voice, she asked. Hey, I forgot to ask earlier, did Detective Zriel send you to find me? Detective Zriel? Klein hadn't expected to hear that name again. No, he didn't. The girl removed her hood, disappointment crossing her face. Oh, I thought he'd sent you to look for me. Klein's eyes widened. In that moment, a flood of vague memories surfaced. This girl was Cynthia, the mate he had been searching for all along. Right. That's how I ended up here in the first place, searching for her. Damn it. Just how much have I forgotten? She sighed and clutched her coat. I wonder how he's doing now. I still have something he gave me. He's dead. Klein hesitated but decided not to tell her. They had no idea when, or if, they'd get out of here. Why crush her hope now? What did he give you? He asked. She looked away. That's not something I can just tell you. If you're really his friend, ask him yourself when you see him. I'm his friend. Ahem. Sure. A kind-hearted lie. And as for asking him myself, better not. Wait, if I'd known from the start that she was Cynthia, would I have already asked her about Talum? But I don't remember. Should I ask again? Just then, she stood up, bracing herself on the backrest of the bench. Her eyes landed on the writing on Klein's hand. Why do you have that written on your hand? Oh, just some maxims to remind myself. She tilted her head. Weird maxims. Especially the second one, if you can't even trust yourself, who can you trust? If you can't trust yourself, doesn't that mean you can't trust the maxims you wrote? Can't trust, the ones I wrote. Klein repeated the words. He stared down at the 3 lines on the back of his hand, murmuring again. The ones I wrote, can't be trusted. There were 3 phrases on his hand, written before his memory loss. Whatever you do, don't die. Don't trust anyone, including yourself. You'll need someone else's help. After days of surviving, he had come to understand the first one. Death doesn't mean permanent death, but it results in memory loss, and eventually turns people into puppets like the townsfolk. The second reminded him to be vigilant. Even with someone like Furs, with whom he shared a degree of understanding, even knowing she was Miss Magician, he had never completely let his guard down. The third line he was living out through cooperation with Furs. But thinking deeper. Aren't these things just basic survival rules here? Why go through the trouble of writing them on my hand? So maybe, these phrases carried deeper meanings. And if so, why not write them more clearly? Was he playing mind games with himself? Too dumb. Edward's letter explained part of the mystery. This was a book world, and there was an author observing from the shadows. Perhaps Klein, before losing his memory, had sensed something wrong, and left vague, cryptic notes for himself to follow. And the author likely understood his intent, but didn't stop him. Why? Oh. If this world really was created by Jessica, maybe she just wanted to make her novel more interesting. And Klein was merely a piece in her play. Klein shook his head to clear his thoughts. Time to reconsider those 3 phrases. He had always assumed the 3 were separate instructions. But what if the second phrase was an extension of the first? Whatever you do, don't die. Don't trust anyone, including yourself. If you combine them. Don't trust the phrase, don't die. In other words, I'm supposed to die. But, was that theory really reliable? Death meant memory loss. Eventually, you become a puppet like the others. But aside from that, Klein pondered for a long time before whispering uncertainly. There's also rebirth. Yes. Every death led to a new life. All previous injuries would be fully healed upon revival. That was true for him, Furs, the townspeople, and even the monsters. It was like a game, where monsters respawned after being defeated. But oddly enough, the writing on his hand never disappeared, even after he respawned. Wait a second. Then where do people go after they die, before they revive? Hey. Klein quickly called out to the girl who was about to leave. Did you say earlier that I left to find the source of the monsters? Yeah, that's what you told me. So. Could death be the only way to reach this so-called source? But based on his last experience of dying, the period between death and revival the next day was completely blank. It was highly likely that he entered a state of unconsciousness after death. If that's the case, then no matter how many times he died, it would be meaningless. Klein looked again at the 3rd sentence on the back of his hand. You'll need someone else's help. So. There must be a method by which others can help him stay conscious after death, allowing him to explore the world beyond death with a clear mind. But what kind of method would that be? He stood still for a long time. Then, Klein pressed his right hand to his chest and whispered silently. Praise, the fool. Outside Backlund, in the Nofel Church. Ace Snake, one of the cardinal bishops of the Church of Storms, renowned as the Spellsinger of God. Though he was also a demigod-level powerhouse, his personality and temperament were completely different from others of his status, like Anthony. He was hot-tempered and impatient, entirely in line with the traits of his pathway. The moment he landed, he ignored both Edward and Akasha and directly addressed Anthony. You've got time to chat, but not time to get rid of that monster inside. Why haven't you killed it already? The moment he opened his mouth, Edward deeply regretted it. He should never have reported this to the Church of Storms. Anthony, too, was clearly getting a headache. He knew far too well how this Spellsinger of God handled matters, but right now, he had no choice but to patiently explain the situation. Humph. That's nothing but unnecessary mercy. 100 lives are nothing compared to the safety of an entire city. Anthony nodded slightly and stepped aside. Fair enough. Then I'll ask the Spellsinger of God to take action. Ace Snake might be hot-headed, but he wasn't stupid. If they all acted together, they could coordinate their stories afterwards. They could say it was all done for the safety of Backlund's innocent citizens. But if he went in alone, it would be an entirely different matter. Humph. He snorted and glanced at Edward and Akasha. Who are they? Nighthawks from the church. Oh. I didn't know the Church of the Evernight Goddess had a vampire among their Nighthawks. He was obviously referring to Akasha. Akasha cheerfully waved at him. Anthony chuckled. Actually, I was once a Nighthawk myself. And strictly speaking, I've never fully left the team. Aren't you also a Punisher? Umph. At that moment, Edward asked, Bishop Anthony, do we still have a chance of retrieving the book? Yes. But it would take at least 2 demigods to restrain her. Only then can someone else seize the novel and the quill. However, because the book world was created by her will, they can't be taken too far from her, at least not for a short while. Before Edward could celebrate, Anthony added, however, the person who gets the book and quill will be hunted down by certain parties. Certain parties clearly referred to MI9, the Military Intelligence 9th Bureau. Now the situation was clear. There were 3 demigods present. 2 were needed to restrain the rampaging abomination. The third would be hunted by MI9. Anthony would never oppose MI9, and thus King George III. Ace Snake wouldn't either. So if the 3 were to cooperate, their roles were obvious. Ace Snake paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. A moment later, lightning suddenly surged from his body, and he shot up into the air. I just remembered, I have some matters to deal with at the church. I'll be heading back first. Oh, so now you're not impatient anymore, huh? Anthony said calmly, if I were at certain parties and saw you come here only to suddenly leave again, what do you think I'd assume? Ace Snake barked out a few sharp words in Faceac. Edward didn't catch the exact words, but he was pretty sure they were curses. Grumbling, Ace Snake dropped back to the ground, then walked into the church, plopped down on the bench near the door, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes in silence. A few minutes later, an elderly man slowly approached, dressed in a white priest's robe and wearing a soft ceremonial hat. He was the head bishop of the Backlund diocese under the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Oramic Haydn. Oh. You two are both here. Anthony greeted him with a smile. Ace Snake casually gestured at the empty seat next to him. You're here? Have a seat. Note, sorry. Due to personal reasons, there will be no extra chapter tomorrow, sad face. But don't let that stop you from voting. Chapter 330, the same trick won't beat me twice. Oramic looked confused, but he didn't press the matter. Instead, he turned toward Edward with a gentle smile and greeted him. Mr. Edward. Greetings, Your Grace. Ace Snake opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Oh. Archbishop Oramic knows him too. Don't tell me he's a member of your Church of Steam. Not exactly. Oramic shook his head and drew a triangle of holy light on his chest. You could say that Mr. Edward is one of my lord's favored. Ha 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 ha. Ace Snake burst into loud laughter. A Nighthawk of the Church of Evernight is actually one of the favored of the Church of Steam and Machinery. Should I say your relationship is too close, or just too messy? Even Anthony's face showed a hint of surprise. He had no idea this was the case either. So, what exactly is the situation here? Oramic stepped into the church. Are all of the recent disappearances in Backlund because of that thing? Seeing that neither Anthony nor Ace Snake was keen on explaining, Edward had no choice but to summarize the events himself. So Archbishop Anthony remained here to protect the lives of nearly 100 people trapped in the book world. Oramic's sharp eyes flashed with insight. I understand now. He didn't know the full picture, but he was certain Anthony had figured something out, and was making a move. Mr. Edward, your friend entered that book world, correct? Yes. A very important friend. Edward nodded firmly. Yes. I see. Oramic turned to Anthony and said calmly. Let's begin. God will bless us. Anthony was silent for a moment. Then he too tapped his chest 4 times. God will understand our actions. Boom. 2 demigod powerhouses stepped into the church in unison, and their overwhelming auras surged to the sky. Almost at the same time, Akasha's voice echoed in Edward's ear. Got it. Let's go. Already. Wasn't that way too easy? If it were truly this simple, why had the 3 saints wasted so much time stalling? Edward might not be as cunning as these old foxes, but he wasn't a fool. No, even a fool could sense there was something fishy going on. Teleportation is prohibited. Just then, Aman descended from the sky. He had a high nose bridge and wore a white shirt and black vest. It was Konas Kilgore, the deputy director of MI9, flanked by his subordinates. Akasha raised her hands innocently. Hey, I've got nothing to do with this. I was just passing by. The moment she finished speaking, her body burst into a swarm of bats that darted toward the horizon. Konas instantly activated the exploit ability of the Earl of the Fallen and stepped forward to intercept the swarm. He didn't even glance at Edward, because Edward had already transformed upon hearing the prohibition, his face altered to that of a random passerby. Konas flicked a gold coin into the air. Though it looked casual, under the effects of magnify and distortion, it exploded with firepower far beyond that of any artillery shell. Boom. Even though Akasha's transformed state required all her bats to be destroyed to truly harm her, she had no desire to get hit and quickly changed direction. But Konas was ready. He tossed a 1-penny coin, activating bribe to weaken her. Then, with a subtle use of bestowment, he attempted to crush her will entirely. That was when it hit him. Wait. This is going too smoothly. How could a fellow demigod just sit back and take a beating? Gotcha. Heh. Follow me, sweetheart. Akasha suddenly pulled out a picture frame, the one Edward had just given her. She had seen this powerful mystical item in action back when they'd hunted the marauder demigod from the Jacob family. In the next instant, both of them vanished. It had all happened so quickly that Konas only had time to shout. Grab that brat. The upcoming battle between the two demigods would unfold in a separate dimension. Edward couldn't help finding the situation a little ridiculous. Last time when they hunted Bodhi's, he too had been pulled into another space by Mr. Azek in nearly the same way. The dozen or so MI9 operatives who had arrived with Konas immediately turned their attention to Edward. Edward gave a cheerful wave. Hey there. Flash. Let's go. He tossed out the taunting doll. As his right hand summoned his wand into his palm, 2 powerful area control spells were released, catching MI9 off guard. Then his wand became like a magical machine gun, firing off incantations one after another. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis. Levi corpus. Among the 20-some MI9 agents, about half the lower sequence members instantly lost the ability to fight. The rest, mostly mid-sequence, rushed to counterattack. Most of them were beyonders of the Arbiter pathway. They responded with psychic piercing, whip of pain, and various restrictive commands. Edward had already used a disillusionment charm to conceal his true form, dodging the first wave of retaliation. Unfortunately, it only lasted a few seconds before the area-wide, no invisibility, effect forced him to reappear. Boom. Suddenly, a crimson blaze erupted outward from Edward, dazzling like a miniature sun and forcing the MI9 agents to retreat. By the time the fire dissipated, Edward had completely vanished. He escaped. Impossible. Teleportation is blocked here. He couldn't have just disappeared. Where is he? Just as the question was asked, a voice whispered near the agent's ear. Imperio. The agent's consciousness was ripped away, and he turned around and attacked his teammates. The suddenly ambushed teammate flinched, but only for a moment. He quickly realized what had happened, and, with disbelief in his eyes, raised his revolver and began to fire back. A similar scene quickly unfolded among the remaining dozen MI9 agents, internal conflict spread like wildfire. And Edward, having completed his primary objective, silently lurked on the periphery, ready to deliver the finishing blow at any time. This was a strategy he had developed specifically to deal with large groups of enemies. Magnify plus Confundus charm plus Transfiguration plus Imperius plus Control charm. A few minutes later, the battle ended with one final stunning charm from Edward. Over 20 MI9 agents lay sprawled across the ground, each one tightly bound in tortoiseshell bondage. The fact that none of them were dead had nothing to do with kindness, he simply didn't want to overstep in front of the 3 archbishops watching nearby. Some of them were helping him. Some were merely spectating. If he just casually wiped out official lone agents in their presence, it would come across as incredibly tactless. Throughout the whole skirmish, Edward used only the Magnify spell outside of standard magic, not because he looked down on these MI9 operatives, but because his spirituality had been warning him. There was someone even more dangerous hidden on the scene. He was feigning weakness. Thank you, your graces. I'll take my leave now. Edward pressed his right hand to his chest and gave a courteous bow. Then, he took a few steps back as if preparing to depart. Sure enough, in the very next instant, his spirituality flared violently, an overwhelming sense of danger set off alarms in his mind. Edward frowned and casually drifted back behind the others, muttering as if to himself, Suddenly, I feel like it's safer back there. Sigh. A heavy, aged sigh brushed past his ear. Edward instantly recognized the voice, the same spectator path demigod from last time. A scholarly, refined elder suddenly appeared, Vin Rambize. A flash of gold flickered in his pupils. In an instant, Edward became a soulless puppet, eyes hollow, consciousness stripped, as he began walking forward, step by step. Oromik, who had been keeping a close watch on Edward, immediately frowned and moved to leave the church. But someone blocked his path. The man had a rectangular face, wore a white peruke, and sported curled mustaches. He was dressed in formal attire and draped in a cloak, his entire appearance screamed, century-old relic. Oromik froze in his tracks and looked over with a frown. What is the lone royal family trying to pull now? Even Grove Augustus, that old fossil, had shown up. Was he trying to destroy the book too? Then, what was hidden inside that book? Or rather, what secret was someone inside the book hiding? Horamic's brows furrowed as he said coldly, "That kid is my lord's favored. My lord does not wish to see him harmed." Grove Augustus nodded from afar. "Our objective is merely the book and the quill. You needn't worry, your grace." By this time, Edward had already approached Vin Rambay's. The old man said softly, "Hand over the item that vampire gave you." Edward obediently reached into his pouch and retrieved a quill. Vin Rambai smiled faintly. "Give it to me." Edward stepped forward, hand outstretched, then, just as the old man reached for it, Edward's fingers squeezed the quill lightly. Magnify plus theft. Vin Rambai's train of thought blanked out instantly. The very next moment, Edward unleashed a flurry of counterattacks. "Old man, you really think the same trick will work on me twice?" With the angel's embrace blessing from Mr. Fool active in advance, there was no way he would be hypnotized so easily again. Distortion altered the target's current intent. Bestowment weakened his willpower. Magnify boosted the power of all following spells. Tossed coins plus cull plus exploit, all aimed at striking the enemy body directly. Another distortion made the damage even more severe. Final volley, magnify plus high damage spells in rapid succession. Vin Rambai snapped back to consciousness, only to find his body shattered and in tatters. Before he could even react, another wave of spells engulfed him. Arg. With a furious howl, Vin's mangled form began to expand rapidly. His pupils became vertical slits, shifting from light blue to gold. On his face, his hands, and every inch of exposed skin, gray-white scales like stone began to emerge. Ryup. His white shirt, black vest, formal coat, and straight-leg trousers all tore apart, revealing the dragon scales underneath. In the blink of an eye, Vin Rambai's transformed into a massive aberration. His head retained a human appearance, but the rest of his body had mutated completely. He looked like an incomplete, not yet fully formed gray-white dragon. The dragon's back sprouted two dull gray skin-covered wings, and the white-gray scales etched across his body were covered in complex, three-dimensional arcane runes. The runes seemed to extend both inward, into his flesh, and outward, into the surrounding void, as if they were part of something beyond the material world. This was the incomplete mythical creature of the spectator pathway. And by assuming this form, Vin Rambais had completely restored the damage done to his physical body. Roar. A raging gale burst forth from the monstrous dragon, equal parts real and illusory. This was the mythical creature's dragon's might and mind storm. Edward felt his brain boil. Panic surged uncontrollably within him, he couldn't stop his body from running in random directions. And this was with the protection of the angel's embrace. At that moment, Edward finally understood. The bookworm devours beyond our abilities, but his mind and body were still only sequence 5. A true demigod wouldn't be this pathetic. Fortunately, the unfettered trait of his helped him break free in time, and he quickly hit himself with multiple clarity charms. But then, an overwhelming sense of danger hit him again. Oddly enough, the incomplete gray-white dragon had made no move. That's when it clicked. Of course. High-sequence spectator pathway battles never happen in the real world. They happen in the sea of collective subconscious. The enemy was climbing his mind island, trying to unlock the door to his spiritual body, and manipulate his subconscious. If not for Mr. Fool's angel's embrace, Edward probably wouldn't have even noticed it before he was already completely compromised. No. I've barely had any real experience in consciousness-level combat. I should absolutely avoid fighting him in the mindscape. But clearly, that was not up to Edward anymore. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 331, Mr. Fool. As Vin Rambai's repeated mental assaults wore down the protection of the angel's embrace, Edward's thoughts raced. Right, mythical creature forms, aside from boosting power, also carry intense corruption. I didn't feel it earlier because of dullness, which granted me immunity, but the corruption was still present, constantly eroding me. So. Rebuke. This was the ability Edward gained when advancing to sequence 5 by overdrafting via delusion. It nullifies the harm caused by corruption and reflects it back double to the source. The next moment, the grayish-white dragon let out a deep, guttural growl. The grayish scales covering its body began to twist and warp on a large scale. Tiny secondary scales started growing from within the primary ones, and its previously humanoid head could no longer maintain its shape. It swelled grotesquely, shifting rapidly toward full draconification. At the same time, the overwhelming pressure bearing down on Edward's heart disappeared. Edward acted decisively, hurling a coin enhanced with Magnify plus Cull. Boosted by 2 sequence 4 abilities, the coin effortlessly pierced through the dragon's thick scales, shattering its not yet fully draconified head. But that wasn't enough to kill it. The massive dragon thrashed wildly, wings flapping, huge body rolling across the ground. From the severed neck, crimson flesh writhed, showing signs of regenerating its head. Magnify, distortion. Magnify, distortion. Magnify, distortion. 3 consecutive distortions, all magnified, intensified the earlier critical injury, bringing it closer and closer to fatality. Magnify, Avada Kedavra. The majority of his spirituality was poured in at once. The green killing curse, empowered by massive spirituality, turned into a deep emerald lightning bolt that struck the neck stump. The deadly green glow quickly spread across the dragon's entire body, extinguishing all vitality wherever it passed. He then pulled out a bottle of wine made from Hufflepuff's cup and gulped it down, instantly recovering about 2/3 of his depleted spirituality. The cost. The Reaper characteristic he'd acquired at Banshee Island. Magnify, Avada Kedavra. A second lightning-like curse shot out, accelerating the spread of green light over the dragon's body. When every inch of vitality had been snuffed out, the enormous headless body collapsed with a resounding thud. Without a head, it couldn't even let out a final death cry. Is it dead? Edward rubbed his aching temples, his spirituality nearly exhausted. After a moment's thought, he took out a bottle of Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic infused wine and drank it down, recovering about 1/6 of his spirituality. He flicked a coin into the air. Is the high sequence spectator before me truly dead? Heads, yes. Really? I actually killed a demigod-level spectator, all by myself. Though he'd experienced the successful hunting of demigods before, it had always been with the help of others. He had mostly played the role of bait or support. But just now, had he really slain a demigod of the spectator pathway all on his own? Suddenly, his vision blurred. He saw the boundless, illusory gray fog, and deep within, Mr. Fool seated high above. The calm, solemn voice echoed. Everyone, I need you to pray to me continuously from now until I say otherwise. With that, the fog vanished. Continuous prayers. Is Klein in trouble again? Or, did he find a way out? Either way, instructions were clear. He'd comply. But perhaps it's best to wait for the demigod's Beyonder characteristics to precipitate. Just as he had the thought, his spirituality screamed. Run. Run. Now. Then, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Hey, did you think killing the spectator's body meant he was truly dead? Edward froze. His consciousness plunged into darkness. In the hidden metal world, Vin Rambis had finally broken through. He passed the angelic figure wreathed in 12 black wings and golden light, reaching Edward's mind island. He took a single step forward and ascended, pushing open the door that represented Edward's mental defenses. Staring straight at the island that symbolized Edward's core awareness, his pupils suddenly turned gold. Let's see, what secrets you're hiding. Meanwhile, at sea. On the Sonia Sea, Alger sat in the captain's quarters reviewing sea charts. In a few days, he would arrive in the Biome region, completing the escort mission for Roy King of the Life School of Thought and earning a generous reward. Roy had promised full compensation for any losses incurred due to the curse of misfortune surrounding him. Suddenly, Alger's vision blurred. He saw the endless gray fog once again. Mr. Fool sat upon the ancient bronze throne. Everyone, I need you to pray to me continuously from now until I say otherwise. When his vision returned, Alger was back in his cabin. Though puzzled, he solemnly placed a hand over his chest and murmured. Praise the Fool. At the same moment. City of Silver. Derek Berg was still in quarantine. It had been several days since their return from the temple, and everything had remained peaceful. The only oddities among the corrupted team members were occasional strange emotional outbursts, nothing overtly dangerous. Suddenly, his vision blurred. He saw thick mist, an ancient palace fit for a giant, and Mr. Fool seated high upon his throne in the depths of the gray fog. Everyone, I need you to pray to me continuously from now until I say otherwise. As the voice faded, Derek's sight returned to normal. Without hesitation, he entered the washroom, pressed his palms together, and began to pray. Unbeknownst to him, a black shadow watched silently from the darkness. Back in Backlund, at the Aurora Order base. Miss Death, Priscilla, lay sprawled lazily on the couch. Suddenly, Medici reached into thin air and pulled out a piece of paper. He scanned it briefly, then watched as it ignited without flame. Turning to Mr. A, he said calmly. Mr. A, it's time. Mr. A blinked in surprise. Your Grace, what do you mean? Do what you've always wanted to do. What? Hey, let the Lord descend. Mr. A's eyes glowed with wicked light. At your service, sir. Medici burst into laughter. Not my service. It's all for the Lord. All for the Lord. Mr. A stepped back and vanished. Medici's brows twitched as he glanced at Priscilla. Stinky brat, that mysterious being is reaching out to you again. Priscilla shot up. I'm going to the washroom. Hey. You little brat. She stuck out her tongue. Not telling you. Nye nye. Annoying little rascal. Backlund, the Hall family's luxurious estate. Audrey, after hearing Mr. Fool's command, immediately had Susie guard the door. She cast an expulsion charm on her room, lit the incense and candles, and began to pray. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Book world, snowy town. Furs had made no progress communicating with Jessica. In truth, it had been a completely one-sided conversation from the beginning. Frustrated and stifled, she was about to explode from bottled-up irritation when Klein pulled her aside and shared his plan. Suicide. Are you serious? Klein nodded solemnly. I want to give it a try. But your theory might not even be correct, Furs muttered as her craving for a cigarette returned. If the writing on your hand is truly a clue you left for yourself, why go about it in such a roundabout way? If it were too direct, Klein replied, perhaps we wouldn't be able to see it now at all. But, if I were the final boss, I wouldn't care whether the clues you left were straightforward or twisted. I'd either wipe them out completely, or worse, I'd replace them with fakes. I'd love nothing more than watching people plunge from hope into despair. Sensing Klein's peculiar gaze, she quickly added, I was speaking from the boss's perspective. I've considered that too, Klein said calmly. But I can only gamble, maybe this is all just a game she's playing with me. And even if I'm wrong, at most I'll only lose another portion of my memory. As he spoke, he glanced toward the woman reading quietly under the holy glow. At the moment, she looked like a truly devout priest, her gaze calm, her expression serene. Furs shook her head. No. Based on how you lost your memory of having been to the church, you might lose all related memories again, everything we've experienced over the past few days. Klein grew serious. I'm not someone who likes to gamble. I prefer taking things step by step, with the outcome firmly in my own control. But this time, I have no choice. I have to take a risk. If I fail, if I lose all my memories again, then I'll be counting on you. Furs fell silent for a while. Then, with trembling fingers, she pulled out her last cigarette. Her voice, too, began to tremble. If all of this is truly her revenge on me, I can't imagine the hatred behind it. Everyone here has been dragged into this because of me, that weight, it's suffocating. Don't overthink it. No one should feel guilty for the evil others do out of hatred toward them. You're a victim too, aren't you? Klein patted her shoulder. It'll all pass eventually. The sun's coming out, someone called loudly from the window. A crimson sun pierced through the darkness, rising on the horizon. Dawn had arrived. All right, it's time for me to act. Klein brushed the dust off his silk top hat. Don't worry, I won't be acting alone. He placed the hat on his head and turned to enter the washroom. Closing the door behind him, he retraced 4 steps within the spiritual wall and arrived atop the majestic gray fog. Klein sat solemnly upon the bronze seat and extended his fingers toward the 4 illusory crimson stars scattered within the fog. Everyone, I need you to pray to me continuously from now until I say otherwise. Once he was sure the members had received the message, he dispersed his spirituality and returned to the real world, where he raised the revolver to his temple. Hidden in the shadows, Phoenix was instantly baffled. Edward had told it to come in and keep watch. If Klein or Furs encountered danger, it was to assist. But no one had said anything about what to do if they killed themselves. As usual, let's do a quick divination first. Klein pulled out a coin and flicked it lightly. The coin spun through the air, flipping gracefully before it fell. Klein stared at the coin with calm eyes but did not reach out to catch it. Forget it. Bang. The gunshot rang out. It hurt, a lot. I think I regret this. Everything fell into darkness. Klein felt like he was sinking into a deep ocean. The surrounding air pressed in on him like water under immense pressure. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move, not even open his eyes. Soon, an intense sense of falling overwhelmed him. His soul seemed unable to keep up with the plummeting of his body. It was beginning to drift, to separate, to dissipate. Fragments of memory flashed in his mind and quickly turned blurry. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why did I do this? He couldn't understand. Nor did he want to think. He only wanted to sleep, sleep forever. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Who is calling me? The fool that doesn't belong to this era. It was Miss Death's voice. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. That was Miss Justice's voice. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. That was the hanged man's voice. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. That was the sun. But, I'm so sleepy. I just want to keep sleeping. It's too noisy. Too noisy. Stop talking. Just stop. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. One prayer after another. One whisper after another. Some devout, some solemn, repeating, again and again, in his ears. Until, in a certain moment. Whoosh. Klein opened his eyes. Note, 830 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 332, Chapter 332, the highlight of a deadbeat writer. The harsh sunlight forced Klein to instinctively shield his eyes. After more than 10 seconds, his eyes adjusted to the light, and he realized he was standing at the entrance of a dilapidated church. Around him, several puppet-like townspeople moved stiffly as they stepped into the building. This was a church that existed during the day. Inside the church, every surface was coated in a sticky, web-like substance. Enormous tentacles writhed across the space, their source a colossal creature, its upper body vaguely human, but its lower half reptilian, covered in scales, and towering several meters high. Despite its massive size, Klein could clearly sense that its strength was nowhere near that of Lenivus. The townspeople entering the church walked numb and expressionless toward the monster. One by one, they were swallowed whole by the gaping maw in its lower body. After being chewed up, they were reduced to pools of blood, which were absorbed by the writhing tentacles and channeled into the book the creature was holding. The process was gruesome and horrifying, yet carried a bizarre sense of vitality. It was both the end of death and the origin of rebirth. Klein raised his revolver and aimed it directly at the monster within the church. Found you. Bang. As the first bullet fired, a bloom of crimson blossomed on the humanoid portion of the monster's head. Yet the creature didn't seem to feel a thing. It merely cast a cold, golden vertical pupil toward him before continuing to write in its book with a feathered quill. It didn't care. And Klein. He cared even less, who didn't love target practice on a stationary enemy. He unloaded the entire cylinder in one go, targeting its heart, tentacles, mouth, and the joints connecting upper and lower body. Between shots, he continuously launched air bullets. Half the bullets bounced off its scales. The rest embedded into its flesh. Repeated air bullets hitting the same spot managed to lift its tough scales. Klein flipped out the cylinder, ejecting the brass casings, and swiftly loaded it with silver demon hunting rounds. Click. He snapped the cylinder shut, thumbed it into place, and pulled the trigger again. Bang. The monster's head once again erupted in a spray of blood, but this time, it let out a shrill screech. Its grotesque tentacles thrashed wildly. Each moved with an eerie autonomy, some writhed chaotically, others lashed out randomly. Some even sprouted mouths that screamed in agony. The remaining ones locked onto Klein and launched a barrage of furious attacks. Klein, relying on the agility granted by the clown, dodged with a rolling leap, then used flaming jump to evade once more. Activating his sun brooch, he infused it with spirituality and summoned multiple rays of holy light to strike the monster. The searing light caused it immense pain. One by one, its tentacles rose like sharp arrows, shooting forward at high speed and blanketing the entire church. Snap. Klein snapped his fingers and transformed into a pillar of flame, reappearing outside the church. But the tentacles refused to give up their target and surged toward the doorway, forming a terrifying torrent of flesh and blood. Yet the moment they crossed the church threshold, they recoiled in agony. Amidst overlapping hulls of pain, they frantically retracted, even turning against one another in a frenzied struggle. They can't leave the church. Klein pulled out a thin golden talisman engraved with intricate mystical patterns, his final flaring sun charm. Even if this won't kill you, I'll tear the whole church down. Let's see where you hide then. Though of course, there was also the chance that the monster would be set free. He poured the majority of his spirituality into it, then hurled the golden sheet into the church, chanting in ancient Hermes. Sun. Golden flames burst forth inside the church, expanding into a glowing orb like a miniature sun. Fire coiled around it, crackling and dancing. Boom. The light sphere swelled to its limit and detonated. The earth shook violently. Cracks split the ground surrounding the church as though a fierce earthquake had struck. Klein leapt again and again to avoid falling, bouncing like a clown on a tightrope, several times narrowly avoiding tumbling into the chasms. Yet at the epicenter of the explosion, the church remained unmoved, as if it hadn't been touched at all. Half a minute later, the blast faded. The flames dissipated. Klein exhaled a breath of turbid air. He brushed the dust off his clothes and, with utmost caution, approached the church doors. The monster was gone. The towering form and mass of writhing tentacles were now absent, vaporized in the explosion of the flaring sun charm. All that remained was the humanoid upper body, suspended from the ceiling by web-like goo, emitting a low, mournful wail. But before the joy could fully surface on Klein's face, it froze. The monster was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. First its body, then its scales, then the tentacles and that sticky, foul substance. In mere seconds, Klein was watching a full rewind of time unfold before him. Even if this regeneration could only happen once, he had no more sun flame talismans left. Heh. Klein reloaded his revolver again. At this point, what is there to hesitate over? Let's keep going. He pulled out a bottle and hurled it with all his strength. The enormous monster opened its maw and swallowed it whole. Snowy town, inside the church. Jessica suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Furs rushed to her side. What happened? Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Jessica still wore the gentle, serene smile. Your friend, he successfully found her. Furs stared at her in silence for a few seconds. You knew everything. Of course. He's unlike anyone else here. I noticed him very early on. Time after time, he died. Time after time, he lost his memories. And yet, he never gave up, he kept getting closer to the truth. So I had to keep killing him off, erasing the clues he left behind. But each time, he would somehow reconstruct the information. I even implanted mental suggestions to prevent him from leaving himself any direct clues. He noticed that too. And soon, he came up with another method, leaving himself vague, paradoxical hints. The 3 ambiguous phrases he found later. Unfortunately, by that time, he had already lost most of his memories and was on the verge of becoming a mindless puppet. I thought his story had come to an end, but then, the day he met you, he suddenly regained most of his memories. At that moment, it occurred to me, perhaps he was the one destined to accompany you to the end. So, I stopped interfering. As expected, he didn't disappoint. Hey, what an interesting man. Jessica's rambling explanation finally helped Furs piece together a rough picture of what Klein had been through. Respect welled up in her heart for the boy who always seemed so mild and scholarly. If it had been her in his place, she probably would have given up long ago. After a moment's thought, Furs asked, you said Klein found her. Who is she? Jessica put down her quill. She is me, or more accurately, the dark side of me, born of jealousy and madness. Too bad, your friend can't kill her. Why not? Because her power comes from this town, from its residents. For every puppet inhabitant, she has a life. She has as many lives as there are puppets. Furs lowered her voice. Then what if I kill you? Then she will be completely unleashed. No one in this world will survive. Jessica smiled again. Now, the only one who can help your friend is you. You once said that my stories were decent, but my characters were poorly written, like emotionless puppets that only existed to serve the plot. So I created this puppet-filled town. She extended her scaly hands and passed the book and quill to Furs. Now it's your turn to prove yourself. Use your talent, give them flesh and blood, vibrant souls, grant them true life. For every character you bring to life, she will lose one of her lives, and she'll grow weaker in turn. When you've brought everyone to life, this book will reach its conclusion. So, do you like this story? Furs's hands trembled again, but this time, it wasn't from fear or anxiety. She felt like she was going mad, because somehow, she was getting excited. As she accepted the book and quill, Jessica smirked and said, did you know? I first got the idea to write novels after reading yours. Really? Of course I'm just. She chuckled. Messing with you. Heh, the real you is nothing like the clever protagonists in your stories. Furs gripped the quill tightly and lit her final cigarette. As the faint blue smoke curled upward, she entered her writing trance. Inside Edward's mental world. Darkness. Darkness. And still, nothing but darkness. A blurry figure paced in circles through the gloom. Nothing could be found here, no matter how hard he searched, not even Edward's soul. Did I misjudge him? Is he also just a puppet forged by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery? No. I've lived too long to not be able to tell the difference between a puppet and a living person. Heh, so he's hiding his soul, then. Of course, Edward had no idea how to hide his soul. But the moment he heard that voice, he had instantly activated the third ability of the Resurrection Stone, Spectre, to let his soul leave his body. Immediately afterwards, he summoned Phoenix, instructing it to seek help from Bernardet, from Mr. Azek, and from Raynette. Once those tasks were done, he patiently waited a moment longer, then plunged back into his body without hesitation. Even though a Sequence 4 spectator demigod was waiting for him in his mental world. Even though he had never once fought a battle within the spiritual realm. He simply couldn't afford to burn through his spirituality maintaining the specter state. If he ran out, even if the negative effects didn't transform him into a wraith, he would still be a helpless fish on the chopping block, at someone else's mercy. The very next second, he arrived in a world of utter blackness. There was nothing in any direction, as if he had fallen into a vat of ink. Why is my mental world like this? Is it because of the out-of-body experience? Or due to the spectator demigod's invasion? Oh. So you're here. Vin Rambies appeared abruptly. You weren't hypnotized at all, you really do have secrets. He snapped his fingers lightly. A violent wind roared to life from every direction, it felt both real and illusory. The storm carried with it a strange will, brushing past Edward and immediately infiltrating the psychological islands within his mind. Crack. Edward reflexively used apparition to dodge, but the psychological pressure of dragons might burst outward from Vin Rambai's body in all directions. It was a spherical attack with no blind spots. Even as Edward kept shifting his position, he still felt a trembling deep in his soul. He lost control over himself. Vin Rambai stepped forward and stood before him. His aged eyes glowed with an authoritative force that allowed no resistance. Now, tell me everything you're hiding deep in your heart. Edward clenched his jaw against the overwhelming compulsion and forcibly distorted Vin Rambai's current intent. Magnify, distortion. He immediately changed tactics, magnifying the surrounding air and binding it tightly around Vin Rambai's, while distorting the damage it caused to intensify it. But golden scales quickly formed across Vin Rambai's skin, and he easily broke free. With a sudden wave of his hand. Boom. A powerful storm erupted outward once again. Each time it swept past him, Edward's concentration weakened. Until, his consciousness began to blur, washed away by the tempest. And then, suddenly, his mind cleared. Unfettered had finally taken effect after consuming a massive amount of spirituality. Regaining control of his body, Edward instinctively blinked away to open up distance. A question formed in his mind. Just now, outside, I only had 1/6 of my spirituality left from drinking that sequence 6 potion. So where did the spirituality for Unfettered come from? Oh. Suddenly, it clicked. This is my mental world. My dream world. And in my dream world, I make the rules. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, Vin Rambai's battles against the kings of angels. Blazing Inferno. Boom. A colossal dragon, dozens of meters tall and formed entirely of searing hellfire, erupted into being. It roared, spreading its flaming wings wide, and carried Edward soaring into the sky. Edward stood atop the blazing dragon's massive head, waving his wand with reckless abandon, pouring out spiritual power as he shouted out a series of completely improvised spell names. Zeus's wrath. From the sky above, streaks of violet lightning slithered like serpents, thunder roared like divine judgment. Sodom's ruin. A barrage of burning meteors rained down like the apocalypse itself. Deluge of Noah. Torrents of water surged in from all directions, vast and overwhelming. Ragnarok storm. Ymir's breath. Catastrophic planetary devastation. Eye of Ra. True several thousand hands. In the face of these so-called spells, each one a natural disaster in its own right, Vin Rambai seemed as insignificant as an ant. It looked as though he would be utterly consumed at any moment. And yet, he remained perfectly calm. With a single step forward, his body suddenly expanded, swelling into a towering, ash-gray dragon that pierced the sky. Compared to this dragon, Edward's fire dragon and all the incoming elemental cataclysms instantly appeared minuscule. This was his true, fully mythical creature form. Roar. The giant dragon howled at the sky. The thunder, the meteors, the floods, the storms, the glaciers, the gigantic hands, everything was shredded like paper and reduced to nothingness in an instant. You old mutt. You think you're the only one who can transform. The next second, Edward's body dissolved into a mass of black mist, swelling rapidly in size. Soon, he had grown even larger than the dragon itself, sending tremors throughout the entire mental world. Boom. The dragon collided with the Obscurus-like wraith. Under the terrifying force of impact, the dragon's scaly body was slowly torn apart piece by piece. But in those golden vertical pupils, there was still only a calm, chilling focus. Its front claws stabbed into the misty form of the Obscurus, piercing through the illusion to strike Edward's soul directly. The searing pain only fanned Edward's destructive impulses into utter madness. Mental plague. Roar. The grey-white dragon roared again and spewed out an invisible breath of dragon's might, shredding apart the mist shrouding the Obscurus and revealing the true Edward at its core. His face was twisted with frenzy. Magnify. 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 Avada Kedavra. A blinding green bolt surged forward, forming a crackling chain of lightning that slammed violently into the dragon's head. I don't believe it. This is my mental world. Even outer gods, I've dared to fight them. What's one invading spectator demigod? The great-white dragon let out a low, guttural groan. Its golden eyes began to burn with fury. Good. Very good. Once I breach your mental defenses, all of this will belong to me. The silver-white dragon opened its jaws wide. A pale white sphere rapidly coalesced at its mouth. This was not a ball of energy, it was a compressed mental storm, aimed at utterly annihilating Edward's will. Roar. A white beam shot forth, clashing head-on with the green lightning chain. In just an instant, it traveled against the path of the chain, surging toward Edward. Edward swung his hand sharply, flinging out every magical, extraordinary item and ability he could imagine: the cards of blasphemy, the master key, the paper crane, the true creator's journal, a jet black puppet, the box of the great old ones, everything. In a single breath, all the manifested objects were torn to powder, annihilated completely. The beam whooshed past, skimming the hair on Edward's head before blasting into the sky above. Missed. That lucky. Then, where the beam had struck the sky, a faint crack appeared, or rather, not a crack, but a door, softly glowing. It was the same door Edward had seen every time he advanced. Creak. With a tooth-grinding sound, the wooden door was blasted open by the beam. Crimson moonlight spilled out from the gap, dyeing the endless darkness in blood-red hues. The next moment, jarring and incomprehensible murmurs echoed across the dream world. "Don't save me. Don't save me. Don't save me." Edward felt like he'd taken a blow to the head. Pain, dizziness, and nausea swept over him. But that was all. He had long since grown used to Mr. Door's murmurs. The silver-white dragon, however, reacted completely differently. It lost control. From a majestic dragon, it twisted and deformed into a writhing blob of corrupted flesh, like a rotting maggot. 10 seconds later, the mass suddenly shriveled, collapsing into a desiccated, squirming human body, groaning in agony. Strike while the enemy's down. Magnify, Avada Kedavra. The emerald lightning chain struck Vin Rambies once more. His body trembled, then collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Vin Rambies was dead. Body, soul, and consciousness, completely, utterly dead. No one knew how long passed before the crimson moonlight and Mr. Door's murmurs finally faded away. Edward stood in silence for a long time. That door, and the Mr. Door behind it, were they real? Or just a figment of my imagination? Or was it related to the uniqueness of the door pathway? Hugh. Edward let out a long breath and guided his form toward the withered corpse of the spectator demigod. Just as he was about to dissolve the consciousness or soul remains of the body entirely, a thought suddenly struck him. This desiccated corpse, existing within the mental world, could it be used for spirit channeling? He casually manifested some essential oils and powdered herbs, carefully dripping them into the twin flame candles that symbolized the Evernight goddess. Then he took 2 steps back and, in a solemn and reverent voice, recited in ancient Hermes. "I beseech the power of the night. I beseech the strength of secrets. I beseech the blessing of the goddess. Grant me communion with the spirituality of this fallen extraordinary being beside me." As the chant echoed through the space, Edward watched as tendrils of darkness began to seep out from the dusky flames, slowly engulfing both himself and the corpse. Suddenly, the corpse of the masked man stirred, rising weightlessly into the air. The eyes hidden behind the mask no longer held intelligence, they were now dull, listless. It worked. Spirit channeling was possible even here. Edward could no longer restrain his excitement. He stepped forward and asked in a low, commanding voice. "Who are you?" "Vin Rambies." As expected, it was the old bastard. Edward clenched his teeth. I wonder if his coming here has anything to do with Adam. No matter the reason. This grudge, I will remember. His expression shifted between gloom and fury for a long while before he finally growled. "Tell me every potion formula you know." Vin Rambies replied numbly, "Sailor, folk of rage, seafarer, wind-blessed." Inside the church, snowy town. Furs felt as if she had returned to the days when she wrote her very first novel. Tirelessly, she put pen to paper, scribbling out word after word with her quill, world-building, character sketches, story outlines, and then stitched those threads together into one seamless tapestry. It was a kind of creation she had never attempted before. Typical novels couldn't possibly accommodate hundreds of fleshed-out characters all at once, so she changed her approach. She made Snowy Town the heart of the narrative, and wrote a collection of short tales about travelers passing through and interacting with the townsfolk. She wasn't chasing thrilling plotlines or captivating twists, those were far beyond her abilities. Instead, she focused on reproduction, faithfully capturing the daily lives of ordinary people. She gave each character a distinct label, some had a signature action, others a favorite phrase, or a unique hobby. To Furs, bringing a character to life didn't require verbose exposition. A single good label was often more effective than 10,000 words. Like the owner of that fictional Desi meat pie shop she once wrote about, a man who claimed to be the last true heir of traditional Desi meat pies. Criticize his prices or his terrible flavor, and he'd just smile and say the customer was always right. But accuse him of not being authentic, and he'd be ready to fight you on the spot. Heh. Jessica chuckled suddenly. I think I've really made progress in this story. Furs blinked. What? Jessica smiled faintly. Because I finally created a character who isn't flat. She fell into darkness due to her obsession. She went mad trying to prove herself, seeking vengeance, dragging hundreds of innocents into the mess. But at the same time, she preserved a sliver of kindness. She sealed away her darker self, and then, she worked with her former enemy to defeat that darkness. In the end, the evil vanished. The hatred was resolved. The innocent were spared. The kind-hearted were rewarded. And she found redemption. Jessica's body gradually became transparent, yet her face shone with a radiant smile. So, what do you think, does this character pass? Furs was silent for a moment. Then she, too, smiled. She passes. Liar, Jessica said, raising her head to gaze at the holy glow of the Evernight goddess on the wall. She murmured, maybe, I shouldn't have chosen to become a writer in the first place. Then suddenly, she looked Furs in the eyes and said earnestly. Be careful, of the one who controlled me, and controlled everything behind the scenes. He. Her body collapsed powerlessly. Furs instinctively reached out to catch her, but her hands grasped nothing. Jessica dissolved before her very eyes. Only her last whisper lingered in Furs's ears. By the way, that rushed bit you wrote just now was really, really awful. Back in the Church of Daylight. Klein continued to assault the monster, again and again, severing its tentacles, cracking its scales, even smashing its skull, all in hopes of identifying a fatal weakness. Though his efforts failed time and again, he noticed something else. The creature's regeneration was slowing down. At first, it had restored itself with the speed of time reversing. But now, it was struggling, spitting out bullets from its body and sluggishly sealing wounds over long moments. Bang. 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 He snapped his fingers again and again, launching air bullets with each flick. In the gaps between, he fired precious demon-hunting rounds, vanishing into flames just as tentacles whipped toward him, only to follow up with another blast of holy light. Whoosh! A shadow darted toward where Klein reappeared in his fire jump. He flicked a match to vanish again, but failed. He was nearly out of spiritual power. Crack! It felt like he'd been hit by a truck. He flew several meters through the air, his internal organs crushed by the impact. Blood gushed from his mouth. Still, he gritted his teeth and rolled aside just in time to dodge the next lash, and with effort, managed to fire another demon-hunting round, severing the tentacle. Huff, huff. Klein gasped violently. His vision blurred. His whole body burned with pain. No. I'm so close. This kind of head-on battle was never suited for a magician. But still. He staggered to his feet, loading the last few demon-hunting bullets into his revolver. Who says a magician always has time to prepare their act? Who says a magician can't perform under pressure? Who says without a plan, the show can't go on? Klein took a deep breath, mustering every last ounce of strength. He raised the revolver. Come on. At that moment, the monster's hundreds of tentacles began to thrash wildly, writhing, detaching from its body, and emitting high-pitched, agonized screeches. It worked. Joy lit up in Klein's eyes. The bottle of biological toxin he had thrown earlier finally took effect. The detached tentacles turned on their own body, trying to escape the infection. But the moment they tore free, they rapidly withered, dried up, and disintegrated into nothing. And with them, the monster's vitality visibly drained away. At last, the final tentacle fell away, and the remaining husk of the monster crashed from the ceiling, slamming heavily into the ground. The book and quill it always held slipped from its grasp. It groaned, trying to inch its hands toward the fallen pen and book, but it was too weak. It couldn't even lift its arms. Ding. Klein flipped a coin to confirm it wasn't faking, then strode forward and kicked the book and quill out of reach. He placed his revolver against its skull. For the first time, it rasped in a brittle voice. I haven't finished my... Bang. Klein pulled the trigger without hesitation. You wrote plenty. Don't write anything else in your next life. Note, 970 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 334, Chapter 334, A Sky Full of Falling Photographs. Bang. 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 Though the first bullet had already blasted the monster's head into fragments, Klein still emptied every single round from the chamber. Whether it was for insurance, or to vent, he wasn't entirely sure himself. This battle had been brutal. He had painstakingly solved the riddle etched into the back of his hand, then committed suicide and relied on the Tarot Club's collective prayers to reawaken in this place, only to be greeted by a relentless battle that gave him zero time to prepare. But in the end, he had still won. At that moment, a sudden sensation surged through him. The magician potion had been fully digested. After a long pause, Klein finally adjusted his emotions and cast his gaze toward the book and quill lying on the ground. His eyes lit up. That pen, that's the sealed artifact that can create coincidences and control people's actions, isn't it? He stepped forward quickly and crouched to retrieve it. Suddenly, everything around him became blurry and transparent, then vanished entirely. He didn't know how much time passed, but when his awareness returned, he found himself standing in a dilapidated village. Not far away stood an old, weathered chapel that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. His mind reeled for a moment as understanding dawned. I came out of the book. The next second, lost memories surged back into his mind, his initial shock upon arriving in the strange town, his step-by-step exploration, the fear when he discovered the residents were monsters, being hunted down, being killed, exploring, being killed, exploring, being killed. The memories gradually faded again. First, he forgot everything after arriving in the town. Then, his memories from before transmigrating began to dissolve, all the way until he no longer remembered the world above the grey fog. No wonder, I left the clue on the back of my hand. Under normal circumstances, whenever a clue was uncovered, it should have been left above the grey fog, to avoid tampering or forgetting. It wasn't that he chose not to, it was that he had already forgotten the grey fog even existed. One by one, human silhouettes materialized in the surrounding area. Most of them appeared dazed and disoriented, clearly unaware of what had just happened. A few burst into tears of relief, grateful to have survived. Cynthia was frantically patting herself down, searching for something. As for Furs, she sat blank-eyed on the ground, her arms still frozen in the posture of cradling something that was no longer there. Elsewhere, Edward emerged from the mental world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the corpse of the headless grey-white dragon still lying in front of him, its massive form still and silent. A brilliant, crystalline beyonder characteristic had separated from its body and now rested quietly on the ground. This time, he was truly dead. TSK. This guy's track record was second only to that of the legendary Rosago, who once fought two, future, big shots simultaneously. Distantly, the sound of bustling activity grew closer and louder. Edward turned to look. The once desolate village was now alive with noise, rescued survivors filled the streets, and members of the three major church-affiliated extraordinary organizations had somehow arrived as well, helping to calm and care for the shaken populace. As for MI9's agents, gone without a trace. Oromik approached. Mr. Edward, your friend should have made it out as well. Edward quickly stood up. Thank you, for your help. Holomik shook his head. I didn't manage to help you at all. His face darkened slightly, and he seemed to hesitate, wanting to say more. But soon, his expression turned serious. But, this matter isn't over yet. Huh. The pen. Edward immediately understood. He reached into his coat and took out the novel and the quill, handing both to Holomik without hesitation. As powerful as the quill was, ordinary people had no business using it, and besides, a white-robed priest could jump out at any time to reclaim it. Huh. Holomik only accepted the quill, then suddenly frowned deeply. This pen, why does it seem like... Bang. The quill burst into countless motes of light. A fake. Edward was dumbfounded. How could it be fake? Buzz. The shattered motes of light converged into a stream of crystalline energy, which surged directly into the novel Edward was holding. The book broke free from his fingers and rose into the air, radiating a dazzling glow. In an instant, everyone present turned to look. Kaboom. The novel exploded. A torrent of paper-like fragments erupted outward, flooding the skies above the village, fluttering down like snow. The fragments descended lower and lower. As they drifted into reach, people instinctively extended their hands to catch them. Edward casually caught a few pieces. Photographs. Enslaved people being trafficked. A colossal, mysterious tomb. Slaves digging into the burial site. MI9 hounds. The royal crest of the Augustus family. One after another, the photographs exposed every dark deed tied to George III, his slave trading, his grave plundering, all of it laid bare. Among the crowd were citizens from every trade and walk of life in Backlund, members of the three major churches Beyonders organizations, even high-ranking bishops from each church. All strata of lone society were represented here. Holy shit. Edward was stunned. As a transmigrator, he had done nothing yet regarding George III, and yet someone had already struck first with this. Wait. His mind suddenly clicked, and he whipped his head around toward the front of the chapel, where Anthony stood tall and silent. The Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess was gazing skyward at the falling photographs. A serene smile curved his lips, and his eyes gleamed with long-awaited peace. He was behind this. No. But this was clearly something he had long hoped to witness. The 7 Orthodox deities had tacitly approved of all the atrocities George III had committed in his pursuit of godhood. Anthony, the old man who had served and toiled in Backlund for so many years, though unwilling, could not go against the will of the goddess. He knew there was nothing he could do. He also knew there were things he ought to do. And so, it seemed, he had borrowed the power of the quill, indirectly doing the one thing he still could do. But why did Adam allow this to happen? Adam had prepared for this surge of the epical tide for over a millennium. Logically, if there had even been the slightest hint of a threat to his plans, he should have intervened and crushed it in its infancy. But instead, why had his figure never appeared? What was he thinking? What was he plotting? At that moment, Anthony looked over. His face had returned to its usual calm expression, and he drew the sign of the Evernight goddess across his chest. Praise the goddess. Edward gave a slight nod and returned the gesture as well. When he turned around again, he saw Oromik watching him kindly from nearby, this time drawing a triangular holy symbol across his chest. Edward hesitated for a moment, then begrudgingly returned a triangle symbol of his own. Just a little further away in the crowd stood Mr. Fool, speaking to Miss Furs. What the hell is this? Cheating in broad daylight. Smack. Someone slapped his butt from behind. There was no need to guess, it had to be Akasha. She was holding a stack of photos and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. I knew something juicy was going on. George III really isn't a simple old man, huh? Now that not just the common folk, but even the 3 major churches are fully in the know, what do you think he'll do next? She laughed so heartily and shamelessly, like some carefree wild elder sister. Edward barely restrained himself from asking. You, a vampire, getting involved in something like this, did you not think about the consequences? But then, he immediately realized something. Akasha had lived for over 1,000 years. She might look carefree and bold on the surface, but in truth she was a deeply calculating old monster. There was no way she hadn't considered the consequences. So then, did her actions suggest that the vampires, that Lilith, the progenitor of vampires herself, disapproved of George III's ascension? But why? Weren't the 7 gods desperately in need of a new god to help maintain the protective barrier over Earth? Edward couldn't help but feel a rising sense of uncertainty and suspicion. In an opulent, lavishly decorated room, a quill scribbled rapidly across paper, writing word after word with a steady rustling sound. Due to the accidental discovery of George III's secret, Anthony Stevenson, Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Backlund, found himself unwilling to accept the goddess's silent approval. Though he was a demigod above the masses, this did not mean he had lost all humanity. On the contrary, years of service in Backlund had forged a deep love for this land and its people. Anthony quickly realized that someone had arranged for all this. Yet, rather than resisting, he chose to cooperate, to make use of the setup. For the sake of the trafficked souls, the innocent dead, and to soothe the guilt weighing on his heart, he sought to give them a voice. Even though he knew that in the eyes of the gods, this might all amount to a meaningless farce, he still did it. The Archbishop of the Church of the Lord of Storm came. The Archbishop of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery came. With them arrived the machinery hive minds and the mandated punishers. Only with more witnesses, those who could truly act, could there be even a shred of possibility to halt George III's ambition. For this, Anthony was even willing to lie. Conas Kilgore from MI9 arrived. He came to prevent what was about to unfold. But because of Anthony's lie, that vampire count chose to follow Conas Kilgore into an isolated space, leaving the quill behind for Edward. Oh, thank you, Edward. It was you who helped me rid myself of that disgusting, laughable, pathetic host. And thanks to you, I've now mastered this whole Skyfall reveal trick. It's over. With the destruction of that false quill, a sky full of photographs revealing George III's human trafficking and tomb construction rained down. Everyone present, be they ordinary people or beyonders, witnessed it all. Secrets long buried were exposed at last. A truly spectacular play has drawn its final curtain. But, will all of this really stop George III? The answer is no. So, what comes next? At that moment, a pale, slender hand grasped the quill. After a brief moment of thought, the hand wrote on the paper. I heard you make it your goal to write every host to death. Why are you cooperating with me? The hand let go. The quill resumed writing on its own. As long as it makes that unnameable bastard suffer, as long as it disrupts his plans, I don't mind cooperating a little. But be warned, writing my hosts to death is a built-in negative trait. Most of the time, even I can't control it. Got it. Then I'll just wait and see what happens next. Why didn't you scatter the photos across all of Backlund? Like Edward did in Tingen. That way, even more people could have seen George III for what he truly is. The pen's master sighed deeply and replied. No amount of public awareness among ordinary citizens will matter. The key is letting the churches know. Only they have a chance to stop what's coming next. Heh. Not just that, right? You still want to preserve the dignity and image of the Augustus royal family in the public's eyes. A long silence. I just want to stay alive. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 335, Chapter 335, The Great Smog. At the same time, in a hidden underground chamber beneath the docks of Backlund, Mr. A stood before a blood-soaked altar, staring coldly at the 4 attendants. In an eerily calm voice, he said, "Offer your lives for the Lord's descent." Without hesitation, the 4 attendants slit their own throats. Scarlet blood spurted onto the altar. Thud. Thud. They collapsed heavily to the floor, as intense spiritual fluctuations rippled through the space. Mr. A then knelt before the altar. His face twisted in fanatical devotion, he muttered to the crimson-stained cross. "I don't care what others are trying to do, ambition, schemes, deceit. All I want is to once again bathe this land in your radiance, to let the lost return to your embrace and protection. The Lord that created everything. The Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows. The degenerate nature of all living things. Your Lamb begs you, descend upon this sinful land. Let all filth be cleansed by your arrival. Let despair and evil vanish from this world." He gripped a short blade and sliced down hard on his own palm, the one bearing the black, vertical pupil. "Lord, descend." As his severed hand fell upon the altar, the air echoed with layered, illusory weeping. One after another, twisted, agonized, and despairing phantoms surged from the altar. Someone was crying out for their mother. Someone was coughing violently. Someone was groaning in pain. These were the distorted, translucent figures of the unwilling dead, formed of lingering resentment. They rushed toward the ritual altar in a steady, unrelenting stream. At the same time, decades of repressed emotions, numbness, despair, pain, hatred, from the factory district, the docks, and the East Borough all flooded toward the altar like a tide. Mr. A let out a deep, guttural cry of pain. Patches of writhing, viscous, repulsive flesh burst forth from his left chest, shoulder, abdomen, and thigh. Around him, the layered spiritual light shimmered with ghostly apparitions radiating numbness, despair, and anguish. Rays of light pierced the void, pouring into the ritual from stone pillars, floor tiles, and even the air, each inscribed with symbols and magic markings, rushing straight into the altar. Suddenly, boom! The stone door of the underground chamber exploded inward. Members of the Red Gloves and the machinery hive mind stormed inside. At the front was the goddess's sword. Crestet Sesamir. We must not let an evil god descend. Wielding a long, bone-like sword, Sesamir struck with righteous fury toward Mr. A and the altar. Mr. A's pupils instantly turned blood-red, his apathy erupting into sheer madness. "Anyone who stands in my way, die." The next second, a figure in a black robe appeared before him, a woman. In the East Borough of Backlund. A woman in a pure white robe, breathtakingly beautiful and bewitching, emerged into a filthy, desolate alley. Her body was shrouded in countless translucent, indescribable shadows, making her figure appear blurred and indistinct. She was the Lady Despair, Panacea. Raising her head, she looked up at the sky. A faint yellow fog drifted through the air, hanging over every part of Backlund. It smelled faintly acrid, cold and moist. TSK. The optimal time would have been 2 months later. What a pity. She glanced around, then walked out from the alley and onto the street. Her pace was slow, as if she were strolling leisurely through a sea of fog. Wherever she passed, the mist grew subtly denser, tinged with a dark, iron-black hue. Visibility shrank bit by bit. As Panacea wandered freely, the iron-black and pale yellow fog intertwined and began spreading throughout all of Backlund. Feeling her potion rapidly digesting, a breathtaking smile blossomed on her face. But just then, a violent wind suddenly roared in from the north, sweeping forcefully and continuously across the city. The smog she had worked so hard to spread was blown away almost instantly, drifting southward toward the ports and the sea. Panacea's expression shifted sharply. Who is it? Her first thought was of Chrismona, the one who had previously wounded her. But no. The Demoness sect had come prepared this time. Besides Sequence 3's Katrina, there was even a Demoness angel in the city, specifically to prevent Chrismona from interfering. So, was it the churches? But they should have been completely preoccupied by the Aurora Order's descent ritual. Then who else could it be? Panacea's nerves tightened. If not for the anti-divination stealth she possessed, she'd have already been preparing to flee. The wind howled for 2 or 3 full minutes, scattering nearly all of her released plague virus before abruptly vanishing. She exhaled in relief. The royals intervened. Realizing this, Panacea quickened her pace and intensified the release of the virus. In that moment, she became like a god of death. Wherever she passed, people clutched their throats, wheezing hoarsely as if they had contracted severe pulmonary disease or bronchitis, gasping for air. Then, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, choking out their final breath in agony and despair. In the bridge district of Backlund, Bernardet calmly faced the men who had just used prohibition to block her wind spell. He was an older gentleman with streaks of silver in his black hair and no visible facial hair. A touch of arrogance lingered on his face. Bernardet recognized him. He was once the Duke of Southville in the lone royal family. A Sequence 2 balancer on the Arbiter pathway. Dlink Augustus. Though he stood one sequence above her, Bernardet showed no fear. With the sealed artifacts she possessed, she was confident in handling most Sequence 2 angels. But only handle. In other words, she would no longer be able to stop the disaster the Demonist sect was about to unleash. Just then, Phoenix tore through the air, screeching in alarm. Help! Help! Edward is in trouble. Bernadette's brow furrowed. Without a second's hesitation, she prepared to teleport. Teleportation is forbidden here. Dlink Augustus spoke blandly, thwarting her action. Then he said, Queen Mystic, why don't you stay here with me and witness what's to come? Without hesitation, Bernadette raised her right hand. In midair, she quickly traced one glowing word after another, each shimmering with starlight. The symbols resembled those inscribed on the cards of blasphemy. They quickly intertwined into a strange sigil, forming a secret gate that reached into the depths of the spirit world. She extended her slender hand into the gate and withdrew an ornament, a jewel-encrusted vertical eye, and embedded it directly onto her forehead. In that instant, Bernadette's body began to dissolve, transforming into streams of complex knowledge and information. She became a being of pure data flow. Then, she flipped her palm again, producing a luxurious jewelry box. The box of the Great Old Ones. For the first time, a grave look crossed Dlink Augustus's proud face. Creak. The box of the Great Old Ones opened. Dock District. A group of people wearing makeshift masks fashioned from soaked cloth strips were organizing rescue operations amidst the choking smog. At the front was the one-eyed Cage, along with the bartenders and staff from the Lime Bar. While distributing wet cloths to the locals, they directed people into nearby sewer entrances to take shelter. Eastborough, along a filthy, crumbling street. Old Kohler clutched the bread he had just bought, walking through the mix of pale yellow and iron-black fog. The pungent odor forced him to cover his nose and mouth. Soon, his face began to burn, and his forehead felt aflame. A sharp pain seized his chest. His vision blurred. Even breathing became a struggle. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He was about to die. Just as images of his deceased wife and child flashed through his mind, a figure approached. The men grabbed Kohler by the collar and forced a bottle of liquid down his throat. In an instant, Kohler felt his clogged throat begin to loosen. The burning in his chest slowly receded. Huff, huff, huff. He gasped violently for breath, disbelief etched across his face. I survived. Kohler looked up at the men who had saved him. Whether it was the density of the smog or his own blurred vision, he couldn't make out the man's face. All he saw were a pair of red eyes. That's it. Whether you live or not from here on is up to your luck. Emlyn stood up and briskly walked away. At the same time, similar scenes played out across the Eastborough and Dock District. Dozens of vampires with crimson eyes spread throughout the city, distributing the potions they carried to civilians caught in the smog. They guided people to support one another and administered the medicine to those who had collapsed from heavy inhalation. Leonard and his captain were also rushing through the streets, doing everything they could to save those still breathing. Bang. Leonard kicked down the door of a house where soaked laundry hung in disarray. Inside, a mother and two daughters were choking and struggling in the haze. He rushed to them, forcing the potion into their mouths, then, helped by Old Man Palez, carried them out of the smog zone. Without pause, he turned and charged back in. Cough. 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 His face had turned pale, and the coughing fit took hold, but his eyes remained unwavering. Faster, I must move faster. Only then can more people be saved. Palez commented coolly. If I weren't constantly stealing the virus from your body, you would have collapsed by now. Then I owe you one, old man. But, my condition isn't great. I can't help you forever. Leonard gritted his teeth. Then I'll hold out till the very last second. Suddenly, a visible storm swept over multiple districts. It descended from the sky, unleashing an unstoppable, howling wind. Whoa! The built-up smog was blown away in waves. The thick yellow and iron-black haze quickly dispersed. Rumble. Rumble. Lightning streaked. Thunder roared. Then it fell silent. Crash. Rain began to pour from the heavens, washing the streets clean and flushing away the sickness-laden fog. One by one, the civilians who had been suffocating under the haze were saved by the arrival of the storm and the downpour. Inside Rose Manor. Prince Edisac sat by the full-length window, his gaze hollow. Your Highness, it's time, a voice sounded beside him. Edisac's eyes regained focus. He inhaled deeply, picked up the revolver on the table, and pressed it to his temple. The chamber held a bullet that could obliterate the spirit body. He looked out calmly at the golf course and the horses strolling in the distance. Bang. The gun went off. But not at him. The orange-yellow bullet whizzed past and pierced the head of the middle-aged man standing nearby. The man's face contorted in disbelief and fear as the bullet left a gaping hole through his skull. Thud. He collapsed. Red and white fluids poured from the wound, quickly pooling on the floor. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the hole, releasing a nauseating stench. Edisac calmly retracted the revolver and tossed it aside. Then, with his long, fair fingers, he picked up a plain-looking quill and began to write in a notebook. Kiriamok suddenly retrieved a revolver from his desk drawer, walked out of his room, and entered the living room, where Congressman Mocht was discussing today's great smog. Evan Russell took out a hidden dagger and rushed into the study of his father, Earl Russell. Ethan Negan, while helping his brother the new Duke Negan with state affairs, suddenly lunged at his defenseless sibling. Evan Russell unhesitatingly fired a bullet into Congressman Russell's chest. Hibbert Hall abruptly drew the knife hidden in his coat and stabbed his father, Earl Hall, in the throat. Cadwin, Campbell, Howard, Robert. The pen paused briefly, then resumed. Why did these heirs of the lone nobility suddenly turn on their own parents and siblings? Naturally, it was because they had already been subjected to hypnosis and psychological conditioning during prior psychology alchemists gatherings. By the end of today, over half of Lone's upper nobility and ruling class will be dead. All that will remain is a hollow, crumbling shell of a kingdom. Will the Faceac Empire simply stand by and watch? If Lone ceases to be a nation, how is George III supposed to ascend to Sequence Zero, needing to tie his identity to the name of Emperor? Train a whole new generation of leaders. Does he even have the time for that? Edisac stopped writing. His eyes flickered with conflicting emotions. After a long silence, he stowed the pen, closed the notebook, and stood up. He picked up a small suitcase, donned an unremarkable silk top hat, and gave one last look at the house where he had lived for over 20 years. Time to go. He stepped out of the study. Princess Helena approached him with a bright smile. Big brother, where are we going next? He took her hand gently. We'll see. Okay. The siblings walked side by side through the bustling manor grounds. Strangely, no one around them seemed to notice them at all. Thank you, Helena. For what? If you hadn't handed me this pen, I'd have probably followed his plan blindly, taking the fall for everything, and dying alone in ignorance. Helena squinted, smiling. We're siblings, aren't we? Yeah. Edisac gave a self-deprecating chuckle. But to some people, even blood ties mean nothing. Then let's make him taste what it means to be betrayed by blood, wake him from his delusion of godhood, and let him die drowning in despair, pain, and regret. All right. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 336, Assassination. Empress Burrow, inside the luxurious villa of Earl Hall. Audrey stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out with concern. She watched as the fog at the horizon grew thicker, its pale yellow hue gradually stained with iron-black, inching ominously in her direction. Susie sat beside her, also peering into the unusual haze. This doesn't feel right, she said, her tail swishing. Audrey murmured, so this is why Edward was so anxious to get us out of Backlund, a disaster wrought by a high-sequence witch. She suddenly turned to Susie, where are father and mother? Susie wagged her tail. They should be in the dining room. It's afternoon tea time. Let's go. Audrey stepped out briskly and headed straight for the dining hall. Along the way, she noticed the maids and servants in the house staring at the distant fog with shocked expressions, whispering to one another. Damn factories, that's why Backlund's air keeps getting worse. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. It was her mother. Hibbert, what are you doing? Oh, Hibbert. Audrey didn't hesitate. She activated apparition and teleported into the dining room. What met her eyes was a nightmare. Her older brother Hibbert stood beside their father, clutching a blood-soaked dagger. His face, his clothes, splattered with arterial red, twisted into a disturbing, eerie smile. Earl Hall sat slumped at the dining table, eyes wide in shock and disbelief, clutching his throat with both hands. Blood gushed uncontrollably through the gaps in his fingers. Several fresh wounds on his chest bled like fountains. The maids had all backed into the corners of the room, frozen with fear. Only the head maid Annie was quietly reaching for a chair, clearly intent on stopping Hibbert at all costs. When she saw Audrey appear, she cried out in panic. Miss. Run. Young Master Hibbert's gone mad. Audrey's heart clenched. She shouted, Hibbert. But Hibbert seemed completely deaf to her voice. He raised the dagger again and lunged toward Earl Hall's chest. No. The next second, Audrey unleashed both frenzy and dragon's might. Hibbert staggered, instantly thrown into confusion. He dropped the dagger and began running in circles like a headless chicken. At that moment, the two Beyonder bodyguards of House Hall arrived on the scene. They were stunned by the chaos before them. As bodyguards, their duty was to protect the Hall family from external threats. But how were they supposed to handle a case where the son had tried to murder the father? They rushed forward to check Earl Hall's wounds. Their expressions darkened. The Earl's throat was completely slit, a mortal wound for any ordinary person. Even so, they didn't give up and immediately turned to run for help. "We'll get someone." Audrey knelt beside her father in a panic. "Father." She frantically cast healing charms to close the wounds and stop the bleeding. But it wasn't enough. Though the injury slowly mended, the massive blood loss had already thrown Earl Hall into hypovolemic shock. His face turned pale, his breath weak, his body deteriorating visibly with every second. Healing spells could close wounds, but they couldn't replenish blood. If he didn't receive an immediate transfusion, he would be dead within minutes. "Oh, my God." Lady Hall stumbled forward and collapsed over her husband. Her face was twisted in fear and anguish, tears streaming uncontrollably. "No, no, my love, you can't die on me." She turned to Audrey with a pleading gaze. "Audrey. Save your father. Please." Audrey forced herself to stay calm. I've already closed the wounds, but he lost too much blood. I need to go to the Harvest Church. I have to find Emlyn." Lady Hall cried out, "Edward. Edward will have a way, won't he? He must." Audrey didn't hesitate. Her figure blurred and reappeared in front of Edward's small villa. "Edward. Edward." Inside, Lilith yawned from the sofa. Edward went out. Where? No idea. Then she noticed the bloodstains on Audrey's body and immediately sprang to her feet. "What happened? Were you attacked?" "No. It's not that." Audrey's chest felt like it was being crushed. She was certain that Hibbert didn't stab their father on purpose. His behavior had clearly been abnormal. But no matter the reason, their father was now at death's door. If anything happened to him, then... Lilith shouted, "Summon the big bird. Have it go find Edward." "Right." Audrey quickly set up a ritual circle and began chanting. "In my name, I summon the spirit that wanders about the unfounded. A friendly creature that can be commanded. The messenger that belongs solely to Edward. Outskirts of Backlund, Nofell Church." Akasha handed Edward a canvas frame. "This thing of yours is really handy." Even a demigod didn't have time to react before getting sucked in. She bumped her shoulder against his, grinning. "Sell it to me." Edward raised an eyebrow. "What's your offer?" Akasha paused to think. "What do you want?" "A sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic." Akasha immediately took 2 steps back and stared at Edward warily. "You're after the Marquis Beyonder characteristic I've got, aren't you?" "No way. I'm scared my parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents will all crawl up from the underworld to drag me down with them." Edward shrugged. "Then forget it. I don't need anything else at the moment." "Fine," she relented. "If I really need to use it later, I'll just rent the thing from you." "That's fair, right?" She had just finished speaking when her brow furrowed. She turned to glance in the direction of Backlund. "That is." Edward followed her gaze and saw that a layer of pale yellow fog, now tainted with an iron-black hue, had enveloped the skies above Backlund. Just the sight of it from a distance gave him a powerful sense of foreboding. His heart tightened. "That's the plague released by a high-sequence witch, isn't it?" Akasha chuckled. "Oh. You actually recognize that? Why was this happening?" In the original storyline, the Great Smog was meant to cover up the mass disappearance of trafficked people. But now, the human trafficking scandal and the mausoleum conspiracy had already been exposed with those photos, so why was the smog still happening? Why continue the smog at all? Sigh. A heavy sigh sounded. It came from Archbishop Anthony of the Church of Evernight. He stared intently at the rapidly spreading fog, his eyes dimmed. He understood now. Everything he had done had been meaningless. As a devout follower, he didn't dare question whether his God was wrong, but at this moment, he truly no longer knew what was right. "I must return to the city. I'm worried my friends are in danger." Akasha waved lazily. "I still want to stick around a bit. The show's just getting good." Edward stepped forward and opened a traveler's door. As the world around him darkened and thickened with spiritual hues, a red shadow shot toward him. Phoenix flew straight in, voice trembling with panic. "Edward. Come back quick. My dad's in trouble. Hurry, save him." Then, almost like flipping a switch, her tone shifted to normal. "That girl named Audrey said that just now. Edward's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he sped up and stepped out of the spirit world, appearing inside Earl Hall's villa. The first thing he saw was Earl Hall, covered in blood, lying on his back on the floor, seemingly lifeless. Lady Hall sat beside him, completely dazed, her face pale and eyes vacant. Hibbert lay off to the side, apparently unconscious. Edward. Audrey was sitting on the floor, devastated. The moment she saw him, tears poured from her eyes. She held her father's hand and murmured. I went to the Harvest Church, but Emlyn wasn't there. I tried Mr. White's clinic too, but they were all gone. Dad's already. Lilith and Susie sat to the side, both visibly shaken. The moment Lilith saw Edward, she ran up to him. Edward. Edward's thoughts were a mess. He took a deep breath, blood and fear hung thick in the air. Don't panic. There's still a way. In eras of primitive medicine, death was judged by lack of breath, pulse, and heartbeat. But in modern terms, a person was only considered truly dead after brain death. Which meant, Earl Hall might not be completely gone yet. Edward stepped forward and took the ring of resurrection from his own finger, slipping it onto Earl Hall's. Then he pulled a paper crane and a pitch-black doll from his coat pocket and whispered. Either one of you, please, give Earl Hall a bit of luck, please help him. He pulled out a gold coin, gently flicked it, and asked, Is Earl Hall still alive? Audrey's eyes followed the spinning coin, her gaze flickering with hope. That's right, Edward could reverse the outcome of a divination. Dad still had a chance. He wasn't dead. The coin landed in his palm. The number facing up was, no, a negative. Edward didn't hesitate. He invoked, Madman to the right, reversing the result. Almost immediately, the seemingly lifeless Earl Hall suddenly gasped. The next moment, he coughed violently, spewing out bright red blood. Audrey rushed forward to cradle him. Dad. But only a few seconds later, Earl Hall collapsed again. His eyes widened as his chest heaved rapidly, then his breath began to fade once more. Weaker and weaker. A final bloody wheeze gurgled up from his throat, his body convulsed, and then stiffened. His pupils dilated, glassy and unfocused. Dad, sob, Dad. Audrey collapsed onto Earl Hall's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Edward stared hard at the once again lifeless body of Earl Hall. His fingers clenched tighter and tighter as he repeated to himself. It'll work. It has to work. It has to work. Crack. Suddenly, the ring on Earl Hall's finger let out a faint snapping sound. A fine fracture split across the surface of the embedded resurrection stone. Audrey, immersed in grief, didn't notice at all. She continued to sob quietly. Then, a large, warm hand gently touched the back of her head. A familiar voice rang out beside her ear, hesitant and confused. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Dad. Audrey trembled. She jerked her head up, and saw her father's vibrant blue eyes staring back at her. Oh heavens, why am I covered in blood? He sat up in shock, lowering his head to examine his clothing. Can someone please tell me what the hell just happened? Lady Hall rushed over in disbelief. How could someone who had clearly died just moments ago, now be alive and well again? Earl Hall looked at the blood all over himself, then at the floor. A string of fragmented memories began to surface. His expression turned to bewilderment. Hibbert, just now, he stabbed me. Yes. I should be dead, he murmured. So, I came back to life. He suddenly looked toward Edward, eyes filled with astonishment. It was you saved me. Note, as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. Still, don't let that stop you from voting. Chapter 337, Ouroboros is here. Edward finally let out a breath of relief. I suppose you could say that. Dad. Darling. At the same time, Lady Hall and Audrey rushed into Earl Hall's arms. He quickly hugged his terrified wife and daughter tightly, gently patting their backs to comfort them. It's over now. It's all right. He glanced past the mother and daughter and looked first at Edward, then turned to the still unconscious Hibbert. Even with years of experience navigating the nobility, his mind was now in complete disarray. The most critical question. Why had his son, Hibbert, suddenly tried to kill him? Just then, Lilith crawled onto Edward's shoulder and whispered. Edward, Audrey's dad is really okay now, right? He should be, Edward replied, pocketing the coin that had landed heads up. Then he walked over to his brother-in-law, Hibbert. First, he conjured a rope using transfiguration and tightly bound him. Then, with a flick of his wand, he cast the renervate. A few moments later, Hibbert slowly opened his eyes, looking dazed. He quickly realized he was bound and sat up with a start, yelling, Who, Edward? Edward's expression was serious. Hibbert, do you remember what just happened? What happened? He then caught sight of the blood-soaked floor and his family nearby, and his face turned pale. Dad, Mom, Audrey, what happened? Did someone attack the house? Are you hurt? They're fine. As Edward spoke, he cast legilimency on Hibbert. He discovered that Hibbert had no memory at all of stabbing Earl Hall, which strongly suggested he had been hypnotized, perhaps even mind-controlled. Another damned spectator pathway trick. Edward's expression darkened. All right, enough of this. The floor's cold and sticky, I'm dying for a hot shower. Earl Hall was already helping his wife and daughter to their feet. Audrey quickly offered, Dad, I can use my powers to help clean you up. No need. He waved her off gently. I'd rather take the time in the shower to collect my thoughts. Then, he turned to look at his son and frowned. Hibbert, are you truly saying you don't remember anything? Dad, what's going on? Hibbert was starting to panic. Weren't we just having afternoon tea? Why are you in the floor covered in blood? And why am I tied up? What the hell happened? Edward nodded subtly at Earl Hall. Forget it. The Earl nodded in turn. Maybe it's for the best. With that, he quickly exited the dining room, with Lady Hall following closely behind. Dad. Mom. Audrey. What's going on? What did Dad mean just now? Hibbert shouted after them in confusion. Audrey hesitated for a few seconds, then swiftly raised her wand. Stupefy. Hibbert collapsed again, unconscious. Edward, was Hibbert really hypnotized? Edward nodded. Yes. That's what it looks like. So then, what now? You can try praying to Mr. Fool for his blessing, he said calmly. Got it. As she nodded, Edward flicked his wand to clean the bloodstains from her dress. There. Don't worry, it's all over. But she was clearly still shaken. She bit her lip before quietly asking. Could Hibbert have been hypnotized by someone from the psychology alchemists? Was it all to get revenge on me? Her face grew pale, and tears welled in her eyes. Did I get Dad and Hibbert dragged into this? Edward immediately pulled her into a hug, gently patting her back. Don't think like that. I have a feeling things aren't as simple as they seem. Then what is it? Let's wait. I think we'll find out soon. Lilith tiptoed up to Audrey and patted her hair with her tiny feet. Right. Don't worry, Audrey. It's not your fault, okay? Susie also rubbed gently against her leg. Edward let go of her, then lightly flicked her nose. All right. Why don't you go take a warm shower and relax a bit? I'll take care of things here. Okay. She lowered her head and wiped her tears on Edward's clothes, then gave a faint smile. Thank goodness you were here. Of course. Edward was just about to strike a playful pose to lighten the mood when his spiritual intuition suddenly surged. Edward. A paper crane just flew in. Lilith turned toward the window. No sooner had she spoken than a dry paper crane fluttered in front of Edward. Will's anxious voice came through. Run. Ouroboros is coming. Hurry. Whoosh. The paper crane instantly combusted into flames and burned to ash. Shit. I completely forgot about that. Edward's expression changed dramatically. Audrey, seeing his face, quickly asked, What's wrong? An angel is targeting me, I need to flee right now. He spoke rapidly, then added with forced calm. But you don't need to worry too much. Worst case, I'll just go have a quick chat with the true creator. You do know what kind of relationship I have with him. Just wait at home, all right? Audrey's pupils contracted sharply. As he spoke, he passed Lilith into Audrey's arms. I'm leaving Lilith with you. No way. Lilith thrashed violently. Last time you said the same thing, then you disappeared for so long. You promised that wouldn't happen again. But I said no. She shrieked and darted up Edward's side, burrowing straight into his coat pocket. This little rascal. Edward took a deep breath, then looked at Audrey. Don't worry. I'll be back, very soon. He stepped back into the color-saturated spirit world, and simultaneously called out, Phoenix. Take me to your house, now. Got it. Phoenix rapidly expanded in size and grabbed hold of Edward's coat. Let's see if he can chase us all the way to Calderon. Elsewhere. The moment Klein and Furs returned to Backlund, they ran headfirst into the dense smog unleashed by the Lady Despair. They watched in horror as people around them dropped like cut wheat stalks, some collapsed in agony, gripped by sudden illness, others quickly died, their faces twisted in despair. Klein immediately motioned for Furs to fall back and take another, safer route. You're not coming with me? Furs asked, startled. I want to try saving some of them. Do you have an item that can resist disease? Klein shook his head. But I can use flaming jump. If things get bad, I can get out. Your friend, didn't you say you were worried about her? Go. Find her. But. Trust me. Just like you did in the book world. Furs fell silent for a few seconds, then muttered a worried, "Don't be reckless," and quickly darted away. She truly was anxious about Zio. Klein tore off a strip from his shirt and wrapped it around his nose and mouth, holding his breath as he charged into the smog. But he quickly realized, no matter how determined he was, there was very little he could actually do. After ferrying 7 or 8 people to safety, Klein suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and nausea. He knew then, he had been infected. This definitely isn't ordinary smog, it's a beyonder ability. A witch's, cough, cough. His chest burned with a searing pain. If it weren't for the potion he consumed strengthening his body, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. He fumbled for his sun brooch, trying to use the sun halo to ward off the infection. This won't work for long, I won't be able to hold out. Cough, cough. He staggered, coughing again, his steps growing heavier. He looked around at the fallen figures littering the ground, heart filled with frustration, before turning to run toward the lighter part of the fog. If this really is the work of a beyonder, a witch, then what is she trying to do? Digest a potion. But to release such a horrifying, widespread plague just to digest a potion. Doesn't she realize how many innocent people this will kill? No, she knows. She just doesn't care. To play her role, to advance, she doesn't care how many die. That's what it means to be a beyonder. Klein clenched his fist so tightly his nails dug into his palm. Just like those photos, Lone's royal family kidnapping and selling people to build tombs, they don't care about the lives of ordinary people. To them, the masses are just disposable resources. This world is rotten to its core. Just then, the world around him suddenly turned vivid and saturated, as if a god had splashed it with oil paint. The feeling vanished in a flash. Klein found himself standing once again at 15 Minsk Street. Beside him appeared the bronze-skinned, soft-featured figure of Azek Eggers. Mr. Azek. Why are you here? Azek looked calmly out the window. I sensed something was wrong in Backlund. I came to take a look. That smog was released by a high-sequence demoness of the demoness sect. Why? To play her role. To digest a potion. It really was that. Mr. Azek, could I ask you to help the people out there? Klein knew how inappropriate it was to make such a request. But he couldn't stop himself. Azek's voice remained calm, someone is already taking action. Don't worry. A fierce wind suddenly howled through the windows, rattling the panes violently. The fog that had been surging in from the distance was blown back all at once. Then, with a crack of thunder, a torrential downpour began to fall. That's good, that's good. I just hope. He didn't finish the sentence. Because he knew, this fog had already claimed countless lives. Mr. Azek, what exactly is going on? Azek replied, if my memory is correct, this was the doing of a demigod from the demoness pathway, using a plague to manufacture a disaster and digest her potion. Klein's pupils contracted. So, in order to digest her potion, she has to slaughter so many innocent people. The demoness role and advancement have always come at the cost of disaster. Especially high-sequence demoness, they are walking disasters. Most of them don't even view ordinary people as the same species anymore. He paused for a moment. In truth, no matter the pathway, the higher one climbs in sequence, the less human they become. Klein was silent. Even though he had long known the twisted, tragic nature of this world, when faced with it directly, it was still nearly impossible to accept. Suddenly, the images of those photographs flashed through his mind. Mr. Azek. Klein pulled a stack of photos from his coat and handed them over. These, I found earlier. He quickly recounted everything that had happened in recent days. Do you know why Lone's royal family is so obsessed with building these tombs? Azek's eyes flickered with a trace of memory. That should be the Black Emperor's advancement ritual. Klein's heart jolted. He suddenly recalled the description on the Black Emperor tarot card regarding Sequence 0 advancement. Possess a nation of your own. Bind your name with the title of Emperor. Secretly construct 9 pyramid-like mausoleums across various cities. Then, within one of them, during mass rituals involving a majority of the populace, consume the Sequence 0 potion. As expected, it was all tied to the Beyonder world. Klein's heart grew even heavier, and angrier. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 338, Chapter 338, Tricked and Trapped. Although he had long known many of these secrets, Klein had never actually thought in that direction. After all, by church decree, members of royalty, especially kings, were strictly prohibited from becoming demigods. But if those mausoleums really were meant for advancing into the Black Emperor, that meant the ruined royal family, no, King George III himself, was already a Sequence 1 angel. Then how in the world had he managed to hide it from the churches all this time? Images of those photographs and the expressions of the three major churches people flashed across Klein's mind again. So those photos were deliberately made public. Purposefully shown to the churches. All to expose George III's plan. Klein suddenly realized, this matter was far more terrifying and complex than he had originally imagined. Just then, Isaac took a thin glove from his coat, so thin it looked like it might have been made from human skin, and handed it to Klein. Remember this sealed artifact? Edward obtained it from that pirate admiral. Since it helped me recover fragments of my memory, I borrowed it for a time. But after I helped him hunt down a demigod, he gave it to me as payment. However, recently, I've come into contact with some ancient beings, entities from the 4th epoch or even earlier. I no longer needed to retrieve my memories. There's no point in me keeping it, so it's yours now. Klein stared in surprise at the glove. This was the powerful sealed item that had enabled Sequence 6 Kalangos to become one of the 7 pirate admirals. As it continued, I've placed a seal on it so it won't be hungry by default. But every time you use it, you'll need to feed it the flesh and soul of a human being. Otherwise, it'll devour you. Thank you, truly, thank you, Mr. Isaac. Klein didn't hesitate to accept it. He desperately needed something like this to bolster his strength. Isaac then said solemnly, the coming days in Backlund may be extremely unstable. I know. Klein gave a bitter smile. Especially for someone like me, who's just witnessed a full-blown, royal scandal. It's easy to imagine what kind of fallout that'll bring. He paused and added more seriously, so I plan to leave Backlund for now. Where will you go? I haven't decided yet. But Klein already had a vague plan in mind. He was ready to advance to Sequence 6, Faceless. To reach Sequence 5, Marionettist, he would need to consume the potion in the presence of a mermaid's song. And where could one find a mermaid? Naturally, he would have to go to sea. After Isaac left, Klein hurried to pack his things and prepare to leave. But suddenly, an urgent voice echoed in his ears. It sounded like Miss Justice. He immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the grey fog, extended his spirituality, and tapped the crimson star representing Miss Justice. Mr. Fool, Edward, Tower, is being chased by an angel. Please, I beg you, save him. The moment Audrey's voice rang out, Klein felt like he'd been punched in the face. Edward again. Just a while ago he was provoking demigods, now he's got a freaking angel on his tail. Even if I had plot armor, I wouldn't be able to keep up with this insane power creep. Wait a minute. Edward had always been out there trying to help rescue him. Could it be, was he targeted by that angel because of me? That thought hit Klein like a hammer. I'll ask Mr. Isaac for help. He sent a brief reply, understood, then exited the grey fog and pulled out the bronze whistle, blowing it forcefully. But no sound came out. What? He tried again, still no sound at all. Was it broken? Just as he thought that, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The man wore a black, old-fashioned robe, a matching pointed hat, had curly black hair and eyes, a broad forehead and narrow face. Over his right eye was a monocle made of crystal. He looked at Klein with a faint smile, the crystal lens gleaming with ethereal light. Found you. In that moment, Klein felt his entire spiritual body erupt into turmoil. An all-consuming fear surged up like a beast swallowing him whole, a fear and despair more intense than anything he had ever felt, not even when facing a corrupted Lenivus. He knew this man. He was the shadowy figure who had once possessed Little Sun, who had tried to piggyback into the grey fog, who had seemingly attempted to usurp Klein's place. Klein's first instinct was to flaming jump and escape, but he found he couldn't move at all. Even his thoughts were beginning to slow down. It was like being locked in the gaze of a predator. He could only watch helplessly as the man slowly approached, raising a pale, slender hand, reaching for his forehead. At the same time, Klein could feel something foreign invading his consciousness, the man's will. He'd felt something similar when helping Sharon battle a wraith. But this time, it was worse. Much worse. The wraith had merely hijacked his body. But now, this was an attempt to replace him entirely. A parasitic theft, the kind Edward had once explained, a terrifying skill of the marauder pathway. A full-scale parasitism was equivalent to possession. And in some ways, it was far worse than death. Terror gripped Klein's soul. But he couldn't do anything. He could only feel, with painful clarity, as the man's presence crept deeper and deeper into his being. His vision blurred. His mind grew foggy. His senses dimmed. Until, in one sudden instant, the parasitism stopped. No, not stopped. It felt as if nothing had ever happened at all. There was no sign of the man with the broad forehead. Klein was simply standing there, bronze whistle in hand, just about to place it in his mouth and blow. Still no sound came out. Still, the whistle remained silent. Wait a minute, this scene, I feel like I've been through this already. Klein's heart began to pound. A realization flickered at the edge of his mind. In the next instant, without hesitation, he snapped his fingers and vanished into a plume of flame. But when he landed, he realized he had merely moved from his bedroom to the living room. And once again, his body had fallen into that same paralyzed state. The man in the old-fashioned black robe and pointed soft hat reappeared right on cue. He smiled, his crystal monocle gleaming faintly. Found you. Then he paused, his expression flickering with interest. Oh. Someone restarted time in here. How intriguing. The man, Aman, no doubt, mimicked his earlier actions, stepping forward, once again reaching out a pale hand toward Klein's head. That same invasive, replacing feeling surged up anew. Everything was repeating. The exact same nightmare loop. Klein once again experienced the devastating sensation of being gradually overtaken, erased. Time was reset, but by who? Was that person trying to help me? Will they interfere again? These were the only thoughts his feeble remaining awareness could grasp. Then suddenly, Aman pulled back his hand. He frowned ever so slightly and turned to the side. At the door, unnoticed until this moment, stood a figure. A woman in a hooded, vintage robe. She had a beautiful, almost ethereal face, calm, expressionless. Her eyes were pitch black, deep and vacant, lacking even the faintest shimmer of spirituality. Aman, broad-foreheaded and sly, sighed and shook his head. Ah, so I troubled even you to show up. How truly rude of me. A faint glimmer lit up the eyes of the woman's otherwise still face. All right. I'll leave. I'm leaving now. Aman raised both hands, retreated 2 steps, and then his figure vanished into thin air. In that instant, Klein regained control of his body. But he didn't feel even a sliver of relief. Because the woman, this utterly still and silent presence, remained exactly where she stood. And she was giving him an even greater sense of dread than the parasitic horror from moments ago. His heart thudded as he stared at her, unsure if he should thank her, or even speak at all. Then the corners of the woman's lips curled up ever so slightly. She smiled. Klein was stunned. Before he could even process what was happening, her figure had already faded, dissolving into nothingness. I'm saved. His knees gave out. He staggered back a few steps. Who exactly was that broad-foreheaded man? What did he mean by found you? Was he really coming after me? No, after the gray fog. And what exactly is the gray fog? What secrets does it hold to attract someone that terrifying? And that woman, who was she? Why did someone of her level choose to protect me? And the one who restarted time, who was that? A storm of unanswered questions flooded Klein's mind. But he knew one thing for certain. The only reason he couldn't answer them was because he was too weak. Because he knew too little. He refused to believe that those 2 terrifying beings, man and woman, had acted without purpose. No more thinking. Just, get out of here. Klein shoved the whistle back into his coat and turned to leave in a panic. But just then, a sharp pain pierced his chest. His pupils contracted. He froze. Lowering his head in disbelief, he saw a pale hand, pale and slightly cold, thrust through his left chest, soaked in blood. And then, that hand wrenched back, dragging Klein's entire body with it, straight into the spirit world. Damage transfer. Klein only had time to form this thought before he felt his life force rapidly draining. The damage transference failed. His heart had already been crushed. His breathing slowed. Then stopped. The hand violently yanked itself free, sending his body flipping over, weightless, as it plunged deeper and deeper into the spirit world. In the final instant before unconsciousness claimed him, Klein saw the face of his attacker. A man in a double-breasted pure black robe, wearing a soft cap. One eye was blind. The other burned with cruelty. He gazed down upon Klein with cold malice. The first. In the next second. Darkness. Klein lost all sensation. His body tumbled through the spirit world, falling, deeper still. Until at last, he descended upon a massive floating castle. Jet black. Gothic. Vine-covered. Towering. Its spires pierced the misty void. And standing atop the tallest point of the castle was a semi-transparent woman, colossal in size, as tall as the castle itself. But she had no head. From her drooping sleeves hung 4 radiant, golden-haired heads, each with red eyes and stunning features. Note, sorry. I was on a flight and couldn't upload the chapter earlier. 160 power stones for an extra chapter. Go, vote. Chapter 339, no regrets. Backlund, in Dr. Aaron's residence. The Snake of Mercury, Will, suddenly sat up from his rocking chair, his face full of frustration. TSK. Of all times, that one had to show up right now. What was even the point of my effort then? Originally, even though Klein had died once, it would have served to help him escape Aman's pursuit. And now? Because that being had stepped in, it made it look as if Will had deliberately orchestrated Klein's death. Will thumped the arm of the chair, nearly in a tantrum. Arg. I tried to save someone and ended up making things worse. That was intentional. It had to be intentional. They must think I'm easy to bully, don't they? Edward's here, Klein's there, secretly there's Ouroboros lurking in the background, and above it all, even a god has their eye on me. Why am I so damn unlucky? Aya. Empress Burrow, Sodila Palace. King George III, wearing his crown and sitting atop the imperial throne, his face stern beneath a sharp pair of mustaches, gazed wordlessly at the Earl Palatine standing before him. In the depths of his eyes burned quiet fury. It's all been disrupted, everything is in chaos. First came the exposure of the mausoleum photos, though unexpected, it didn't faze him much. He knew the 7 churches needed a black emperor now. So, he had simply pushed forward the plans, instructing the demonist sect to act immediately. But this fog catastrophe wasn't just for distraction. More importantly, it was to secure collaboration with the demonist sect, to be specific, with Cheek. George III had long anticipated the need to appease the churches, so he had already arranged a series of policy trade-offs. Opening more channels for the church to obtain upper house seats. Agreeing to the demands of the Air Pollution Commission. Passing labor laws guaranteeing minimum protection and working hours. Even allowing the 3 major churches to place personnel inside the military. These trade-offs wouldn't damage him personally. In fact, they would strengthen the ritual's requirement of associating one's name with the title of emperor in the minds of the people. But what he hadn't expected was a sudden barrage of chaotic incidents completely derailing his blueprint. Almost simultaneously with the outbreak of the fog catastrophe, over half of the high-ranking power holders in Loan, ministers, MPs, nobles, were assassinated by their own children or siblings. It happened across the board, New Party, Conservative Party alike. While this didn't mean the government had collapsed, it definitely ignited a political crisis. After all, these weren't replaceable bureaucrats, these were carefully selected successors, many of them groomed personally by the very people they killed. Even worse, would this not give the Fasak Empire a perfect opportunity to declare war on Loan? George III was not ready to ascend to Sequence 0 yet. Damn it. His mustache trembled slightly as he clenched his fists. The Psychology Alchemists. MI9 had already traced the sabotage to the Psychology Alchemists. But what George III couldn't understand was, weren't they working with him the entire time? They had even sacrificed a demigod of the spectator pathway for this. Why would they now, without a word, stab him in the back? Even more maddening, when MI9 tried to arrest the psychological alchemists who had interacted with those noble heirs, they were all already dead. Some had even committed suicide in front of MI9's agents. Who the hell is behind this? He rubbed his temples in exhaustion, waving off the Earl. Let the churches do what they want. Pass their policies. Give them the laws they're asking for. Also, assure them, anyone involved in the mausoleum matter, I promise I won't pursue it further. He paused. As for the assassinations. A long silence followed. Then he said flatly. Tell them to quickly choose new successors. I don't care about their infighting, I want only one thing now, stability. 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 Just a bit longer, just hold out a while longer. Deep within the spirit world. With Phoenix's help, Edward hurtled straight toward the depths of Calderon City. All around him, shadows streaked past like ink bleeding across silk, dense and murky. From time to time, terrifying spirit world creatures flickered at the edges of perception. Minutes passed. Then at last, a city of crumbling ruins and deathly silence came into view. Enormous, pale white stone pillars protruded throughout the broken landscape. Almost there. Just then, a voice rang beside Edward's ear. Where are you going? He instinctively began to reply, then froze. That wasn't Phoenix's voice. Nor did it belong to anyone he knew. His chest tightened. He turned to look. It was a man with a beautiful, serene face. Silver hair cascaded down his back. Simple linen robe. A pair of wings layered one atop the other behind him. Or more accurately, this was no man. This was Ouroboros. A being infamous in the mysteries for being almost completely devoid of humanity. He's here. Phoenix blinked in confusion. Why does it feel like we haven't moved at all? It hadn't noticed Ouroboros. It was still flapping its wings in full effort. Seriously? Your reaction time is worse than mine. Where are you going? Ouroboros asked again. There was even a trace of curiosity in his eyes, which, as Edward knew, was extremely rare. Edward replied honestly, to Calderon City. Oh, Grigrace's former divine kingdom. Ouroboros nodded. Then asked again, it's been polluted by the river of eternal darkness. Why go there? Can I say, I'm hiding from you? Just out for a stroll. A hint of confusion flickered across Ouroboros's face. But soon he said, you can't stroll anymore. I need to bring you to see the Lord. Edward asked cautiously, may I ask, what does the Lord want with me? Ouroboros shook his head. Don't know. He simply said he wanted to see you. Is it because of the uniqueness of the door pathway? Don't know. Do you think the Lord has good intentions, or? Don't know. Can I refuse? No. Edward. Forget it, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Edward had borrowed the other's good luck to kill Vin Rambise, and again to save Earl Hall. Now, it was time to pay the price. Still, after a moment of thought, he asked a question that was extremely important to him. Lord Ouroboros, do you know if the Lord has two personalities? Ouroboros's still, unfathomable gaze fell upon Edward. Perhaps. Then, which personality was it that sent you to find me? Ouroboros tilted his head slightly, a somewhat dazed expression surfacing once again. Don't know. I mean, was it his rational side, or the insane one? Ouroboros lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. Don't know. Fair enough. Let's go. Ouroboros reached out and lightly patted Edward on the shoulder. The next moment, the two vanished without a sound. Just then, Phoenix finally realized things had returned to normal. It turned its head happily. Okay, we can, wait, huh? Where'd he go? Edward's vision flickered with light and shadow. When it cleared, he realized he was back in the dining room of the Hall family's villa. He blinked, surprised. He had thought Ouroboros would take him directly to the forsaken land of the gods. The dining room was empty. Ouroboros, who had brought him here, stood motionless for some reason, doing nothing further. What's wrong? Edward asked. Ouroboros didn't answer. Instead, he silently turned his gaze toward the dining room doors. Abruptly, a woman in a hooded, classical robe appeared. Her expression was blank, but within her eyes swirled the depths of starry skies. Edward recognized her instantly, and nearly burst into tears on the spot. Mommy Evernight. She came to save me. All those things I bought and sacrificed to her, finally paid off. One was a king of angels. The other a projection of a god. The two stared at each other across the room, motionless. Like two mutes crossing paths in a narrow alley, competing to see who would speak first. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Edward's first thought was that these two were about to clash. But their posture and demeanor said otherwise. The goddess's projection slowly turned to look outside. The once clear sky had turned a shade of crimson blood, which then deepened into inky blackness, converging from all directions above the Hall family's villa. Had one viewed Backlund from above in that moment, they would have seen rivers of blood-red light winding through the city streets, converging upward into a massive black formation in the sky. If Klein had been there to witness it, he would have recognized this pattern. It was the same one he had seen in his divination, the route through which the true creator scattered his flesh. Soon, a massive vertical slit pupil appeared in the sky. The pupil was filled with nothing but madness and savagery. At the Aurora Order's base in Backlund, Medici stood at a window, gazing upward at the phantom eye, muttering, "This is his power. Is he really preparing to descend upon Backlund? Impossible." Based on everything Medici knew, the true creator had been banished by the 7 Orthodox churches to the forsaken land of the gods. Returning wasn't as simple as just deciding to come back. So-called god descents were usually only partial projections, dropping fragments of his power to create a so-called son of God. But this didn't look like a mere fragment. At that moment, the black vertical pupil in the sky cast a beam of light downward. It pierced through the Hall villa's rooftop, enveloping both Ouroboros and Edward. At the same time, the flowing red light throughout Backlund ignited, forming a massive, ancient ritual array. Buzz. The next second, the array dimmed. The eye in the sky vanished. So did Ouroboros and Edward. The goddess's projection didn't move the entire time. She simply watched in silence, never lifting a finger to intervene. As everything returned to calm, a flicker of expression finally crossed her otherwise blank face. One Edward, in exchange for the true creator's infiltration into Backlund. Worth it. Her figure, like chalk rubbed from a blackboard, quietly vanished. Hall family villa. Audrey had just finished her prayer to Mr. Fool when she felt a tremor deep in her heart, a subtle sense that something terrible had just happened. She hesitated, wondering if she should pray again. At that moment, the entire city of Backlund seemed to shake. Above the Hall estate, a massive phantom image appeared, a black, vertical pupil in the sky. Audrey glanced out the window. And just that brief glimpse made her spiritual body boil. A nameless, inexplicable fear engulfed her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Beside her, Susie instinctively tucked her tail and flattened to the ground, burying her head and trembling like a leaf. What in the world is happening? That eye in the sky, could it be the true creator? Audrey's heart skipped a beat. Is that God truly descending upon Backlund? Will the goddess allow it? Will she intervene? Will there be a war between gods in Backlund? No, I must get my father, mother, and Hibbert out of here immediately. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to concentrate, preparing to apparate and rush to find her family. But just then, the fear that had engulfed her suddenly vanished, along with the phantom eye in the sky. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. It was a long moment before she gathered herself again. She prayed to Mr. Fool once more. But this time, no reply came. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 340, Journey to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Edward felt as though his body had been shoved into a tube pressurized with compressed air, plummeting downward at breakneck speed. From all directions, an overwhelming force squeezed him tightly. It felt like he might be crushed at any moment. Suddenly, the speed and pressure vanished. His feet touched solid ground again, and his vision gradually adjusted from complete darkness to normal. Just then, a stream of mad whispers surged into his ears. They pierced his eardrums like fine needles, drilling into his brain. The pain overwhelmed every thought. Even though he was familiar with this sensation, it still overtook his senses. These were the whispers of the true creator. Compared to Mr. Door, the king of angels of the door pathway, these were countless times sharper and more dangerous. Fortunately, the pain came fast, and receded just as quickly. A blinding ray of sunlight broke through the gloom, and Edward finally saw his surroundings. He stood atop a reef in the middle of an endless ocean. Not far away, the azure waters were torn apart by a massive rift. Endless seawater plummeted down like a waterfall into an unfathomable black abyss. This place is. Before he could make sense of it, he felt a gentle push on his back. His body lurched forward, falling uncontrollably into that gaping rift. The roar of crashing waves filled his ears, and countless droplets of water struck his face like icy needles. In seconds, he was soaked to the bone. The descent grew faster and faster. All Edward could see was darkness at the bottom of the rift, completely impenetrable. That's when he remembered, this majestic spectacle was the entrance to the ruins of the battlefield of gods. This wasn't a part of the real sea. It was a relic from the War of the Deities. After 10 or so seconds, his fall began to slow. Then, gently, he landed on the surface of a dark sea. Ouroboros hovered silently beside him. With a flicker of divine will, the two of them arrived at a nearby ruin. A vision of an inverted stone clock flashed across Ouroboros's eyes, and in the next instant, the sun, which had been high in the west, reversed its course, racing back to the east and sinking below the horizon. Darkness fell instantly. Edward's eyes widened in shock. In the original novel, when Aman brought Klein here, he stole daylight from the ruins of the battlefield of gods. And Ouroboros, not to be outdone, reversed time itself, shifting the ruins from day back to night in a blink. What would happen if I used my time turner now? He suddenly had the urge to test it. Damn, I was so anxious earlier, I completely forgot I even had a time turner on me. It only works up to 2 hours back in this world, but that should be enough to save Earl Hall. Though, he wasn't sure which was more precious, the resurrection stone or the time turner. Sleep, Ouroboros said calmly, glancing at him. Only then did Edward recall, in the ruins, if you don't sleep at night, you'll vanish. He quickly sat down against a wall. Then, remembering the little one in his pouch, he opened it, only to find that Lilith had already curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Phew. Edward let out a long sigh, took a sip of draught of living death, and soon drifted off as well. But instead of entering a foggy half-conscious state, he found himself immediately lucid. He stood in a world shrouded in misty gray. Behind and to both sides of him stretched a monastery of black buildings. Ahead, a bottomless cliff loomed, beyond it stood a towering mountain, covered in countless palaces, towering spires, and majestic walls. The structures were vast and magnificent, almost too enormous for human habitation. Grouped together, they emanated a mythical, miraculous aura, something beyond words. It was the projection of the giant king's court. Wait, I'm lucid. Was that Ouroboros's doing? Or, like Klein, am I under the protection of the goddess? Ouroboros appeared beside him in his simple linen robe, dangling a sleepwalking, flailing Lilith by one hand. Edward recalled, this was a shared dream. Anyone who fell asleep here would enter this space and be randomly placed somewhere. He actually retrieved Lilith for me. Ouroboros casually tossed Lilith back to him, then turned and began walking toward the monastery. Come. Thank you, Lord Ouroboros. Edward stuffed the little one back into his pouch and quickly followed. How do we get to the forsaken land of the gods? In the original story, Aman used the unique bug power of the marauder pathway to enter the forsaken land. So, what would the king of angels of the fate pathway do? I'm lucky, Ouroboros replied calmly. I always just happen to find a way in. As he spoke, he arrived at the front of the monastery and gently pushed open its heavy doors. Without pause, he walked inside. Dim towers and black buildings loomed on both sides, connected by shadowy cloisters and bridges. They surrounded a wide gray stone plaza riddled with potholes. Gigantic arrows were embedded in the ground, and a few scattered fire pits still burned faintly. Clearly, this place had once suffered an attack. Ouroboros didn't stop. He walked straight toward a descending staircase, leaving Edward trailing behind. He didn't even bother to check if Edward would try to run. Where could I even run to? Edward shook his head helplessly and followed. But just as he stepped past the threshold of the enormous monastery, a figure leapt out from behind the door, grabbing his wrist and pulling him outside. His heart jumped in shock, and then he exclaimed in disbelief, "You! What are you doing here?" "Saving you." Bernardet didn't even look at him. Faint starlight flickered beneath her feet as she whisked them both swiftly away from the dark monastery. Only now did Edward remember. Back when he'd been ambushed by Vin Rambis, he had used the Resurrection Stone Spectre ability to send Phoenix out with a distress signal to his allies. But no one had responded in time. After defeating Vin Rambis and getting swept into a series of new events, he had forgotten all about it. He never expected Bernardet to show up now, trying to snatch him away from Ouroboros of all people. "Do you even know who brought me here?" "No." "Do you understand what a king of angels is?" Bernadette's steps came to a halt. She turned back and asked, "He's a king of angels?" "Yes," Edward sighed. "The angel of fate, Ouroboros. The king of angels who governs destiny, the sequence one among sequence ones." He gently pulled his wrist free from her grasp. "You should leave. He's only taking me to the forsaken land of the gods to meet the true creator, it shouldn't endanger my life." Bernadette's ocean blue eyes rippled faintly. "You're going to the forsaken land of the gods? That place even the gods can't find." "Of course the gods can find it," Edward replied, somewhat surprised. "They just choose not to." He looked at her, brow raising slightly. "Don't tell me you're interested in it now." She replied evenly, "As a mysticologist, it's natural to seek out hidden knowledge and secrets. That's nothing strange." "But isn't that only necessary once you reach demigod?" he asked. "It has nothing to do with sequence. It's simply a fundamental trait of the mystery prior pathway." Edward frowned. "What are you planning to do?" "I want to see the forsaken land with my own eyes." "Lady, now's not the time to indulge your thirst for knowledge." "Fine," Edward muttered. "Go ahead and try to rescue me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a dizzying shift, then found himself back in the black monastery, Bernadette still gripping his wrist, as if they were about to leave. Ouroboros was now standing silently at the staircase entrance. "If you're finished chatting," he said mildly, "then come." With that, he turned and descended the steps once more. Edward looked at Bernadette's confused expression. Do you remember what just happened?" She released his wrist, nodded, and glanced around in realization. "That was just an illusion." "No," Edward said, "it was a reset of time. We've returned to about 1 minute ago." Bernadette's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. As expected of a king of angels, the power he wields already belongs to another tier entirely. "All right, you need to go back now. This really isn't the time to indulge curiosity." Suddenly, Edward seemed to remember something. He reached into his pouch and pulled out Lilith, shoving her into Bernadette's arms. "Do me a favor and take this little one back with you." "I won't. I'm not going back." Lilith woke up from her daze with a start, flailing and shouting. Edward pretended not to hear her and quickly walked toward the staircase. But only a few steps in, he heard footsteps behind him. Bernadette had followed. I noticed that even after I tried to take you away," she said calmly, "this angel didn't get angry, nor did he harm me. That means he likely bears you no ill will. Since that's the case, why not seize this opportunity to witness the forsaken land myself?" Lilith's round eyes widened in frustration. "Miss Lilith wants to go too." "Fine," Edward said, not even looking back. "Come along if you think you can. It's just walking down a few stairs. That doesn't mean Ouroboros will actually let you go into the forsaken land." The two of them followed behind Edward, walking down the stone-carved steps. After several minutes, they reached the monastery's lowest level, where they stopped before a massive black wooden door inscribed with strange runes. Ouroboros stood silently beside it. When he saw Bernardet had followed, his expression didn't change in the slightest. Bernardet stepped forward, gazing at the door. When I came in earlier, I tried to open this door, but the power behind it almost shattered the entire dream world. She paused. This is the gate to the forsaken land of the gods. Ouroboros shook his head. No. It's merely an entrance to another dream. Bernardet then asked, can I come with you to the forsaken land of the gods? Lilith raised her tiny paw. Me too. Ouroboros quietly stared at Bernardet for a few seconds, then said slowly, yes. Edward was stunned. Ah. Why? I thought the Lord just wanted to see me. Ouroboros didn't answer. Instead, he turned, gripped the door's handle, and slowly pulled open the black door covered in strange patterns. In the next second, vast golden waves poured forth from within, as radiant as the light of the sun. Edward recognized it immediately. This was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before his death, under the influence of the Evernight goddess, he fell into a dream where he envisioned his own dismemberment and his blood staining the oceans. A terrifying aura leaked from within, causing the entire monastery to shudder violently, as if an apocalyptic quake had struck the dream realm. Bernardet instinctively grabbed Edward's wrist again. Together, the 3+1 cat stepped into that golden sea. In that moment, Edward was overwhelmed by an intense burning sensation, as if the heat were searing him from all directions, threatening to melt him alive. But quickly, the pain vanished. Ouroboros took out a black cross. On it was an inverted human figure. A soft, dim light radiated from the cross, enveloping the 3 humans and 1 cat, shielding them from the golden sea's corrosive effects. Then, with the cross still in hand, Ouroboros made a gentle slicing motion toward the projection of the giant king's court in the distance. The golden sea split apart effortlessly, revealing the clouds above and the towering mountain range behind it. A dark, bottomless rift appeared between. Once again, the vision of the stone clock shimmered in Ouroboros's eyes, this time, its hands turning clockwise. Whoosh! The mountain range and the giant king's court were pulled rapidly closer. In a blink, the group arrived at the foot of the tallest palace in the entire projection. The palace had a spire on one side and a rounded tower on the other. Its massive front gate towered over 10 meters high, colored in shades of bluish-gray and etched with symmetrical sigils, symbols, and arcane motifs. To the left of the gate, there was a deep, black circular hole. Edward asked, "How do we get in?" Before he could finish, Ouroboros had already reached out and pushed the bluish-gray doors open. Only then did Edward remember. Ouroboros didn't need to worry about being watched by the true creator. Note, 275 power stones for an extra chapter. Go, vote. Chapter 341, The True Creator. Let's go. Ouroboros was the first to step through the door and vanish from sight. Edward glanced at Bernardet. You're sure about going in? This might be a one-way trip. She said nothing, holding Lilith in her arms as she stepped forward, and disappeared as well. Well, guess I'm just being overly cautious. Shaking his head, Edward followed them through the door leading to the forsaken land of the gods. The instant he passed through, he felt as if the world spun violently. Even his spirituality seemed to tear at the seams. Fortunately, the abnormal sensations faded within seconds, and everything stabilized. Edward found himself standing on a beach bathed in twilight. The sand and stones beneath his feet were pitch black, and deep blue waves rolled in from the distance, lapping rhythmically against the shore, but without making a sound. It was as if even the sea were an illusion. In the distance loomed a mountain, steeped in the light of dusk. Upon it were frozen countless palaces, towers, and layers upon layers of majestic walls. Bernardet stood frozen, eyes gleaming with profound light as she stared at those distant buildings. This is the forsaken land of the gods. Lilith's eyes flickered with unease and fear. She instinctively wanted to leap into Edward's arms, but remembering she was still mad at him, she hesitated and simply froze. Thankfully, Bernardet gave her a gentle pat on the back, offering her a bit of comfort. How do we meet the Lord? Edward asked softly. Ouroboros suddenly murmured, The Lord has arrived. In the very next moment, a familiar aura descended. It was dark, filthy, and steeped in corruption and depravity. Edward's scalp tingled instantly. As for Bernardet and Lilith, they showed immediate signs of losing control from the sheer twisted, polluted nature of the power. Bernardet gritted her teeth and activated ability after ability upon herself, but none could stop the invasive power of the true creator. Her sea-blue eyes filled with pain, yet she did not panic. She prepared to use some of the last resort items her father had left her, though even she wasn't sure if they would be effective, she had to try. Edward hastily said, Lord Ouroboros, could you? Before he could finish, Ouroboros vanished, taking Bernardet and Lilith along with him. A moment later, a pitch-black curtain spread across the sky. One corner of the curtain slowly lifted, revealing a single vertical eye, black, gloomy, polluted, and insane. The twisted aura flooding from that eye made it unmistakable. The true creator. Although this polluted divine power didn't cause Edward direct harm, the sheer pressure made his heart pound uncontrollably. And yet, in that very moment, a reckless idea surfaced in his mind. What if I activated rebuke right now? What would happen? No. The true creator was already mad and unstable. If he pushed it even further, he might very well provoke it into utterly losing all reason. A single glance might blast him into oblivion. As Edward stared up at the true creator, the god stared back. The vertical eye beneath the curtain twisted into a dark, deep whirlpool, and a droning voice resonated. At last, I see you. You were not supposed to come. Edward. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You were the one who had Ouroboros bring me here. But since he was already here, Edward decided to voice the question that had troubled him ever since he reached Sequence 5 and met Mr. Door, the uniqueness of the door pathway. Was it you who took it? The true creator paused for a moment. Yes, and no. What the hell is with this damn vagueness again? Edward suppressed his irritation and asked, then, why did it appear on me? The black vertical eye focused sharply on him, its gaze like a vice. After over 10 seconds of oppressive silence, the true creator finally said, it was an accident. An accident. Edward was stunned, but soon let out a breath of relief. Good. Accident is good. If even the true creator says it was unintentional, then it probably was unintentional. That would mean everything he'd encountered up till now hadn't been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, at least, not on purpose. Still, new doubts arose. What kind of accident would allow something like a uniqueness to end up in the hands of someone not even from this world? You know where I come from, don't you? This time, the true creator's reply caught Edward completely off guard. I do not know. Then why did you? Edward faltered. He didn't know how to describe it. Was it goodwill? Was it something else? The true creator answered slowly, because, in your hands, was the door. So I only benefited because I held the uniqueness of the door pathway. After a pause, the true creator added, but it should not have ended up with you. That is why the other me wanted to kill you. What the F? Edward felt cold sweat gather on his back. Then, the uniqueness you obtained from Mr. Door, what did you want it for? The vertical eye blinked once. A droning voice sounded again, to resist the coming apocalypse. What does that have to do with the door pathway? You mean, the outer gods? The answer was, once again, maddeningly ambiguous, perhaps. But, how can a uniqueness help you resist the outer gods, or the apocalypse? The true creator replied slowly, that involves the schemes of my other self. I don't fully know either. Aren't you both the same person? No. That is, another me. Edward blinked. So the true creator really has split personalities now. He scratched his head. Then the one who had Lord Ouroboros bring me here, wait, was that your other self? Yes. But, I also wanted to see you, to confirm whether the door truly fell into the hands of someone beyond the plan. And now you've confirmed it. Edward took a deep breath and asked, then why didn't you, like your other self, choose to eliminate me, someone who wasn't part of your plan? The true creator was silent for a long moment. The other me seeks to control everything. He wants all things to unfold exactly according to his design, but now an accident has occurred. Killing you won't bring the plan back on track. It would only throw everything into chaos. Keeping you alive may be the only hope. Though the words still droned like mutterings, there was a clear logic to them, unlike the insane, incomprehensible ramblings of the true creator described in the original canon. Edward couldn't help but wonder in disbelief, what in the world happened to him? How could he change this much? Just then, the black vertical eye behind the curtain was suddenly dyed a thick, blood-red hue. A wave of malice surged outward, and Edward immediately felt piercing pain as if his entire soul were being stabbed with countless needles. This wasn't physical pain, it was spiritual. His heart pounded wildly. Don't tell me he's about to switch back to the version of himself that wants to kill me. Thankfully, the crimson hue quickly faded. The true creator's voice returned. Leave here as soon as possible. I want to leave. Could you maybe have Lord Ouroboros send us back? Impossible. Ouroboros cannot leave either, unless my other self helps him, but if the other me awakens, he will definitely kill you. Then what do I do? Either go to the Giant King's court, meet Sasser, and open the door leading out, or find Aman. He can enter and exit freely. Edward froze. Both those options sound absolutely insane. Sasser was, at this point, a remnant, a shell of pure malice. Meeting him would mean preparing for a brutal battle. As for Aman, that was basically suicide. I must fall asleep, to suppress my other self, leave, as soon as possible. As his voice faded, the black curtain dropped once more, covering the massive vertical eye. Then, without warning, it rolled upward and vanished entirely, leaving Edward standing alone on the illusory shore, as if nothing had ever happened. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached. Bernardet came walking over, holding Lilith in her arms. Ouroboros was nowhere to be seen. Lilith stared at Edward, worry written all over her face. Edward, are you okay? He reached out to ruffle her hair with a smile. Not mad at me anymore. I am mad. But being mad is one thing, Miss Lilith still cares about you. You're the best, Lilith. She raised her chin proudly. That's right. Bernardet, meanwhile, said softly, that angel, left. Her eyes held a trace of astonishment. You really met the true creator just now? I did. Edward nodded and sighed. Good news is, the true creator doesn't seem hostile to me, for now. Bad news is, we might be stuck in the Forsaken Land. That angel of fate can't send us back. Edward spread his hands helplessly. Nope. He then explained the two methods the true creator had mentioned for leaving. Pointing to the majestic palaces and towering walls atop the distant mountain, he said, that's the giant king's court. If we can reach it and open the gate leading out, we should be able to return. Oh, and that gate is the same gray-blue one we used to get here. The difference is, that time we came through the dream projection of the court. What we're seeing now is the real thing. Bernardet replied, if this land has been cut off from the world for millennia, it means getting out through that gate won't be simple. Right. There's a king of angels guarding the gate. He probably doesn't have the power of a full king of angels anymore, but it still feels a bit suicidal for the two of us to try. And the journey itself won't be smooth either. She then asked, what exactly is your relationship with him? Edward scratched his head. That's hard to explain in a few words. In a sense, you could say I'm his blessed. But his current state is extremely unstable. When he's not lucid, he tries to kill me. Bernardet shot him a glance, clearly sensing he was withholding something. But she didn't press, and instead changed the subject, no other way to leave. Let me try a few things. Edward dove into his satchel and opened the vanishing cabinet. As expected, just like the first time he entered Calderon, the vanishing cabinet couldn't bridge the gap between the Forsaken Land and the real world. He then attempted to summon Phoenix. Still no response. That leaves just one option, an offering to the fool. He remembered how, at the last tarot meeting, Alger had proposed letting Little Sun use an item enchanted with the undetectable extension charm to sacrifice himself to the fool in order to reach the outside world. Edward didn't know how that ended. But since Little Sun hadn't cried for help again, and the fool hadn't brought it up either, it was likely that Derek had made it out safely. Still, Edward suspected that Derek probably hadn't returned to the real world. Otherwise, Klein wouldn't have avoided mentioning it completely. Did the offering fail? Or, did something else happen? Looks like I'll have to ask the fool myself. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, Moving Forward. I want to seek help from a mysterious being I believe in. Wait here for a moment, Edward said, and then apparat a few dozen meters away. He pulled out the picture frame and infused it with spirituality, entering the independent space within. Inside, he conjured a chair and sat down, placing his hands together in a prayer to Mr. Fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Spirit world. Inside a Gothic floating castle, Klein lay on a stone bed, pierced through the chest. Beside him sat Rainette Tynker, holding her 4 beautiful heads in one hand, their crimson eyes all fixed on Klein's corpse. Compared to when he had first fallen, the terrifying wound in Klein's chest had partially healed, but full recovery would still take time. His face was pale, his body stiff, and not a trace of life remained. And yet, if one had to describe him, perhaps the most fitting phrase would be lifelike. At this moment, Klein's soul was trapped within his dead, broken body, lost in a void of chaos, completely disconnected from the outside world. Then, a mosquito-like whisper of a prayer reached him from afar. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Klein's consciousness stirred. Someone is praying to me. That voice, Edward. Wait, didn't I die again? How can I still hear someone's prayer? And why did I say, again? Wait a second. Don't tell me, I'm not really dead. Klein struggled desperately to open his eyes, wanting to respond to Edward's prayer. But just as a sliver of awareness returned, a tide of darkness surged in from all directions, dragging him back into the void and chaos. On the outside, the only reaction from his body was a faint twitch of his eyelid, before falling still once more. The four heads of Rainet Tyneker tilted slightly, speaking in turn. This time, he really might be dead. But why do I sense a trace of resurrection in him? She stood up. He'll have to survive on his own, first. Forsaken land of the gods. Edward's prayer seemed to vanish without a ripple, no response came. He frowned. No way, didn't Klein just survive a major crisis? How could something have gone wrong again so quickly? Maybe he's just busy. After all, even the fool has his own affairs. He can't possibly respond at any given moment. Thinking this, Edward cancelled the world within the painting and operaed back to Bernardet and the others. The moment he landed, Lilith eagerly leapt into his arms, pointing her tiny paw at Bernardet and exclaiming, "Edward! She just tried to trick me." Bernardet. Edward blinked. "Trick you into what?" "She tried to coax me into telling her who you were praying to." Lilith lifted her chin and huffed proudly, but Miss Lilith isn't dumb. "I didn't fall for it, I didn't tell her anything." Bernadette's expression grew complicated. After multiple interactions, she'd assumed Lilith was just a pampered, somewhat ditzy little cat spoiled by Edward. Now she realized that while Lilith was indeed simple, she was far from stupid. Since the secret had been exposed, Bernadette only replied flatly, "Be careful of evil gods." Edward chuckled, "Thanks for the concern, but the one I believe in isn't some evil god." He paused, sighing, "Besides, are there really any evil gods in this world worse than the true creator?" Bernadette gave a slight nod. Her curiosity about Edward's ability to communicate with a deity, especially one potentially heretical, only grew deeper. "So, did you find a way out?" she asked. "Unfortunately, no." There was no response. Edward looked out toward the distance, at the shadows creeping at the edge of the horizon. He debated whether to stay and wait or to explore more of the Forsaken Land. He found himself leaning toward the latter. Because he'd just realized, the Forsaken Land of the gods was perfect for embodying the role of the wandering mentor. To walk this land was to wander. To spread knowledge and information of the outside world to the tens of thousands in the city of Silver and Moon City, that was the essence of a mentor's duty. To leave behind traces after each journey, that was true fulfillment of the role. "You want to explore the Forsaken Land of the gods?" he asked, leaving the choice to Bernadette. As a mystery prior, she made her decision without hesitation. "Of course." "All right, let's go." Edward casually picked up a few stones, transformed them into lanterns, and used the levitation charm to make them float around them. He explained, "There are all kinds of terrifying creatures lurking in the dark here. We absolutely cannot let ourselves fall into darkness." The two of them stepped into the gloom. In the Forsaken Land, conventional roads were almost non-existent. All around stretched vast, barren wastelands. Black was the dominant color of everything. Scattered across the wasteland were occasional patches of vegetation, twisted, grotesque plants. But Edward knew they weren't some strange species. They were originally normal flora, warped and mutated by the lingering power of this land. Beyond the reach of the lanterns, the darkness seemed alive, writhing silently, ready to swallow everything it touched. Edward suddenly asked, "By the way, did you complete the ritual to advance during the Backlund disaster?" Bernadette nodded, then shook her head. "Halfway." Edward blinked. "Halfway? A ritual can be half completed. My intervention did help curb the spread of the disaster, but almost immediately someone interfered. By the time I fought that person off, the Church of the Storm had already cleared away the fog." She frowned, uncertain. "By all rights, the ritual should have failed, yet I feel it's half complete. As for the other half, I can't grasp the situation yet." Edward thought for a moment. Perhaps the fog catastrophe was only a preparatory act for George III's apotheosis. Bernadette's effort hadn't stopped the smog itself, but it had indirectly affected everything that followed. Or maybe she still carried a knot of regret at not seeing Emperor Roselle with her own eyes. "It really was the Demoness who started the fog?" he asked. She nodded. "Just as you said earlier, a Demoness wanted to use it to digest her potion. I tried hunting her down, but failed. She must have had some special method, or a sealed artifact, that granted a very high-level concealment. Unable to stop her, all I could do was limit the spread of the poison, sadly." Edward fell silent a moment. "How many ordinary people do you think died?" "Judging by how far it reached, at least several thousand." Sigh. Long ago he had agonized over whether, and how, to interfere with the fog catastrophe. Yet when the day truly came, he was pulled into another mess entirely, with no chance to act. Please let Bernadette's effort have saved as many lives as possible. Lilith, her sapphire eyes glittering, peered into the darkness. "Edward, there are lots of scary things out there." Edward thought a moment. See if you can spot any rats. Rats. Her ears twitched as she scanned around, then she drooped in disappointment. No rats. And those things don't look tasty at all. Edward flicked his wand, sending a streak of fiend fire roaring into the distance. The sudden flare of light drove back the dark, revealing a handful of grotesque extraordinary creatures. They immediately wheeled and fled, only for the fire to surge forward, encasing them in an instant and reducing them to ash. Not especially strong, Bernardet observed. That's only because we haven't met the truly strong ones yet, Edward replied. City of Silver has multiple demigods, yet every exploration must be carried out with extreme caution, because no one knows what horrors lurk in the dark, or what contaminations they carry. You seem unusually familiar with this land. She finally asked what had been on her mind. Did the true creator tell you? No. Edward smiled. Someone from the Forsaken Land shares my faith in that great being. Bernadette's eyebrows rose. There are humans here? Of course. They worship the ancient sun god, have for thousands of years. But, true to the land's name, it's hardly fit for life. In City of Silver, they rely on a goddess of harvest sealed item and survive on black-faced grass, but the price is executing their own corrupted kin. Moon City folk can only eat mutated monsters, so the entire populace has become twisted and frightening. She listened in silence, then asked, do you intend to meet this companion? Not sure yet. Little son Derek still hadn't told his chief elders everything. Barging in now might make City of Silver wary. Besides, Edward didn't plan to stay long. Once the fool answered, he meant to test an offering and leave. And of course, one of Aman's avatars hid inside the City of Silver. Man, woman, and cat pressed onward. Lightning occasionally forked across the pitch-black sky. The people of this land measured time by such flashes. Edward, however, carried a pocket watch. 2 hours had passed since they set out. Yet Klein still hadn't answered. The mood turned heavy. Edward understood, Klein might truly be in trouble again. And this time, even Edward was half-trapped, he could do nothing. Worse, nearly all his demigod abilities came from the 2 cards of blasphemy. If he couldn't contact Klein, once Silverfish's time expired, he would lose every demigod power, left a mere sequence 5 traveler, barely stronger than a normal one. Your emotions seem unsettled, Bernadette said, breaking the silence. She gestured to a collapsed ruin up ahead. Let's rest a bit. You can teach me Rosaline, remember? Edward started, then chuckled. Not long ago Bernadette had insisted on traveling together so he could tutor her in the Emperor's language. After all their detours, here they were fulfilling that promise, in the forsaken land of the gods itself. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 343, Teaching Bernadette. Edward, I'm tired too. Lilith mumbled softly, curling up in Edward's arms. Edward immediately tapped her nose. You've been lounging in my arms the whole time, what are you even tired from? I just am. All right, whatever you say. They found a large boulder nearby to serve as cover. Edward pulled out a tent and swiftly set it up before slipping inside. Come in. As soon as Bernadette entered, she was surprised to find that the tent's interior was as spacious as a living room. Simple furniture had been arranged inside, making it downright luxurious for a campsite in the middle of nowhere. Her eyes flickered with a trace of emotion. This isn't something a traveler should be able to do, right? Edward looked blank. What do you mean? It's just a mystical item. Bernadette's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she nodded. Do you have another one like it? Sell it to me. This is the only one. Edward collapsed onto a plush sofa, the exhaustion melting from his body. Once we get out of the Forsaken Land, I'll give it to you. She replied coolly, Father always taught me not to accept rewards I haven't earned. I'd rather pay. You stepping in to save me this time is already more than enough. I didn't save you. I was just afraid that if you died, there'd be no one left to translate Father's notes, or to teach me Rosaline. She paused, then added, besides, I didn't actually manage to save you. Bernadette sat down across from him. All right, it's time. Teach me Rosaline. Ah, you really want to learn it? Edward scratched his head. Once she learned Chinese and could read Roselle's diaries, who knew, she might abandon her obsession with finding her father altogether, convinced he was already dead. Seeing her nod, Edward reluctantly pulled out the material he'd organized earlier to teach Lilith. Let's start with pinyin. Pinyin. You can think of it like phonetic markings in Loanese or Intisian, it helps with pronunciation. Lilith immediately darted over with a smug expression. Miss Lilith has already learned it. A, E, I, O, U, V. She proudly swayed as she recited the phonetic alphabet. Compared to Lilith's brute force memorization method, Edward took a far more systematic approach with Bernardet, starting from consonants and vowels, explaining their principles thoroughly. She listened intently, absorbing the material quickly. Before long, she'd fully grasped Pinyin. But instead of moving on to Chinese characters, Edward decided to expand the lesson, digressing into the origins of the alphabet, then using that as a segue into teaching English. From phonetics to grammar, from phrases to sentence structure, he covered it all. Eventually, when Edward pulled out a thick level 6 vocabulary book and asked her to start memorizing, Bernardet finally caught on. Frowning, she asked, "Wait, you're not teaching me Rosaline, are you?" Edward coughed a few times. Technically, this is part of Rosaline. Her deep blue eyes stared into him with an intensity that made his whole body uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lilith broke the tension. "Edward, Miss Lilith is hungry." He handed her a dried fish. "Didn't you pack those dried rats?" Munching noisily, she mumbled, "Can't always eat the same thing, gotta change it up sometimes." "Your Majesty, would you like something to eat?" he asked Bernardet. She nodded. "Just a piece of bread and a cup of water." Edward handed over 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of water, sharing equally with her. He'd already had meals with her a few times. Unlike a typical noble lady, she ate with no pretense, biting into bread and downing water in big gulps. No doubt, that was a habit she'd developed after decades, maybe centuries, as a pirate queen. From the moment she received the food to the moment she finished, it took barely 3 minutes. Bernardet stood up. "Let's move on. Next rest, we continue the lesson, the real Rosaline this time." "All right." Edward packed up the tent, and once again, the 3 of them stepped onto the pitch-black, deathly silent path. Beneath the half-destroyed temple of the true creator, Aman lounged idly against a mural of the true creator. He wore a black, old-fashioned robe and a pointed soft hat, with a monocle perched on one eye. From time to time, he casually picked up a stone and tossed it at the mural. Smack. "TCH, boring." Smack. "Can't believe I got kicked out." Smack. "Finally found something amusing, too." Smack. "So, where to next?" Smack. His hand froze mid-throw. He turned his head slightly upward. That's the hanged man's power. What's he doing wandering around out here? Aman lazily sat up, muttering, "My intuition tells me, something fun's about to happen again." He stretched out a hand and casually swiped forward. His figure vanished and reappeared just outside the temple. Yawning, he strolled toward the entrance like he was out for a casual walk. "Well, since I'm bored, might as well take a look." As he stepped into the darkness alone, hidden monsters stirred and surged from all sides, but in the blink of an eye, every creature that lunged at him had already been parasitized. Now they served as his scattered, watchful eyes. Back in Backlund, in the rented apartment at Sherwood Borough, Furs returned in a hurry. Seeing that Zio was safe and sound, she finally let out a breath of relief. Then, without another word, she rushed inside and began packing. "Furs, what are you doing?" Zio hurried after her. "Where have you been the past 2 days?" "I'll explain on the way." Furs shoved a packed suitcase into her hands. "Hurry up. Help me pack." "What happened?" "I can't say for sure, but it's serious." "Really serious?" Furs ruffled her hair in frustration, clearly overwhelmed. She didn't know what those photographs represented, but she was certain that getting entangled with the royal family was never a good thing. On top of that, Klein had specifically warned her on the way back. So she hadn't even had time to celebrate surviving with Zio before she began hurriedly packing up. Seeing Furs so anxious, Zio didn't press further and silently helped her gather their things. Half an hour later, they left in haste and arrived at a safe house Zio had secured long ago in East Borough. With her hands on her hips and a stern look on her face, Zio asked, "Now can you finally tell me what happened?" Af. Furs clawed at her hair in distress and, after a long sigh, slumped down. "This time, it's really not the same." She then recounted everything that had happened to her in vivid detail. At first, Zio simply furrowed her brows as she listened. But her eyes gradually widened, her mouth opened in disbelief, and by the time Furs finished, she was completely stunned. "So, you got dragged into something involving the 3 major churches and the royal family, with demigods and even angels involved. And this whole thing might even tie into royal scandals and conspiracies. And now you're worried they'll try to silence you." Furs nodded gravely. "That's what my friend who went through all of this with me said, and I trust him." Zio's heart suddenly jolted. Could it be that her father had also been falsely accused of treason because he got caught up in something like this? Her mind spun into chaos, and she slumped into a seat, her fingers clenching unconsciously. "What's on your mind?" Nothing." Zio rubbed her temples. "But, if things are really as bad as you say, then changing our place of residence isn't going to solve anything." MI9 spy network is everywhere in Backlund. As a temporary auxiliary for MI9, even with limited contact, Zio had already seen enough to understand just how terrifyingly efficient the intelligence agency was. Furs froze. Wait, what? Then what do we do? She instinctively reached for a cigarette before remembering she'd run out back in the book world. Maybe I should ask my friend. He happens to be planning to leave Backlund as well. Zio frowned. You keep saying this friend and that friend, who exactly is it? Ah, his name's Sherlock Moriarty. Just a friend. Zio stared at her thoughtfully. Does this Sherlock Moriarty have some sort of special background? Or is he unusually powerful? Furs blinked. He seems like an ordinary person, probably just a Sequence 7. Then how do you expect him to help you? Furs recalled the harrowing days she'd spent alongside Klein. He's just helping me come up with ideas, it's not about power. Zio narrowed her eyes. Wow, Furs, you really trust this guy, don't you? There was something strange about her gaze, an unmistakable hint of gossip. Forsaken land of the gods. Another 2 hours passed since they'd set out, and still there was no reply from the fool. As Edward fielded Bernardet's questions about the Forsaken land, he also began seriously contemplating other ways to escape, ways that didn't rely on offering sacrifices to the fool. Edward, I think I see firelight ahead. Lilith suddenly pointed with a paw toward the distance, where faint flickers of flame glowed a few hundred meters away. Edward and Bernardet immediately halted. Bernardet asked, is it the land's inhabitants, or monsters? As far as I know, the monsters in this place always hide in darkness before attacking. They don't emit light like that for long periods. Shall we check it out? Let's. Edward dimmed their floating lanterns, leaving only 2 active. He handed one to Bernardet, and together they cautiously approached the firelight. Several hundred meters away, they found a camp built upon the ruins of some collapsed structure. Torches had been lit around the perimeter, casting a warm, flickering glow that pushed back the darkness and granted the weary campers a fragile sense of security. The people huddled near the fire were dressed in crude garments made of beast hide or unidentifiable materials. Their appearances were deeply unsettling, some had clusters of tumors on their skin, others had eyes squeezed unnaturally close together, and some lacked noses entirely, the space replaced by gaping black holes. Around the bonfire, a group was butchering a grotesque beast they had just hunted. Though they knew the flesh contained poison and corruption, the people of Moon City had no choice but to consume such meat to survive. They had been doing so for thousands of years. Captain. One of the younger men, his face covered in growths, suddenly pointed toward the distance and whispered urgently, over there, there's light. Light. The captain, whose nose was entirely missing, looked up, his expression turning serious. As someone newly assigned to the hunting squad, Carl instinctively shrank back beside the captain. Could it be a monster? Unlikely, the captain replied, standing up at once. But just in case, everyone, on alert. The 7 or 8 people in the camp immediately grabbed whatever weapons they had on hand and stared intently at the approaching lights. At the captain's command, they would not hesitate to strike with deadly force. His heart pounded wildly. If the behavior of the monsters hadn't changed, then the newcomers might very well be outsiders, people not from Moon City. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 445 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 344, The People of Moon City. The reason Moon City had managed to survive for thousands of years under such harsh conditions was simple, perseverance, and absolute adherence to the rules. Since only one hunting party had been dispatched today, there was no way a second would appear. So whoever was approaching could only be outsiders. The twin orbs of flickering yellow light drew nearer and nearer. After what felt like a painfully long few minutes, 2 blurry silhouettes finally emerged in the distance. Everyone held their breath at once. It was a man and a woman. The 2 were dressed in clothes entirely foreign to Moon City, and more crucially, showed no signs of mutation whatsoever. There was even a strange black-furred creature lounging lazily on the man's shoulder. It looked like some small beast, and disturbingly, appeared untainted by any corruption, and frankly, quite edible. Lilith shrank back instantly. She was all too familiar with that kind of look. That was the same expression she made whenever she saw a mouse. Tap. Edward and Bernardet stopped a few meters from the edge of the camp. Both sides sized each other up, yet no one spoke first. At last, the noseless man, clearly the captain, couldn't help but speak. Where are you from? He was speaking in Jotun. Fortunately, Edward had picked up some Jotun while learning Hermes. While he wasn't fluent, he could manage basic conversation. Bernardet answered in kind, from outside. Outside, where exactly? How far from Moon City? Edward blinked. Moon City. That was supposed to be on the far eastern edge of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, wasn't it? How did I end up here? The captain asked again, his expression a mix of suspicion and disbelief. You're not cursed. You don't eat the corrupted beasts. How many of you are there? He rattled off question after question. Bernardet turned to Edward, giving him a look. He understood immediately, this was a chance to spread knowledge, to fulfill the role of the wandering mentor by bringing information to the people. He thought for a moment and then said, we come from beyond the cursed lands, a place without corruption, with light and dark, where no one lives in constant fear of monsters or the darkness. Where food is clean and plentiful, and the red moon rises each night. These were words Klein was supposed to say in the future. But the mindset was different. When Klein delivered that speech in the original story, he was preparing to lead both City of Silver and Moon City out of the Forsaken Land, and back to the real world. He even had Life's cane to cure their mutations. But Edward had nothing. Silence fell over the camp. The people stared at him, lost in confusion and awe. So we're the only ones trapped in this cursed land? Are we truly the only ones forsaken? Is the outside world really as beautiful as he says? Can we go there too? Edward's chest tightened. He looked at their stunned faces, and for the first time, truly felt the weight of their lives. Before coming to the Forsaken Land, his knowledge of Moon City and the City of Silver was limited to a few lines from the original text. He sympathized with their fate, but it had all felt so distant. But now, seeing them in the flesh, people who had struggled for generations just to survive, he realized they weren't just narrative devices in Klein's ascension. They were real. And while Klein prepared for Sequence 3, they still had to hunt for food, battle monstrosities, and die in the darkness. Can you take us there, to where you came from? It was the young man, Carl, who voiced the hope in everyone's heart. Even the captain, though still skeptical, couldn't hide the flicker of yearning in his eyes. Edward shook his head. I'm sorry, the truth is, we can't even get back ourselves right now. The hope in their eyes dimmed instantly. Then, could you tell us more about the outside world? Carl again. The captain didn't stop him, he'd been counting on Carl to ask the questions he couldn't. Edward smiled faintly. Of course. But shouldn't you invite us to sit first? Everyone turned to look at the captain. He hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand. The people of Moon City moved in sync, forming two neat lines flanking the bonfire, standing or crouching, still vigilant. The captain gestured for Edward and Bernardet to sit across from him. The two stepped into the makeshift camp. It wasn't much, just a bonfire surrounded by scattered torches, with a few roughly piled stones arranged as seats. They had barely sat down when Carl leaned forward and pointed at Lilith. Mister, what's that creature on your shoulder? Emergency rations. Lilith blinked, and then exploded. Miss Lilith is not emergency rations. Whoa. The people of Moon City were stunned. They had seen countless beasts and monsters in their lives, but never one that talked. Edward chuckled and patted her head. She's my companion, an extraordinary being who has consumed a potion. What? Those creatures are already insane and dangerous enough, and you actually gave one a potion. Carl exclaimed. Then, as if remembering something, he added, oh right, you said there are no monsters outside. He subconsciously touched the tumors scattered across his face, his eyes filled with envy. So people from the outside world, all look so normal. So clean. So human. Unlike Moon City. Nowadays, the number of newborns born with deformities was only increasing. We live beyond this land, Edward began explaining. That world, it's relatively normal. There are vast continents and oceans, scattered islands, and many different countries. Each country has its own unique culture, customs, and history. I'm from a place called Lone. Like a bard reciting a tale, Edward began to paint a picture of the outside world for them. He himself felt the descriptions were dry and mundane, but the people of Moon City were captivated. Every word he spoke sent ripples of wonder and longing through the crowd. Even though Edward emphasized that not everyone outside lived an easy life, even the most impoverished dockworker, who labored all day just for a few loaves of black bread and a shared bed, was living a life far beyond anything they could dare to dream of. After describing the various countries, Edward went on to talk about the gods and faiths of the outside world. This left the Moon City residents even more bewildered. So, we're the only ones who still worship the great sun god. So the outside world has new gods now. Gods who respond to the prayers of their followers. Then all these years of our devotion, what have they been for? Why has our God never answered us? If the outside world calls this place the Forsaken Land, does that mean we're the Forsaken Ones? Bernardet said nothing, her sapphire blue eyes watching the flickering bonfire quietly. The captain's expression turned heavy. For thousands of years, the people of Moon City had believed they were the last remnants of humanity. That only they were left clinging to life in this cursed land. And now, within a short conversation, he'd learned not only were there people living normally outside, but even within this land, Moon City wasn't alone. How many others live in this land, aside from us? It was a long moment before the captain finally spoke again. Edward answered truthfully, from what I know, there's another city much like yours, City of Silver. They also worship the great sun god, and their population numbers in the thousands. Beyond that, there may be a handful of saints or angels lingering in the Giant King's court. But that's all I know. City of Silver, Giant King's court. Compared to the City of Silver, which had spent millennia relentlessly exploring in search of salvation, Moon City had long since chosen to isolate itself. After all, they had once been commanded, back when the ancient sun god was still alive, to guard a strange grey mist or barrier, suspected to be the entrance to the western continent. Seeing his people's spirits sink lower and lower, the captain knew he couldn't stay silent any longer. Then, why have you come here? Just then, the sky was torn open by a few jagged streaks of lightning, bringing a brief, blinding light to this land of eternal darkness. The captain knew it was time to return to Moon City. But he hesitated. He didn't know what to do with these two outsiders. Should he bring them back to meet the high priest? Or ask them to wait here while he returned to report? But would they really be willing to wait here? So he repeated, "Why have you come here?" Edward answered frankly, it was a coincidence, really. After a pause, he continued, "But since I'm here, I hope to bring something meaningful to the people who live in this place." The captain's eyes flickered. Why? Why indeed? Edward thought for a few seconds, then offered an answer similar to what Klein had once said in the original story. "I came here to spread the light of my Lord. To bring warmth and illumination, and to leave my mark. To offer knowledge and hope to the people of this land." Of course, that first part was mostly a fabrication. But invoking the name of a god was necessary to gain the trust of Moon City's people, and to begin his role-playing. After all, in a world where gods were real, the difference between a mere traveler and a divine messenger was monumental. Especially in a place like Moon City, cut off from the ancient sun god for thousands of years. "I know that a few words can't erase your wariness or doubts," Edward continued. "You can return and report this to your leader. Let him decide whether my words are to be trusted. Let him decide if Moon City will accept my teachings. Let him decide if Moon City will accept the goodwill of me, and my lord." He added, "In the meantime, we'll wander the area a little, and then head to Moon City ourselves." The captain immediately understood the deeper meaning. If they truly meant harm, they would find Moon City eventually regardless. Telling them to wait here was only to ease their suspicions. The captain responded without hesitation, "Understood. We'll report to the high priest at once." With that, he gestured, and the group swiftly turned and marched away, not wasting a single second. Once they were gone, Lilith whispered, "Edward, where are we really going?" "Miss Lilith doesn't think anywhere is safe." "He never planned to wander aimlessly," Bernardet said flatly. In front of her, a ball of yarn appeared, Ariadne's thread, recreated through mystical reenactment. The enchanted thread would serve as their guide. "Let's go. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 345, Open Lecture. A few lanterns floated into the air and began circling gently around them. Half an hour later. In the distant depths of the darkness, a faint spark of light appeared, fast approaching with an unnatural speed. Edward could tell at once, this had to be the high priest of Moon City, coming personally to meet them. Soon, over a dozen figures emerged from the darkness. At their head was an elderly man clad in deep brown furs. His hair was grey and wild, cascading messily over his shoulders. His face was lined with grooves so deep they seemed carved by time itself. Those behind him exuded calm and powerful auras, undeniably high-sequence beyonders. But even among these strong individuals, the signs of mutation were glaring. Some lacked noses, eyes, or ears, while others were disfigured with tumors that clung to their skin like twisted growths. They fanned out immediately, thrusting their torches into the ground to form a perimeter of light in the oppressive darkness. Then the old man stepped forward, hands folded in front of him, and bowed respectfully toward Edward and Bernardet. "Honored guests, I am High Priest Nim of Moon City." Edward and Bernardet gave a polite nod in return. "We are travelers from the outside world. I am Edward, and this is Bernardet. Though we arrived in this land by accident, I believe it may be the will of my lord, a divine arrangement, meant to spread his radiance upon this forsaken land of the gods." High Priest Nim's pupils dilated slightly. He murmured, "The forsaken land of the gods, so that is how the outside world refers to this place." "That's correct," Edward nodded, though he carefully avoided mentioning the ancient sun god's betrayal and death. Nim quickly regained his composure. His pale eyes fixed on Edward. "Honored guest, may I ask, whom do you worship?" Edward hesitated for a few seconds, then replied, "Forgive me. Without my lord's permission, I cannot reveal his name." Truthfully, telling Moon City or Silver City about the fool wasn't necessarily dangerous. The real issue was if Aman caught wind of it, that would be trouble. Bernardet glanced over in silence. The others from Moon City exchanged glances. None had ever heard of this god before. This great being is one of the gods from beyond our land. Yes, Edward confirmed calmly. Nim hesitated, then finally voiced the question he most longed to ask. Then, what of the great sun god, the creator of all? Edward shook his head. I'm sorry. I've never heard of a deity by that name. As for the gods we worship in the outside world, I've already shared their names with the scouts who came before you. Did they not relay the message? The captain who had accompanied them quickly stepped forward. Apologies, High Priest. I haven't yet had the chance to report. Would you like me to repeat it? Edward offered. Nim nodded solemnly. With a flick of his wand, Edward conjured chairs, one for each person present. Let's sit and talk. In the outside world, the 7 most well-known deities are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Evernight goddess, the Mother Earth, the god of combat, and the god of steam and machinery. Their believers are spread across every corner of the world. Then why do you believe in this other being? Nim asked, curious. Because these 7 gods belong to the old era, Edward answered. The world stands on the brink of a cataclysm. An apocalypse is coming. These 7 gods may not even be able to save themselves, much less protect their believers. My lord, however, he is the only one who can stop the apocalypse. The only one who can bring renewed light and hope to the world. Someone couldn't help but ask, will he also protect us? Edward smiled. Of course. A long silence fell over the Moon City crowd. Compared to Klein, who had once appeared carrying the miraculous life staff, capable of healing all their deformities, Edward's words felt far less convincing. But Edward wasn't here to preach like Klein had. His goals were different. My lord has told me that the time has not yet come, Edward continued. I'm not here to convert you, at least not yet. I'm here to share his name with you, to bring you knowledge of the outside world, to help you prepare yourselves. So that when the day comes that you can leave this forsaken land, you'll be ready to embrace a new life. He paused, then reached into his pouch and drew out a handful of golden wheat. At the same time, I've brought food from the outside. It contains no toxins, no mutations, and won't lead to deformities. Thanks to Goddess the last shopping list, Edward had purchased a large amount of grain, most of which had been surrendered, but he'd kept enough to feed Moon City's population, about 5,000 people, for several months. With careful rationing, it should last until Klein arrived to guide them out of the forsaken land. Of course, wheat, or flour, alone wouldn't be enough. They still needed protein, and they likely wouldn't be able to stop eating tainted monster meat entirely. Thinking about it, maybe Frank Lee's miracle mushrooms really were a miracle, Edward thought grimly. They were easy to grow, tasted great, and packed a nutritional punch, even if no one could stand them. High Priest Nim suddenly asked in a low voice, and the price? What must we give in return? He clearly didn't believe in free gifts. No one gave something for nothing. Edward understood. After all, his goal was to play the role of a wandering mentor. But that reason alone wouldn't be enough to win their trust. So he thought for a moment, then said, in the long term, I do hope the people of Moon City may come to believe in my lord. But for now, perhaps I can trade this food and knowledge of the outside world in exchange for some of your beyonder materials and characteristics. Nim pondered this, then nodded. That is acceptable. Now that a basic agreement had been reached, Edward asked, is there anything else you wish to know? Nim replied earnestly, would you be willing to ask your god something for us? We want to know, why did our god abandon this land? TCH. There it is. Knew we couldn't avoid this one, Edward thought to himself. I can try, he said. But I can't guarantee my lord will answer me. Nim immediately stood and gave a deep bow. Then, on behalf of all of Moon City, thank you. He hesitated again, then added, would you be willing to visit Moon City as our guest? Edward smiled. I would be honored. Led by High Priest Nim, the group retraced their path and stepped once again into the boundless darkness. Some of the Moon City folk appeared especially intrigued by the lanterns circling around them, particularly after witnessing how Edward had conjured them out of stones with a casual wave. If the people of Moon City could master such abilities, the safety of their future hunts would greatly improve. How many normal people live outside the Forsaken Land? Someone asked. Edward replied, almost all of them are normal. If I had to give a rough number, I'd say over 1 billion. The original novel had never mentioned specific populations of various countries, but if a metropolis like Backlund housed nearly 5 million people and a smaller city like Tingen had around 300,000, then estimating the global population in the billions wasn't a stretch, likely far more. Nim's pale, grayish eyes quivered. That was a number he couldn't even begin to fathom. So many people, is there enough food for all of them? Though Moon City had preserved itself for millennia, Nim was just over 100 years old. Ancient records and knowledge had long since vanished. The people here had grown up eating only the flesh of mutated monsters, they could hardly imagine that other kinds of food even existed. Barely enough, Edward admitted. But people out there cultivate vast fields of edible crops, like the wheat I showed you earlier, which is one of their staple foods. Besides that, they also raise animals for consumption or fish from the oceans. There are many different sources of food. Even though the captain had told him as much earlier, Nim still couldn't help asking, and those foods truly have no contamination. No mutations whatsoever. None. Which is why most people outside are healthy. What is the ocean like? Imagine a giant pit on the ground, Edward explained, so massive it's almost endless. It's filled with salt water, and in that water live all kinds of creatures. Nim fell silent for a long moment, then murmured, "That sounds wonderful." About 20 minutes later, a wide swath of light appeared up ahead, framing the silhouette of a vast city. As they approached, the thick sense of history hanging in the air became palpable. Moon City once belonged to the Sanguines, Nim explained. But that civilization was destroyed in the ancient past. Later, our ancestors followed the will of the sun god and came to settle here, continuing their lineage until today. This used to be a vampire city. Did the progenitor of the Sanguines, Lilith, once live here? Edward instinctively glanced at the anklet around Lilith's leg ring. To his surprise, it was softly glowing. Was it resonating with Moon City somehow? Or something else entirely? Lilith noticed it too, lifting her leg and giving it a wiggle in astonishment. Edward. My anklet's glowing. Nim's brows furrowed slightly. That item on her leg, it seems to carry a faint aura of Moon City. Where did you get it? Edward shrugged. It was a gift from a sanguine in the outside world. Bernardet added casually, was it that vampire count we met at the hot springs? No, her brother. This anklet likely came from the clan's vault. A flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. She couldn't help wondering, could it be related to this cat's name? But under normal circumstances, naming a cat after one's ancient progenitor should earn the Sanguines' hostility, not their friendship, right? Nim was astonished. There are still Sanguines in the outside world. I thought they'd gone extinct with the fall of Sanguine ancestor Lilith. Lilith immediately widened her eyes. I'm also CA. Edward quickly clamped her little mouth shut. Actually, they've been doing quite well these past few millennia, he said smoothly. But their numbers have dwindled significantly. After all, it's humans who now dominate the surface world. As they spoke, they finally reached the gates of Moon City. Before them stood sturdy stone structures weathered by time, bearing marks of age yet still resilient. The streets were bustling with Moon City residents, nearly all of whom bore visible deformities, and some showed signs of partial aberration. At the sight of the high priest's return, the townsfolk stopped and bowed respectfully. Nim returned each greeting with dignity, then led Edward and the others to a tall tower near the central square. Honored guests, this will be your residence for the time being. Nim arranged 2 adjacent stone rooms for Edward and Bernardet. The interiors were simple, a stone bed, a stone table, a single chair. The beds were covered with animal pelts, but that was all. However, before that, we must conduct another identity check. I hope you'll understand. No problem. Soon, someone brought out a sealed artifact. The 2 travelers and 1 cat underwent a thorough examination, which naturally yielded no issues. Still, the people of Moon City weren't entirely convinced. The city's leaders held a special meeting to discuss the situation, and eventually Nim made the final decision. 2 high-sequence Moon City powerhouses would be assigned to accompany the guests, which was, in truth, a polite form of surveillance. Nim relayed this to Edward directly. Edward had no objections. That evening, atop the tower, the high priest announced to the city the arrival of outsiders and informed them that this men from the outside world would be sharing information about the lands beyond. Anyone interested was welcome to attend the gathering in the central plaza. The city instantly erupted into a buzz of excitement. Most were filled with intense curiosity, while a few remained anxious, worried that this so-called outsider might in fact be a monster in disguise. But when Edward finally began his public lecture in the square, the space was packed, people pressed in layer upon layer, both near and far, straining to catch every word. Note, 580 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 346, Chapter 346, Guidelines for the Role of the Wandering Mentor. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Edward was still taken aback by the sheer number of deformed individuals in Moon City. Even the children bore tumors or were missing certain organs. Being so intensely stared at by this crowd sent a faint chill down his spine. If only I could borrow that life's cane from City of Silver for a while. As usual, he began by giving a brief introduction to the outside world, then moved on to the Q&A portion, patiently addressing the Moon City residents' endless stream of strange and curious questions, helping to resolve their doubts. That night, most of Moon City barely slept. The world described by this man from beyond the cursed land sounded so wondrous, so unimaginable. A world where they didn't have to constantly fear monster attacks. Where they didn't have to dread the darkness. Where old age didn't end in madness. Where there were no twisted curses, no deformities, no mutations. Where one woke each day to sunlight, ate normal, untainted food, and saw the red moon rise each evening. And more importantly, this outsider, who claimed to spread the brilliance of his deity, had told them that someone would return before long to lead them out, and they would be able to live lives just like those in the outside world. When Edward finally lay down, parched and exhausted, he noticed that the potion in his body had quietly digested a little more. By his calculations, once he had finished teaching all the residents of Moon City about the outside world, the potion's digestion should reach the halfway mark. That was a decent pace. After all, Moon City had a population of just a few thousand, and what Edward was teaching were only basic facts and common knowledge. As for mystical or beyonder knowledge, honestly, the Moon City folk probably knew more than he did. He opened his notebook and jotted down a line summarizing his role-playing insights from the day's class. Only when the knowledge he imparts is truly absorbed, understood, and believed by others can it count as a completed transmission. It's not enough to simply speak the words and have others hear them. In other words, whether he taught scientific facts or mystical truths, it only counted as successful role-playing if others genuinely learned and internalized it. Bloody hell. That's seriously raising the bar. No wonder all those times he tried teaching Sequence 3 Bernardet Mandarin, his potion barely moved, because she never really learned it. Still, imparting knowledge to so many people had gained him a fair amount of spirituality from converging paths. Of course, since he was only teaching basic everyday knowledge, the boost from each person was minimal. But quantity could lead to qualitative change. If he could go to City of Silver and repeat the process, his wandering mentor potion could be digested by 2/3, or even more. Too bad. There's an Aman lurking in that direction. Way too risky. The next morning, Edward woke from a deep sleep, staring at the dark grey stone ceiling above in a brief daze. Lilith was still curled up on his stomach, sleeping soundly. He sat up quietly, rubbing his aching forehead, then looked out the window at the now bustling Moon City outside. His mind still felt slightly foggy. So many things happened yesterday. 3 major churches gathering. Angels of the royal family dispatched. A false reality created by a quill. Photographs descending from the sky. The Backlund Great Smog. Earl Hall nearly getting assassinated by his own son. Angel of Fate Ouroboros dragging him into the forsaken land of the gods. Meeting the true creator. Arriving in Moon City. All of that, in just a single day. Even Elon Musk wouldn't be able to cram this much into his schedule. But the most pressing issue now was this. The Fool still hadn't responded. The next Tarot Club meeting was rapidly approaching, and the Fool had suddenly vanished. The members were probably already on the verge of a collective meltdown. At that moment, Lilith stirred with a soft murmur, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Edward, you're awake." How did you sleep last night?" She stretched her back with a yawn. "Not sure. I drifted off half asleep. I don't like it here. Not a single rat. We'll be leaving soon." Edward gave her a reassuring pat on the head, not just to comfort her, but to reassure himself. He waved his wand to clean both of them up. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Bernardet. "Has the being you worship responded to your prayers?" "Not yet." Bernardet frowned. "I've heard the Forsaken Land is a place even the 7 gods can't reach. Could it be that your deity is also unable to respond because of this?" "No. With the bonus from Sapphira Castle, the Forsaken Land couldn't block his prayers, otherwise, little son Derek would never have been able to connect to the Tarot Club. Perhaps he's simply occupied with something else." Edward didn't forget to hype Klein up a little while he was at it. "He was involved in the Backlund incident, just not in a way we could see." Bernadette's expression changed slightly. "A divine war?" Edward neither confirmed nor denied it. "All I can do now is wait patiently." "Sigh, Klein, please be okay. Goddess, this get you raised, could you please take better care of him? If he dies, are you seriously going to count on Aman to become the Lord of the Mysteries and retrieve the River of Eternal Darkness for you?" "Wait. Hasn't the River of Eternal Darkness already dried up? Don't tell me the goddess no longer needs Klein because of that." "No way. That'd be the worst possible outcome." City of Silver. Lately, the frequency of lightning had dropped drastically, just 1 bolt every minute or 2. Most of the time, the entire world, and the City of Silver along with it, remained shrouded in deep, suffocating darkness. Finally, the exploration team that had been sent out last time was released from quarantine. The group headed toward their respective homes. Derek was soon joined by Duck, who quickened his pace to catch up, crunching loudly on a dumb fruit as he did, looking as if he were thoroughly enjoying it. But Derek knew very well. Those dumb fruits might very well be dead men's fingers. Derek, are you really not going to try one? Duck's round face was lit up with a simple, honest smile. You're the only one in our squad who hasn't tried it yet. Even Elder Lovia really likes it. Derek tried to keep his tone calm. I'm just really tired right now. I don't want to eat anything, I just want to get some rest. But if you've got extra dumb fruit, I wouldn't mind taking some back with me to eat later. Duck's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out a small pouch of dumb fruits and handed it over. Here you go. Thanks, Derek said sincerely. My place is just up ahead. See you around. Duck waved cheerfully. See you later. Just as Derek turned to go, a cold, sinister voice sounded behind him. Derek, no one likes people who stand out, who act different from everyone else. You know that, don't you? He didn't break stride. Of course I do. He could feel Duck's gaze fixed firmly on his back, following him all the way home. Only after he closed the door behind him and leaned against it did Derek finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Softly, he whispered to himself, but, you guys are the ones who are different from everyone else. He sat quietly on his bed for a moment, then turned to lie on his side and began silently reciting the Fool's Prayer. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. He didn't know what to do next. So he wanted to ask the others in the tarot club. Unfortunately, no response came, not even after a long, anxious wait. Spirit world. Klein lay silently on the stone bed within the castle. The wound on his left chest had mostly healed, but his face remained pale and bloodless, without a trace of vitality. Rainet Tyneker stood atop the castle, holding one of her heads in hand. Edward's messenger, Phoenix, had landed beside her. Her pitch-black eyes were full of worry. I can't find him anywhere. Do you know where he is? All four of Rionet's heads shook in unison. No idea. Then where do you think I should go look? Again, all four shook. No idea. Phoenix flapped her wings in frustration. Then what am I supposed to do? The four heads paused, thinking for a moment, and then said together, for someone like him, dying would make the world a better place. That's a good thing. Phoenix's tiny eyes were filled with enormous confusion. Did you hear what you just said? Do you even realize how absurd that sounds? I have to find him. With a determined screech, Phoenix flapped her wings and flew off. Rainet Tyneker turned her gaze once more to the kaleidoscopic skies of the spirit world, entering a trance-like state. After a long while, all four heads suddenly tilted at the same time, turning toward Klein's lifeless body. His eyelids twitched ever so slightly again. Moon City. By mid-morning, Edward had successfully transported all the wheat and rice into Moon City's warehouse. He also taught them how to properly store, process, and cook the food. Alongside that, he passed down some simple mechanical principles and basic production techniques, ones that could feasibly be implemented with Moon City's existing resources. Whether the locals wanted to study them or not was up to them. If they found the knowledge useful for improving their lives, they could explore it further. If not, they were under no obligation. In return, Moon City provided Edward with a chaotic variety of materials and mystical properties, most of them low sequence. Edward didn't refuse anything. He'd be heading to the Harry Potter world eventually, and all of it would come in handy. He even received a few mid-sequence materials, primarily from the warrior pathway, and some sequence 6 and 5 traits from the apothecary pathway, leftovers from the ancient vampires who had once lived here. As for anything sequence 4 or higher, not a single item. On this point, High Priest Nim was blunt. Mid and high sequence materials and traits were also rare and precious in Moon City. They were needed to cultivate powerful individuals capable of defending the city from the monsters lurking in the dark. It was impossible to trade away the future of their elite combat force in exchange for a few sacks of grain and a handful of knowledge. Edward completely understood. In terms of value alone, the materials he received were already worth far more than the food he provided. This was a trade where he came out ahead. At noon, under Edward's guidance, a few Moon City volunteers bravely stepped forward to taste food from the outside world. Though both the flour and rice tasted bland, especially without seasoning, compared to the grotesque, mutated monster meat they were used to, it was at least edible. More importantly, it had no harmful side effects. No mutations. No deformities. That fact alone sent waves of excitement rippling through Moon City. Still, Edward reminded them, carbs alone won't meet your body's nutritional needs. You'll still need a little monster meat in your diet. Though disappointed, the residents understood. If they could reduce their monster meat intake, they could reduce toxin and corruption exposure. That would, in turn, decrease the rate of deformities. Edward had no intention of taking out the Hufflepuff's cup. Letting them taste the food enhanced by it would only create a massive psychological contrast later, once they had to return to plain rice and monster meat. Worse, long-term consumption of that cup's enhanced meals could cause dependence. And the cup was still extremely useful to Edward himself. Only once he broke through to demigod and no longer needed to preserve his spirituality would he consider selling or lending it to Little Sunday. By afternoon, Edward was once again holding an open-air class in the city square. The crowd was even bigger than yesterday, several layers deep. Many of them were repeat attendees, still eager to hear more about the world beyond. Bernardet and Lilith didn't join this time. Instead, accompanied by a few Moon City residents, they wandered through the ancient city, one that had remained isolated from the world for thousands of years, quietly observing. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, your account has been logged in from another location. Though it called itself a city, Moon City's overall structure and lifestyle were more tribal than urban. There were hardly any formal trades taking place, which meant there was no such thing as commerce, no shops or businesses. Occasionally, people would barter goods, but most of the time, all essential resources were distributed and managed uniformly by the city's priesthood. It was very different from the City of Silver, where even a black market still existed. Before long, Bernardet and Lilith had circled the entire city, eventually stopping in front of a towering statue. It was a depiction of a woman, and from the bat-like wings extending from her back, it was clear she represented a member of the vampire race. This is a statue of the Sanguine ancestor, Lilith, their escort explained. It was erected by the Sanguines who first built Moon City. Due to the influence of anchor-style belief systems, where the image and perception of a god directly shaped their power, the 7 orthodox gods had long since done away with specific, concrete depictions of themselves. Instead, they presented themselves as radiant divine light. But such awareness did not exist during the first epoch, thousands of years ago. At that time, vampires worshipped directly through the image of their progenitor, and had built this statue as a focal point of prayer and faith. Buzz. At that moment, the anklet on Lilith's leg began to glow softly once again. She looked up at the immense statue with curiosity. My anklet's reacting even more now. Bernardet furrowed her brows. With her extensive experience in the supernatural world, she knew that this sort of reaction was rarely a good sign. Let's stay away from here, she said at once. Why? Lilith asked. Bernardet rapped her lightly on the head. If you don't want to cause trouble for Edward, just listen to me. Oh, okay. Lilith obediently stopped asking questions and followed Bernardet away. Still, halfway there, she couldn't help turning around a few more times to glance at the statue. Sure enough, once the statue was out of sight, the anklet's glow faded and it became inert again. That thing on your leg, did a normal vampire really give it to you? Bernardet asked casually. Lilith thought for a second. I don't really know. Then why did the vampire give it to you? Edward said, it was to make amends. Make amends? Bernardet was genuinely surprised. Sanguines were notoriously proud and aloof. For one of them to apologize was exceedingly rare. Let alone to a cat. And not just any cat, one with the same name as their own progenitor. Wait. Could that be the reason for the apology? Bernardet knew very well that if a person's name coincidentally matched that of a god, or even certain angels, then that person might be chosen as a vessel for descent. But, according to what High Priest Nim had said, the Sanguine ancestor Lilith had already perished long ago. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Bernardet asked. Lilith instantly grew wary, her eyes narrowing. Are you trying to trick me into talking again? Bernardet sighed. This isn't a trick. If Edward weren't busy, I'd have asked him directly. This concerns both your safety and his. Lilith blinked, hesitated for about 10 seconds, and finally said, okay then, it happened like this. Moon City, Central Plaza. Edward was still delivering his lesson about the world beyond. Beyond this land, there are vast oceans, continents, and islands. All across those lands exist countless different countries. These nations are made up of cities, some large, some small, just like Moon City. They each have their own cultures, histories, beliefs. This time, Edward went a step further. He used transfiguration to conjure visual illustrations for his lecture, images that accompanied and brought life to his explanations. This made the people of Moon City even more fascinated with the tranquil, orderly outside world, and increased their trust in Edward. After finishing the lesson, he even recited a few stirring poems to uplift their spirits, temporarily taking on the role of a bard. When the class came to an end, High Priest Nim approached him again with the same question from the day before. Lord Edward, may I ask, have you inquired with your deity about the matter of the sun god? Edward looked at him deeply. You truly wish to know? Nim's pale gray pupils quivered slightly, as if something within him had already guessed the answer. But still, he gave a firm nod. I want to know. My lord told me that the ancient sun god, your deity, was betrayed by the king of angels who once served him. Nim's face turned ashen. He trembled slightly, barely managing to choke out his next words. You mean, he fell because of that? Edward shook his head. Not just fell. His flesh and blood were devoured by those traitors. This land became cursed because of it. So that's what it was. That's what happened. In that moment, the high priest seemed to age 10, maybe 20, years. His entire body radiated weariness and decay, the weight of sorrow settling deep in his bones. So it wasn't that he abandoned us, it was that he. Edward hesitated a moment, then added, however. Nim's head snapped up. His eyes were fixed intently on Edward. My lord implied that the ancient sun god is not truly dead. He may be working together with my lord. And with my lord's help, he may one day be revived. Edward's words were half-truth, half-fabrication. Is that true? Nim asked, voice trembling. Edward didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, don't worry, high priest. It won't be long before my lord's envoy descends once more upon this land. When that time comes, he will lead you out of here, to the outside world, where you will begin a new life. Nim was silent for a while, then gave a solemn nod. Thank you. Lord Edward, may I trouble you to accompany us to a place? Where? Nim's expression was unusually serious. 3,721 years ago, we obeyed the will of the great sun god, the lord that created everything, and relocated here, tasked with watching over a field of grey-white mist. He told us, when that mist changes, it will be time for us to leave. Edward was struck with realization. So, you want me to go check whether that mist has changed? Exactly. But I told you yesterday, I wasn't sent to lead you out of here. You'll need to wait for another envoy from my lord. Which means? Nim pleaded, I only ask that you go and see. Fine. He could only agree. That vast expanse of grayish-white mist was the entrance to the western continent, a seal personally established by the previous Lord of the Mysteries. Even the ancient sun god had been unable to open it. So the only one capable of eliciting any reaction from that mist was someone connected to the Lord of the Mysteries, someone like Klein. Although Edward also carried a trace of the Sapphira Castle's mark, he figured it probably wasn't enough to trigger any real change. I'll go prepare. Let's set out as soon as possible. Just then, Bernardet returned with Lilith. Where are you going? Edward relayed what Nim had told him. Bernardet gave a small nod, then explained what had happened at the statue earlier. After hearing her account, Edward couldn't help but feel startled. He muttered inwardly, did Lilith leave some kind of backdoor in that anklet? Seeing his expression, Bernardet asked, you seem to already know that artifact wasn't simple. Something like that. She suddenly asked, the progenitor of the vampires, Lilith isn't dead, is she? Edward was caught off guard. Why would you say that? Just a guess, Bernardet said coolly. If some ordinary person gave their cat or dog the name Roselle Gustave, I'd probably chalk it up to coincidence. But if an extraordinary did it, I'd assume it was a deliberate insult to my father. In that case, the only reason I wouldn't cause trouble for the pet's owner, in fact, might even become close to them, is if my father himself permitted it and asked me to act accordingly. If even I would think that way, how much more so for the proud sanguines? Edward scratched his cheek awkwardly. Ah, your logic does make sense. Bernardet seemed to realize something. No wonder the vampires were so proactive in the fog disaster. Was that your doing? Huh? No, really. I had no time to intervene in the fog incident, I was snatched away by the angel of fate before I could even participate. But Edward recalled Akasha's reaction back then. It seemed that Lilith had genuinely disapproved of George III becoming the Black Emperor. But why? Edward didn't believe it had anything to do with him. He had never once spoken to the Sanguines about anything related to that. Just then, High Priest Nim approached with a few others. We're ready to set out. Nim and his companions led the way, holding torches, while Edward once again conjured over a dozen lanterns to float around them. The group left Moon City and made their way toward a highland nearby. Time passed in silence. No one spoke along the way. Eventually, the group stopped. By the flash of lightning streaking through the sky, Edward saw a patch of solidified gray-white mist a few hundred meters ahead. The mist connected to the ground and extended upward, disappearing into the heavens, seemingly with no ceiling. It also spread outward on both sides, boundless and vast. The people of Moon City turned back to Edward and said, "This is it." Edward slowly approached and gently tossed a coin forward to test for danger. When nothing happened, he reached out and touched the mist. At first, it felt like a layer of light moisture. But after pushing in a few more inches, his palm hit an invisible wall, completely impenetrable. Bernardet stepped closer too. Her blue eyes grew deep and unfathomable in an instant. After only a few seconds, she staggered backwards, eyes bleeding from the corners. Lilith, who had also been curiously reaching toward the mist, was startled and backflipped on the spot, puffed out in alarm. Edward hurried to steady her and whispered, "This mist's level is extremely high, dangerously high. Don't try to analyze or comprehend it." Bernardet wiped her eye calmly, clearly wanting to say something, but when she noticed the Moon City residents nearby, she held her tongue. Edward then ran his fingers along the surface of the mist and shrugged toward Nim. "See. Just as I said, no reaction. My lord told me, it's not time yet." Nim said nothing. Instead, he motioned to his followers, who lit candles and began arranging spiritual materials into the structure of a ritual altar. Then, with practiced ease, as if he had done this countless times, he began the ceremony. At the final moment, Nim bowed his head and intoned solemnly. "Unchanging mist eternal. Barrier that freezes time and space. Existence that embraces all." Minutes passed. The ritual concluded. But the gray-white mist remained completely unchanged. Still unwilling to give up, Nim restarted the entire ceremony from the beginning. Edward knew full well, the only possible outcome of this kind of ritual was for Klein to hear the invocation of the name, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, from within the mist. And for Klein to hear that, he would likely have to already be the master of the Sapphire Castle. As for the mist reacting, well, that required the Sapphire Castle's power too. And Edward didn't have any of that. It was clear now, all of this had been arranged from the start for Klein alone. After the fifth or sixth repetition of the ceremony, Nim, the powerful demigod, was drenched in sweat, breath ragged, and clutching his throbbing head. Seeing that Nim still wanted to try once more, Edward quickly interjected, "Wait, High Priest, I think I heard something." It came from within the mist. Nim's gray eyes lit up instantly. "What did you hear? Give me a moment." Edward put on an expression of deep concentration. In reality, he hadn't heard squat. Maybe I should just do what Klein used to do, tell him I heard someone praying to my lord. Or better yet, put on the whole performance. With that thought, he pressed his palm against the misty wall and whispered softly. "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted Thearch of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." This was the full incantation of the luck enhancement ritual Klein had recited before transmigrating, the same one that acted as the password for logging into the Sapphire Castle. In the original story, he had used this very chant to stir a reaction from the eternal grey mist. But back then, Klein had already become the master of the Sapphire Castle. Unsurprisingly, when Edward finished reciting the chant, nothing happened. Looks like. Just as he was about to turn and speak, suddenly, an endless sea of grey fog surged before his eyes. For a brief instant, his mind went blank. When he came to, he realized. He was inside the grey fog. In front of him stood a massive palace. Within the palace sat the long table and chairs of the Tarot Club. Only. The bronze chair that symbolized the Fool was now completely empty. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, targeted once again. What the hell? What's going on? Did I just log into the Sapphire Castle too? Edward stood frozen, dazed for a few moments. But very quickly, he began to process what had happened, and strangely enough, it sort of made sense. From the perspective of the convergence of Beyonder characteristics, his uniqueness in the door pathway did place him among the very few individuals in this world who were qualified to access the Sapphire Castle. But all of that was premised on one thing. The previous master of the Sapphire Castle had to be dead. Which meant, the Sapphire Castle was currently ownerless. Suddenly, a chill ran down Edward's spine. Could it be, Klein is dead? Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Edward was struck by an immense repulsive force pushing him backwards. His vision was consumed by swirling grey fog, and in the very last second before he was completely ejected, he saw. On the bronze chair that symbolized the Fool. A familiar figure was materializing. In the next moment, Edward was thrown out of the Sapphire Castle. And returned to the barrier of greyish-white mist in the forsaken land of the gods, back in front of the western continent. Edward stood there in silence, heart filled with conflicting emotions. Good news, Klein was still alive. Bad news, he had just broken into the Sapphire Castle without permission. Would Klein misunderstand what just happened? It felt like this. Someone else's beloved wife was quietly resting at home, and he had just sneaked into the house, nearly catching her alone. This was a case of caught in the act, so bad that no explanation would ever be enough. Even if the truth was innocent, how would that look? Above the grey fog. Klein leaned back in the bronze chair that represented the Fool. A rushing tide of consciousness surged into his mind, slowly grounding him in reality as chaotic memories settled into place. His expression filled with disbelief. I didn't die. But he quickly sensed something off. No, wait, I think it's just my consciousness, or soul, that survived. My physical body is already dead. So I've become some kind of undead. Klein stood up and began walking through the grand palace. He first tried to return to his body. As expected, he failed. Then he attempted to leave the grey fog in spiritual form to see what was going on outside, but without the ability to perform a ritual summoning himself, that too ended in failure. Next, he tried to borrow the authority of the cards of blasphemy to mobilize the powers above the grey fog. But the strength he could summon was still limited to within this domain. After several rounds of fruitless attempts, Klein was forced to face a harsh truth. He seemed to be trapped. Don't panic. Don't panic, he muttered to himself. As long as I'm still alive, there's always hope. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Klein sat back down in the fool's seat. Propping his chin on his hand, he stared out into the depths of the grey fog toward the few flickering crimson stars overhead. Could he rely on the members of the Tarot Club to help him escape? Spreading his spiritual senses, Klein began checking the stars one by one. Justice was still praying for help to save Edward from the angel who had abducted him. The magician wanted to speak to Edward, ask some questions, and was looking for justice too. The hangman had found 2 new buyers and was hoping to get his hands on that suitcase Edward had promised. Death was also asking for help to rescue Edward. Why is everything about Edward? If it weren't for the fact that Edward had been captured by an angel and his survival was unknown, Klein felt like he'd die of jealousy on the spot. Oh right, there was also Little Sunday. His prayer had nothing to do with Edward, just a request for the fool to help him identify signs of corruption in his teammates. And then Klein noticed another flickering crimson star. Edward. He immediately reached out to connect with it. But the moment he did, a sharp pain lanced through his head. A familiar sensation, he was on the brink of spiritual exhaustion. Still, Klein forced himself to extend his senses and managed to project Edward's image within the grey fog. Honorable Mr. Fool. He only had time to hear the first sentence before his vision blacked out. It felt like falling into a deep pit. He plummeted hard, crashing against the bottom. His consciousness faded once more. Inside Rainet Tinker's castle. A faint trace of color returned to Klein's face. His chest slowly rose and fell. He seems to be coming back to life. Rainet Tinker's 4 heads took turns speaking. Each saying a few words, and the last simply repeated the final syllable. Back in the forsaken land of the gods. Edward stood before the barrier of grayish-white mist and turned to the expectant crowd, including High Priest Nim. It seems I. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his palm. The hand pressed against the invisible barrier was shaking. Startled, Edward turned back around. He saw the mist ripple and shudder like a lake struck by a massive stone. The waves collided, overlapped, and began outlining a door. But just as the door's contours appeared, the ripples faded. And the mist returned to its usual calm. Apparently, when he had chanted the full incantation and accidentally entered the Sapphira Castle, he had touched upon the Sapphira Castle's power, briefly triggering a response from the barrier. Unfortunately, this seal, personally placed by the previous Lord of Mysteries, could only be opened by the new Lord. Still, for the people of Moon City, who had guarded this place for over 3,000 years without seeing even the slightest reaction, this was already a divine miracle. The High Priest and the others now looked at Edward with awe and reverence. Ah! Suddenly, Edward felt a chill. Somewhere far away. He sensed a faint call. It wasn't a voice, not exactly. More like a spiritual resonance. Wait a minute. This place is a seal left by the previous Lord of Mysteries. I just activated the Sapphira Castle by accident, and now I'm sensing something from far away. Holy crap. Could that be Aman? Nim hesitated, then asked in a trembling voice, Lord Edward, may I ask, how did you accomplish that? Was it your god? Edward was about to answer when a curious voice suddenly piped up from nearby. Yeah. I'm super curious too. How did you make the grey mist react? Edward turned around and came face to face with a man wearing a monocle, his expression brimming with curiosity. Seeing Edward look at him, the man urged impatiently, well, go on then. I'm dying to know. Edward's hair stood on end. Aman. Oh my, how interesting. You actually recognized me. Aman chuckled and casually reached for the monocle over his right eye. As it flashed with a strange glint, he added, forget it, I'll just take a look myself. Magnify, distortion. Edward activated 2 abilities instantly, twisting Aman's intent before he could complete his action. Then. Magnify, no theft allowed in this area. Magnify, no parasitism allowed in this area. Without hesitation, Edward grabbed Bernardet and teleported them a dozen meters away. He cloaked himself in a shield of searing magical fire and immediately opened a traveler's door. Even though he knew this might put the people of Moon City in danger, at that moment, he truly couldn't care less. Oh my, how practiced. Looks like you've dealt with the marauder pathway more than once, Aman remarked lazily. Strange symbols flickered in his eyes as he raised a hand. The traveler's door, halfway open beneath Edward and Bernadette's feet, was stolen before they could step through. Another motion, and Edward suddenly lost access to multiple abilities. Distortion, Prohibition, Magnify, Blink, and the traveler's door. That flame-based shield, why can't I steal that one? Magic. Can't be stolen. Exactly. The Evernight had once mentioned that due to this world's rules, even she couldn't learn true magic, let alone Aman. Realizing this, Edward immediately raised his wand and fired a volley of green Avada Kedavras, layering it with transfiguration spells aimed at Aman. Aman tried repeatedly to steal the spells mid-flight, but failed again and again. He easily sidestepped the approaching killing curses, but suddenly stumbled. His body transformed into a log of wood, and the following curses and burning fire struck true, incinerating him in seconds. But before the flames could finish, the transformed wood exploded. Countless worms of time burst forth, writhing and twisting until they once again formed into Aman, now wearing his signature black robe and pointy wizard hat. He twirled a wand in his hand, eyeing Edward with great interest. The abilities you use are quite peculiar. Edward blinked, he just realized the wand in Aman's hand was his own. Aman casually opened his palm, where a glowing green sphere of light spun gently. With a smirk, he explained. It seems I can't steal your powers directly, but once you cast them, they're fair game. With a casual flick, he returned the green sphere. Swoosh. But the moment it hit, Edward's body burst into flames and vanished. Aman tilted his head. Oh. When did I fall into an illusion? Anytime. Bernadette stood where Edward had been, a lit matchstick floating in the air before her. I like that trick. Aman reached out to steal it. But just then, a phantom of an ancient bronze bell appeared above Bernadette's head. The moment he tried to steal, the bell rang with a soft ding-dong. And nullified the theft. Yet another fascinating ability. Aman rubbed his chin, the monocle on his eye flickering with refracted light. Strange, it almost feels like these abilities are tailored to counter me. At that moment, Bernadette's face was suddenly covered by a metallic, pale mask that shimmered like mercury. As Aman looked directly at her, the metal softened and reformed into a new face, black eyes opened upon it. Within those eyes, interwoven pale white threads formed intricate, deeply mysterious symbols. They resembled a bird with elongated feathers, or a serpent coiled upon itself, wings tucked around. In the next instant, the symbol pulled in the surrounding light. And manifested physically, stretching into a tangible shape that shrouded Aman completely. Beneath his wide brow, Aman raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. I'm just a sequence 4, you know. Is all this really necessary? He raised a hand and swapped places with High Priest Nim, then repeated the motion multiple times. Trading places with several others in rapid succession. But despite all the switching, the symbolic creature homed in on Aman without pause, adjusting instantly to his location. Meanwhile, under the pale mask, Bernadette's face bulged with strained veins, a result of withstanding the mask's backlash. With a stomp of her foot, the ground beneath her lit up, a massive illusory chessboard appeared. Aman, now within it, visibly slowed for a split second. Just long enough for the symbolic creature to catch up and merge into his form. Aman froze. His body went rigid, seemingly sealed by the power of the mask. Without pause, Bernadette raised her hand and conjured a long spear of Longinus, drenched in ancient blood-red hues. She hurled it with divine force. It pierced through Aman and exploded with overwhelming might. Boom. Aman's body was annihilated on the spot. Not a trace remained. Without delay, Bernadette removed the pale mask and sent it back through a hidden door into the spirit world. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Edward's voice sounded urgently beside her. That was Aman. He's an angel of the Lord, just like the one who captured me. And although this was only a clone, it still had access to many of his powers. The key thing is, if you find one Aman, that usually means there's a whole bunch of Amans nearby. Just as the words left his mouth, a creeping rustle echoed from the shadows. One by one, strange, grotesque monsters stepped out from the darkness. The people of Moon City, previously frozen in place, turned to face them with smiling expressions. Then, in perfect unison, they reached into their robes and pulled out monocles. They placed them over their right eyes and said in voices full of regret. Ah, we were so close. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 760 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, I don't usually laugh. Only then did Edward shudder and realize that two clear, thick, yet translucent and mysterious worms of time were hovering in front of both himself and Lilith, wriggling as they tried to burrow into that illusory emperor's new clothes wrapped around their bodies. Startled, Lilith raised a paw and swatted one away. Had Bernardet not wrapped him in the emperor's new clothes, Edward would likely have already been parasiticed. He hurriedly waved his wand, casting fiend fire to engulf the worm. After a moment of twisted struggling, the creature was reduced to ashes. But then Edward turned his gaze to the dozens of Amans surrounding them, and for a moment, panic set in. How were they supposed to fight this? In the original novel, even the demigod Klein had to work with Pallas Zoroast, Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, and the concealment granted by Ariana to barely take down one of Aman's avatars through a highly specific ambush. There was no way he and Bernardet could pull off something like that alone. Just then, a shadow twisted and rose from the darkness, morphing into yet another form of Aman. Adjusting the monocle over his right eye, the figure smiled faintly. You know, there's really no need to be so hostile, Aman said lightly. I'm just terribly bored and want to satisfy a bit of curiosity. His eyes, behind the monocle, brimmed with amusement as he looked directly at Edward. I can't shake the feeling that there's something very important to me hidden within you. Yet it's like there's a veil, thin, gauzy, indistinct. If you don't want to be parasiticed, he added, you could just tell me. Once my curiosity is sated, I'll naturally leave. Edward immediately understood what he was referring to, the uniqueness of the door pathway. If Aman truly discovered that, it would spell disaster. There was a real chance the main body of Aman would descend immediately. So Edward followed Klein's example from the original. He remained silent. TCH. How dull, Aman said with a mock sigh. Looks like I'll have to check for myself. He reached out with his long, fair fingers and gave a casual tug. Edward instantly felt as though he had been stripped bare, his emperor's new clothes had been stolen. Oh. Are you just going to stand there? Because next, I plan to steal his life. Ding ding. A quaint copper bell materialized above Edward's head. Edward quickly flicked a coin into the air. My next Avada Kedavra will kill the Aman avatar in front of me. The coin landed with the number facing up, failure. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself to activate Madman to the right to reverse the outcome. Though he knew that forcibly reversing such an absurd result would surely lead to an equally warped and terrifying consequence, it was still better than waiting to die. Aman extended 5 fingers toward Edward, but his gaze shifted to Bernardet. If you have no other trump cards left, you'll be dying alongside him. Then Aman looked toward Lilith and suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, now this cat is amusing. You've been trying to use instigation on me this whole time. But even if you succeed, I'd still attack you afterwards, wouldn't I? Lilith, who had been glaring with all her might, froze for a moment at his words. Oh, that's true. Or you could always incite me to turn on my other parasitist avatars. Edward hurriedly pulled Lilith into his arms. Don't listen to him. Just then, Bernardet reached into the secret door once more. But this time, she didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she looked at Aman and said coldly, you have 2 options. 1. Leave right now, your parasitism on all creatures here included. 2. Die with me. Aman blinked, then burst into laughter. I'm genuinely curious, what could possibly give you the confidence to think you can perish alongside me? Ah. His tone froze for a beat as realization dawned. Ah, so it's that. Yes, that could indeed kill me. But I'm just an avatar. Trading lives with me would be a loss for you. And don't forget, he continued, as long as I decipher your ability, I can steal that object whenever I like. Then it becomes mine. Bernardet said flatly, 10, 9, 8. Come on now. If you really used the thing to kill me, my main body would instantly be alerted and come rushing in. That boy would still die. How about this, I let you go and take him instead. 6, 5. Aman scratched his head, looking rather aggrieved. Why is it that every random person I run into seems to know me so well? None of you are willing to talk to me, how am I supposed to deceive anyone like this? 3, 2. All right. Hands raised in mock surrender, Aman took a step back. I'm leaving, okay. 1. Bernardet withdrew her hand from the secret door. In it was a golden object shaped like a miniature kettle, its spout extending upward like a wick. Her fingers gently stroked the vessel's surface, and the wick silently ignited. The flame it produced surged upward like a thick, syrupy liquid, forming a vague, distorted golden humanoid figure. The magic wishing lamp, my third wish is. Almost as soon as she spoke, Aman vanished without a trace. With a series of crackling sounds, the people of Moon City, along with the surrounding monsters, collapsed to the ground. Bernardet never finished her sentence. Edward immediately tossed a coin for divination, confirming that Aman had indeed left. Yet he still didn't dare relax, he simply couldn't believe Aman would retreat so easily. Just then, the distorted golden figure on the lamp opened its mouth. Well. Speak your wish. I no longer have a wish, Bernardet replied calmly. The genie burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Very well. But let me guess, your father only told you not to make 3 wishes, right? He never said mocking me would also lead to punishment. A pause. Then came a surge of unmistakable malice. Also, you scared that fellow earlier with an unfinished sentence, should I count that as your 3rd wish? And whether it counts or not, is up to me. Bernardet said nothing. She simply opened the secret door again and shoved the magic wishing lamp back inside. Hey! Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Hey! Before the entity could finish speaking, the secret door had already shut. Edward stared in stunned disbelief. Are you sure, you'll be fine after doing that? The magic wishing lamp likely housed a being suspected to be a part of the Great Old One, Son of Chaos. Even if it did appear somewhat naive, having been tricked into a daze by 2 successive Lords of Mysteries, still, that was the Lord of Mysteries. Wait a minute. According to the timeline, this should have only been the 2nd wish made on the magic wishing lamp. Why did Bernardet just refer to it as the 3rd wish? Another divergence from the original plot. At that moment, Bernadette's face visibly paled with exhaustion. She shook her head and said softly, it's all right. What I did doesn't count as violating the lamp's rules. Good, then let's get out of here, quickly. Edward pulled out a spare wand and cast fiend fire, incinerating all the monsters lying collapsed on the ground. Then he glanced at the unconscious citizens of Moon City, a chill running down his spine. Some of those were high-sequence beyonders, yet they were parasiticed without even a chance to resist. Is this the power of a king of angels? But that was just an avatar. Without hesitation, Edward grabbed Bernardet by the arm and Arihog back to the camp where they had first encountered the people of Moon City. As soon as they landed, Edward flipped a coin. Aman followed us. The coin hit the ground, divination failed. Bernadette's face regained a hint of color. You think he'll follow us? It's not a matter of thinking. Edward's expression turned grim. Aman will never give up. From everything depicted in the original works, aside from that final moment when Klein risked everything and won a gamble against Aman, forcing him into retreat, Aman's deceptions had been constant and unrelenting. When you think you've seen through his tricks, you've already been tricked. When you think he's given up, that's just part of the trick. Just like now. On the surface, Aman had seemingly fled out of fear of the magic wishing lamp. But in reality, he was undoubtedly biding his time, waiting for the moment their guard slipped, so he could strike again. Therefore, passively waiting was not an option. The only way to be free of Aman was to kill this avatar. Ding. Edward tossed the coin once more. Aman's avatar is nearby. Another failed divination. Unfazed, he retrieved the coin and tossed it again. There is an Aman in the vicinity. As expected, failure. Bernardet had witnessed Edward's bizarre form of divination before, but she still didn't quite understand what he was trying to accomplish. She didn't press the issue, though. Instead, she silently continued reinforcing the Emperor's new clothes and bell that covers the ears around them and Lilith. Edward surveyed the surroundings and declared, Aman, I know you're here. I want to make a deal. Silence. I'll be honest. I was captured and brought here by the true Creator's people, but by some twist of fate, I escaped. Now, Ouroboros is actively hunting me down, and the true Creator may even take action personally. If they catch me, I'm dead for sure. So I want to take a gamble, make a deal with you. Still no response. I can share with you the secrets I carry, but in exchange, I need you to get me out of the forsaken land of the gods. Of course, I can't be certain my secrets are valuable to you. But you could wager on that, after all, it costs you nothing. I don't have much time left. If you can't get me out before the true Creator finds me, then you'll never uncover the secrets I carry. And we both know, you're nowhere near strong enough to face the true Creator head-on. Not yet. Edward had spoken a long string of words in one breath, but the silence remained unbroken. After a while, he exhaled deeply. Your Majesty, I don't think Aman followed us. Then I'll begin praying to the God I follow, and ask him to help us leave the forsaken land. Please keep watch while I do so. Bernadette's gaze sharpened slightly. All right. Edward pulled out a candle from his pouch, lit it, and burned the correct blend of essential oils, hydrosol, powdered herbs, and incense. Pressing his hands together, he began to pray in a soft voice. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the favor of the goddess. I pray for the goddess to guide me from this forsaken land. Night Vanilla, flower of the crimson moon, please carry my prayer to the goddess. Moonflowers, blossoms of the crimson moon, please carry my prayer to the goddess. Whoosh. In the next second, the flame on the candle flickered wildly, and the ashes on the ground were swept up by a sudden gust. Puffed. A mocking chuckle broke the stillness. Ha 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 ha, sorry. I usually don't laugh, no matter how funny things are, unless I can't help it. With a playful laugh, Aman appeared out of thin air, wearing his signature long black robe and soft, pointed hat. Didn't you know? The power of the 7 gods doesn't reach this place. Putting on that little show of praying to Evernight, pretending you could leave at any moment, are you just stupid, trying to insult my intelligence, or simply baiting me to come out? He adjusted the monocle over his right eye, smiling with amusement. Well, now that I've shown up, what exactly do you plan to do with me? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 350, The Combo Skill of Sealed Artifacts. Before Edward could respond, Aman said casually, still, you did get one thing right. You really can gamble. In fact, aside from those on the marauder pathway, I rarely go out of my way to kill. Edward stood silently, rising to his feet. In his hand now appeared a pitch-black puppet. The power of Ouroboros. Aman chuckled. You're hoping he will save you. Give it up. Every time the hangman slumbers, he's always there, standing guard. Symbols, strange and innumerable, flickered rapidly across Aman's eyes. No, there's more, some sort of outer god's power. What a complicated mixture you are. Edward tossed the black puppet up and down in his hand. Do you know what your father originally meant when he called Sequence 0 of the marauder pathway a bug? For the first time, Aman's eyes rippled with visible shock. What did you say? Swish. At nearly the same instant, Edward hurled the black puppet toward Aman. But before it got within a few meters of him, it was torn to pieces by an invisible force. Heh, so you do know about the bug. Looks like today's haul is far greater than I expected. Ding ding. The copper bell began ringing loudly. Edward flicked a coin into the air. If I defeat the Aman before me, all his parasitist avatars will be neutralized. The result landed with the number facing up, negative. Reverse. Aman froze. A faint, inexplicable sense of danger flickered through him. What did you do? The next moment, Edward pulled out the painting frame and channeled spirituality into it. In the blink of an eye, Aman vanished, sucked into the world within the painting. The box of the Great Old Ones. Edward shouted. Bernardet instantly opened the box of the Great Old Ones and caught the painting frame Edward had thrown. The entire process looked as though the box completely ignored Edward's existence, focusing only on the object. Snap. The box of the Great Old Ones shut. Without hesitation, Bernardet hurled it into the spirit world. Did we succeed? Edward flipped a coin for confirmation. The coin landed with the head side up, positive. Aman was really sealed inside the box of the Great Old Ones. Or was this just another of his deceptions? For once, Edward found himself doubting his own divination. Just then, Worm of Time began wriggling out of thin air, one after another. But as soon as they appeared, they shriveled rapidly and lost all vitality. Edward turned to look, only to be overcome by a sudden itch deep in his throat, followed by a violent coughing fit. The spasms were so intense it felt as if his heart would burst. Cough, cough, cough. Lilith, too, stuck her head out from his arms, hacking violently. After nearly a minute of agony, both men and cat coughed up the same thing, a creature identical to the dried-up Worm of Time scattered across the ground. Each was roughly finger-sized and thick, with translucent rings circling their segmented bodies, 12 in total. Edward's pupils contracted sharply. When did Aman parasitize both him and Lilith? The hairs on his body stood on end. Of course, if Aman could silently parasitize high-sequence Moon City residents, how could he and Lilith have escaped? No wonder Aman had been so easily lured out by his speech, he had already completed the parasitism long ago. For Aman, this was a game in which he couldn't lose. But as a true trickster, Aman clearly cared more about how he won. He wanted to savor the process, the thrill of deceit. Still, if the parasitism had already been completed, shouldn't Aman have already detected the uniqueness of the door pathway in his body? Why was he still acting curious? Was it just for fun? Or was he genuinely unable to sense it, due to some unknown reason? Or had Mr. Door been lying about the uniqueness all along? At that moment, Bernardet spoke nonchalantly, the ability I used earlier to block his theft, it's a mystical reenactment I recently completed, called Bell That Covers the Ears. Edward blinked, then suddenly understood. She was explaining why she hadn't asked him to record this power during their previous encounters with demigods capable of theft, it hadn't been completed back then. Let's get out of here, she said calmly. Since Aman's avatar still exists in the Forsaken Land, it's possible his other avatars already know what just happened. Yeah. Edward hesitated before asking, do you think the High Priest and the others are still Parasit East? Thinking of going back to check? I mean. A flicker of guilt rose in Edward's heart. The people of Moon City had been dragged into this mess because of him. But guilt wasn't a good enough reason to act recklessly, was it? Bernardet waved her hand, collecting the dozen or so shriveled worm of time from the ground. Let's go take a look. If they're still Parasit East, that means trapping Aman's avatar in the painting and sealing it in the box of the Great Old Ones was just another of the Angel of Time's games. Edward thought about it. She was right. But knowing Aman, even if the Moon City citizens turned out to be fine, there was still no guarantee it wasn't part of another deception. Damn it, he thought bitterly. There's no such thing as a clean break once Aman gets involved. Meanwhile, deep beneath the round tower of City of Silver. Inside a narrow, sealed room, silence reigned. Even the sound of breathing had become faint to the point of vanishing. In the corner, a withered, elderly figure lay curled on a narrow bed, still as death. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Though clouded with age, his gaze shimmered with profound depth, gazing through layers of stone and far, far beyond. His fingers began tapping the wall softly, tap, 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 as the corners of his mouth curled in a half-smile. Oh! One of my avatars disappeared without warning. Without leaving even a trace of information. He asked himself aloud, was it the hangman? Then quickly answered, no. He wouldn't bother with me. That makes this far more interesting. Sitting up and stretching lazily, he said with a chuckle, in that case, the main body will surely have to handle this personally. Hey, if the main body vanishes too, maybe with my qualifications, I could even win the council's vote and become the next one. What an exciting prospect. Edward and Bernardet returned once more to the barrier. Several Moon City warriors were still lying unconscious on the ground. By each of their mouths lay a shriveled worm of time, evidently just expelled not long ago. Edward cast Renervate on each of them in turn. The moment the warriors regained consciousness, they instinctively reached for their weapons, glaring at the two outsiders with suspicion. Someone attacked us. Edward quickly explained, a demigod from the marauder pathway. Though Aman was a king of angels, the avatar just now had only possessed the strength of sequence 4. Nim raised a hand, motioning for the warriors to stand down. His grayish-white eyes were filled with solemnity. A single demigod from the marauder pathway shouldn't have been able to catch us all off guard like that. You must have records on the Angel of Time in Moon City, Edward said. That demigod marauder just now, that was one of his avatars. Nim froze for a moment. Then it clicked. Ah, that one. That makes much more sense. He paused, then asked, did you manage to destroy the avatar? Edward gave a bitter smile. Honestly, I can't be sure. I can't determine if everything we experienced just now was part of one of his tricks. Nim said nothing for a while. He had read ancient texts in Moon City that described the Angel of Time, fragmented, elusive records that nonetheless hinted at what kind of being he was. And he had to admit, facing someone so powerful and so malicious in nature, was enough to make anyone despair. I suggest you all return to Moon City at once, Edward said. Use whatever sealed artifacts you have to perform a full-body diagnostic on yourselves. He paused slightly, then added, you do have such sealed artifacts in Moon City, right? High Priest Nim nodded. Understood. So, Lord Edward, you're not coming with us. Edward sighed. That Angel of Time seems to have targeted me specifically. If I go back with you, I'll only bring disaster to Moon City. I came here to spread the light and glory of my God, to bring hope, not calamity. I understand. Nim gave a solemn bow, fingers crossed reverently in front of his chest. Then we shall await your God's next messenger in Moon City. The people of Moon City departed. To lead Moon City through such a harsh and hopeless environment, a high priest needed more than strength and wisdom, he needed discernment and decisive judgment. Perhaps Nim still didn't fully trust Edward. But as Edward said, his arrival had brought hope to Moon City. And where there was hope, there was the power to rekindle long-eroded anticipation. And with anticipation, came the future. Bernardet asked calmly, where shall we go next? Edward thought for a moment. We can't stay anywhere near Moon City. Let's put some distance between us. I have faith that the being I worship will respond to me soon. Maybe, we'll be able to leave the Forsaken Land. As for that strange sensation he'd been picking up from afar, he hadn't yet decided whether to investigate it. After all, curiosity kills the cat, he understood that better than anyone. But then again, since Aman's avatar had already shown up, could the distant signal really be from another Aman? Wouldn't that be redundant? Or perhaps, that was exactly the kind of thing Aman enjoyed, laying traps and waiting for people of the marauder pathway to stumble into them. Bernardet asked, why not head for the other city in the Forsaken Land? If you recreate the teachings of Moon City there, it might help you digest your potion more effectively. But there's supposedly another Aman avatar lurking in the City of Silver. If we go there, it'd be like walking into a trap. Makes sense. Oh, right, Your Majesty, Edward asked, do you have any abilities that provide anti-divination effects? I know it might not stop Aman, but even psychological comfort would help. A flash of light crossed Bernardet's deep blue eyes, and in the next moment, a spectral image of a white horse passed over the bodies of the 2 humans and 1 cat. Another mystical reenactment, one not mentioned in the original records, the white horse that is not a horse. It could conceal a target's presence and make them less susceptible to divination. Edward watched, envious and itching with curiosity. Just from the stories she'd heard from Emperor Roselle alone, Bernardet could manifest so many diverse mystical reproductions. If it were me, he thought, with all the myths, fairy tales, fables, and legends I've read, wouldn't I become invincible just by copying from them? The thought gave him an idea. He asked, Your Majesty, do you happen to have any of the cards of blasphemy made by Emperor Roselle? Bernardet gave a subtle nod, but replied coolly, didn't you already take the Black Emperor card? Why do you need another one? She paused. The door card isn't in my possession. Edward cried out in protest, wait, how is the Black Emperor card mine? You saw it yourself that night, someone else took it. Bernardet stared at him wordlessly, expression blank. Lilith, curled up in Edward's arms, glanced left and right with her round eyes. In her little feline heart, she was thinking, should I try using my instigation ability on them? Maybe that would help me digest the rest of my potion. Note, 910 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, Chernobyl. Lilith opened her mouth. Edward no. Before she could finish, her snout was gently pinched shut, interrupting her spell. Edward sighed and said, fine. I do know the person who took the Black Emperor card, but it really isn't in my possession. Bernardet nodded nonchalantly, as if it hardly mattered. I still have the Wheel of Fortune card, but I'm not carrying it with me. The Fate Pathway, in the original works, belonged to the domain of mystery. While little was known about it, its early sequence abilities largely revolved around bestowing good fortune upon oneself, and misfortune upon others. In the later stages, one could generate infinite loops within a localized area or even reset a location's state and events in real time. Yet, according to Snake of Mercury Septon, even he couldn't achieve endless good luck. It was a particularly bizarre pathway, many who walked it met their ends precisely because the backlash from misused luck eventually devoured them. So if Edward ever had the chance to absorb the powers of this card, it would be best to consult Little Snake first, lest he end up digging his own grave unknowingly. You don't have the Hermit card either, do you? No, Bernardet shook her head. When Father first crafted the cards of blasphemy, I saw the Hermit card. But after Father was assassinated, all of the cards were scattered. I believe the Hermit card eventually ended up in the hands of the Moses Ascetic Order. Then do you know the whereabouts of any other cards of blasphemy? I don't. I never went out of my way to search for them. Besides, the cards have anti-divination and anti-prophecy effects. Even the major churches have discovered next to nothing after all these years. That made sense. At that moment, Edward checked the remaining duration on the bookworm effect. By tonight, the powers of the Black Emperor and Red Priest cards would both expire. Klein, please hurry and respond already. I really need you to recharge my magic. Unfortunately, Edward was disappointed once again. He had clearly seen Klein's figure within the fool's seat at the Giant's Palace, and even got booted offline by him. That should have meant Klein was alright, so why hadn't he replied? Could it really be that seeing him on the throne made Klein wary, and now he wanted to expel Edward from the Tarot Club? No way. Based on what Edward knew of Klein's personality, and their relationship, if there was a problem, Klein would confront him face to face. Snuggled in Edward's arms, Lilith twisted her furry body and asked, Edward, are you worried about something? Edward looked down at her. How can you tell? Because Miss Lilith can hear your heartbeat. She leapt out of his arms and onto his shoulder. So, what are you worried about? Bernardet glanced over when she heard that. Let's rest for a bit. You can continue teaching me, Rosaline. A few minutes later, the group was once again seated inside their bright, cozy tent. With a cup of hot coffee and some bread in hand, Edward resumed his lessons in Mandarin. After eating and drinking her fill, Lilith grew drowsy and soon fell asleep curled up with her tail in her paws. You see, Edward explained, Rosaline differs greatly from Loanese and Intician. The latter two are phonetic languages, while Rosaline is logographic, it conveys meaning through symbols. That might sound abstract, so let me show you an example. Here, these two characters should be familiar by now. He wrote the characters for sun and moon on a small blackboard. These two characters appeared in almost every entry of Roselle's diary. In truth, Bernardet had long guessed that they were related to dates and time, even before Edward explicitly taught them. This one means sun, and this one means moon. What you see now are the modern forms, evolved through thousands of years of linguistic development. But originally, they looked more like this. Edward drew the pictographic versions of both characters. See. Just looking at them gives you a pretty good idea of their meanings, right? Bernardet nodded slightly. Compared to Loanese or Intision, this writing system is indeed more intuitive and expressive. But here's the issue. Precisely because Rosaline doesn't belong to the same family as any known languages, it's a bit harder for you all to pick up. He paused, then added, well, maybe. In Lord of the Mysteries, there were quite a few pathways that came with natural scholarly or linguistic talents. The mystery prior pathway was one of them. For Bernardet, learning Chinese might not be any more difficult than picking up any other language. Edward resumed his teaching. 2 hours later, Bernardet suddenly asked, have you noticed any progress in digesting your potion? Edward blinked. That was an abrupt question. No. Well, yes, but only a small amount. How does it compare to the last time you taught me? I guess there's a bit more this time, but not by much. She said calmly, Aman might really have been sealed into the box of the great old ones. Why do you say that? Edward was about to ask when he realized, right. If Aman were hiding nearby, or had secretly parasitized him in some form, then just now during the Mandarin lesson, Aman would have been an unwilling student as well. If that were the case, Edward's potion digestion should have accelerated significantly. After all, they were talking about a king of angels. You had me teach you Rosaline just to test for that. It was a spontaneous idea. Bernadette's lips curled slightly. Without Aman looming over them, she seemed much more relaxed. We've been heading west for nearly half a day now, she said. Other than those mutated creatures, there's been nothing. Outside of the City of Silver and Moon City, I wonder if there's any other human life left in the Forsaken Land. From what I know, there isn't. She then asked the question she'd been holding back since the barrier of gray-white mist, what's on the other side of that barrier? Well, Bernardet cut him off coolly. I'm willing to pay for that knowledge, if you're willing to trade. Edward coughed lightly. I only heard my deity mention it in passing. That barrier is supposedly a seal of some kind. As for what's sealed behind it, I don't know. A seal. Bernadette's interest was clearly piqued. If I asked you who created the seal, would you know? That, I do. Edward nodded. It was personally sealed by the deity I believe in. One was the former Lord of Mysteries. The other, the future Lord of Mysteries. Add them up, 5-finger math, and you still get the same person. Bernadette's eyes rippled like smoke across a wave. According to Moon City's high priest, even the ancient sun god couldn't break that barrier. Are you sure your deity was the one who sealed it? Absolutely. No wonder, she muttered. The Forsaken Land is a place even the 7 gods can't interfere with, yet, he can. With that level of strength, it all makes sense. She frowned slightly. But why have I never heard any rumors about such a powerful being before? Edward, without missing a beat, continued hyping Klein up. Because he predates the first epoch. He fell into slumber long ago and has only recently begun to awaken. He's gradually regaining his strength, reclaiming the authorities that should have been his from the beginning. Edward paused and added gravely, surely you're aware of the impending apocalypse. Bernadette nodded. Mr. Fool is the only one who can truly stop the end times from arriving. She fell silent, her gaze lowered in deep thought. Then suddenly, her piercing gaze locked onto Edward. Then, would such a mighty and great being know where my father is? Bernie, that's a hell of a leap in logic. Well, that, I'm not sure of. But perhaps you'll have the opportunity to ask him yourself. After a moment of thought, she said, once we leave the Forsaken Land, I'll send someone I trust to become a believer of Mr. Fool. Edward couldn't help but be surprised. Is the Lady Hermit making her move already? But with Klein's current sequence and spiritual capacity, could he even handle a sequence 5 joining the Tarot Club? But then again, hadn't he just finished bragging about Klein's divine prowess? Forget it. Mr. Fool will surely find a way. Edward stood up. All right. Time for us to get moving. Do you have a destination in mind? She asked. Or are we just going to keep wandering aimlessly? That wouldn't be a bad idea, actually, it fit his wanderer act. But after some thought, he said, I plan to head toward the Giant King's court. She instantly understood his reasoning. You're worried Aman, or one of his other avatars, might come after us, so you want to use the true creator's presence to deter him. Exactly. And you're not afraid the true creator might kill you on the spot. I'm preparing for the worst, Edward said. At least that way, we have one more option. Tomorrow was Monday. If even the Tarot Club didn't convene as usual, Edward would have to accept the worst-case scenario, face Sasra head-on. Because honestly, fighting the true creator might offer a better chance at survival than being toyed with to death by Aman. He scooped Lilith into his arms. The little one mumbled something without opening her eyes and shifted into a more comfortable position before drifting back to sleep. They packed up the tent and set out once more. They walked through the pitch-black land, guided only by the occasional flashes of lightning across the sky. Only in those moments of brilliance could they barely glimpse the grim reality hidden beneath the darkness. Side by side, they traveled silently. At first, they exchanged a few idle words. But soon, both tacitly fell into a long silence. Mutated beasts, twisted flora, cracked earth, everywhere reeked of death. After less than 2 days of exploration and role-playing, Edward was already itching to get away from this cursed land. He couldn't help but think of the people who had survived here in the city of Silver and Moon City for thousands of years. It was a kind of despair that defied language. About an hour later. Nestled in Edward's arms, Lilith stirred and poked her little head out like a worm. She stared blankly ahead and said, "Edward, I think there's something up ahead." Edward scratched her head with a smile. What could it be? We've already seen just about everything this place has to offer. Still, despite his words, he immediately raised his guard. After all, who could guarantee that a demigod, or even an angel-level monstrosity, wouldn't suddenly leap out of the darkness? Rumble. A deafening peal of thunder echoed through the sky as a bolt of lightning split the heavens. In the distance, a massive shadow loomed into view. Both Edward and Bernardet froze. Another flash, brighter this time, illuminated the blackened land, revealing the true scene before them. The ground ahead was riddled with ravines and craters. And in the midst of them stood a colossal figure, a cyclopean giant, easily several dozen meters tall, with rotting flesh and pus oozing from deep wounds. His eye was sunken and vacant, long devoid of life. Yet he still wandered aimlessly, his body exuding a sickly gray-yellow gas that congealed into drifting clouds, forming a dense fog over the wasteland. Bernardet immediately cast the Emperor's new clothes over the three of them. That is. Edward's memory clicked. That was the son of the giant King Ormer, punished for offending the ancient sun god, cursed to wander this land for eternity. Which could only mean. Up ahead, they were nearing the birthplace of the ancient sun god. Chernobyl. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 352, Chapter 352, Klein Awakens. TCH, there's an Aman here too. At that moment, Edward once again felt that strange sensation, only this time, unlike the faint trace he had sensed earlier, it surged with overwhelming intensity. Its source lay straight ahead, in the heart of this desolate wasteland. Is this another one of Aman's tricks? His first instinct was to turn around and run. But the force of that overwhelming sensation held him back, it gnawed at his mind, kept him rooted in place. He felt just like one of those cliché horror movie characters, knowing something was terribly wrong up ahead, yet still inexplicably drawn toward it, flirting with disaster. But what if it isn't Aman's doing? What if that sensation is actually something beneficial? What if it's a way out of the Forsaken Land? With a flick of his wand, Edward transfigured a nearby stone into a rabbit. Lilith's eyes immediately lit up. Big rat. Without Edward needing to say anything, Bernardet raised her hand and cast Emperor's new clothes on the rabbit. The creature bounded forward, hopping straight into the yellow-gray fog ahead. The moment it entered the mist, the illusion covering the rabbit shimmered and distorted like a pixelated blur, but it managed to hold, blocking out the invasive fog. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. After another dozen meters or so, Emperor's new clothes began to warp and unravel. Moments later, it dissipated entirely. The rabbit was instantly contaminated, its body twisted, its eyes dulled, and it began to aimlessly wander, just like the cyclopean giant from before. A few seconds later, the transformation reversed, and it returned to being a lifeless stone. Bernardet said calmly, "If we keep renewing Emperor's new clothes, we might be able to hold out, but I suspect the closer we get to the giant, the stronger the pollution becomes." She looked over at Edward. "But judging by your face, you're debating whether or not to keep going." Edward snapped out of his internal conflict and muttered, "I suspect there's an Aman lying in ambush up ahead." "Then why hesitate?" "Because." He quickly explained the peculiar sensation that had first emerged when the barrier reacted, and how it had returned with far greater intensity. "You're worried Aman's using it to lure you in." "Exactly." Bernardet considered for a moment. "So, you never intended to come this way in the first place?" Edward paused before nodding. "No, I didn't. But somehow, we still ended up here, without meaning to." "That doesn't sound like a trap waiting for you to step in. It sounds more like..." Edward's eyes lit up. "The law of convergence of beyonder characteristics." She nodded. "Mm. But, Aman is the king of angels of the marauder pathway, and my path is adjacent to the marauder. If this is his doing, wouldn't that still align with the law of convergence? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, do you think that Aman clone we trapped inside the world within the painting and then sealed in the box of the Great Old One, could it still be alive? Bernardet furrowed her brows. It's uncertain. But to be safe, until we're absolutely sure how to deal with it, we should avoid opening the box of the Great Old One again. That means my picture frame's out of commission too. Ugh, I wonder if Old Man Pallas can help me fix this. She turned to him. So, what's your plan now? Edward replied with absolute seriousness, leave. Immediately. Right now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he flung open a traveler's door. The two of them stepped through it in sync, disappearing from the twisted, ravine-strewn wasteland. At that same moment, in the massive gray and white building in the depths of Chernobyl, a withered figure slowly opened its eyes. It wore a pointed soft hat, a vintage black robe, and a single monocle resting in its right eye socket. Its body was shriveled down to nothing but skin and bones, like a skeleton stretched with a thin film of flesh. Aman. The angel's monocled eye glanced lazily toward the direction of the wasteland. Ah. Something interesting just left, should I follow them and have a look? Muttering to itself, Aman made no move. Nah. I'll stay right here. Otherwise, the main body will just scold me again. Stepping out of the spirit world, Edward and Bernardet found themselves back at the place where they'd first exited the illusory ocean. In the distance, mountain peaks bathed in golden dusk pierced the sky, crowned with towering spires, majestic palaces, and layer upon layer of walls. The giant king's court. Phew. Edward exhaled deeply. Much better. Finally, I don't feel like I'm being pulled along by the nose anymore. Bernardet raised her gaze to the palace atop the distant peaks. You brought us directly here, so you've decided to go to the giant king's court after all? Not exactly. It's still the same plan as before, staying closer to the true creator's domain gives me a little more peace of mind. She was momentarily speechless. So you're using the evil god everyone else avoids like the plague, as your bodyguard. Edward coughed lightly. It's just, choosing the lesser of two evils, you know. After a pause, he pointed ahead. Let's head that way. There's an ancient town along the road. It's long since abandoned, but there are still ruins and remnants of architecture. Want to check it out? The town he referred to was Afternoon Town, a mandatory stop on the road to the giant king's court. Humans and giants had once lived there side by side, surrounding the dwelling of an ancient god forever frozen in twilight. It served as the final gateway to the court itself. As they moved onward, the number and strength of monsters along the road increased. However, unlike elsewhere, these creatures were noticeably smarter. They trailed the duo from a distance but never launched an outright attack. Once Bernardet donned Hades' invisibility cap and concealed their presence, most of the monsters retreated in confusion, and the darkness grew eerily quiet. 3 or 4 hours later, they finally arrived at a ruined town nestled at the base of the mountains. The buildings were constructed from gray stone, some hollowed from single monoliths, reaching up to 10 meters high, others were so short a human could bump into the ceiling. They were densely packed, spreading outward in neat patterns. Some structures had collapsed, others still stood, but all were draped in the scent of decay and time. In the shadows between the ruins, mutated monsters could be seen lurking. At this point, the City of Silver's exploration teams hadn't yet reached Afternoon Town, and thus the monsters here remained untouched. Almost simultaneously, the powers of the Black Emperor and Red Priest expired. Edward felt a deep, soul-level fatigue wash over him. Bernardet immediately noticed the change in him. What's wrong? Edward let out a helpless chuckle. You could say I've entered a kind of weakened state. Until I re-establish contact with my lord, I'll probably only be able to operate at sequence 5 strength. Bernardet raised an eyebrow. So you're saying, your previous abilities that far exceeded your apparent sequence were actually granted by your patron? Well, that's one way to look at it. A glint flashed through her sea-blue eyes. Does this have something to do with the cards of blasphemy? Seriously, every time I spend time with her, I have to marvel at her sharpness all over again. So, she continued, you handed over the Black Emperor card to your patron already. And when you asked me whether I had any other cards of blasphemy, that was also part of your plan to obtain powers from other pathways. Seeing that Edward didn't deny it, her expression gradually shifted to one of mild surprise. In that case, if all 22 blasphemy cards were offered to your patron, would he then be able to master the abilities of all 22 pathways? Is that what it means to be in existence from before the first epoch? Edward stared at her blankly. Her deductions were half right, half wrong, and the wrong half was only wrong because he'd fed her inaccurate information in the first place. Otherwise, with just a few lines of dialogue, she'd probably strip his entire identity bare. Gotta hand it to her, these 100+ years of experience weren't wasted at all. Without another word, Bernardet cast White Horse is not a horse, the Emperor's new clothes, and Hades' invisibility cap on Edward and Lilith. Wait here. I'll clean out the area. Edward muttered, I'm not that helpless. But moments later, a one-sided massacre and exorcism broke out across the ruins of Afternoon Town. As a Sequence 3 powerhouse wielding multiple high-level sealed artifacts, clearing out these low to mid-tier corrupted creatures was little more than a warm-up exercise for Bernardet. Meanwhile, Edward obediently tucked himself into the corner of a half-collapsed wall. Lilith poked her little head out of his arms, squinting toward the battle with sparkling eyes, and began muttering in a low voice. Wow. She's so strong. She just took out the huge monster in one hit. Ah. Her face is so fierce right now, it's even scarier than when Miss Lilith catches mice. A monster's sneaking up behind her. Oops, never mind, she just shattered it with a spear. Now the monsters are teaming up, That was fast. They're all dead already. Ah, the monsters seem kinda pitiful. Come on, monsters, you can do it, oof. She turned around and looked innocently at Edward. Why'd you bop me on the head? Edward glared at her. She's out there risking her life clearing monsters, and you're sitting here watching like it's a stage play, and cheering for the monsters. What a little traitor. Lilith pouted. But she doesn't look like she's struggling at all. Edward. About 10 minutes later, Queen Mystic, Bernardet, returned at a measured pace. Her breathing was steady, her robes unwrinkled and spotless, not a trace of battle clung to her. All clear. Let's go. Edward quickly followed. Coming. In the depths of the spirit world. Within reign at Tinker's castle. Huff. Klein suddenly bolted upright from the stone bed, gasping for air like someone who had just barely escaped drowning. His thoughts were tangled, knotted like a headphone cable pulled from a pocket, looping over themselves again and again, struggling to distinguish dream from reality. His final memory had been falling into the depths of the spirit world. Looking up at Inzangwil's shadowy, high and mighty expression. Hearing that cold, venomous voice say. First. So I was the first person he came after for revenge after returning. Then second, third, fourth, would be the captain, Leonard, and Edward. He wasn't too worried about Leonard or Edward. Those two were blessed, to say the least. But the captain, oh right, he had Miss Daly with him. So I was the weakest one, the easiest target. Wait a minute, by that logic, I should have had my chest pierced and my heart crushed. I should have been dead. Then why am I? Klein instinctively looked down, unbuttoning his shirt. Where there had once been a grisly wound over his heart, there was now only a faint, shallow scar. So I've come back to life again. Note, another day. Another goal missed. Anyways, no extra chapter tomorrow. Chapter 353, Klein and the Messenger. Why did he say, again? Because back when he first transmigrated into this world, he had watched a bullet hole in his temple rapidly close while staring into a mirror. At the time, he assumed it was some kind of special treatment for transmigrators. But now, maybe that wasn't the case. There had to be some kind of secret hidden behind his two resurrections. Just then, a wave of dizziness struck Klein, and along with it came a new surge of memories, fragments of when he briefly awoke above the grey fog and glimpsed the prayers from members of the Tarot Club. And, right before that, just before he regained consciousness, he vaguely remembered seeing a figure above the grey fog. More precisely, it seemed that the intrusion of that figure was what triggered his sudden awakening. Unfortunately, it had all happened too fast. He hadn't gotten a clear look at who the figure was. But based on the intel currently available, only one person came to mind, someone who had once tried to seize control of the grey fog. The mysterious individual who had been entwined with Little Sun, who later attacked him at Minsk No. 15. No wonder the ancients said, a man's wealth is his crime. Now, Klein finally understood the full meaning of that phrase. Sighing, he started to look around and get his bearings. Wait, where am I? As he looked up, his eyes suddenly landed on a woman, no, something, standing just a few meters away. She wore a long, elaborate black gown that was both luxurious and somber. Her figure was full and graceful. But there was no head above her shoulders. Just a smooth, clean-cut neck stump. Klein's heart clenched in shock. He scrambled backwards on all fours, hands and feet flailing. Who are you? Please don't tell me I've run into some kind of ghost or ghoul. Why you, awake? A slow, halting voice drifted through the air. Klein looked down and saw that the lady was holding 4 identical heads in her arms. Honestly, the heads were all quite striking, beautiful, even. The kind of beauty rarely seen. But no matter how stunning a head was, if it was being carried around in someone's hands, it kind of lost its charm. Still, the good news was, this strange being could speak. Klein calmed himself quickly and asked politely, "Ma'am, may I ask where I am? And how did I get here?" The four heads in her arms spoke in turn, each completing a part of the sentence. "This is the spirit world. You fell from above and landed in my castle. At the time, you were already dead, but I sensed that you weren't entirely dead, so I brought you inside." Her voice was fragmented and eerie, but Klein pieced it together. So, after Ince's sneak attack had killed him, he had plunged straight into the spirit world. And if no one had intervened, he would have remained lost here indefinitely. He instinctively looked up, but all he saw was the stone ceiling of the castle. Turning his head, he found the thick, swirling brushstrokes of the spirit world sky leaking in through a high window, just as depicted in the Book of Secrets. So this woman, or creature, is a native of the spirit world. That would explain a lot. According to the Book of Secrets, spirit world entities came in all kinds of bizarre shapes and forms. There was no point trying to apply human standards to them. And if what she said was true, then he owed her his life. Klein stood up and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for saving me, ma'am." "No need, you just happened to fall into my castle." Her four heads stared at him with glowing red eyes. "If you really want to thank me, give me a gold coin." "A gold coin?" Wait, spirit world creatures liked gold. Did they even use currency here? Though puzzled, Klein didn't hesitate. He fished out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it over. "May I ask your name, madam?" One of the heads gently bit down on the coin, while the other three replied in unison. "Rain, et, Tyne, Kerr." "Thank you again, Miss Tyne Kerr." Klein gave her another earnest bow. Then something struck him, and he asked hurriedly, "By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" "In terms of the outside world's time, about 2 days." 2 days. Klein pulled out his pocket watch to double-check. That meant it was now Monday afternoon. The good news, he hadn't missed the weekly tarot club gathering. The bad news, the fool had not responded to any prayers in 2 whole days. Suddenly, the four heads spoke again, almost in harmony. "Do you need a messenger?" "A messenger?" Klein was taken aback. He immediately thought of Mr. Azek's skeletal courier, and Edward's giant bird-like messenger. Both could deliver letters, and even step in during emergencies. A good messenger was, without a doubt, an enormous asset to any Beyonder. But this offer felt off. As the saying goes, free things are often the most expensive. And anyone who approached you first was always trying to get something in return. What was she after? Instinctively, Klein's mind went to the grey fog. Still, Rainette Tyneker had done nothing but show kindness so far. If he refused too directly and offended her, wouldn't that be a huge risk? He was still hesitating when she added gently, "Forget it, you can find me again, if you ever need one. I'm not in a hurry." "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Tyneker." Klein scratched his head awkwardly. "I guess, after a near-death experience, my mind's a bit scrambled." After a brief pause, he seized the opportunity to ask, "By the way, just now you said that when I fell, I was already dead, but not completely dead. What exactly does that mean?" Rainette Tyneker's body floated back a few meters like a drifting specter as she answered slowly, "For Beyonders, this isn't uncommon. Physical death doesn't always mean true death. Some pathways grant their Beyonders the ability to return from death." Her reply stunned Klein. Wait, so coming back from the dead is just a regular Tuesday for Beyonders? That was far beyond what he had expected. "But your case is somewhat unusual because your current sequence does not grant any resurrection abilities." As she said this, she suddenly floated closer, her four heads circling around Klein like an eerie halo. "Why do you think that is?" With 4 pairs of crimson eyes locked on him, Klein's hair stood on end. He hurriedly replied, I have no idea." After a few moments of silence, Rainette floated back again. "You're fine, now, you can leave, whenever you want." Klein jumped off the stone bed and walked over to the window. He leaned out and gazed up at what passed for a sky in the spirit world, a swirling, chaotic firmament filled with 7 brilliant beams of light, each casting a dazzling kaleidoscope across the world below. In the distance, spirit world creatures of all shapes and sizes darted across the landscape, vanishing and reappearing in irregular intervals. He realized he was standing in the tallest part of a massive stone castle, with a panoramic view of the otherworldly land around him. So this is the spirit world. After a long moment of silence, Klein pulled himself back inside and turned to Rainette. How exactly do I leave the spirit world?" He had traversed it a few times before, yes, but always with someone else, like a messenger or Azek, guiding him. "I can send you back." Rainette's translucent body phased through the castle wall and floated out into the open air. "Do you want to leave now? If you'd be so kind." After all, he still had a mountain of unanswered prayers waiting for him above the grey fog. The next tarot club meeting was only a few hours away, and there was no way he could just slip into the grey fog in front of her, or ask if her castle had a washroom, either. Naturally, Raynette had no idea about Klein's internal dilemma. She simply reached out and grabbed him. With a step back, the world around them exploded into a blur of shifting, intense colors. The hues blurred together, retreating rapidly like brushstrokes on a canvas. Seconds later, the color all drained away. They had left the spirit world and returned to the physical world. See you later. As soon as Klein regained his balance, Raynette Tinker tore open the air and phased back into the spirit world without a trace. Thank you, ma'am. His words vanished into the breeze, answered only by birdsong and the rustling of autumn leaves. Klein looked around. This place is. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and realized he was back near the familiar wooded outskirts of Green Cemetery. Phew, there's no way I can return to 15 Minsk Street now. I'll have to find some nearby inn. He sighed. Damn, I didn't even pack my things. There's still a bunch of cash under the bed too. That's money I risked my life for, penny by penny. Klein felt a sharp twinge in his heart. Thankfully, most of his savings, and the materials for his advancement ritual, had already been sacrificed to the grey fog. Otherwise, this resurrection would have come with a personal bankruptcy declaration. Speaking of which, the investigation into Maid Cynthia must have wrapped up by now. Can I still collect that £1,000 reward from Prince Edisac? Then again, I did uncover some of the royal family's dirty laundry. If I showed up asking for money now, I'd probably die a second death. He sighed again. Forget it. Just think of all this chaos as something I did for those innocent victims who were kidnapped and trafficked. As these thoughts swirled in his head, he arrived at Green Cemetery. Strangely, the typically deserted cemetery was now bustling with people. Some stood in silence before newly erected gravestones, others sobbed quietly, a few sat blankly on the ground, and some were participating in burial ceremonies led by priests. One corner of the cemetery now housed a temporary building filled with rows upon rows of shelves, each holding a neat urn, each urn a life lost, each name a tragedy. Klein froze. He realized what this meant. These must have been the victims of the deadly mist 2 days ago, the toxic fog created by the supernatural abilities of a high-sequence witch. He clenched his fists tightly. That witch had done all this, just to digest a potion. In the eyes of some, human lives were utterly worthless. Just then, a gust of wind swept across the cemetery, rustling a newspaper left on the ground near a fresh grave. The paper flapped noisily, catching Klein's attention. He glanced at it, and saw, faintly, the words, "The Great Smog of Backlund." He stepped forward quickly and picked it up. It was yesterday's newspaper. The front page headline read, "Preliminary reports estimate that over 3,000 people perished directly in the Great Smog incident, while subsequent plagues caused by the spread of the toxins have since claimed close to 20,000 more lives, including many children and healthy young adults. Prince Edisac and Princess Helena, identified as the masterminds behind the event, killed the officials who attempted to apprehend them and fled. They remain at large. The king, enraged, has issued a national order for their arrest, dead or alive. A national day of mourning will be held 3 days from now. Services will be conducted in cathedrals across the kingdom. Citizens are encouraged to attend in solemn remembrance. Prince Edisac was the ringleader. That's impossible. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 354, Chapter 354, What matters most is that he's alive. Klein's eyes widened, terrified that he'd misread it. A thought surfaced, he remembered the commission Prince Edisac had given him. It was that commission which led him step by step to uncover Baron, which in turn led to the world inside the book, and in the end, those scandalous photographs of the royal family descended from the heavens, falling right into the hands of the 3 major churches. Connecting the dots, Klein suddenly formed a vague yet unnerving suspicion. He quickly flipped through the newspaper from start to finish with meticulous care. Nothing. There wasn't a single word about the photographs. It was as if nothing had happened in the outskirts of Backlund. As if those images, evidence of the lone royal family's disgrace and conspiracy, of George III's attempt to ascend as the Black Emperor, had never existed at all. Everything had been wiped away by an invisible hand. A chill ran from the soles of Klein's feet to the back of his neck. His hair stood on end. The suspicion took shape, clearer, sharper, more undeniable. This great smog of Backlund, that claimed tens of thousands of lives, might very well have been orchestrated by the upper echelons of the lone royal family. And its timing was likely tied to the ritual for George III's ascension as the Black Emperor. Edisac had been made the scapegoat. But even after arriving at this conclusion, Klein only felt more lost. Why? The photographs, Klein was certain, had been seen by saints from all 3 major churches. Based on the content alone, they could have easily deduced the royal family's machinations. So, why had they remained silent? The monarchy could control the press, could suppress the truth from the public. But how could they silence the churches? Unless the churches themselves had chosen to look the other way. Klein stood there, frozen. For a moment, the entire world felt warped and absurd. No, perhaps he was the absurd one. I still haven't adapted to this world, he thought bitterly. He turned again to look at the rows of freshly erected tombstones, at the grieving families, at the rows of urns stacked like lifeless archives of tragedy. He stood in silence for a long while. Then, Klein turned away and left Green Cemetery. His face was blank, not sad, not angry, just cold and calm. Empress Borough. The luxurious estate of Earl Hall. Audrey looked visibly haggard these past 2 days. Edward had gone missing. His messenger couldn't reach him, and the vanishing cabinet no longer responded. Had that been all, she might not have worried so much. After all this time, she trusted Edward's judgment. But the problem was, at the same time, Mr. Fool had stopped responding to her prayers. With the two events overlapping, Audrey couldn't help but wonder, when Edward fell into danger, was Mr. Fool also fighting some terrible, unseen evil god? Had he been unable to respond because he was occupied? Or because? No. She shook her head firmly. Mr. Fool was the savior of the world, his strength was beyond question. Maybe this is just a test for us. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Earl Hall stepped in. Still no word from Edward. Audrey nodded slightly and forced a smile. It's all right, Father. He's probably just caught up in something. The Earl gently patted her shoulder. How's Hibbert doing now? Him. Earl Hall instinctively rubbed his throat. The church says he's physically fine, but he's locked himself in his room, consumed with guilt. If you have time, please talk to him. Of course, Father. This whole affair has affected him deeply. I'm worried he might do something drastic. Earl Hall sighed. I've already sent a message to Alfred to return as soon as possible. Audrey gave a faint smile. Actually, I think this event has hit you harder, Father. How could it not? I literally died. His deep blue eyes held a smoldering anger. And it was my own son who killed me. Father. Audrey reached out and held his hand. I'm fine now. That's what matters most, he said softly. I've got work to do. The political scene in Lone is a mess, more than half of my allies and opponents are dead. And with the Great Smog incident on top of that. Earl Hall rubbed his forehead and sighed. I have a bad feeling Faceac won't let this opportunity slip by. Then, he spotted the newspaper on Audrey's desk and casually picked it up. No need to keep reading these things. What's done is done. It'll only upset you. Audrey's mood dimmed. But still, that was tens of thousands of lives. Now they're just cold numbers. Try not to think about it too much, her father said gently. He turned and quietly closed the door behind him. Audrey looked toward the shadows in her room. Susie, could you keep an eye on Hibbert for me the next few days? Of course, the large golden retriever replied from the shadows. And also. Just as she was about to say something else, her vision blurred. She felt herself being engulfed in thick gray fog. Far, far away, in the depths of the indescribable, a figure sat upright on an ancient high-backed chair, gazing down at her. Prepare for the gathering. Audrey took a deep breath, forcing down the joy surging from her heart. Yes, Mr. Fool. Sherwood Borough, the safe house of Zio and Furs. After 2 days of nervous tension, Furs finally returned to her usual slacker state of mind. As for Mr. Fool not responding to her prayers, well, she didn't think too much of it. He was, after all, a suspected deity. What kind of god could respond to prayers at every moment of every day? Zio had spent the day cooped up with her indoors but eventually couldn't take it anymore and left, saying she was going out to gather news. Ah. Furs lay sprawled on the sofa, manuscript paper in one hand, a fountain pen in the other. Not a single letter had been written. She felt like all the creativity she'd used to write in that bizarre book world had completely drained her of inspiration for the next year. She glanced at the time and yawned. If it weren't for the tarot club starting soon, I'd definitely sneak in a nap. No sooner had she muttered this than she felt the call of the Fool. A tide of crimson surged over her, engulfing her completely. Azek's rental apartment. Ever since Mr. Azek had returned, Priscilla had moved back from the Aurora Order's hideout. She now lay barefoot on the bed, waiting for the tarot club to begin. Medici leaned against the headboard with one leg crossed over the other, grinning. That dumb little gathering you're always joining, honestly, not much to look at. That brat got dragged off to see his lord by Ouroboros and hasn't dared respond to you since. Priscilla put her hands on her hips. If you're so amazing, why don't you go save Big Brother Edward? I'm not your damn unpaid labor. Why should I risk my neck for him? Humph. That's just an excuse for being useless. You're scared of Ouroboros, admit it. Medici chuckled. You little brat, are you trying to switch to the hunter pathway? Bleh. She stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Just then, a thick grey mist rose in front of her eyes, and a wave of crimson light washed over her. Medici watched as she froze mid-gesture. His brows lifted slightly and he sneered, oh, there's no mistake. That aura, that presence, and calling himself the fool. That little raven, he's going to be overjoyed when he finds out. Hey, now this will be fun. Meanwhile, aboard the Blue Avenger, sailing the Sonia Sea. The hanged man, Alger, finally felt his 2 days of anxiety and uncertainty melt away as he received the fool's summons once more. The forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Derek had successfully entered the Grand Palace once again. Afternoon town. The previous night, Edward and Bernardet had found a mostly intact house to stay in, setting up a tent inside and turning in early. The existence of Aman had placed a heavy burden on both their minds and bodies. The moment their nerves relaxed, exhaustion came flooding in like a tidal wave. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, they resumed their Mandarin lessons. With Bernadette's exceptional comprehension, she made a sudden breakthrough in integrating what she had previously learned. As a result, Edward's potion digestion process also progressed rapidly. This confirmed something Edward had only suspected before: when it came to knowledge transmission, it wasn't just about how well the teacher explained it, but also about whether the learner truly understood and internalized it. Which meant that all his previous attempts over the last 2 days didn't accomplish as much as this one burst of real comprehension. After lunch, the two of them, plus one cat, took a walk around the ruins of Afternoon Town, which had once been inhabited by both humans and giants. They discovered many remnants from ancient times, most of which bore a stylistic resemblance to the cultural artifacts they had seen in Moon City. Standing at the highest point halfway up the mountain, they overlooked the desolate town below. It was still possible to imagine that, long ago, this had once been a bustling and prosperous place. Now, only silence remained. Lilith darted around, bouncing from place to place, inspecting this and poking at that, quickly covering herself in a layer of dust and dirt. Ugh, no mice here either, she grumbled, shaking her fur to rid herself of the grime. Daddy used to say that in this world, the only thing that is eternally reliable is strength. Strength doesn't just mean power, it also means longevity. Only with a long enough life can one avoid being buried by time. No matter how powerful a nation, no matter how splendid a culture, they all fade with time. Only living on is real. Bernadette turned to Edward. Maybe, that's one of the reasons why he changed so much in his later years. Edward thought for a moment and found her guess to be quite plausible. When the Emperor had first transmigrated into this world, he seemed to carry a playful mindset. He invented, built a nation, transcribed books, wrote poetry, and reshaped the world, almost like a player immersed in a simulation game. But as his understanding of this world deepened, as he learned of the true nature of things and of the apocalypse looming in the future, he must have realized that all he had done in those decades, compared to the angels, the gods, and the end of the world, was utterly meaningless. And so his mindset shifted. From a playful, invincible transmigrator, he became a mad and paranoid tyrant in his final years. Edward said quietly, "You're right. Very few people in this world can reach the high sequences and gain long life. For the vast majority, perhaps the traces left in ruins like these are the only proof that they ever lived. As for culture, science, and civilization, well, even after more than 100 years, what Roselle left behind may have impacted this world even more than the gods ever did." Bernadette stared at Edward, her voice soft but firm. "But for me, what matters most is that he lived." "Then stop staring at me like that. Note, 160 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 355, Another Tarot Gathering. Lilith tilted her head up to look at the two of them, her voice crisp and clear, "That's right. To Miss Lilith, the most important thing is that Edward is still alive." Edward immediately gave her head a firm pat. Cough cough. "Aren't I alive and well? Don't you dare jinx me like that." By 2:30 in the afternoon, the two of them had returned to the same house they'd stayed in the previous night. "I'm going to rest for a bit. Once I wake up, I'll decide whether we're pressing on and entering the giant king's court." Bernadette nodded, lit a small bonfire at the entrance of the tent, and sat beside the warm flames, lost in thought. Inside the tent, as the time drew closer and closer to 3 o'clock, Edward grew more and more restless. Finally, with only 3 minutes remaining, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Prepare for the gathering." A grayish-white mist rose before his eyes, followed by a tide of crimson light. Edward found himself once again in the palace above the grey fog, the Sapphira Castle. Only this time, the long bronze table was still mostly empty. Of all the chairs, only the fool's throne was occupied, its familiar and indistinct figure seated calmly. At that moment, Edward finally truly confirmed it, Aman had really been sealed inside the box of the Great Old Ones. If he hadn't, Klein would have noticed the moment Edward entered the palace. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Edward bowed in greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Tower," Klein replied, reclining comfortably in his bronze seat. His voice was calm and composed as he asked, "Are you still in the forsaken land of the gods?" "Yes." "You encountered the true creator?" "Yes." Klein's temples throbbed. "Edward, oh Edward, I haven't even recovered from the shock of you provoking an angel, and now you're telling me you went to see the true creator. Should I just hand over the title of Mr. Fool to you?" "I see." Though his mind was screaming, Klein maintained an impassive expression. As for the 2-day gap in communication, Klein offered no explanation. In fact, he didn't even mention it. After all, it was beneath a god to explain such things, especially when maintaining divine mystique. "Yes. That's how I should behave from now on," Klein silently reminded himself. But then another thought wormed its way in. But what if they really did have something important to tell me? Just then, one by one, familiar figures began to appear on both sides of the long bronze table. The tarot club had begun on schedule. The moment Audrey appeared, she looked across at Edward's seat. When she saw him sitting there unharmed, she finally let out a breath of relief. They locked eyes. Edward gave her a slight nod. Audrey quickly stifled the joy in her heart, gripped her skirt, and cheerfully greeted the room. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Tower." "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." Because in this version of events, Klein, Mr. Fool's avatar, had been trapped in the book world during the smog disaster, he hadn't been able to report it, deliver warnings, or stop the true creator's ritual. And so, Audrey's iconic line from the original timeline, "Mr. Fool, you've saved Backlund once again," was notably absent. Looking at the familiar faces, Klein couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He recalled how, during his time trapped in that strange world, it had been these very people who helped pull him back, allowing him to awaken into deeper understanding. Right, at that time, I suddenly made them all pray to me nonstop without any explanation. Would that make them suspicious? Should I make up a story about battling an evil god? No. Why should I explain? A god doesn't owe his followers explanations. Nothing happened. Let's keep it that way. At that moment, the son Derek spoke first, offering thanks. "Mr. Fool, thank you for sending your angel to purify the entity that had latched onto me." Edward was surprised by this. Wait, the way Derek described it, that really sounds like Aman. But he went on this mission with Lovia. How did he encounter Aman again? Angel. Audrey reacted instantly. Before attending the psychology alchemists gathering, she'd prayed for Mr. Fool's blessing at Edward's suggestion. During the ritual, she had seen a black-winged angel embrace her, and afterwards, she'd found herself immune to the spectator pathway's hypnosis and influence. At the time, she assumed it had just been some kind of divine blessing. But now, hearing the son mention an angel, could it have been a real, actual angel? Only a god could command angels. Even though she had long believed Mr. Fool to be a true deity, that belief had always come secondhand, from Edward's mouth. But now, hearing it confirmed by another member gave her the surreal sensation of mythology stepping into reality. A real angel, Mr. Fool really does have angels under him. The hangman Alger, meanwhile, was trembling ever so slightly in excitement. He'd previously speculated that Mr. Fool was a god who, for unknown reasons, couldn't yet interfere directly with the physical world, that he needed to gradually reclaim his authority. But now, if he could already command an angel, didn't that mean he was rapidly approaching full restoration? When that moment came, he would be a true god in every sense, and those present at this table would become his earliest and most trusted followers. Alger fought to suppress his excitement, carefully avoiding any fawning or praise. Instead, he glanced around at the rest of the tarot members. Aside from Miss Justice showing a flicker of surprise, no one else seemed particularly moved. Clearly, only I truly understand the significance of an angel appearing. The magician, Furs, was simply surprised and confused. Though she'd long suspected that Mr. Fool was a true god, it had only ever been a guess, she had never witnessed any real display of divine might. But now, the ability to command an angel, that was irrefutable proof. As a mere sequence 8 beyond her, she couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, she couldn't help wondering what kind of threat the son had encountered to require Mr. Fool's intervention with an angel. Only Miss Death Priscilla looked completely indifferent. Angel? She thought. So what? What's the big deal? Counting Azek, there were 4 angels around her on a regular basis, and they even told her bedtime stories to lull her to sleep. Klein, naturally, noticed the hanged man's emotional response. Wait, weren't they all already treating me as a god? Why does the appearance of an angel surprise them so much? I guess no amount of subtle implication can compare to the sheer impact of direct power. Fine then. If any new members ever question my divinity, I'll prepare in advance, have the world suddenly appear and start preaching fanatically. Then I'll casually point a finger and obliterate him, just to make an example. Once the shock dies down, I'll just reforge a new world. Wait, why does that sound like something a villain boss would do? Klein quickly cleared his thoughts and nodded faintly. Mr. Fool, Derek asked cautiously, that shadow, what exactly was it? Why was it clinging to me? Since Derek hadn't faked a near-losing control to avoid joining Lovia's expedition, thanks to the Hanged Man's advice, he had never been locked in the City of Silver Spire Tower basement. Naturally, he didn't know about the previous team leader Aman had parasitized, nor had he heard the name Aman. Klein silently grimaced. How would I know? Still, the odds were high that the thing had been drawn to the grey fog, and maybe he could ask around as the world later to see if anyone knew more. So he calmly replied, that was an extremely dangerous being, at the very least, an angel. He paused before adding, however, I merely drove it away. It's still alive. The son nodded and added, after the shadow was purified, I coughed up a little worm. Do you know what this is? As he spoke, a small translucent worm materialized above his palm. It had 12 transparent rings along its body. Furs and Audrey both leaned in curiously, but ultimately shook their heads. Klein, however, recognized it at a glance. It was something recorded in the Book of Secrets, seemingly connected to time. Alger thought for a moment and said, in ancient mythology, there's a creature similar in appearance to that, bearing 12 clear rings. It's called a worm of time. But no one's ever actually seen one. Some people believe it might just be the name of a certain sequence potion. Derek tilted his head and asked, what can it be used for? I mean, the dead one. Alger shrugged. No idea. At that moment, Mr. Fool's serene voice echoed from the head of the bronze table, it can be a main ingredient in certain rituals. That was Klein's inference, based on what he'd read in the Book of Secrets. But he wasn't worried about being wrong, there was no easy way to disprove something like that. A vague, suggestive statement was enough to set everyone's imaginations running. Then, Klein turned to Edward and asked, Mr. Tower, you're still in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, correct? Even though he'd already asked this in private, Edward answered again, without hesitation, yes, Mr. Fool. The rest of the Tarot members were stunned. What? Mr. Tower is in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Among them, Derek was the most visibly shocked. He stared at Edward and stammered, Mr. Tower, how did you get there? Edward sighed softly. I was taken there by the angel of fate under the true creator. Taken by an angel. To the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Yes, Priscilla might have 3 angel wraiths attached to her, and Mr. Fool could command angels, but that didn't mean angels were commonplace. Why would an angel suddenly decide to bring you to the Forsaken Land? Alger had been about to question him, but then he remembered all of Edward's previous exploits, and his apparent connection to the true creator. He swallowed his questions, a terrifying guess forming in the back of his mind. I was taken, Edward added calmly, to meet the true creator in person. He really did it. You actually met that being? Alger asked, unable to suppress the awe in his voice. Edward nodded. Yes. I even exchanged a few words face to face. Direct conversation with a god. Yes, technically, they all conversed with a god weekly during the tarot gatherings, but the true creator was a long-feared, notoriously evil deity. You're supposed to be an undercover agent in the Aurora Order, how does that land you in front of the true creator himself? Alger instinctively looked toward Mr. Fool, but the divine figure showed no reaction at all. He simply rested his chin on one hand, as if it were none of his concern. A new theory began to bloom in Alger's mind. Could it be that Mr. Tower was acting under Mr. Fool's orders? Did he go to the Forsaken Land as a messenger, to deliver a message to the true creator on Mr. Fool's behalf? Could it be that Mr. Fool intends to establish some kind of cooperation with that evil god? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, A Primer on Aman. For a moment, Alger was deeply shaken, but he quickly masked his emotions. With reverence in his eyes, he cast a glance toward the inscrutable Mr. Fool seated high above and respectfully lowered his head. Klein, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. Wait a second, Hanged Man, are you imagining things again? Audrey gently asked, how are you now? I'm temporarily safe, Edward replied. But I suspect I've been targeted by another angel in the Forsaken Land. So I need to leave here as soon as possible. He then turned to Derek. Mr. Sun, last time, didn't you try using a suitcase to make a sacrifice to Mr. Fool? Derek nodded. I did, but He looked toward Mr. Fool and said, "That dangerous angel who latched onto me, appeared during the moment I was making the offering. If it hadn't been for Mr. Fool's intervention, I might have already." Klein silently wiped his forehead. "No. Honestly, that whole thing was kind of my fault." Furs gasped. "Wait, are you still in that fallen, that true creator's temple?" She snuck a glance at Edward and consciously revised her wording. "No," Derek said. "After Mr. Fool helped cleanse that entity, Elder Lovia found an exit and brought us back to the City of Silver." He then gave a brief account of what had happened afterwards. "So," Edward asked, "it's still unknown whether the offering method can help one leave the Forsaken Land." "Right." Derek lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tower." "Ah, it's fine, really." Edward turned to Mr. Fool and asked respectfully, "Mr. Fool, after the gathering, may I attempt to make an offering again?" Klein replied with a calm, "You may." Then he asked, "Who will assist with the prayer?" "I can." Audrey offered quickly. Derek hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. Tower, where exactly are you in the Forsaken Land?" "Afternoon Town," Edward replied. Then, fearing Derek might not have heard of it, he added, "It's the final settlement before entering the Giant King's court." "You've been there this whole time?" "Not exactly. I wandered around a bit. I also visited another city in the Forsaken Land and brought the light of Mr. Fool to the people there." He then turned toward Klein and bowed. "Apologies, Mr. Fool. This time I took it upon myself to act in your name and spread your glory to those who, like Mr. Sun, have lost their divine protection and fallen into despair. But I never mentioned your title, I simply told them of a supreme being who brings hope and light." "Oh boy." Klein felt his face flush a little. "Even in the Forsaken Land of the gods, you're still out there, hyping me up." He gently tapped his fingers on the table and said with a smile, "It's fine." Derek immediately sat upright in astonishment. There are other cities in the Forsaken Land." Edward nodded. "Yes. It's called Moon City. They too worship the ancient sun god. It lies to the east of the Forsaken Land of the gods." Derek's eyes lit up with hope. "And the people there?" "Conditions are likely worse than in City of Silver," Edward said gravely. "They've resorted to consuming mutated monsters that dwell in the darkness. Their bodies have been tainted and poisoned, many are deformed or sickly. Even newborn children are often born with abnormalities. That's why I preached in Mr. Fool's name, to offer them some measure of hope. Unfortunately, I couldn't cure their afflictions." Hearing this, Derek's expression dimmed. Alger, meanwhile, was stunned. "Mr. Tower is moving way too fast. While the rest of us are still cautiously building strength, he's already out there spreading Mr. Fool's teachings. At this rate, he's bound to become Mr. Fool's most favored follower. But, how is he able to preach in a place like the Forsaken Land, while I'd be branded a cultist in the outside world the moment I tried?" Furs, on the other hand, felt more and more confused about Mr. Tower, no, Edward, as a person. One moment he's like a deranged terrorist, then a sinister cultist, and now he's showing compassion to those poor, suffering residents of the Forsaken Land of the gods. Even the characters I write in my novels aren't this complicated. Edward turned back to Derek and said, "Mr. Sun, if you get the chance, could you ask Elder Lovia whether City of Silver has any sealed artifacts related to healing? I'm willing to negotiate a trade." Based on Derek's past statements, Edward figured that he and Lovia had tacitly formed a kind of silent alliance to save City of Silver, in their own ways. So making such a request through her was the most direct route, perhaps she could bring it to the chief. Derek paused. "I don't know. I don't have the qualifications to access sealed artifacts." Alger spoke up at the right moment, "You could try asking Elder Lovia. I doubt she'd mind helping." Derek nodded earnestly. "I understand." Just then, Klein, manipulating the world, spoke in a cold, grating tone, "Mr. Tower, do you plan to meet Mr. Sun in the City of Silver anytime soon?" He almost said, "Meet up IRL." Derek's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Audrey gave the world a long look. "He's so different in the real world and at the Tarot Club, in the gathering, he's all gloomy and reserved, but in person he's more like a friendly neighborhood boy." Edward gave a helpless shrug. "To be honest, I was planning to, but now, I've decided against it." "Why?" Audrey asked, before quickly realizing, "Is it because of the angel hunting you?" "Yes, but not because of the pursuit, rather because." Edward's voice dropped low and steady. "I happened to learn that one of his avatars has been hiding inside City of Silver this whole time. If I go there now, it's basically walking right into a trap." "What?" Derek cried out in alarm. "Where is he hiding?" "Before I answer that," Edward said, casting a glance at Mr. Fool as though seeking his permission, "let me give you all a brief explanation of this angel. Have you ever heard of the King of Angels?" Everyone shook their heads. Furs hesitantly raised her hand. Does listening to this kind of knowledge cost money? We're talking about angel-level secrets here. How many coins is that worth? I only just scraped together enough to afford the sequence 7 potion formula. Edward chuckled. No, it's free. Since Derek didn't end up communicating with Aman in the bottom of the round tower, the Tarot Club never got wind of his existence. I might as well give everyone a heads up about this character who's basically the final boss of the original story. The term Kings of Angels originally referred to the 8 high-ranking angels who served directly beside the ancient sun god. They were the most powerful of all angels, second only to the gods themselves, far stronger than ordinary angels. Oh, right. I nearly forgot, you probably haven't heard much about the ancient sun god either. He was a deity from the third epoch, said to be the Lord that created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. Derek froze. Wait, isn't that exactly how we describe our own deity in City of Silver? Edward didn't dwell on the detail and continued. The angel who's been hunting me is one of those kings of angels, Aman, the angel of time. Ah. Audrey instinctively covered her mouth. Aman. Alger's eyebrows twitched. He vaguely remembered that name from church records. It was the surname of a family belonging to the Tudor dynasty in the 4th epoch. Unexpectedly, Priscilla, the usually silent Miss Death, raised her hand. I've heard of Aman. One of the evil spirits inside me talks about him all the time and calls him that annoying little raven. Everyone was stunned. Wait, one of Miss Death's spirits actually knows Aman. Edward explained, Aman is the sequence 1 of the marauder pathway. He possesses all sorts of bizarre abilities. One of them is parasitism. He can possess and replace others, and he has countless avatars. The one hiding in the City of Silver is one such avatar. Derek wasn't stupid. He immediately caught the implication. You mean, Aman replaced someone in the City of Silver? Exactly. According to the information I received, he parasiticed and replaced a former exploration team leader who was imprisoned at the bottom of the round tower. Normally, Edward wouldn't casually share such a heavy-hitting secret like this, it would make him seem almost omniscient. But now that everyone knew he'd recently spoken face-to-face with the true creator, they would just assume this information came from a god. Derek clenched his fists. What does he want with the City of Silver? Edward shook his head. I don't know. But knowing Aman, it's either because he finds it entertaining, or he foresaw something happening in the future and is making preparations in advance. I doubt he'd find hiding in a dark, damp prison cell particularly fun, so he must be waiting for something. Seeing Derek's clenched fists and furrowed brow, Edward continued, even though this is only one of Aman's avatars, probably at sequence 4 strength or so, City of Silver's sealed artifacts should be capable of eliminating him. But here's the thing about Aman, there's a saying, if you discover one Aman, it means countless others are already nearby. Without special methods, it's nearly impossible to eliminate him completely. So I advise you not to act rashly. The room fell silent. Everyone quickly understood what he meant, and a chill ran down their spines. Derek looked slightly dazed. But we can't just leave him there, right? Just because Aman is hard to deal with, does that mean we're supposed to ignore him and do nothing? He wanted to ask Mr. Fool what to do, but then he remembered how last time he almost caused trouble for Mr. Fool. He swallowed the question. As for Edward, he did have an idea about how to deal with the Aman in City of Silver, one similar to what had happened in the original storyline, deliberately sending Derek to the bottom of the round tower to attract Aman's attention, let him latch onto Derek again, and then have Mr. Fool deal with it using the paper angel. The only problem is, we already used that move once at the temple. If this avatar of Aman in the City of Silver already knows about that, he might have prepared for it in advance. That would be troublesome. At that moment, the world suddenly spoke up, Mr. Tower, could you briefly describe this Aman's appearance, I mean, just so everyone here can recognize him, if we run into him again. The reason Klein asked this was because he suddenly recalled the strange encounter in 15 Minsk Street, when he'd been attacked. He had felt a foreign consciousness forcibly invade his mind, like he'd lost control of both body and thought. Wasn't that the parasitism ability of the marauder pathway? And now that he thought about it, the first time he'd met that person had also been when Derek was praying in the forsaken land of the gods. What if they were the same individual? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Forgery. Edward pondered for a moment, then said seriously, I actually don't recommend forming any impression of Aman. Because if you ever encounter Aman and show even the slightest hint of recognition, he will definitely strike without hesitation. On the other hand, if you show no reaction, you might just pass by unharmed. How about this, if anyone still insists on knowing what Aman looks like, raise your hand and let Mr. Fool block the others from seeing. He looked toward Mr. Fool. Would that be all right, Mr. Fool? Klein had no objection. That's fine. In the end, only the world raised his hand. Derek had initially intended to raise his hand too, but after a bit of thought, he decided against it. This was something he needed to discuss with Elder Lovia first. Once the rest were shielded, Edward began. Since Aman enjoys possessing people and experiencing different lives, his appearance and attire vary frequently. However, his true form generally wears a black vintage robe and a matching pointed soft hat. He has black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face. But the most distinct feature is that he always wears a monocle carved from crystal. As he spoke, Edward materialized an image of Aman. It's really him. Klein felt a jolt in his heart. The one who attacked me, who tried to seize control of the space above the grey fog, really was Aman, a king of angels whose power is second only to that of a god. And to think I used to complain about how Edward kept stirring up trouble, first provoking demigods, then full-fledged angels. But am I any better? The first thing I ran into was a king of angels. On top of that, I've already used the grey fog to divine information on the Evernight goddess and the true creator. Am I actually the bigger Deathseeker here? Is this a shared tradition of the Tarot Club? Edward noticed Klein's strange expression and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Klein?" Klein gritted his teeth. "I was attacked by Aman 2 days ago." "What?" Edward's heart skipped a beat. "That doesn't make sense. How did Aman find Klein so soon?" In the original plot, Aman had only become interested in the Tarot Club after their reputation spread. Klein had then teamed up with Palez and Snake of Mercury to kill one of Aman's avatars, sabotaged George III's aposthesis ritual, and been targeted by Medici. Then Aman went after him. But now, none of that has happened yet. Edward gave Klein a subtle once-over and cautiously asked, "So, how did you escape?" "It was." Klein hesitated. A woman in a hooded, vintage robe suddenly appeared. Aman left on his own afterwards. "I've never seen that woman before, don't know who she was, or why she helped me." "Ah, so it was the goddess who made a move." Edward let out a quiet sigh of relief. For a moment there, I was genuinely afraid Klein was going to pull out a monocle and put it on right in front of me. "Do you know who she was?" "No idea." Edward shook his head. This was clearly part of the mentorship relationship between the Evernight goddess and Klein. It wasn't his place to comment. Then Klein suddenly realized something. "What about you? You said you were being hunted by Aman too. How did you escape?" "It was only with someone else's help that I barely escaped one of his avatars." "Who?" "A friend you met in the Forsaken Land." "No. It was Bernardet, daughter of Emperor Roselle, the Queen Mystic herself." Klein practically responded with a barrage of question marks. "Wait a second, why is Queen Mystic in the Forsaken Land too?" "She was taken there along with me, by the same angel who kidnapped me." Edward shrugged. "It was just a series of coincidences." "Coincidences?" Klein stared at him suspiciously. "You did mention before that you know the Queen Mystic, but are you two really that close?" "Well, that's another story entirely." "You sure you want me to talk about it in front of Mr. Fool?" Klein narrowed his eyes. "Something's definitely fishy here." Then he turned respectfully toward Mr. Fool. "Mr. Fool, could you lift the block now?" Mr. Fool nodded mildly and gave a casual wave of his hand. Then he said, "Does anyone else have something they'd like to share?" Audrey and Alger, who had both been preparing to speak, quickly shut their mouths. They just remembered the usual Tarot Club procedure. After greetings, the members were supposed to offer up pages from Emperor Roselle's diary, then proceed with trades, and only after that came free discussion. But the last 2 gatherings had been disrupted by emergencies, and the normal flow had been thrown off. "Is Mr. Fool unhappy?" "Nothing more," said Alger promptly. He turned to the head of the table and respectfully said, "Honored Mr. Fool, I've gathered 3 more pages of Emperor Roselle's diary." Klein smiled faintly. "And what would you like in exchange for them?" Alger quickly lowered his head and said cautiously, "Mr. Fool, forgive my presumption. I hope to accumulate these diary pages and eventually exchange them for the protection of one of your angels." After saying that, Alger bowed even deeper. Of course he understood that, compared to the protection of an angel, these diary pages were worth next to nothing. But he hoped that by accumulating them little by little, he could earn that favor. Mr. Fool took the materialized pages and looked at Alger in silence. This oppressive stillness exerted even more pressure, making Alger inwardly regret his impulsive request. In truth, Klein was just hesitating. After so many tarot meetings, he was actually quite satisfied with the Hanged Man and his ever-active imagination. Crafting a paper angel to shield him wouldn't be much trouble. But Klein also understood that the paper angel could only function under very specific conditions. If the Hanged Man encountered a powerful enemy and relied too heavily on the so-called angelic protection, wouldn't that do more harm than good? After some consideration, Klein decided to explain honestly. "That's acceptable. These 3 pages can be exchanged for 1 instance of protection. However, I must remind you, do not expect the angel's protection to help you defeat any difficult enemy. It can only provide a simple layer of defense. Alger heard these words as if they were divine proclamation. Joy surged through him, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Fool. A simple protection is still protection. Who am I to be picky? Besides, Mr. Fool's simple protection was from his point of view. From theirs? Well, didn't that dangerous angel who clung to Mr. Sun get effortlessly purified by Mr. Fool's angel? Meanwhile, Fur silently watched from the side. Ever since learning that Mr. Fool was collecting Emperor Roselle's notes, more accurately, his diary entries, and that Tarot Club members could trade them for questions, materials, or even objects, she had been trying hard to acquire some pages. Unfortunately, despite all this time, she hadn't even found a single word, let alone a page. Now watching the hanged men exchange 3 pages for angelic protection, Fur's frustration was practically written on her face. Ugh. Audrey and Edward had both asked me and Zio to help collect diaries before. If I had those pages, maybe I could have traded for the formula to sequence 7, or even rare ingredients. Arg. That's practically a fortune, worth £1,000 or £2 at least. She instinctively wanted to scream with her hands over her ears, but then she remembered something, and her heartbeat quickened. Luckily, I've made some gains elsewhere. At that moment, Edward also produced 2 pages of diary and said, Mr. Fool, I've collected another 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary this week. As before, I'd like to accumulate them. Mr. Fool nodded with a faint smile, granted. The 2 yellowed pieces of parchment floated into Klein's hands. He lowered his gaze casually and began to read at a leisurely pace. March 5th. I had nothing better to do today, so I went hunting. On my way back, I stumbled into a small mountain village. The locals gave me a warm welcome. The village chief's daughter is quite the beauty. I've decided not to leave tonight. Klein inwardly rolled his eyes. This emperor, I swear, unbelievable. March 6th. Despite my deep reluctance, I left the little village. Too many responsibilities await me. According to the calendar, it's almost time for the next gathering. I'll have to make sure I get more out of it this time. March 8th. So it turns out that the sequence 2 of the seer pathway is called Miracle Invoker. That's such an odd title. Why is it called that? What even qualifies as a miracle? I'll have to ask Zeradal next time I see him. The ritual is even stranger, return a piece of history that has been left behind to the present era. What counts as lost history? And what does it mean to return it? So, the sequence 2 of the seer pathway was called Miracle Invoker. Klein was a bit disappointed Roselle hadn't recorded the formula, nor detailed information. But that ritual, return a piece of history that has been left behind to the present era, did sound strange. Yet, somehow familiar. February 9th. While telling Bernardet the story of the Peach Blossom Spring today, I suddenly had a breakthrough regarding the Miracle Invoker's ritual. Just like in the tale, the people in the Peach Blossom Spring had lived in isolation since the Qin dynasty, disconnected from the world for hundreds of years. That land was essentially a lost history. To return it to the present, you'd simply need to bring those people back into contact with the outside world. But, does such a Peach Blossom Spring exist in our world? At that, Klein's heart shook. He reflexively glanced at little son, Derek, as his thoughts erupted. Yes. Of course there is. The forsaken land of the gods. The people of the City of Silver have been isolated from the world for thousands of years. That's as good a definition of lost history as any. The only difference is that the Peach Blossom Spring was idyllic and peaceful, while the forsaken land is cursed, dangerous, and full of despair. Could that mean the people of the forsaken land of the gods are the key to my future promotion to Sequence 2? February 11th, went drinking again last night. Woke up in Madame Loris's bed this morning. Thank the gods her husband was still passed out drunk downstairs. I made a swift getaway. February 12th, got the urge to invent again today. I'm determined to come up with something revolutionary. February 13th. The invention failed. Off to another drinking party. Edward watched Klein's expression as he read the 2 diary pages. When he saw no hint of suspicion, he let out a quiet breath of relief. That's right. Both of these diary pages were forged by me. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 360 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, The Uniqueness of Sloth. The reason Edward forged the diary pages wasn't because he wanted to gain contributions for nothing, but simply to inform Klein of the Miracle Invoker's advancement ritual ahead of time. If they succeeded in testing whether the suitcase could truly be used to offer sacrifices and leave the forsaken land of the gods, then the issue of how to deal with Little Sun and the affairs of the City of Silver would be laid bare. Last time, Edward had indeed only given Little Sun a suitcase that could carry one person. But most of the Tarot Club members already knew he was capable of crafting suitcases with much greater space. The Tarot Club had always followed the principle of equivalent exchange. If Derek gritted his teeth and confessed to the chief, then brought out some grade 0 sealed artifacts in exchange, should Edward accept or not? Rather than struggle with that dilemma himself, he might as well let Klein, the one directly impacted, make the hard decisions. After all, now that Klein knew the future advancement ritual for Sequence 2 required bringing people out of the Forsaken Land, it was up to him to decide whether or not to take that risk and start the ritual early. At that moment, Klein was also pondering the same issue. He truly hadn't expected that something which originally would have benefited Derek and the City of Silver immensely had now suddenly entangled his own advancement path. He knew about the need to act in advance, but could an advancement ritual also be completed ahead of schedule? That was a blind spot in his knowledge. He instinctively tapped his fingers on the bronze table. Forget it. I'll wait until I confirm that the sacrifice method actually works for leaving the Forsaken Land. Then I'll worry about the rest. With that, Klein turned his attention to the 3 diary pages submitted by the hanged man Alger. March 15th. As expected, I am the protagonist. Just from a few archaeological clues and some folklore rumors, I found a ghost ship from the Solomon Empire near the edge of the Fog Sea. The ancient Black King. On board was a treasure map pointing toward a nameless island. March 19th. After much contemplation and weighing the risks, I've decided to embark on a voyage. Edwards and Grimm are willing to follow me into the mist-filled seas on this adventure. Let's go. Roselle. Columbus. Magellan. Gustav, the great navigator, set sail to prove his theories. Klein raised an eyebrow. This emperor sure was bold in his youth, rushing into a sea expedition with just a possibly fake treasure map that could be hiding unknown dangers. Then again, even in his old age, he wasn't just bold, he was borderline insane. Based on previous diary entries, Klein could more or less confirm that during this voyage, Roselle had gotten lost and ended up on a primitive island beyond any known safe sea route. That island had numerous extraordinary creatures. And as noted in another diary seen during a prior tarot meeting, Roselle had gotten lost again later and returned to the same island. To end up on the same island twice after getting lost at sea. That was no coincidence, it screamed of something seriously wrong. But back then, the Emperor didn't seem to realize it. In fact, he was rather proud of himself. April 18th. In those ancient tomes aboard the Black King, I discovered a reference to the Western Continent. April 20th. All signs indicate we're nearing land, and not just an island, but actual landmass. Could getting lost have benefits after all? Am I about to discover the fabled Western Continent? April 21st. I saw the abyss. The abyss. Roselle saw the abyss. As in the abyss from a mysticism perspective. Klein's pupils contracted. He quickly flipped the page. Only to find, the third page was filled with gibberish. Arihog hunger please person mansion inside. Clearly, this was just some later imitation, a forgery composed by piecing together nonsense phrases from Roselle's writing symbols. Damn it. The last diary ended on, that Transmigrator Sr. is still alive, and now it ends on, I saw the abyss. Must it always stop at the most critical point? Of course. Cliffhanger devils punish all who chase updates equally. The worst part? The author of the story I'm chasing has been dead for over a century, I can't even send him hate mail. Klein exhaled slowly to calm himself, then let the diary pages vanish from his hand. Leaning back slightly, he smiled faintly and said, "You may continue." Audrey was the first to raise her hand and express her request. "I'm looking to purchase a young adolescent mind dragon's pituitary gland, or spinal fluid and blood from a black hunting giant lizard, and also the fruit and sap of the illusory chime tree." Although Edward had already asked Bernardet to help her find some of these materials, Audrey still mentioned them all, considering Susie would need the same materials for her own advancement. Edward glanced at her but didn't speak. This time, although he had obtained the Beyonder characteristic of the Spectator Pathways Sequence 4 manipulator from Vin Rambies, without divine power to crush it, that thing could only be used by Audrey when she advanced to demigod. If I return to the Harry Potter world next time and the goddess asks me to procure materials again, I'll ask her to lend a hand then. Just as Audrey finished speaking, Alger responded, "To my knowledge, the mind dragons are nearly extinct, very difficult to find. As for the black hunting giant lizard, I can ask around while at sea, but I can't promise anything. As for the fruit of the illusory chime tree." His mind instinctively flashed to that mysterious primeval island. He vaguely recalled seeing illusory chime trees there, but his current strength still wasn't enough to explore that place. "I'll ask around too." Audrey nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Hangman." "No need for thanks." Alger gave a brief response before following up with his own request. "My request remains the same, I'm looking to purchase the formula for Wind Blessed, Sequence 6 of the Sailor Pathway. If any of you happen to have it." Edward said, "What a coincidence, I happened to get my hands on one just a couple of days ago." It was one of the formulas he had learned while channeling Vin Rambis. That demigod of the psychology alchemists, in addition to formulas from the spectator pathway, also knew over a dozen others, albeit most of them were low-sequence ones, such as seer, mystery prior, sailor, etc. The wind-blessed formula was one of the rare few among them that belonged to the middle sequences. Alger had only casually mentioned it, but upon hearing Edward's reply, his spirit lifted at once, pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Tower, what would you like in return?" I'd like a sum of money, or Siskin demon worm's nest." The Siskin demon worm's nest was one of the auxiliary materials needed for the advancement ritual of a Sequence 4 secret sorcerer. It also happened to be the final ingredient Edward lacked. Alger froze, frowning slightly. "Siskin demon worm's nest? I'm afraid I've never heard of that." "Siskin demon worms are a type of spirit world creature at the demigod level," Edward explained. Demigod level. Alger immediately realized something. "Mr. Tower, you've advanced again." Edward nodded calmly. "That's right. I advanced to Sequence 5 a few days ago." Aside from Audrey and Priscilla, everyone else present inhaled sharply. "Wait a minute, didn't he just advance to Sequence 6 2 or 3 weeks ago? Isn't that pace a bit insane?" Klein's mouth twitched slightly. "No wonder bringing them up to the grey fog this time drained more spirituality than before, so it was you, silently dragging us all into your hypergrind fest." Furs, on the other hand, felt like she was living in an alternate timeline. She still vividly remembered how she and Zio had escorted Edward to Mr. A's gathering to purchase formulas when he first started. And now, barely any time has passed, and I'm still stuck at Sequence 8, while he's already Sequence 5. Even if he's being financially supported by the Hall family's young lady, with no shortage of funds for materials and formulas, what about the acting? The digestion? Maybe, he didn't even fully digest it before advancing. After all, he seemed to have a good relationship with the true creator. Could this be some kind of evil god's blessing? Alger took a deep breath, suppressing his internal turmoil before replying seriously, "I'm sorry. I likely won't be able to help with the nest of Siskin demon worm. But I'll still ask around. As for the money, I still owe you £7,500. If this keeps piling on, I'll owe you over 10,000. A debt that would suffocate almost anyone. I'll give you an answer before the next tarot meeting. If worst comes to worst, I'll have to use the Primeval Island to repay the debt." "No problem," Edward replied with a smile. He materialized the wind-blessed formula and handed it over. "Here, take the formula first." "Thank you." At this point, Alger had developed a bit of a "what's a few more fleas to a dog" mentality. "I'm already this deep in debt, what's one more burden?" He quickly skimmed the page. The main ingredients included 6 crystalline feathers from a blue shadow falcon, a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor eyeballs. Blue shadow falcon. There were definitely some on that island. So I really am destined to go there after all. After the transaction between Tower and the hangman concluded, Furs raised her hand. "Mr. Tower, I'd like to purchase the formula for astrologer." "No problem. Should we go with the price we discussed during the last tarot meeting?" "Why yes." "Ugh, now where am I going to get the money for the materials after this?" Edward, however, felt mildly puzzled. By now, Furs should have met the Abraham family member who provided her with her original formula, right? Why was she still coming to the Tarot Club to purchase it? Could it be that because of my presence, Miss Salted Fish didn't encounter Lawrence? As for that elderly gentleman, who, in the original work, had connected Fors with the Abraham family, Edward's impression was neutral. Though the man had lured him into taking care of Christine using a Sequence 7 formula as bait, there was no coercion involved. On the contrary, he was prepaid with the Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 formulas. It was more like a dying elder grabbing at the last straw, and trusting someone with the care of his younger kin before passing. If it hadn't been for the sunken laurel showing up so frequently and triggering Edward's caution, he wouldn't have minded lending that old man a helping hand. As for his death, regrettable, yes, but there was nothing Edward could do. Lawrence had simply reached the natural end of his life. Unless Edward could have helped him advance to demigod within a short time and gain the longevity boost, he would have died regardless. Perhaps this time, the old man didn't encounter Furs at all and just, quietly passed away somewhere, completely unknown to the world. If so, then Miss Salted Fish's future path to advancement is going to be a lot tougher. In the original timeline, she was practically fast-tracked to demigodhood, and even to angelhood in the second book. Then again, considering she was the sloth uniqueness come to life, maybe being pushed too high and burdened with responsibilities beyond her capability wasn't such a good thing after all. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, Mr. Fool can't hold it in anymore. At that moment, the world spoke again in his signature gloomy tone. "Everyone, has there been any news on the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow or the hair of the deep-sea naga? Derek instantly perked up and replied with enthusiasm, I can help you collect the human-skinned shadow's characteristic. It's one of the more frequently encountered monsters in the darkness. There should be some in the City of Silver's warehouse. I can exchange for it using the merit points from this exploration. Great. Then, Mr. Sun, what do you need in return? The world asked. I need the formula for Solar High Priest, as well as the materials for it. Klein, manipulating the world, chuckled and said, coincidentally, I should be able to acquire that formula soon, including the follow-up Sequence 6 Notary and Sequence 5 Priest of Light formulas, along with the corresponding Beyonder characteristic of the Priest of Light. Creeping hunger had devoured the soul of a Priest of Light. Klein planned to gradually release and absolve these souls. When the time came, he could first perform a seance to ask about the formulas. Derek was instantly delighted. Then I'll do my best to get you the human-skinned shadow's characteristic as soon as possible. Klein hesitated for a moment before speaking. The market price for the human-skinned shadow's characteristic is roughly £2,000. But the formula for Solar High Priest should be less than 1,000. So. Derek responded without hesitation, then I'll keep it and wait to exchange it for the notary formula when the time comes. Deal. The two reached an agreement. Then the hanged man, Alger, spoke, I've already purchased the hair of the deep-sea naga. We can trade right after the tarot meeting. £600. No problem. Klein quickly calculated in his mind, after buying the deep-sea naga's hair, I'll barely have any money left. Thankfully, I can use the formula to trade for the human-skinned shadow's characteristic. Otherwise, how long would it take me to earn £2,000? Sigh, I spent so much time helping Prince Edisac investigate a maid, didn't make a single coin, and ended up getting dragged into the lone royal family's political schemes. What a loss. And the maid that Miss Justice asked me to track. No leads at all. TCH, am I cursed by maids or something? Thinking of that, he turned to Audrey and said, Miss Justice, regarding the commission from the last tarot meeting, I found no leads last week. My apologies. Audrey was momentarily stunned, then realized what the world was referring to. However, due to several major events happening one after another recently, she, the commissioner herself, had completely forgotten about it. She shook her head, it's fine. You don't have to look for that maid anymore. Huh. First looked like she'd been struck by lightning. And no need to look anymore. Then the intel I had Zio help me gather is completely worthless. Seeing her reaction, Audrey asked, Miss Magician, did you find clues about that maid? Yes, I had a friend ask around and managed to get some information. Furs answered gloomily. Although her appearance was unseen through the mist, Audrey could already imagine her utterly dejected expression. So she smiled and reassured her, don't worry, Miss Magician. Since I made a commission, and you managed to find valid clues, I'll still pay you, so long as they're true and reliable. Really? Furs swallowed nervously. According to what my friend learned from the military, that maid is suspected to be a wanted criminal named Trissy. She's a Beyonder. Trissy. Edward, Audrey, and Klein were all stunned at once. Edward quickly pieced it together. So Trissy was targeting Prince Edisac all along. That scream she gave when he was in danger, it was out of concern, to draw others to save him. Damn it, so it was all because of love. Klein, too, was momentarily stunned. Then a sharp pain shot through his heart. Trissy. Isn't she the very same witch who first commissioned me to investigate Edisac? I was once, just £5,000 away from her. Ah. Furs had no idea what they were thinking. She continued, but I don't know where Trissy is now, nor do I have any more details about her. Miss Justice, is that of any use to you? Of course it is. Audrey had also figured out the connections and implications, and responded generously, however, since you weren't able to provide her precise location, I can only pay you £1,000. Is that acceptable? £1,000. Furs inhaled sharply, feeling as though she were wrapped in a bubble of joy. Worthy of a wealthy noble's daughter. Just a few scraps of intel and I can get £1,000. That's 500 for me and 500 for Zio. She quickly nodded, yes, yes. That's more than fine. Good. Once the tarot meeting ends, I'll offer the money to Mr. Fool so he can pass it on to you. Audrey then looked up toward Mr. Fool and said respectfully, I'll trouble you, Mr. Fool. Klein repressed the pain in his chest and nodded lightly, very well. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to her, Audrey asked, right, Mr. Fool, a few days ago, the hero bandit Black Emperor who killed the human trafficker Capim, is he one of your blessed? Yes. Audrey bowed respectfully. Please extend my sincerest gratitude to that blessed. Not only did he eliminate a heinous human trafficker and rescue so many innocent girls, but he even remained untouched by the tens of thousands of pounds in Capham's villa, refusing to take a single coin, truly worthy of being your blessed. Uffed. Klein felt like his heart had just been stabbed again, twice. Untouched by the money? Unmoved by temptation? Unwilling to take it? I forgot about it. I didn't even have time to think about money at all. That was, tens of thousands of pounds. TCH. Wait, the one who left behind the tower and Justice playing cards at the scene, was that Edward? If it was, and I confessed to him using Klein's identity, would he give me a cut of the money? But, with Audrey's few casual remarks, I've already been placed on a pedestal. If I go asking for money now, won't that make me look low? Klein was locked in a fierce internal struggle. Meanwhile, Furs asked curiously, so that incident was really done by someone from our tarot club? I heard Justice and Tower cards were left at the scene, was that blessed perhaps? She turned to look at Edward. Edward replied, I was the one who left the tarot cards. But that noble, selfless thief, the hero bandit Black Emperor, wasn't me. I simply took the chance to swipe Capham's money amidst the chaos. Klein. Sensing Klein was starting to really lose his composure, Edward decided not to tease him any further and said sincerely, Mr. Fool, I understand your blessed may have little regard for ill-gotten wealth, but money, when held by someone like Capham, is filthy. In the hands of a just rogue like the hero bandit, it becomes the cleanest thing imaginable. If this money can help your blessed further improve his strength, I believe he will only be more capable of upholding justice and saving the innocent in the future. So I'd like to give him half of that money. Please persuade him not to refuse. Edward wasn't trying to play Santa Claus. It was just that the current situation was growing increasingly chaotic, even Aman had shown up ahead of time, and Klein's strength clearly hadn't kept pace. If this money could help him close the gap, it was more than worth it. You are. Edward, you really are my second father. Klein nearly burst into tears. Someday, I swear I'll let the entire world know, everything Mr. Fool achieved, was all thanks to Mr. Tower. His heart was overflowing with emotion and gratitude, but on the surface, he maintained the lofty demeanor of Mr. Fool, nodding lightly and replying with calm authority. I will convey the message. Praise the fool, Edward followed up with a well-timed flattery. Everyone else quickly echoed, praise the fool. Then Derek hesitated for a moment before speaking, I'd like to ask, how can we make those exploration team members, who've been tainted by the true creator, reveal their flaws? They seem fine for now, but I'm worried they might do something harmful to the City of Silver later. Alger and Furs immediately turned their attention to Edward. Edward shrugged, can't help you there. I was forced to meet the true creator in the Forsaken Land. We're not that close, and besides, he's asleep right now. Alger thought for a moment and said, if we had some item related to the true creator, it might provoke a reaction from them. Klein, controlling the world, spoke up, I have an item imbued with the true creator's mental corruption. He was referring to the all-black eye left behind by the marionettist Rosago. An item imbued with the true creator's spiritual corruption. Alger frowned thoughtfully, then carefully said, that might actually help the sun. Those exploration team members whose minds have already been twisted, once they sense the presence of the true creator nearby, they're very likely to undergo some kind of transformation on the spot. Derek immediately turned to the World, Mr. World, could you lend me that item? Of course. It can offset the overvalue on the human-skinned shadows characteristic. How about it? Derek, who had no real sense of money, nodded eagerly. Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. World. Klein manifested the appearance of the all-black eye and added, it's equivalent in power to a sequence 5 Beyonder. If you lose it, you'll have to compensate me. And once this matter is resolved, you must return it immediately. Then the hanged man thoughtfully offered additional suggestions to help the son, which left the innocent young man overwhelmed with gratitude. He bowed repeatedly, thank you, Mr. Hangman. Thank you all. Suddenly, Edward seemed to remember something. Oh, right, I recently obtained a mystical item. It can convert Beyonder characteristics into a highly spiritual wine. During battle, if your spirituality runs dry, just a sip of the wine will replenish a large amount of it instantly. If any of you need this spiritual wine, you can reach out to me anytime. Each conversion costs £50. Of course, if you don't have any Beyonder characteristics on hand, I've recently acquired a few myself. I can sell them to you at market price. The others were visibly stunned. This was the first time they'd heard of such a thing. Especially Klein, isn't this just a mana potion? Something like this could be a literal lifesaver at a critical moment. Wait, where does the converted Beyonder characteristic go? According to the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics, they never disappear or diminish, only transfer from one place to another. Could it be absorbed by the sealed item used in the conversion? But if that continues, wouldn't the sealed item eventually turn into some kind of monster? After mulling it over for a moment, Klein didn't raise the question aloud. Instead, he asked, how exactly does the conversion work? And how much spirituality does it restore? Edward gave a brief explanation of the effects of Hufflepuff's cup. After listening, everyone had the same reaction. So expensive. Way too expensive. But it really might save your life. Alger, Derek, and Klein each began calculating in their heads. With that, the trading segment of the meeting came to an end. Aside from the always passive Miss Death, who still gained some joy from simply watching, everyone had achieved something. Then, Klein, still controlling the world, spoke again. I have a commission to post. Note, 480 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 360, Chapter 360, 2 commissions. Klein manifested the portrait of Aman and said, this person is Insanguil, a priest who defected from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. He once held a highly dangerous sealed artifact in Tingen and nearly caused a catastrophe that would have engulfed the entire city. Edward froze slightly upon hearing this. Why is Klein suddenly bringing up Insanguil again? Has he resurfaced? Sure enough, Klein continued, sounding both surprised and grim, his plot was foiled, and he lost that sealed artifact along with his whereabouts. But 2 days ago, he reappeared in Backlund, and attacked me. My commission is this, locate Insanguil, or eliminate him. As for the reward, Klein said seriously, it can be a sum of gold pounds, or a favor of equal value done by me in return. The hanged man Alger furrowed his brow. I remember seeing a wanted poster of his a long time ago. What's his current strength? Conservatively, sequence 5, but he may have already advanced to demigod. Alger turned toward Edward. Then this commission might be one only Mr. Tower is capable of handling. Still, I'll do what I can, like investigating his whereabouts. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. Since the matter involved Insanguil, Edward naturally didn't decline. I'll keep an eye out. Then Klein asked, by the way, do any of you know where I can find a mermaid? Although he hadn't yet advanced to sequence 6, it was better to start tracking down leads about mermaids early. After all, they were key to the next stage of his advancement and his eventual departure from Backlund. Logically, mermaids should be found in the sea, but that's easier said than done. Even if they are in the ocean, the sea is vast, he'd need at least a rough location to begin his search. Alger said, from what I've heard, fishermen from the Gargas archipelago occasionally hear mermaid songs during white whale hunting voyages in stormy seas. Gargas archipelago. I'll go buy a map later. Edward added, the Church of Evernight seems to keep a few mermaids under their care. He wasn't sure if the goddess would really allow someone like Klein to obtain a mermaid from the church in order to advance, but he still shared the intel. The Church of Evernight, I see. Klein didn't yet know that he was actually a blessed of the goddess. But unlike in the original timeline, he didn't harbor much fear or wariness toward the church. After a brief moment of consideration, he still decided to prioritize the sea route first. If by the time the faceless potion was fully digested, he still hadn't found a mermaid, then he'd turn to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Just then, he quickly swept a glance around the group, especially Audrey, Furs, and Edward, feeling a bit perplexed. Why hasn't anyone brought up the recent smog incident in Backlund yet? Isn't anyone curious about what really happened? If no one brings it up, do I have to prompt them with my alt account? As he was thinking this, Audrey suddenly took a deep breath and declared, I also want to submit a commission. 2 days ago, there was a major smog event in Backlund. Finally. Klein and Furs both perked up. Audrey continued, and at the same time the smog occurred, nearly every noble and official family of influence in Backlund suffered a coordinated wave of assassination attempts. Klein blinked in confusion. Wait, how did we go from smog to assassination attempts? Edward, on the other hand, was startled. Wait, the assassination attempt on Earl Hall wasn't an isolated incident. To date, over 30 nobles, officials, and members of parliament have been killed in these attacks. This includes nearly every major position in the upper echelons of Loan's society. The government is practically paralyzed. Alger was left stunned. What? Loan's leadership collapsed just like that, without a whisper of warning. My father was one of the assassination targets. What? Audrey's father was attacked. Furs covered her mouth in shock and glanced at Audrey with sympathetic eyes. But thankfully, Mr. Tower intervened in time and pulled my father back from the brink of death. Audrey looked gratefully at Edward before continuing, and the reason so many noble and high-security households could be breached at the exact same time is because the assassins were the victim's own family members, sons, daughters, siblings, even parents. The one who tried to kill my father was my brother. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? If 1 or 2 families had a disloyal black sheep, that could be dismissed. But for the entire ruling class to be compromised in a single night, this was beyond absurd. The world's voice rang out, dark and low, was this the doing of Beyonders? Audrey nodded firmly. My current theory is that it was the work of mid to high sequence beyonders from the spectator pathway. They likely used hypnosis and psychological suggestion to manipulate their targets. I've also confirmed my brother's attendance at certain salons which may have facilitated this. And these spectator pathway beyonders, I suspect they all come from the psychology alchemists. The psychology alchemists. Why? Everyone had the same question flash through their minds. Especially Edward. Weren't the psychology alchemists working with the lone royal family? Why would they target nobles and officials? Did they just betray them? But wait, on that day, Vin Rambies was still cooperating with MI9. That doesn't make sense. Could it be King George III's plan? Did he use the society to wipe out the ruling class for some deeper goal? But why would His Majesty start a coup against his own country? Edward suddenly recalled something Audrey had once told him, that the psychology alchemists had been recruiting and mingling heavily with aristocratic youths. At the time, he thought it odd, but now he realized the plan had started long ago. My commission is this: confirm whether the Psychology Alchemy Society is truly behind all of this, and why they're doing it. And then, identify the true mastermind behind the order, and kill them. There was a quiet fury radiating from Audrey's voice. For uncovering the truth, the reward is £50,000. For killing the culprit, £100,000. Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a cold breath. These were two commissions with rewards so staggeringly high, they bordered on the absurd. Even Alger, who was far away drifting atop the sea, couldn't help but feel tempted. But no one spoke. Because everyone understood, if the reward was this high, the danger was just as great. What Miss Justice wanted to investigate wasn't a single person, it was an entire secret organization with over a century or two of history. Who knew how many terrifying powerhouses were hidden within the psychology alchemists? After a long silence, Edward was the first to speak, breaking the tension. I'll help with the investigation. Audrey bowed slightly. Thank you. One by one, the others followed suit, expressing that they too would do their best to assist. The boldest of them all, however, was Miss Death herself. She raised her hand dramatically and declared with swagger, "Don't worry, Miss Justice. I'll mobilize all of my subordinates to help you investigate this thoroughly." Mobilize her subordinates. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. The little girl instantly planted her hands on her hips and grinned proudly. Humph. I'm now the boss of the Backlund branch of the Aurora Order. All Aurora Order members must follow my commands. Everyone. Though they quickly realized this was most likely related to the angelic evil spirit she was housing, it was still far too abrupt, and frankly, hard to comprehend. Priscilla scratched her head and explained, well, Mr. A of the Aurora Order disappeared 2 days ago, so now the entire Backlund branch is basically under me, or rather, under the angel residing in me. But since the 3 angels have to obey me, doesn't that mean the Aurora Order has to listen to me too? Oh right. From now on, I'll be hosting all the Beyonder gatherings that Mr. A used to hold. Those of you in Backlund, be sure to attend, okay? As the one who had most frequently attended Mr. A's gatherings, Furs was at a complete loss for words. She felt like the world was suddenly no longer real. She had already worked hard to mentally adjust to the fact that Edward had infiltrated the Aurora Order to the extent of directly confronting the true creator. But now Miss Death had become the leader of the Aurora Order in Backlund. Her brain momentarily short-circuited. She couldn't help but imagine that at the next gathering, she might turn to Zio and say, "Look, Zio. The host of this gathering is even shorter than you." Or, "That Mr. A who used to mock your height has now been replaced by someone even shorter." Ha! Alger asked, "Miss Death, during the last tarot meeting, you said that those 3 angel-level evil spirits were making you sleepwalk. What happened afterwards?" Priscilla turned to Edward and smiled brightly. "Mr. Tower helped me deal with them." Dealt with them? Just like that? That was 3 angel-level evil spirits, for heaven's sake. Wait a minute. A spark of realization suddenly flickered through the hanged man's mind. He felt as if he had glimpsed a deeper layer beneath the surface. Mr. Tower helped Miss Death resolve her angelic evil spirit problem. Mr. Tower ventured to the forsaken land of the gods and met the true creator. Miss Death now controlled the Aurora Order. Hiss. There had to be some grand scheme between the fool and the true creator playing out behind the scenes. An ancient evil god. An even older and more mysterious primordial deity. What kind of game were they playing? Could it be a plan to overturn the current balance of the 7 deities that had stood for thousands of years? I mustn't think about it. I dare not think about it. I will not think about it. Klein, growing increasingly accustomed to Alger's periodic mental spirals, wasn't surprised at all anymore. Through the world, he said calmly, "Since Miss Justice has brought up the smog incident in Backlund, I'd like to know, what do you all think about it?" Furs looked confused. Think? I saw it with my own eyes, how else am I supposed to think about it? Edward leaned back and asked with a sly smile, Mr. World, are you planning to pay for information? No. I'm hoping for a freebie. Though that's what he wanted, Klein could only maintain composure outwardly and reply, if the intel is truly valuable, I'm certainly willing to pay. But what I'm hoping for even more is to have an open discussion with everyone. They glanced at one another, exchanging looks. After a moment of silence, Furs timidly began, What I know all comes from the newspaper the next morning. Audrey added, same for me. They say it was a ritual instigated by Prince Edisac, supposedly involving an evil cult. It has already caused thousands of deaths and might claim tens of thousands more. Edward didn't know whether to feel relieved or bitter. Compared to the original timeline, the casualties this time were far lower, but several thousand deaths were still a massive tragedy. The world spoke darkly, what I heard is that the smog was created by a high-sequence witch. Her goal was to unleash disaster in order to digest her potion. The hanged man Alger was stunned. But there are so many powerful Beyonders in Backlund. How could they allow a witch to cause such destruction and death? Klein let out a cold chuckle. What if this incident was tied to the lone royal family? Audrey, Furs, and Alger all froze. The smog incident in Backlund, which caused thousands of deaths, is somehow connected to the royal family. Why? Then, in a low voice that carried divine detachment, the fool himself spoke, because someone in the lone royal family is attempting to ascend to sequence 0 to become a god. The Black Emperor. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated.